After leaving Fang Zhao's house, the middle-aged man in the black suit reached the first floor, turned his head, and looked towards the management office. He found Jiang Ran lying on the bed, taking a nap inside the management office. He glanced at Jiang Ran and smiled slightly. As the person responsible for signing agreements with various Xiaobai little white mice. For example, Fang Zhao's initial agreement was signed by him, and any subsequent agreements Fang Zhao signed were also handled by him. Like this trip to Macedonia Island for 7 days. Jiang Ran, however, was completely different. Because Jiang Ran didn't come in by signing an agreement. He won a prize after buying a multi-grain pancake. Therefore, his 7-day trip to Macedonia Island was arranged in a different way. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Ran was still sleeping. It must be said that Jiang Ran was having a very comfortable time as a temporary manager. He even got paid to sleep. And in the apartment, he could openly sleep without fear of being reported, which was simply the most coveted super cool job for a worker. Of course, anyone who wasn't afraid of death could come to 9 City Alice apartment to work. At this moment, he was deeply immersed in a beautiful dream. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone woke him up. Jiang Ran's phone ringtone was very ordinary, a crisp electronic female voice from his phone, la 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 la, the phone is ringing, the phone is ringing. If you don't answer, it keeps repeating. Unless you answer or hang up. Jiang Ran was woken up by the call and answered the phone. He talked with the voice on the phone for about 2 minutes before hanging up. It was a call from the courier. Do you remember the Class A security door and tempered glass windows he bought earlier? They were being delivered now, and the courier called to ask if Jiang Ran was home, so they could deliver the goods to his door. And also, to let Jiang Ran contact an installation master himself through the purchasing platform. He didn't know if it was fate. The security door and tempered glass windows Jiang Ran bought were from different manufacturers and shipped from different places. Yet, they were sent by the same courier company, and they arrived at the same time. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Ran saw a delivery truck drive into Alice's apartment and park in front of the apartment building. Jiang Ran walked up, communicated with the couriers, inspected the goods, and signed for them. After doing all this, he and the 2 couriers used the courier's trolley to transport the security door and custom tempered glass windows, in several trips, to the living room of 304. Once the delivery was complete, the 2 couriers drove away to continue delivering other packages. So, now he just had to wait for the installation master to arrive. After waiting for about 30 minutes. After receiving a call, Jiang Ran went to the entrance to meet the installation master. He asked the security guard at the guard booth to open the gate for them. After the gate was opened, the installation master's minivan drove in and parked in front of the apartment entrance. Then, 2 installation masters got out of the car. One was a middle-aged man, with a rather weathered face. He wasn't tall, about 1.6 meters. His clothes were very simple. The other was a young man. He looked no older than 20. Although his clothes were also quite ordinary, his hairstyle was well done, clearly meticulously styled. At the same time, this young man had a carefree, devil-may-care aura about him. After Xiao Hua's boyfriend got out of the car, the middle-aged man asked Jiang Ran, "Shall we go install the security door and windows now?" Jiang Ran nodded. Immediately, he led Xiao Hua's boyfriend into the elevator and went up to the 3rd floor. Inside the elevator, through their conversation, he learned that the young man, who was under 20, specifically 19 years old, was not an installation master at all. Instead, he was the son of the weathered middle-aged man beside him. This weathered middle-aged man was the actual installation master. As for why the weathered middle-aged man brought his son to work, the weathered middle-aged man was very talkative and explained his son's situation. Essentially, his son used to live with his grandparents in their hometown and went to school there. Because there were too many hooligans and bad influences in their hometown. His son also followed those people and went astray. He didn't study well all day, either skipping classes or dating. Especially, he eventually got a female classmate pregnant.
The girl's parents even came to the school. That's when his old father found out. The final outcome was also very simple. His old father paid for the abortion and an additional 50,000 yuan in emotional damages, and only then was the matter considered resolved. Of course, his son and that female classmate definitely couldn't stay at their original school anymore. They had to transfer schools. His son transferred to a school with even more underachievers and hooligans. What he did next was even more outrageous. His son actually harassed women with others and was even locked up in a juvenile detention center for several months. After learning about this, the weathered middle-aged man, in order to prevent his son from getting worse, simply withdrew him from school. After dropping out, he brought him to his side, letting him learn these skills with him, which could also be considered a trade. This weathered middle-aged man's surname was Nya. Jiang Ran called him Nieshifu, and his son Jiang Ran called him Xiaonya. Xiaonya was very unhappy when he heard his father telling Jiang Ran about his ignominious life experiences, complaining why his father told others everything. Nieshifu's reply was also very sharp. Basically, if you do it, don't blame him for talking about it. If you're capable, do something good, and he'll definitely help you spread your good reputation. Jiang Ran watched from the side, feeling that there must be many conflicts between these two father and son. They probably argued a lot normally. However, this kind of father-son relationship, like Nieshifu and his son Xiaonya, it's very common and not rare at all. At this moment, Jiang Ran opened the door to his 304 apartment and led Nieshifu and Xiaonya inside. After coming in, Xiaonya looked at Jiang Ran's house and smacked his lips. Jiang Ran, you're really rich. Your home is quite luxurious. Jiang Ran just smiled and didn't answer him, but instead said to Nieshifu, the door and glass windows are all here. Nieshifu put down his large toolbox and placed it aside. He took out a few tools from inside and said, "Alright, leave it to me." Nieshifu planned to install the security door first, and then deal with the glass windows. Then, he first looked at Jiang Ran's current security door. He looked at it carefully for a few moments and asked Jiang Ran with confusion, "Hey, isn't your security door perfectly fine? Why do you want to replace it?" Jiang Ran said, "It's because of the thief who came a few nights ago, otherwise, I wouldn't replace the security door or the windows." Nieshifu suddenly understood, no wonder. But today's thieves are very skilled, if they're the kind who specialize in this, even. If your house is on the 10th floor, thieves can get in, and they're the kind who climb up. Nieshifu started working. As he started working, he called over Xiaonya, who was currently admiring Jiang Ran's house. "Xiaonya, come over quickly. Time to work." Xiaonya was currently captivated by the ancient beauty kite made by Wang Nuli, the kite killer, in Jiang Ran's living room. He stared at this ancient beauty kite, his eyes revealing unconcealed greed. What a beautiful woman, but it's a pity she's a kite. If there were such a beautiful woman in reality, that would be great. Smack, Xiaonya, who was still greedily admiring the beauty of the ancient beauty kite, was probably fantasizing about himself and the lifeless object in front of him, getting intimate. Then his old father walked over and slapped him on the back of the head. Truly, one slap scattered the lustful soul. "Dad, I'm your son. You brat, what's always on your mind? You won't even spare a kite? Even if there was such a beautiful girl in the real world, I'm telling you, she wouldn't look at a good-for-nothing like you." Xiaonya wasn't angry after his dad slapped him on the back of the head. But when he heard his dad's words, he got furious. "Dad, what kind of talk is that? What do you mean wouldn't look at a good-for-nothing like me? Do you know how many girls admire me at school? I'm telling you, I'm going to find a beautiful wife in the future and make you look at me with new eyes." Xiaonya said loudly, extremely unconvinced. Nieshifu's gaze at Xiaonya at this moment was truly one of disappointment. He was a little angry. "Alright, stop bragging. I'm really afraid you'll catch syphilis or AIDS one day. Come over here and help." Pulling Xiaonya's ear with his right hand, Nieshifu led Xiaonya to start dismantling Jiang Ran's original security door. Nieshifu had probably dismantled quite a few security doors, so he was very skilled. His son, on the other hand, was dawdling, even making a blunder when handing over a tool.
For example, Nie Shifu asked his son to get an adjustable wrench, but his son pulled out a pair of pliers from the toolbox. However, with Nie Shifu's professional skill, the security door was quickly removed. After dismantling it, they began to install the new door Jiang Ran bought online.
Young man, you bought a good door.
After tearing off the protective foam from the security door, Nie Shifu saw the door Jiang Ran had bought.
Nie Shifu asked Jiang Ran how much the door cost. Jiang Ran replied, over 10,000.
Nie Shifu said, a Class A security door can actually be bought for over 1,000, but those are just barely at the Class A passing line. Yours, at over 10,000, is among the top tier of Class A.
Nie Shifu quickly installed the new security door.
After installation, he asked Jiang Ran to inspect it.
Jiang Ran inspected it.
He found that this security door had an additional function compared to the previous one.
That is, the camera on the smart lock outside the door could replace the peephole.
He could see outside the door on the screen inside.
Shifu, this door should be able to keep out thieves, right? Jiang Ran asked Nie Shifu after finishing his inspection.
Nie Shifu smiled and said, since ancient times, locks have always been for gentlemen, not for villains. Your security door costs over 10,000, so it's definitely safer than those costing a few thousand. Subsequently, Nie Shifu prepared to replace Jiang Ran's newly bought windows. He originally called Xiao Nie over to continue helping. But Xiao Nie said, Dad, I'm going out for a smoke.
I'm craving a cigarette.
Nie Shifu originally wanted to say, smoke after you finish work. At this moment, Jiang Ran stepped up and said, let him smoke, lest you two start arguing again.
I'll help you.
Nie Shifu sighed, you're making fun of me. Alas, this son of mine, he really doesn't give me a moment's peace. Everyone talks about hoping their son becomes a dragon, but in my life, I just hope my son, never mind becoming a dragon or even a talent, can just live a stable life, marry a wife, and have children.
I'd be content.
Just please, don't do any more criminal things. Xiao Nie walked out of 304, planning to go to the stairwell window over there to smoke a cigarette and relieve his craving. This was the smoking freedom he had fought for after a fierce argument with his dad in the past. His dad could control him in other things, but not his smoking. Nie Shifu was also very clever, he wouldn't give him money to buy cigarettes, so he had to buy them himself if he was capable. Xiao Nie began to walk towards the window on the third-floor stairwell. He pulled out a lighter and a pack of 10 yuan Hontishan cigarettes from his left pants pocket. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to light it, the hand holding the lighter froze in mid-air. Not just that hand. Even the rest of his body seemed to be held in place by a petrification spell. Motionless like a statue. The only thing moving on his entire body was his eyes. Clearly, he had seen something that caused him to react this way. So, what did he see? He saw a woman, completely snow-white, glowing white, with a beautiful figure, dressed sexily, and super pretty, walking out of 303. Holy crap, this was truly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in real life. This was real. Big cities are great. Even the women are so beautiful. Women from a backwater place like my hometown can't compare at all. Xiao Nie couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although Nan City wasn't a truly big city, it wasn't a place his hometown could even try to compare with. Of course, in those truly big cities, there are many outsiders. An unknown number of beautiful girls gather there. You might go out and take the subway and feel like you've fallen in love countless times. After being momentarily entranced by her beauty, Xiao Nie lit his cigarette, and the yellowish-red sparks burned on the tip. He put the lighter back in his pants pocket and prepared to go up and strike up a conversation. Low self-esteem is a common psychological trait for many people. For many innocent virgins. They might see a beautiful woman, let alone go up and flirt. Even if a beautiful woman came over and asked him a few questions, he would stumble over his words when answering. But Xiao Nie was different, he had a strange, extreme self-confidence. It was as if he had an extremely good self-image, believing that all girls would be captivated by his demeanor and temperament. The woman who came out of 303 was the younger sister of the witch sisters, Jean Cullion.
Jean Cullion came out wanting to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air and enjoy the scenery.
However, just as she closed the door, she instinctively noticed a pervert's gaze staring at her. Then, she looked in the direction from which the pervert's gaze was coming. She saw a young man with his left hand in the pocket of his blue-green jeans. His right hand, with his index finger, middle finger, and thumb, was holding a cigarette, constantly moving it in and out of his mouth. Each time the smoke came out, his mouth would exhale a large puff of smoke, making him seem extremely dashing. He was a descendant of the dragon. "Hello, beautiful." Shanya stopped about a meter away from Jean Cullion. While talking to Jean Cullion, Shanya continued to smoke. He even deliberately blew the smoke in Jean Cullion's direction. Jean Cullion stared at Shanya, especially at his action of blowing smoke towards her. On the surface, she maintained a smile, but inwardly, countless sharp knives seemed to appear, wanting to stab the boy in front of her to death. Jean Cullion hated it most when others smoked, especially when she had to inhale secondhand smoke. Therefore, Jean Cullion immediately made up her mind. The man in front of her was dead.
"Is there something you need?"
And so, Jean Cullion started fishing.
"Oh, nothing much, I just think you're very pretty and wanted to get to know you. By the way, my surname is Nya, everyone calls me Shanya, you can call me Shanya too."
After Shanya finished speaking, he leaned against the white wall opposite Jean Cullion. He still maintained the pose of casually smoking. He felt extremely good about himself. Jean Cullion looked at Shanya in front of her and said, "My name is Jean Cullion.
As for wanting to get to know me? Well, are you a resident who lives here?
If you live here, as neighbors, I might be able to get to know you." Shanya smiled upon hearing this. "Then I'm very sorry, beautiful, I don't live here."
"See over there? 304.
I came with my dad to install anti-theft doors and windows for someone named Jiang Ran." Hearing Jiang Ran's name suddenly, Jean Cullion really hadn't expected it. But it didn't matter, it wasn't a big deal. Immediately after, she put on a helpless expression, "Then I'm very sorry, you're not a resident here, I have no reason to get to know you."
Shanya took out his phone upon hearing this. "It's fine, there's always tomorrow, let's add each other on WeChat first."
Facing Shanya's attempt to add her on WeChat, Jean Cullion remained unmoved. Looking at Jean Cullion like this, Shanya genuinely felt that beautiful women in big cities were much more difficult to deal with than women in his hometown. In his hometown, acting like this, he could easily get the WeChat and other contact information of some girls, especially younger ones.
Then, after a little interaction, he could hit a home run. Why was it so troublesome here? However, this instead ignited Shanya's competitive spirit. At this moment, Shanya asked, "Beautiful, do you usually play games?" Jean Cullion nodded. Shanya said, "Do you play Honor of Kings?" Jean Cullion shook her head. Shanya asked again, "What about battle royale games like Peacekeeper Elite?" Jean Cullion felt it was about time. Although she didn't play this game much, only occasionally a few times, she still said, "Yes, why?" Shanya's eyes immediately lit up. "What's your rank?"
Jean Cullion said, "Platinum." Shanya clapped his hands. "I'm a super ace, add me. I'll carry you, take you to rank up."
"That's my reason for adding you."
Ace is equivalent to the king rank in Honor of Kings. Jean Cullion pretended to be surprised. Her surprised expression had a unique charm that made Shanya feel incredibly satisfied and overjoyed.
Jean Cullion quickly said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be so amazing."
Shanya smiled smugly. "It's alright, just a super ace."
"How about it, beautiful? Add me. I'll carry you."
As Shanya spoke, his greedy eyes on his face stared intently at Jean Cullion's delicate and beautiful face. His gaze seemed to want to strip Jean Cullion completely bare. Presumably, in Shanya's mind, Jean Cullion must have been terribly messed with.
Jean Cullion said, "Adding WeChat isn't necessary. How about this, tonight at 8 o'clock, you come directly to my home. At that time, we can try to duo Q, how about it?"
Xiaonya was overjoyed when he heard this. Originally, his plan was to add WeChat, then DuoQ remotely for a while to cultivate feelings, and then discuss what came next. He didn't expect that this beautiful woman in front of him would actually invite him to her home directly tonight for face-to-face DuoQing? Wait, could it be that this beautiful woman actually fancies me? She's just too shy to say it directly and is pretending to be aloof? Otherwise, 8 o'clock tonight is a bit too ambiguous, isn't it? Xiaonya felt that the progress was too fast. But he didn't overthink it. The faster the progress, the better, the happier he was. Since that's the case, beautiful, then we're set. See you at 8 tonight. By the way, I'm not a resident of your apartment, so I can't get in, right? We still need to add each other on WeChat. When I arrive, I'll send you a message and you can let me in. Jean Kilian's eyes were filled with affection. She didn't know when she had an access card in her hand, which she threw to Xiaonya. This is an access card. With this card, even non-residents can swipe in. Xiaonya took the access card with both hands and said with a grin, "All right." Xiaonya felt that with the access card in hand, this time it was a sure thing. But when he looked up again, still wanting to say something, Jean Kilian had already returned inside 303. Hiss, it smells so good. Xiaonya held the access card, which carried Jean Kilian's scent, with both hands. His nose sniffed hard, and both his nostrils were many times wider than usual. Smelling the fresh floral scent, Xiaonya had already begun to fantasize about his reunion with Jean Kilian tonight. And just then, as he was immersed in this beautiful fantasy, a sudden roar, like Thor's hammer, shattered his wild thoughts. "You little rascal! How much longer are you going to smoke? Hurry up and come help." It was Nie Shifu. After installing 2 windows with Jiang Ran's help, he still hadn't seen Xiaonya return, and he really felt bad about making Jiang Ran continue to assist, so he went out to look for Xiaonya. He ended up seeing Xiaonya inexplicably sniffing something. Oh, coming. Xiaonya put the access card into his right pants pocket. He seemed uneasy, so he patted and touched it several times through his pocket, as if afraid it would fall out. Then, he ran back to 304. Helping his dad, Nie Shifu, install the windows. Soon, in half an hour, all the windows were installed. After checking them and finding no problems, Jiang Ran escorted Nie Shifu and Xiaohua's boyfriend all the way out of the first-floor glass automatic sensor door before returning to the management office. Nie Shifu and Xiaonya also got into the driver's seat and passenger seat of the arriving minivan. Inside the car, looking at his son sitting beside him, inexplicably happy, shaking his head, and constantly humming something, "You're too beautiful, chicken." Nie Shifu's thick eyebrows couldn't help but furrow again. The more he looked at his son, the more annoyed he became. After Jiang Ran returned to the management office, he sat in the chair that Administrator Xiao Zhang usually sat in. Now, the anti-theft door and tempered glass windows were all taken care of. Next up was physical exercise. It was still the same question: should he exercise by following his phone? Or should he find a nearby gym and a fitness coach to guide his workouts? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Ran finally decided to exercise by following his phone. After all, it was free. So, he started using his phone's built-in fitness app, looking at the beginner daily workout plan set by the app. He decided to start exercising today. Extremely rich young master Lin Feng and his girlfriend Wang Zi. After receiving the notification on their phones that day, the two of them packed their things non-stop and left Alice's apartment. They rushed home, since their regular city of residence was not Nan City at all. Therefore, to return to their own homes, the two of them still needed to take transportation like planes and high-speed trains. Thus, the night they escaped, the two of them took a taxi to a hotel near the airport, planning to rest well for one night and then buy tickets the next day to return to their home city. And in that hotel that night, both extremely rich young master Lin Feng and Wang Zi felt that that night was the most comfortable and peaceful sleep they had ever had in their lives. The next day, after waking up, the two of them bought the fastest plane tickets home. They took the plane in the afternoon and returned to that familiar city by evening.
That familiar villa.
After returning to the villa, both of them indulged in a retaliatory frenzy, releasing the physical and especially psychological torment they had endured during the 7 days in Alice's apartment. Only when the emptiness after the release set in, did the two of them gradually recall that everything was not over yet. They still had 2 rounds to get through. Therefore, extremely rich young master contacted his real-life friend, I Am a Hero, to gather at his house. Now, the 3 of them were secretly discussing in the study on the 2nd floor of extremely rich young master Lin Feng's villa. I Am a Hero is extremely rich young master Lin Feng's real-life friend. His real name is Wang Baobao. This name is quite peculiar. It was given to him by Wang Baobao's father. It seems that Wang Baobao's father came from a poor background and built his fortune from scratch. Therefore, the intention behind naming his son Wang Baobao was to remind him not to forget the day he had enough to eat. Although Wang Baobao is also a second-generation rich. Compared to extremely rich young master Lin Feng, this tall, rich, and handsome man, Wang Baobao simply couldn't compare. He had an ordinary appearance, and his height was only a little over 1.7 meters, which was with shoes on. Without shoes, he probably wouldn't even reach 1.7 meters. The only thing he could compare in was the rich part. After all, without wealth, one couldn't become a user of black software. Honestly, Lin Feng, I really regret dragging you into this back then. At this moment, Wang Baobao sat on the sofa, saying to Lin Feng with great guilt. He was truly upset. After all, he didn't have many real-life friends. Everyone around him was just flattering him because he had money. Including his current girlfriend, an 18-line celebrity with fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. On the surface, she loved him immensely. But in reality, he knew that this woman was only with him for the money, not because she genuinely liked him. Therefore, he truly regretted it. After all, at that time, he considered Lin Feng a true friend, so he shared it with him with the mindset that good things should be shared. Lin Feng patted I Am a Hero Wang Baobao's shoulder. Don't blame yourself. The real culprit isn't as guilty as you are, so what are you feeling guilty about? After speaking, Lin Feng's sharp gaze made Wang Zi, who was sitting aside drinking mineral water, feel a chill all over. Then Lin Feng turned his head, looked at Wang Baobao, and continued, Baobao, I called you here because I want you to tell me everything about the 28th round. Of course, if telling me these things would harm you, then don't tell me. I Am a Hero Wang Baobao shook his head. It's fine, this doesn't violate the rules. By the way, you messaged me before saying that the black software on your phone was locked. Can you use it now? Lin Feng sighed. No, I guess I'll have to wait until all 3 rounds are over. So quickly tell me everything that happened in this round, from beginning to end. Wang Baobao, alright. Next. I Am a Hero Wang Baobao then told Lin Feng everything he had seen in this round, from beginning to end, in great detail. He spoke for a full hour. Wang Baobao was parched from talking so much. And the listeners, Lin Feng and Wang Zi, were both utterly shocked. Especially Lin Feng, who couldn't believe what had happened in this round. At first, he heard that the Xiaobai Shu, little white mice, in this round were not only more numerous than in the previous rounds he had watched. Moreover, there was a brand new situation where 2 Xiaobai Shu, little white mice, were combined into the same number. Ying and Xiao Zhao. He and Wang Zi. Then, he heard Wang Baobao say that Ying and Xiao Zhao also had guns in their hands. Especially since Ying's boyfriend was not only a user of black software but also a regular of Neighbors or Better Than Distant Relatives livestream. And he even hired a retired U.S. Special Forces soldier as a bodyguard for Ying. Upon hearing such a setup, extremely rich young master Lin Feng was very shocked and confused. Because he couldn't figure out how, with such a powerful setup, Ying and Xiao Zhao died so early. He knew Ying died early, but he didn't know how she died. He initially thought it was because she didn't go to the welcoming party and was therefore killed by the chainsaw killer. But, let alone a retired U.S. Special Forces soldier providing protection. Even with the guns in the hands of Ying and Xiao Zhao, the chainsaw killer couldn't kill them.
Unless they saw death themselves. Otherwise, cold weapons absolutely cannot compare to firearms.
Then, after he heard Wang Baobao explain how O Ying and the other person died, he was truly completely stunned.
He never expected that there was a dog-owning pervert in the apartment. And the dogs he raised were not only all large breeds strictly forbidden in cities, but their number was also terrifyingly huge. O Ying and the two others died this way, being pounced to death by the pack of dogs, one after another. At that moment, I am a hero, Wang Baobao said. There were truly too many strange things in this round. But the good news is, the next round will start much later. After all, there's a special livestream, a 7-day island tour. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. Indeed, what shocked me most in this round was that old dog raised so many dogs, they could even gang up and kill a US Special Forces soldier with a gun. After that, it's about this Xiaobai little white mice, who passed 4 rounds and can voluntarily participate in the special livestream. Together with Xiaobai little white mice, from other countries. Ah, damn, I really want to watch the special livestream too.
Lin Feng exclaimed with regret. Although he still had 2 rounds to participate in, hearing about this made him very eager to watch it. It has to be said, his heart was truly big. Wang Baobao said, "It's okay, if you want to watch, come to my house, I'll watch it with you." As for Wang Baobao's gaze swept towards Lin Feng's girlfriend, Wang Zi. Lin Feng, it's not that I'm narrow-minded, it's just that I'm also scared, so, your girlfriend shouldn't come.
Lin Feng nodded, that's fine.
After speaking, Lin Feng glared fiercely at Wang Zi.
Wang Zi had originally wanted to suggest that she also wanted to go watch. After all, it was a special livestream. And it was an Asian level one.
And all the participants were Xiaobai little white mice, who had passed 4 rounds.
Wasn't this better than a regular livestream?
But Lin Feng's gaze.
Brother Wang, please give me one chance. I absolutely will not make the same mistake again. Wang Zi pleaded bitterly.
Wang Baobao shook his head frantically. No, girl, please spare me, I'm really scared. At this moment, Lin Feng pinched Wang Zi's delicate, small face with his hand, squeezing her face even smaller. Alright, Wang Zi, after I watch it, I'll tell you all about it, so don't even think
about any crooked ideas.
When Lin Feng said that, Wang Zi really gave up. At this moment, Wang Baobao said, "Oh, by the way, Lin Feng, the special live broadcast isn't that important. What's important are the 2 rounds you still have to participate in after the special live broadcast." I think if you're going to stumble in the next 2 rounds, it's highly likely it will be because of those dogs from Old Dog. Even though Golden Beard, that retired American Special Forces soldier, killed quite a few, and Jiang Ran and Fang Xiao took down more than 20.
But that old dog
definitely still has a sufficient number of large dogs.
Wang Zi then said, "But we haven't provoked that old dog, have we? We don't need to be afraid of him, do we?" Wang Baobao, did O Ying and her group provoke that old dog?
You might not be on Old Dog's hunting list, but if you encounter the same thing as O Ying, it'll be too late to regret it. Lin Feng pondered for a long time. That makes sense.
Oh, by the way, Baobao, do you know who in the apartment killed that rich 2nd generation who had the same encounter as me last time? Lin Feng was referring to that rich 2nd generation whose total assets amounted to over 5 billion.
He survived 2 rounds but died in the apartment in the last round. He didn't make it. So, Lin Feng wanted to know who killed this person who had the same encounter as him, so he could be prepared.
Wang Baobao said, "I haven't watched many more rounds than you.
When that rich 2nd generation died, I hadn't even gotten into this yet, so I don't know exactly what happened, but I've heard from others. They said that rich 2nd generation, in his 3rd round, was taken down by several perverted criminals and serial killers in the apartment, working together." Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly got a headache. I think that rich 2nd generation strategy for the 3 rounds must have been the same as mine, which was to lie low. He must have gotten a gun too, but he was still taken down. Suddenly, I feel like the future is bleak. Wang Baobao seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped his thigh.
Lin Feng, I have a great idea. Do you want to hear it? Lin Feng looked up. What great idea?
Wang Baobao, recently, I've been reading apocalypse novels on Fanxia Xiaoxuo, and a lot of protagonists build safe houses at the beginning.
You should build one too. Turn your house into a safe house. We're not short on money anyway.
Then, you stock up enough supplies in the safe house.
Invincible.
Looking at Wang Baobao's eyes, which were shining with brilliance, Lin Feng suddenly felt that this might not be a bad idea. Although he didn't really like reading those web novels.
Of course, he didn't like reading them. Mainly because his own life was enjoyable enough.
Many web novels that others recommended to him, like getting rich overnight, buying luxury cars, and even getting beautiful female sales assistants, he didn't feel much excitement from them. He didn't feel how exciting it was, because in reality, he had bought many luxury cars, and the beautiful female sales assistants that others could only experience in novels, he had experienced countless times in real life.
Bao Bao, you have to help me build this safe house.
Lin Feng earnestly pleaded.
Wang Baobao said, of course.
Lin Feng then continued, so, you're saying that after building this safe house, if I hide inside, I should be invincible, right?
Wang Baobao pondered, actually, a safe house, I think, is only relatively safe.
There are still ways to breach it.
Lin Feng frowned. For example? Wang Baobao, breaching from the inside.
Instantly, Lin Feng looked at Wang Zi beside him.
Wang Zi nervously said, don't look at me. How could I be stupid enough to betray you? We're all in the same boat. If the boat sinks, I'll die too. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, Wang Zi wasn't that foolish. What about other ways? Wang Baobao replied, the biggest weaknesses of your house are the doors and windows, right?
If you replace both of those, unless the other side is completely insane and just breaks through the wall, I can't think of how they would get in.
Lin Feng said, then I'll just find someone to reinforce all the walls, wouldn't that work? Wang Baobao's eyes lit up, great idea. That would truly be invincible.
With the idea of a safe house, Lin Feng suddenly felt much more at ease.
Time quickly reached 6:30 p.m. There was still an hour and a half left until 8 p.m., the time Xiaonie and Qin Kalian had agreed upon.
Since Xiaonie's home was still some distance from Alice's apartment. So, Xiaonie prepared to pack up and leave. Before leaving, Xiaonie first took a shower. He put on what he considered his most handsome clothes, styled his hair, and even sprayed on men's cologne. This action of his was naturally discovered by his father, Nie Shifu, and his mother, Mother Nie. Of course, Xiaohua's boyfriend and Mother Nie didn't find it abrupt or strange, because their son often primped like this. When Xiaonie had everything ready and was about to leave, Nie Shifu finally asked, you little rascal, where are you going again?
Xiaonie replied, don't you want me to get married soon?
So, of course, I'm going to find a girlfriend. Nie Shifu heard this and said, no matter where you fool around tonight, you're not allowed to do anything illegal or disorderly. Also, tomorrow morning, you have to go to work at the same time I do.
Alright, I know. Xiaonie impatiently responded, then left home. Nie Shifu watched his sons departing back inside. His wife asked him why he was sighing again.
Nie Shifu frankly said that his son was grown up and couldn't be controlled at all.
He could only compromise.
Yes, at first, when Xiaonie was with Nie Shifu and his wife, Nie Shifu controlled him strictly, and he wasn't allowed to go out at night. But over time, Xiaonie developed a strong rebellious psychology, and the two sides had big arguments. Nie Shifu had no choice but to compromise. For example, smoking during the day was also one of those compromises.
Don't worry, didn't your son say he's going to find a girlfriend?
Once he settles down, perhaps he'll become stable and live an honest life. Nie Shifu sighed deeply, I hope so.
Oh, by the way, I have to go out again later. I took on a job. Mother Nie said, ah? Going out again? Can't you not go?
You're going out to take on private jobs every night, it's too hard.
Nie Shifu sighed, what can I do if it's not hard?
The mortgage for this house, the bride price I'm saving for my son, and the down payment for his house, if I don't work hard, am I supposed to rely on him? As he said this, the wrinkles on Nie Shifu's face seemed to deepen. The 4 characters for carrying on the family line seemed to be an obsession pressing down on the heads of all people in Huagua. Xiaonya left home, navigated with his phone, and rode his fully charged electric scooter towards Alice's apartment. He rode very fast, and the slightly cool summer breeze at night blew, like a designer. On his face, it designed a strong sense of anticipation and an undisguised excitement. Soon, before 8 o'clock, he had already arrived outside the main entrance of Alice's apartment. He parked his electric bike outside. He took out the access card Qin Kalian had given him from the zippered pocket of his pants. First, he put it to his nose and sniffed it, then used it to enter Alice's apartment. As he entered the apartment building, passing through the automatic glass sensor doors, Jiang Ran had just finished a set of push-ups in the management office and stood up. Through the glass, he saw Xiaonya, who had just lightly skipped into the elevator. He wondered if he had seen wrong. Wasn't that Nie Shifu's son from earlier today? Why was he here again tonight? But he didn't pay attention. Because he still had several sets of fitness exercises to do. Xiaonya quickly reached the 3rd floor, in front of room 303. He knocked on the door. After a voice from inside asked who it was and he replied, the door opened quickly. The moment the door opened, a refreshing fragrance directly struck Xiaonya's heart. It made Xiaonya exclaim in his heart, "This is the scent of love." It was Qin Kalian who opened the door. Xiaonya was invited in by Qin Kalian. After Xiaonya entered, Qin Kalian asked, "Hey, it's only 7:40 now, didn't we agree on 8 o'clock? Why are you so early?" After Xiaonya came in, his eyes darted left and right, his head moving as he looked around Qin Kalian's home. He replied, "Isn't it better to come early and rank up early?" With that, Xiaonya unceremoniously sat on the sofa. At the same time, he took out his phone and said, "Qin Kalian, let's add each other on WeChat and then play games, okay?" Qin Kalian looked at the impatient Xiaonya, a cold sneer forming in her heart. But on the surface, she still smiled beautifully. "Okay, by the way, since you're here, why don't you try this new tea I brewed for me and give me your opinion? Is it good?" Qin Kalian walked from the kitchen to Xiaonya's side, carrying a small golden teapot and a disposable paper cup. She poured him a full cup. Xiaonya stared at the tea, a bit surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect Qin Kalian, you actually know how to brew tea? Then I must try it." Under Qin Kalian's cunning gaze, Xiaonya, the sucker, picked up the paper cup and found it was warm. After tasting it with his mouth and finding it not hot, he drank more than half of it in one gulp. After drinking it, he complained in his heart why anyone would like to drink this tea. Honestly, it wasn't even as good as the iced black tea and iced green tea that cost more than 3 yuan a bottle. But he still gave Qin Kalian a thumbs up. "Delicious, it's so delicious. I've never had such delicious tea in my life." Qin Kalian covered her mouth and chuckled. "You're not trying to flatter me, are you?" Xiaonya quickly waved his hand. "How could I? I wouldn't lie to anyone, but I would never lie to you. If you don't believe me, pour me a full cup, I can finish it." After saying these words, Xiaonya suddenly changed the subject. "Hey, Qin Kalian, do you know there's an actress in Sakura country named Qin Kalian?" Qin Kalian stared at Xiaonya's eyes, which were already starting to become hazy and drowsy, knowing that the sedative in the tea was beginning to take effect. Her sister's new sedative was really strong this time, taking effect so quickly. Qin Kalian said, "Yes, I know her. She's very beautiful. Many people say it's a pity she went into that industry." Xiaonya laughed when he heard this. Those men's mouths are always like that. If a beautiful woman doesn't go into that industry, they say it's a pity. If a beautiful woman does go into that industry, they also say it's a pity, saying her looks are good enough to be an idol. Men's mouths are like lying ghosts. Qin Kalian, do you know? I think your looks and your figure are much better than Qin Kalian from Sakura country, especially your figure. At this point in his speech, Xiaonya's swaying body directly slumped onto the sofa. The phone with its screen on, which was in his hand, clattered to the floor. Qin Kalian then picked up Xiaonya's phone. She found it was an iPhone. She casually scrolled through it and found a large number of various dating apps on his phone. Things like Momo, Tantan, Soul, and so on. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. She browsed through Xiaonie's chat records on these dating apps with interest. Men, they're just too easily swayed by their lower bodies. They have no defenses when they encounter a beautiful girl. They always think that when they're alone in a room with a beautiful girl, they are the dominant one. At this moment, another woman with excellent looks and figure walked out of the bedroom. It was Qin Kilian's older sister, Qin Yi. After Qin Yi came out, she looked at Xiaonie and said, "This is truly prey that delivered himself to our doorstep. When he goes down, don't cause us trouble, after all, we didn't actively hunt him." Qin Kilian, still looking at Xiaonie's phone, said, "Sister, when do you think men will stop thinking with their lower bodies?" Qin Yi said, "The simplest way is to be in sage mode. Of course, there's another way. If you've interacted with and played with many beautiful women, your magic resistance will increase. The last kind is like that American, Mike, he's wary of everyone." Qin Kilian asked, "What about Jiang Ran?" Qin Yi's exquisite face immediately darkened. "I think that kind is the most terrifying. Because even sedatives don't work on him." Qin Kilian put down her phone and continued, "Sister, should we deal with this Xiaonie according to the old rules?" Qin Yi nodded, "Of course. It will definitely be according to the old rules." The two demon sisters' old rules were also very simple. That is, they never acted when their prey was unconscious. Just like the internet-addicted youth Qin Fei, they would wait for him to wake up before dealing with him. This way, it was more interesting, and the element of fear could be deeply imprinted in their flesh. At 9 p.m., Jiang Ran went out to patrol the construction site with a flashlight. Due to what happened during the previous patrol, Jiang Ran had been perfunctorily patrolling 3 times a day, at 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and 11 p.m., since that day. He would just wander around near the apartment building. Just as Jiang Ran had been walking around near the apartment building for about 10 minutes, and was about to return to the apartment building, his phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was Administrator Xiao Zhang's call. Jiang Ran saw Xiao Zhang calling and wondered if his perfunctory patrols these past few days had been discovered. He answered the phone with some worry. Administrator Xiao Zhang's familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Jiang Ran, not asleep yet?" Jiang Ran felt Administrator Xiao Zhang was testing him, so he said, "Definitely not, I'm on patrol." Administrator Xiao Zhang said, Good, very responsible. How about this, seeing how responsible you are, I have a reward here, do you want it?" Jiang Ran was curious, "What reward?" Administrator Xiao Zhang, apartment welfare, only administrators have it. This welfare is a free 7-day trip I get once a year. This 7-day trip starts in a few days. The apartment owner arranged for me a Pacific Ocean Macedonia Island 7-day trip, with all travel, food, and accommodation completely free. I want to ask, do you want to go? A free 7-day island tour? Who wouldn't go? Jiang Ran said, "Of course I'd want to, what's wrong? You're not going to give it to me, are you?" Administrator Xiao Zhang said, "That's right, exactly." So smart. Jiang Ran said, "No way? You're really giving it to me? That island isn't actually for harvesting organs, is it? Is that why you're giving it to me?" Jiang Ran had recently seen news online about many organ harvesting groups setting up companies in their country. They recruit a bunch of office workers, and then after about half a year, when it's time, they organize team-building trips, taking everyone abroad for organ harvesting. It was terrifying, impossible to guard against. Administrator Xiao Zhang, on the other end of the phone, spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, actually, I didn't want to give it up either, but the main thing is, I have thalassophobia. I'm afraid of the sea. I get dizzy just looking at the ocean, do you understand that feeling?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran felt that the illnesses in this world were truly strange and varied. He continued to ask, "But this free trip, you could give it to your family, or relatives?" Administrator Xiao Zhang, "There's only one spot. Who would my parents go? I don't have any siblings. As for relatives, forget it. My relationship with them has always been bad.
I'd rather give it to anyone but them. Also, have you heard a saying? It's called, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. So, I thought about it, and decided to just give it to you. After all, we're colleagues, and also friends, so it's a good deal for you.
Jiang Ran was a little touched. Xiao Zhang, you're so good to me.
Administrator Xiao Zhang, of course, who are we to each other?
Jiang Ran was genuinely touched. After all, Administrator Xiao Zhang had been very good to
him.
He let him be a temporary administrator, and didn't care when he slacked off at work. And now he was giving him a free 7-day island tour.
Administrator Xiao Zhang, alright, it's decided.
You'll get your passport tomorrow, and as for visas, airfare, and such, the apartment will handle it for you. Just wait for my notification to go on your trip. Next, the two of them chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, Jiang Ran jumped 3 feet high with joy. His mouth continuously whispered, la 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 la, awesome.
10 p.m.
Sister, it seems the new anesthetic you developed takes effect quickly, but also wears off quickly.
Only about 2 hours of sleep.
Inside apartment 303's living room. Qin Kulian looked at Shanya, whose hands, feet, and body were restrained by metal handcuffs to a rectangular silver metal torture rack.
She spoke to Qin.
Qin stared at Shanya, noticing the eyeballs under his eyelids sliding erratically left and right, starting to show movement.
His entire face also made some expressions, including his hands and feet.
All of this proved that the drug's effects were quickly fading. Shanya was about to wake up.
After waiting for about 20 more minutes,
Shanya finally woke up and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Shanya, like most people, first zoned out for a bit. Then, he habitually looked left and right, his eyes squinting because the living room light overhead was very bright. He looked left and right, and was startled, his heart suddenly thumping. Because on his left and right stood people dressed in rubber leather suits.
And they were wearing helmets.
It was impossible to tell if they were male or female.
Who are you? Shanya instinctively tried to get up.
However, he found that his hands, feet, and body were all locked by something. Upon realizing everything that was happening to him, an ominous feeling immediately arose in his heart.
An indescribable, unknown sense of fear instantly occupied his entire body.
He felt his body growing cold, chilling.
Don't worry, Shanya, it's Qin Kulian.
Qin Kulian, standing to Shanya's right, took off her helmet,
revealing her stunningly beautiful face.
Seeing Qin Kulian's face, Shanya inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief.
He asked Qin Kulian why she was dressed like that. Why he was locked up here. And who was the person on his left? Qin Kulian selectively answered Shanya's questions.
She said, Shanya, I'm the one who locked you up. As for why I locked you up, and why I'm dressed like this now, it's because I want to play a game with you.
Shanya, play. A game? Qin Kulian nodded. Didn't you ask me earlier if I played Peace Warmth, and I said I did? Actually, that was a lie. I don't really play Peace Warmth. I actually play other games. Shanya, what games? Qin Kulian, games like Fifth Personality and Dead by Daylight.
Shanya frowned and said thoughtfully, I know Dead by Daylight, it's a computer game. I haven't played it, but I've heard of it and watched streams.
As for Fifth Personality, I'm familiar with it. I'm a Tier 7 survivor. If you play that, you should tell me. I'll carry you up the ranks. I guarantee we'll kite the hunter to death.
Shanya said excitedly.
Qin Kulian listened, then suddenly smiled eerily. I know.
While you were unconscious, I looked at your phone and saw that you're a Tier 7 survivor in Fifth Personality, very impressive.
Of course, I also saw that you're hitting on girls everywhere on it. Upon hearing this, Shanya's heart sank. He quickly explained, that's not really hitting on them, is it?
It's just finding game partners, and finding a girlfriend along the way, because you know there are a lot of female players in this game, so it's easy to find a girlfriend.
So? Qin Kolian, you're not jealous, are you?
Xiao Nye had a suspicious expression.
Qin Kolian was suddenly speechless by this remark. Jealous? How long have I known you? Why would I be jealous?
I'm telling you all this to let you know that when I play fifth personality, I specialize in playing as the hunter.
Xiao Nye said, that's fine too. I can also play as the hunter and we can hunt together. Qin Kolian quickly waved her hand. No, no, no. I looked at your fifth personality account.
You don't play as the hunter.
You specialize in playing as a survivor to carry girls up the ranks, and I play as the hunter, so we are sworn enemies, do you understand?
Xiao Nye shook his head. I don't understand.
Doesn't this game let you play as a survivor if you want, and as a hunter if you want?
Qin Kolian sighed. It
seems you still don't understand.
Let me explain it more carefully. You, right now, are the survivor.
And I am the hunter. You've been caught by me. Do you know what I'm going to do?
Xiao Nye suddenly understood. You're going to put me on the rocket chair?
But because you don't have one at home, you're putting me on this platform instead? And locking me up is also simulating the lever that pushes the survivor down when they're trapped on the rocket chair, right?
Xiao Nye had figured out Qin Kolian's hobby, and was ecstatic, feeling that he and Qin Kolian had grown closer.
Qin Kolian nodded in satisfaction. Yes, now guess what else I'm going to do next? Xiao Nye said, according to the fifth personality game. At this point, a teammate should come to save me, but this is reality, where are the teammates? So no one saves me, and then when the time is up, the carnival chair in the game will launch like a rocket. As for reality, you guys should let me go, right?
After Xiao Nye finished speaking, he heard Qin Kolian and the people on the other side laughing. Their laughter was so pleasant that Xiao Nye felt no pressure at all.
Xiao Nye also laughed, isn't that right? Qin Kolian shook her head, her fair neck was unfortunately obscured and couldn't be seen.
She said with a smile, the survivor on the carnival chair is finally sent into the sky like a rocket.
What do you think happens to them? Of course, they're out, eliminated, which means death.
Xiao Nye shook his head. No, it's not death, it's being out and eliminated, which means lost.
The settlement screen shows that. She said with a sneer, is that so? Is that what you think? Then do you know that when the fifth personality first started its internal testing, when you were caught, it wasn't the carnival chair, do you know what it was?
Xiao Nye was very dismissive. Although I haven't played the internal test, I know, wasn't it just hanging the survivor on a gallows?
After catching him?
Qin Kolian nodded. Yes, at that time, when you were caught, you were hung on a gallows. Therefore, if you didn't escape the manor, the final settlement screen was murdered, which means death.
It's not the lost we have now.
Her beautiful face grew increasingly eerie. Qin Kolian said, so, that's your end. Xiao Nye didn't quite understand what Qin Kolian was saying, thinking she was too deep into the role. Then, a buzzing sound suddenly came to his ear. He turned his head and saw that the unidentified person next to him, who had been wearing a helmet all along, somehow had a chainsaw in her hand, and it was starting up. Xiao Nye stared at this person, especially the chainsaw in her hand.
He couldn't help but swallow. Qin Kolian, stop messing around, this isn't fun at all.
This thing is very dangerous, quickly tell your friend to put it down.
It would have been better if Xiao Nye hadn't said anything.
After he spoke, the person holding the chainsaw directly pressed the high-speed rotating chainsaw onto his right leg.
Xiao Nye watched in horror as blood spurted from his calf.
He screamed in terror, stop!
Stop it!
The chainsaw had already begun to cut.
The intense pain filled Xiao Nye with endless dread.
He turned his head towards Qin Kolian and said quickly, Qin Kolian, tell your friend to stop.
But Qin Kolian didn't answer him.
Instead, she also pulled out a chainsaw from who knows where and began pressing it onto Xiao Nye's other leg.
You two stop it. Xiao Nye looked at the scene before him, wondering if he was dreaming? How could he encounter such a thing?
No, this wasn't a dream.
How could this heartbreaking pain be a dream? If that was the case, why were they doing this to him?
Xiaonya was in so much pain that his entire body thrashed and shook on the execution platform.
But unfortunately, it was useless. It couldn't alleviate the pain or free him. He was still wondering why Qin Kolian was doing this to him. He didn't understand.
Then, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He quickly said to Qin Kolian, who was sawing his leg with the chainsaw, "Did you look at my phone and find out that I'm what you call a scumbag?"
So you're taking revenge on me here? Xiaonya could only think of this reason. But Xiaonya didn't think he was a scumbag.
He just had more girlfriends and changed them more frequently, that's all.
Scumbag? You are indeed a scumbag, but that's not why I'm treating you this way.
Qin Kolian turned her head, her face full of madness.
Her previous beauty had completely transformed into distortion. It felt like the current Qin Kolian was possessed by both a malevolent ghost and a demon. Xiaonya, whether you're a scumbag or not, what does that have to do with me?
Even if you've scammed many women, I wouldn't be angry, nor would I deal with you for these women I don't know and who are unrelated to me. I'm treating you this way purely because you are a man.
And then, you
delivered yourself to our doorstep.
If someone delivers themselves to our doorstep, there's no reason not to take them, right?
Xiaonya was stunned. No, you two stop. What the hell are you?
I delivered myself to your doorstep? So you're going to torment me like this? Are you murderers?
Snapping her fingers loudly, Qin Kolian said with a smile, "You guessed right." Xiaonya was terrified beyond measure. No way, such beautiful, murderers?
STO, stop it.
Help!
Help! Help! Who can save me? Sis, please let me go. I haven't married yet.
I admit I approached you because I wanted to hit on you, but I was wrong.
I know I was wrong. Please, let me go.
Xiaonya cried for help, but it was useless. Therefore, he could only beg Qin Kolian to be merciful and let him go. But it was still useless.
In 303, now, only Xiaonya's miserable, demonic wails continuously echoed throughout the house.
These terrifying, shrill screams. If made into a short film and spread, it would probably make many viewers feel scared, their hair standing on end, experiencing physical discomfort, nausea, and wanting to vomit. After all, just these tragic screams were enough to make people grimace bitterly. But these screams, reaching the ears of this pair of witch sisters, were like heavenly music,
making them work even harder.
The next day, in the morning, around 7 a.m., Jiang Ran woke up in the management office, returned to 304, washed up, and ate a simple instant noodle. Checking the time, he prepared to go downstairs, get on his electric bike, and go out to apply for a passport.
He left 304 and passed 303 a few meters away.
At that moment, the door of 303 opened. Two beautiful figures walked out consecutively. It was Qin Yi and Qin Kolian. The moment the two sisters appeared, the danger warning system in Jiang Ran's mind kept alarming. First it was +8, then it continuously became +9.
Good morning. But no matter what, Jiang Ran still greeted them.
Seeing this, Qin Kolian pouted at Jiang Ran. "The tea I made, I specifically brought it to you, but you didn't drink it at all, you didn't give me any face.
Now you still have the nerve to greet me?" Jiang Ran didn't know what to say.
Just then, Qin Kolian's sister, Qin Yi, gave Jiang Ran a way out. "It's okay, Jiang Ran, my sister is just joking with you, don't mind her.
By the way, I have a can of meat here.
Our sisters have too many at home and can't eat them all.
Do you want it?"
Jiang Ran noticed at this time that both sisters were carrying two sturdy black plastic bags. They were bulging. The metal can in Qin Yi's hand was taken from one of those bags. This can, Jiang Ran took it. He noticed that the can had no symbols or text on its surface. It was completely bare. He was very confused.
Where is this can from? Why doesn't it have a brand? Not even a single word?
Qin Yi's eyes, filled with autumn water, said, this is a meat can that my sister and I made ourselves. We don't feel safe eating cans from the supermarket, you know, food safety is a serious issue these days. Jiang Ran said, oh, I see. I didn't realize you two sisters were so talented.
You can even make cans. Amazing, amazing. Jiang Ran gave Qin Kalian a smile, hoping to mend the previous unpleasantness.
To his surprise, Qin Kalian still pouted, you're the worst. You didn't drink the tea I gave you, but you accepted the meat can my sister gave you.
Tell me. Are you secretly in love with my sister? Jiang Ran quickly shook his head, no, absolutely not. Jiang Ran and Qin Kalian chatted as they entered the elevator.
The elevator reached the first floor, and the three of them had just exited when a clear, pleasant female voice suddenly rang out, Jiang Ran Appa. When Jiang Ran heard this voice, it was too familiar.
Isn't this Jean Yuna? Damn it, he hadn't seen Jean Yuna in days.
He thought he had left, but he was still at Alice's apartment.
Jean Yuna came out of the first-floor management office, then ran over to Jiang Ran's side.
He put his arm around Jiang Ran's shoulder.
Oh, I didn't expect you, Jiang Ran, to be so lucky with women. Qin Kalian glanced at Jean Yuna and said teasingly, you've even managed to get a South Korean actress.
No, he's not that actress, he just looks similar, and he's also from that country. Qin Kalian listened, then stared at Jean Yuna's face for a while, frowning, oh, so he's a plastic surgery monster. I was wondering why he looked so much like Jean Ziyuan. Jean Yuna heard the provocative words but wasn't angry, saying, I haven't had any plastic surgery. This beautiful older sister shouldn't talk nonsense.
I'm naturally beautiful.
As for looking like that person, maybe we're long-lost siblings.
Qin Kalian's lips curved slightly, long-lost siblings? I don't think so.
Perhaps long-lost brother and sister, or older sister and younger brother. Before, when called a plastic surgery monster, Jean Yuna's expression hadn't changed. But suddenly, being told this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared on Jean Yuna's face. But this ruthlessness was fleeting. These words were naturally heard by Jiang Ran. As soon as the words came out, they automatically went through his ears and into his heart. He turned his head and asked Jean Yuna, very incredulously, what did Qin Kalian mean just now? Are you a man? Or is Jean Ziyuan a man? Of course, Jiang Ran felt that Jean Ziyuan definitely wasn't a man. After all, if she were a man, the South Korean entertainment industry would truly explode. I'm a woman, how could I be a man? Jean Yuna laughed, his heart already cursing Qin Kalian's ancestors for 18 generations. Then why did she say, brother and sister, or older sister and younger brother? How would I know? Go ask her. Jean Yuna was a little unhappy. Jiang Ran turned his head, his gaze questioning. Qin Kalian spread her hands, pretending not to care, oh, that was a slip of the tongue just now, don't mind it. Staring at Qin Kalian, then at Jean Yuna. Jiang Ran increasingly felt that this matter was not so simple. But looking at Jean Yuna, he didn't look like a man at all? Not a single male feature. Of course, there's a simple way to confirm if someone is a man, just pull down his pants. But Jiang Ran wouldn't do that, he wouldn't court death. Whether Jean Yuna was a man or a woman, he planned to stay away from him anyway. Alright, I have things to do, I'm leaving first. Jiang Ran broke free from Jean Yuna's arm. He immediately ran away. After Jiang Ran left, Jean Yuna's expression became extremely ugly and terrifying. His voice also changed from a sweet female voice to his original male voice. His male voice was terrifyingly steady. It was completely different from the somewhat naive female voice from before. Do you want to die? Jean Yuna's head was slightly tilted at this moment, his gaze revealing a chilling coldness that seemed capable of freezing the entire scorching summer. Qin Kalian began to play dumb. I don't know, I just said it casually. I didn't realize you were actually a man. Qin Kalian turned to leave, but Jean Yuna gripped her wrist tightly. Stop pretending. Tell me, how did you know I wasn't a woman?
How did you figure it out? If you don't tell me, you're not leaving today. Am I afraid of you?
Facing Jin Yuna's threat, Qin Kulian completely ignored him. But Qin Yi stepped out from behind Qin Kulian. With her bright and captivating appearance, she softly said, "It's very simple. Because we've killed enough Xiaobaishu, little white mice, we can directly get your information. You should understand what I mean, right? Otherwise, your appearance is just like a real woman, who could tell at a glance." Heh, I understand. Jin Yuna's fair, jade-like hand released Qin Kulian's equally fair wrist. It must be said, Jin Yuna's entire body was truly too much like a woman. Especially, many women couldn't compare to him. Not to mention his face. Just that hand from earlier. It was too beautiful, slender, fair, like jade bones. It was clear it was meticulously maintained and naturally excellent. However, you two deliberately caused trouble here, hinting that I'm a man and making Jiang Ran wary. How do you plan to settle this score? Jin Yuna still intended to settle the previous score. Qin Kulian put her hands on her hips, her slender, snake-like waist incredibly alluring. But unfortunately, although the person in front of her was a man, he didn't like women. Otherwise, a beauty offensive would have been possible. She said, "How do you want to settle it?" Jin Yuna continued, "It's simple, help me hunt Jiang Ran. Since you've killed enough Xiaobaishu, little white mice, and know my information and background, you should know what I'm here to do." Qin Kulian was about to refuse. She had killed so many people, but she had never cooperated with anyone else to hunt Xiaobaishu, little white mice. But at this moment, her sister Qin stepped forward again and contradicted her. "Alright, but when it's time to execute Jiang Ran, it must be left to us two sisters. Of course, you can watch from the side and supervise us." Jin Yuna immediately smiled, "Okay, no problem. I just want him dead. As for whether I do it myself, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'll be involved. Then it's a pleasure to cooperate." Having settled everything, Jin Yuna extended his extremely beautiful right hand. Qin Yi, in response, extended her left hand, which was no less beautiful than Jin Yuna's right hand. The two hands clasped together, signifying the agreement of cooperation. Jiang Ran completed his passport application quickly. However, it would take 7 to 15 business days to receive the passport. On his way back to Alice's apartment on his electric scooter after finishing the application, he thought he saw something. He wasn't sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He saw Xinxing, his former girlfriend. Of course, seeing Xinxing was not strange. What was strange was that Xinxing seemed to be pregnant. Her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. However, it was just a fleeting glance, so Jiang Ran couldn't be certain. The slightly bulging lower abdomen Jiang Ran saw at that time indeed belonged to Xinxing. She had come out to buy groceries at the supermarket. After buying her items, she drove back to Zhou Wu's mother's large apartment. Xinxing opened the door to find Zhou Wu's mother, Zhou Wu's younger sister Zhou Yan's boyfriend Li Migua, and Li Migua's classmate Jimmy. Currently, the shares and other inheritance from Zhou Wu's father have not yet been transferred to Zhou Wu's mother or Zhou Yan. Why? It was still due to their disappearance. The combined time since Zhou Wu and Zhou Wu's father disappeared was less than 3 months. According to Huagua law, declaring a person missing requires them to be unaccounted for at least 2 years. Declaring a person dead requires 4 years. Therefore, the shares and other inheritance have not yet been transferred to these two individuals. Although not yet transferred, it was almost the same, as they could still receive dividends and other money. After Xinxing returned, she carried the groceries into the kitchen to start cooking. Of course, she did it willingly, as she wanted to perform well and become the ideal wife and mother in Zhou Wu's mother's eyes. Even though her fiancé Zhou Wu had disappeared. Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhou Yan sat on the sofa and suddenly asked Zhou's mother, "Mom, what's the situation at the textile factory now? I heard it's in chaos again." Zhou's mother sighed and said, "After your father disappeared, although the factory was leaderless, the shareholders quickly elected one of them to temporarily serve as interim chairman. That shareholder was quite capable and was also a good friend of your father's.
He was doing a good job as interim chairman, but then, wouldn't you say it's strange? Something bizarre happened.
His son suddenly disappeared.
He only had that one son.
So, now his mind isn't on work, he and his wife are entirely focused on finding their son.
Upon hearing this, Joe-yen frowned. Really? His son disappeared too? Joe's mother nodded. It's definitely true. Can something like this be joked about?
So, the position of interim chairman is vacant again. Joe-yen said, it's fine, if the position is open, surely many people will step up. Joe's mother shook her head with a bitter smile, don't even mention it, no one has stepped up.
Joe-yen was incredulous. How can that be? Is that true?
Joe's mother said, your father disappeared first, then your brother disappeared later.
Who in the textile factory doesn't know about this?
No body, no trace. Then, before this son disappearing shareholder became interim chairman, his family was doing perfectly fine.
But not long after he became interim chairman, his son disappeared.
Now, among the shareholders and upper-middle management at the factory, especially among the shareholders, there's a rumor circulating that whoever takes the chairman's position will suffer misfortune. They believe that position is
unlucky, prone to problems. It might be cursed.
They've already found a master and are preparing for him to come and take a look.
Limigwa chuckled after hearing this. No way, what era is this? People are still so superstitious?
Joe's mother glanced at him and said, nowadays, many rich people are quite superstitious, while many ordinary people are firm materialists.
Joe-yen asked, Mom? Are you superstitious? Joe's mother's face was full of solemnity, especially when contemplating this question.
The wrinkles already present on her face seemed to deepen and multiply as they crinkled.
It used to be fine, but now, with your father and your brother successively encountering trouble, I've also started to believe in these things a bit. Forget it. Let's not talk about it.
You all sit here, I'll go help Xing Xing cook.
After Joe's mother finished speaking, she got up and walked into the kitchen, closing the kitchen door.
Clearly, she didn't want to continue discussing such sad matters. In the living room, only Joe-yen, Limigwa, and Jimmy remained.
Joe-yen then asked Jimmy, you said last time you'd help us find a detective. It's been so long, have you found one? Jimmy said, I found one, a 3-person detective team, but they're currently abroad. Joe-yen frowned, abroad? Didn't I say I wanted a Hwagwa detective?
Jimmy said, they are Hwagwa people, it's just that their current case is abroad.
Joe-yen asked, then how much does this 3-person detective team charge? Jimmy said, 1 million CNY per person, 3 million CNY for all 3. Joe-yen heard this
and felt that these 3 charged much less than Mike. After all, Mike charged $1 million, which is 7 million CNY.
Joe-yen continued to ask, so, is this 3-person team reliable? Upon hearing this, Jimmy didn't know what to say.
The American detective Mike, one of the top 10 detectives in America, who was invited last time.
As a result, Joe-yen said he was no good, unreliable. He left without taking a single penny. To this day, Jimmy still felt bad about Mike. After Mike returned to America, Jimmy even contacted him by phone to continue apologizing.
And Mike was very magnanimous, saying that he chose not to take the money and didn't blame anyone.
Therefore, this time, for this Hwagwa 3-person team, what should he say? Jimmy said, this Hwagwa 3-person detective team. How should I put it?
Your Hwagwa isn't like America, which has very professional detective rankings. Your Hwagwa private detectives don't have rankings, they rely entirely on reputation and titles. Just like this 3-person team. Their title, Sanhu Detective Agency. Joe-yen heard this and was somewhat dissatisfied. Then, if these 3 people are fakes and overcharge, wouldn't we be at a great loss? Jimmy shook his head. Although there are no rankings, their reputation is well established, and reputation often represents ability, even if not entirely, it's close enough, so you can rest.
Assured. Zhou Yan looked up at the ceiling. A new expression appeared on her pale face. She looked down and asked Jimmy, "These 3 aren't enough. Help me find more Huagua detectives. Preferably those who charge tens of thousands." Jimmy narrowed his eyes. "What is your intention with this?" Zhou Yan crossed her arms, once again displaying her usual queen-like confidence. "Naturally, the more people, the more hope. I will not make the mistake of putting all my hope in a few people again. Moreover, by hiring more detectives, we can establish a bonus system. Whoever finds the truth I want first will receive a bonus. Let them compete against each other." Zhou Yan's demeanor was exactly like that of a capitalist. Linigua and Jimmy listened without speaking, because it seemed like a genuinely good idea. And, just then, Jimmy suddenly said, "Oh, right, are you guys going to Macedonia Island to play?" "Macedonia Island? Where is that?" Linigua asked. Jimmy said, "It's in the Pacific Ocean. A while ago, my classmate went there and gave me a few tickets. These tickets say that all expenses on the island are free. It's perfect for us to go and have some fun. Want to go?" Linigua wanted to go and looked at Zhou Yan for her opinion. Zhou Yan searched for Macedonia Island online. She found that the photos looked quite good. Plus, she also enjoys traveling. So she said, "Alright, I saw the photos of Macedonia Island online, and the scenery looks pretty good. But if Jimmy hadn't suddenly brought this up, I was originally planning to go to Hawaii in a while." Although Zhou Yan didn't do much after returning to the country, the disappearance of her father and brother still affected her mood somewhat. It was a good opportunity to travel and clear her mind. Jimmy said, "Okay, then it's decided. We'll get ready, and we can leave soon." 3 days later, Zhang Ran's passport arrived via express delivery. This was much faster than Zhang Ran had expected. After receiving it, Zhang Ran took a photo of his passport according to Administrator Xiao Zhang's instructions, and sent it to Administrator Xiao Zhang. Just as he was looking forward to his 7-day island trip, suddenly, his phone's WeChat received 2 messages. The senders of these 2 messages seemed to have agreed beforehand. After reading these 2 messages, Zhang Ran was instantly surprised. The people who sent him messages on WeChat were the 2 men from the previous class reunion. The original owner's good friends from college. The first was a fat guy, 200 jin in weight and 1.7 meters tall. The second was of standard build, not tall, only 1.6 meters, a short guy. So, what messages did they send to Zhang Ran simultaneously? It was like this: at the last class reunion, the fat guy, through a relative's introduction, met a girl on a blind date and got engaged. That's right, he was getting married soon, so he was notifying Zhang Ran. And the 1.6 meter short guy, didn't he also reveal at the class reunion that he was with another girl from the 3 men and 2 women present, besides Wang Qingzhao, the ordinary-looking, 1.6 meter tall girl? They were in love and were also about to get engaged. Shortly after the class reunion, they held an engagement ceremony. Now, sending messages to Zhang Ran was also to tell him that they were getting married soon and to come to the wedding. As for why did the 2 of them send him messages at the same time? The reason was that these 2 people planned to hold their weddings together. Yes, a very explosive joint wedding. It should be said that such a situation is rare. To even hold a wedding together. But these 2 college friends of the original owner did just that. Zhang Ran replied to both of them, saying he would definitely go. Zhang Ran looked at the time they provided and found that their wedding date was still far off. At least not in the next few days. Thinking about the weddings of these 2, Zhang Ran sent a message to Wang Qingzhao on WeChat, asking her if she had received the notification. After sending the message to Wang Qingzhao, she quickly replied. The content of the message was that she had also received the notification. Immediately after, Wang Qingzhao's call came in. Zhang Ran sat in the management office, enjoying the air conditioning. He answered the phone. Wang Qingzhao said from the other end of the line. Zhang Ran, have you decided how much money to give for the gift? Zhang Ran, 1,000, I guess. Less wouldn't look good. Wang Qingzhao nodded, I thought so too.
I originally wanted to give 600, which is lucky, but considering our relationship, that's too little.
1,000 is a very good number, symbolizing perfection. Zhang Ran nodded, then suddenly asked, Hey, Qingzhao, I noticed why is your breathing so heavy when you speak? Yes, from the moment he answered the phone, Zhang Ran noticed Wang Qingzhao's breathing was unusually loud when she spoke. Wang Qingzhao smiled and told Zhang Ran to wait a moment and not hang up. While Zhang Ran was on the phone, he noticed Wang Qingzhao had sent him several photos and a video on WeChat. The photos seemed to be in a boxing gym.
In the video, Wang Qingzhao was practicing boxing under the guidance of a female coach. She was drenched in sweat. Her tight-fitting clothes clung closely to her delicate body.
Seeing this video, Zhang Ran was very confused. Because searching through the original owner's memories, it seemed Wang Qingzhao had never had an interest in boxing. At most, it was tennis and golf. So Zhang Ran asked Wang Qingzhao why she started learning boxing.
Wang Qingzhao replied on the phone that she was now learning not only boxing but also sanda, unrestricted combat, and other things.
Zhang Ran inquired about the specific reason, asking Wang Qingzhao if something had happened recently. Otherwise, why would she suddenly learn these things? Wang Qingzhao's answer was simple, she saw online that women's safety was a big issue recently.
Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself, so Wang Qingzhao learned these things to protect herself.
Of course, this was just to fool Zhang Ran, the real reason was only known to Wang Qingzhao herself.
Perhaps, Wang Qingzhao learned these things to facilitate certain actions, who knows? The two chatted for a few more minutes, then Wang Qingzhao hung up, saying she had to start practicing boxing again.
Zhang Ran then put down his phone. Hiss, should I also spend money to learn boxing or something?
Zhang Ran thought so, but then decided against it.
Not enough money.
His money was still needed to buy medicine and treat his dissociative identity disorder. 3 days later, Zhang Ran received another express delivery. After opening the package, he found that it contained an airplane ticket, a boat ticket, and something like an admission ticket with the words Macedonia Island engraved on it. Besides that, there was also a printed sheet of paper. This printed sheet was just a plain white paper, but it had words on it. After reading this printed sheet, Zhang Ran instantly understood everything. This printed sheet contained the travel itinerary.
Meaning, Zhang Ran would fly directly from China to a large island in the Pacific Ocean with an airport.
This place, not belonging to any country, was open to all countries worldwide and did not require a visa.
Then, from that large island, he would use the boat ticket to take a boat to Macedonia Island.
Upon arrival at the island, he would hand over the Macedonia Island ticket to the staff on the island, and then he could enjoy everything on the island, all free of charge.
How detailed!
Zhang Ran finished reading the printed sheet and then picked up the airplane ticket. He looked closely at the ticket and suddenly noticed something was wrong.
Damn, this ticket is for 3 days from now, and I haven't prepared anything yet.
After all, it was his first trip since transmigrating. And it was abroad.
Zhang Ran thought 3 days would definitely not be enough time to prepare.
But when he actually started packing, he found he could get it all done in 1 day. Of course, before packing, Zhang Ran searched for the current weather conditions on Macedonia Island. After all, it's summer in China, but it might be winter in some places abroad. However, after searching, he found that Macedonia Island was also in summer. Furthermore, that place is summer all year round. Therefore, Zhang Ran packed some summer clothes for changing into his suitcase. As for his toiletries, it seemed there was nothing else he needed to prepare. Oh, of course, he almost forgot his power bank, he had to bring it. This thing is a lifesaver for phones, especially in places where charging isn't possible. Soon, 3 days had passed.
At just past 7 in the morning, Zhang Ran arrived at the airport.
The flight was at 9 o'clock. Upon arriving at the airport, he began a series of procedures.
Among them, the most important one was security check. During the security check, Jiang Ran encountered a small problem.
Mainly, his power bank was confiscated.
It seemed it didn't have a 3C mark. Jiang Ran had recently seen this as a trending news topic online.
But he hadn't paid attention until he came to take the flight and brought his power bank, only to realize that his power bank was non-compliant. There was nothing he could do but obediently hand it over, joining a pile of non-compliant power banks in a box, like brothers in misfortune. After security, Jiang Ran began to look for his boarding gate. By the time he found the boarding gate, about 10 minutes had passed, and it was time to board.
Jiang Ran began boarding. The apartment was quite generous. They bought Jiang Ran a first-class ticket.
Before Jiang Ran transmigrated, he had only flown 3 times.
All 3 flights were in economy class.
This was his first time flying first class in his life. Of course, Jiang Ran, when counted, had more flying experience than many people. After all, when he was on Earth, he had once searched his country and found that about 1 billion people had never flown on an airplane. In the first-class cabin of the airplane, Jiang Ran's feeling was that the seat space was large and luxurious. Plus, the flight attendants were genuinely beautiful. After Jiang Ran arrived in first class, he found his seat and sat down. After sitting down, he closed his eyes and leaned back, beginning to enjoy the moment. After 5 minutes with his eyes closed, a group of chattering voices woke him up. He didn't leave his seat but turned his body to one side, craning his head back to look. He found that the chattering people were a group of young men and women full of youthful energy. Their attire and their presence here proved that these people were also flying first class.
Initially, Jiang Ran didn't pay attention, thinking they were just a group of rich second-generation heirs.
But soon, he couldn't help but pay attention because, among these youthful and beautiful men and women, he saw a few familiar faces.
He let out a soft "eh?"
And it seemed that this soft "eh" also made those 3 familiar faces see Jiang Ran. After seeing Jiang Ran, the 3 familiar faces first thought the person in front of them looked somewhat familiar, then seemed to recall something, and then slowly widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. These 3 familiar faces were Xiao Qiu, Xiao Peng, and Koubei. Xiao Qiu saw Jiang Ran's familiar face and thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes hard. He found that, indeed, the familiar face hadn't changed at all. He walked over, extremely surprised. "Jiang Ran, why are you here?" Among the 3, Xiao Qiu was the most familiar with Jiang Ran. Because back then, he and 2 others, Xiao Peng's 2 friends, were chased by a young white man wielding a chainsaw. They were saved by Jiang Ran after hiding in his house. Therefore, he had the most direct contact with Jiang Ran among the 3. Jiang Ran said, "Of course, I'm going to Macedonia Island to play." "Are you too?" Xiao Qiu nodded. Jiang Ran smiled. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to go to the same place, and on the same day too." "So these people are all your friends?" Jiang Ran looked at the 2 men and 4 women beside Xiao Qiu. These 2 men and 4 women had a significant fundamental difference from Jiang Ran and the 3 of them, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Peng, Koubei. This fundamental difference was their attire. The clothing of these 2 men and 4 women immediately showed them to be wealthy individuals. Besides that, the aura of these 6 people also exuded a refined taste cultivated by money. This is what is called temperament. Many people have temperament, but many people don't. Simply put, for example, scholarly air, or the ruffian air of a hooligan, and so on. And Jiang Ran and his companions were very ordinary. Ordinary in their clothing, and it seemed they didn't have much of a temperament either. "Yes, they are all my friends." Xiao Qiu didn't introduce them much to Jiang Ran, he just said that. "Do you still remember the first prize that Koubei won from the Wanchuan grain pancake shop? It had 4 slots, right?" They each took one, leaving 1 slot. To avoid wasting it, Xiao Qiu said he would ask a rich second-generation childhood friend studying abroad in England if he wanted to come. As a result, this childhood friend was very considerate of Xiao Qiu and immediately expressed his willingness to go. Of course, this childhood friend was also quite bold. Besides preparing to go to Macedonia Island with Xiao Qiu and the others, he also planned to bring his classmates and friends from England. That is, the 5 people among the 2 men and 4 women, excluding himself. Of course, these 5 people would definitely pay for their own travel. There was no free slot from the first prize for them. After all, if these people could study abroad, their families must be wealthy and wouldn't mind the travel expenses. At this moment, Jiang Ran and these people were all seated in their respective places. Because it was first class, everyone had a separate seat, and the activity space and comfort were definitely far superior to other cabins. Of course, the price was also far superior. Now, they were just waiting for the plane to take off. Jiang Ran stood up and looked around the first-class cabin before takeoff. He found that, except for one empty seat, all the others were occupied. And when he stood up, he saw Xiao Qiu talking with a handsome male. Su Yang, let me ask you something, which of those 2 women you were with earlier is your girlfriend? Su Yang was Xiao Qiu's childhood friend. Su Yang was very handsome and stood at 1.8 meters tall. Therefore, he was a true tall, rich, and handsome individual. Especially Su Yang's personal style, like the character Yang in his name, was that of a sunny and cheerful big boy. So he was very popular. And it's not clear if it was because he had lived abroad for a long time. Xiao Qiu clearly remembered that the original Su Yang was quite introverted, but after many years, he had completely transformed into a different type. He heard that this type of person is common abroad and very popular with foreign white women. As for the introverted type common in the East, it seemed to be less popular. Of course, Asian faces have generally not been very well received in various aspects abroad. Except for Asian girls. After all, the reputation of easy girls is known worldwide. Oh, those 2? They're both my girlfriends, what's wrong? Are you interested in them? Ha ha. If you've fallen for one of my girlfriends, I'm sorry, but I can't give her to you. Ha ha ha. Su Yang's voice was very loud, loud enough for everyone in the first-class cabin to hear, including the flight attendants. Xiao Qiu immediately felt a bit awkward because he had asked the question in a very low voice. Of course, it wasn't because he was genuinely interested in Su Yang's girlfriends, but because he thought such a private question should be asked quietly. But then Su Yang suddenly shouted so loudly. And with that answer, whether Su Yang was embarrassed or not, Xiao Qiu didn't know. But Xiao Qiu himself felt quite awkward. Especially now, many pairs of eyes were focused on him. Of course, he also knew that Su Yang had no ill intentions. Su Yang's 2 girlfriends also turned their heads, smiling, when they heard this. Su Yang and his classmates and friends. 2 men and 4 women. All could be considered handsome men and beautiful women. It was quite rare, the average attractiveness level was high. At this moment, Xiaoping suddenly spoke, asking Su Yang and the 2 girls. Su Yang, and these 2 beauties, what I'm about to say might be a bit presumptuous, but I really can't hold back my curiosity. I want to ask, don't boyfriends and girlfriends usually mean 1 man and 1 woman? How can you 2 girls be in a relationship with 1 man at the same time, and both of you know about it? How can you accept that? Xiao Peng was very puzzled. Why could the 2 girls accept that their boyfriend had other girlfriends? After all, he had once wanted to have 2 girlfriends, Xiao Hua and Xiao Nuo. But he failed and ultimately had to choose only one. When the 2 girls heard this, one of them, with long, straight black hair and a sweet appearance, covered her mouth and smiled. What's there to not accept? Those who can't accept it are old-fashioned. Life, you know, is about being happy. Currently, I feel very happy with this kind of relationship, so I accept it. If one day I feel unhappy, I'll end this relationship. The other girl had a head of pink, voluminous wavy hair, which was very attractive, especially since her skin was as fair as snow, making it a perfect match for her pink hair. She also nodded, yes, I think so too. Life is only a few decades long, don't constrain yourself with traditional rules. Your own happiness is the most important thing. Having received the answer, Xiaopeng felt that the ideas of these students studying abroad were truly somewhat unique, a bit too open-minded. Everyone else naturally heard it too.
Kobe quietly said to Xiao, questioned this kind of relationship, isn't it just about not taking responsibility for each other, and just having fun first? Xiao Q nodded. He leaned back in the red seat. He felt that he was increasingly unable to recognize his childhood friend. He had truly changed completely. Jiang Ran, sitting by the airplane window, naturally heard these conversations as well. His true thoughts were simple, that man is really enjoying himself. At this moment, several flight attendants, with graceful figures, equally beautiful faces, and wearing dark red flight attendant uniforms, entered the first-class cabin with pens and notebooks. One of them, a young and beautiful flight attendant who looked about 25 years old, came to Jiang Ran's seat and knelt beside him. She slowly spoke in a gentle female voice, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, the plane will take off in 20 minutes. Have you had breakfast? If not, would you like to have some breakfast?" Jiang Ran stared at the pair of big eyes of the flight attendant kneeling beside his seat, smelling the fresh perfume on her. He felt that first-class flight attendants and service quality were indeed incomparable to economy class. "I haven't had breakfast." "What kind of breakfast do you have here?" The young and beautiful flight attendant continued in a voice even gentler than a girlfriend's. "We have both Chinese and Western options. Chinese includes steamed buns and porridge. For Western, we have sausages and hot dogs." "Then Chinese it is." "Understood." The young and beautiful flight attendant recorded it in her notebook, then continued to ask, "What would you like to drink?" "We have beverages, alcoholic drinks, and tea here." He didn't know why hearing tea made him think of Qin Kalian. Jiang Ran said, "Sprite, please." After the young and beautiful flight attendant recorded it, she continued, "Breakfast will be served half an hour after takeoff. If you fall asleep before then, may we wake you up?" "Jiang Ran, you may." The young and beautiful flight attendant smiled slightly at Jiang Ran, "Understood. I wish you a pleasant journey, Mr. Jiang." After asking Jiang Ran, this young and beautiful flight attendant immediately stood up and went to inquire with the next first-class passenger. Jiang Ran stared at the flight attendant's back. He often heard rumors that flight attendants, pursers, and pilots had wild lives, and that flight attendants would sometimes discreetly slip notes to passengers with their contact information and so on. Of course, Jiang Ran would not entertain such thoughts. Mainly, these flight attendants were just appetizers for the wealthy. The plane took off. Half an hour after takeoff, breakfast and the ordered Sprite were indeed delivered to Jiang Ran. After he finished eating, he felt a bit sleepy, as he had woken up quite early that morning. So, he put on a disposable eye mask provided on the plane, reclined his seat back very flat, and began to sleep. He didn't know how long he slept. His body felt a bit sore and numb. Jiang Ran, still groggy, took off his eye mask, preparing to sit up. But before he could sit up, after taking off his eye mask, he coincidentally saw two figures walking towards the restroom together. And those two figures were Xiao Q's friend, Su Yang, and a beautiful flight attendant from the first-class cabin. Jiang Ran felt that something was about to happen. Sure enough, the two people entered the restroom one after another, and 5 or 6 minutes passed without them coming out. Jiang Ran was a bit thirsty, so he got up, wanting to get some water to drink. Of course, he actually deliberately walked past Su Yang's two girlfriends. He wanted to verify something. He passed by Su Yang's girlfriends. He found that his two girlfriends were not sleeping but were looking at novels on their phones. It seemed they probably knew about Su Yang and the flight attendant, but why did they not care at all? Jiang Ran was very puzzled in his heart. You say that the three of you are in a relationship together, and you can accept it. Your boyfriend is doing that kind of thing with another girl in the restroom right now, and you can accept that too? Don't you find it dirty? Jiang Ran asked another flight attendant for a bottle of mineral water. He returned to his seat, no longer sleepy, and wanted to see what would happen next. What happened next was that after about 15 minutes, Su Yang returned. He had a look of satisfaction, apparently having enjoyed himself. And the flight attendant also returned, although her makeup and hairstyle had been specially tidied,
the lingering blush on both sides of her cheeks betrayed him. Jiang Ran felt that he didn't know how many people knew about this, but he thought he certainly wasn't the only one in first class who knew. After that, Jiang Ran didn't sleep anymore and also experienced the excellent service of the first-class flight attendants. That is, they would frequently come over and quietly ask if anything was needed, such as drinks. Of course, this was just routine, don't overthink it. After all, Jiang Ran didn't receive any small cards slipped by a flight attendant. Perhaps these first-class flight attendants usually dealt with many wealthy people. They had developed fiery golden eyes like Sun Wukong. They could tell at a glance whether someone was truly wealthy or just a poor man occasionally flying first class. Because this journey was a full 13 hours long. So, those who had already slept, like Jiang Ran, were no longer sleepy and stopped sleeping. And in this first-class cabin, besides Jiang Ran, the rest were Xiao Qiu and his friends. Out of boredom, Xiao Qiu and his acquaintances kept chatting. What were they chatting about? Basically, Su Yang was telling Xiao Qiu, Xiao Pang, and Kobe about his experiences in England from when he went abroad to study in his first year of high school until now, in college. Since none of the three had ever been to England, Su Yang's stories particularly fascinated them. Of course, Su Yang focused on his various romantic relationships with foreign girls. Finally, their conversation drifted to Macedonia Island in the Pacific Ocean. Su Yang said a lot, the general idea being that Macedonia Island wasn't a very popular tourist destination. He wondered what the island would be like. He hoped it wouldn't be too bad. Of course, none of the people present, including Su Yang, had ever visited Macedonia Island. Xiao Qiu and the other two weren't particularly concerned about the specifics of Macedonia Island. After all, it was a free trip, not costing them any of their own money. Looking at the sea and swimming in it would be enough. They didn't think too much beyond that. Jiang Ran felt similarly. It wasn't his money anyway. Therefore, his tolerance for Macedonia Island was exceptionally broad, like the vast ocean. And these poor souls in first class. They had no idea what awaited them on Macedonia Island. Another 2 hours passed, and then a flight attendant in uniform suddenly entered the first-class cabin. After entering, the flight attendant handed an envelope to every passenger in first class. Then, without saying a word, he left the first-class cabin. His actions were very strange. Jiang Ran naturally also received an envelope. On the craft paper envelope, written in black ink, were the words, "Do not open this letter until 5 minutes after receiving it, or misfortune will befall you." Ha! Looking at the words, he let out a disdainful chuckle. As a young man of the new era, how could Jiang Ran be scared by mere superstitious misfortune? So he placed the letter on his lap and began to time 5 minutes before opening it. Hey, you all received this letter too, right? The plane was currently in the stratosphere, flying smoothly. Su Yang stood up, holding the letter high in his right hand, and looked around at everyone. Yes, we did. I received it too. Me too. The few people who weren't sleeping all responded. And those who were asleep were also woken up and discovered the letter. Hey, this letter says not to open it until 5 minutes later, or misfortune will strike. Do you think we should open it now, or wait 5 minutes? Su Yan looked at the others. To be honest, many people certainly wouldn't believe in such so-called misfortune or curses. However, such things are somewhat unsettling. Therefore, not many people dared to tempt fate. For example, some people don't believe in Buddha or bodhisattvas. But if you ask them to smash a Buddha or bodhisattva statue, how many would be willing to do it? Very few. Most people still maintain the attitude that they might not believe, but they should respect, fearing that if they smash it, something bad might really happen to them, which would be quite a situation. This letter was currently just like that. And at this moment, everyone in first class was waiting for someone to take the lead. Just like the Chen Shang and Wu Guan uprising back then. Kobe, the detective, was the first to step forward. He opened the letter in front of everyone in first class. To be honest, Kobe had been a detective for many years.
If you asked him if he believed in superstitions or supernatural things, he would only tell you that he had encountered certain strange and supernatural events. Things that couldn't be explained by science. But he felt that these so-called supernatural and strange things, no matter how terrifying, were not as terrifying as people. And the most terrifying thing he had encountered so far was Alice's apartment. He didn't know if misfortune would take his life, but Alice's apartment took the life of anyone who entered it. So, could this letter be more terrifying than Alice's apartment? He opened the letter. Inside was a blank A4 sheet of paper. After Kobe opened it and saw what was on the paper, he was very surprised. He stood there motionless, his lips slightly parted. Seeing this, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng also quickly walked over and craned their necks to look. They also froze on the spot. The others were also very curious. They wanted to walk over. Kobe said, "No need to come over, I'll show you." Kobe turned the white paper in the letter, allowing everyone to see it. Jiang Ran also stood up and looked in that direction. Similarly, upon seeing the content on the white paper, he also stood frozen on the spot. So, what was on the white paper? What could make so many people freeze? It was very simple. The white paper didn't contain anything complicated. It was just one character, ma. Yes, there was only a large character ma, occupying 2/4 of an A4 sheet of paper. Therefore, people at a certain distance could see it clearly. It was also because everyone had not expected such a scary-looking message on the surface of the craft paper envelope. Yet, after opening it, the white paper inside contained not a lengthy discourse, but only a single character. This was the reason everyone was stunned. 5 minutes are up, let's all open them together. After a while, Su Yang said. Su Yang was the second to open his. After opening it, he showed the contents of the white paper to everyone. It was the character na. Immediately after, more people opened theirs. They were all single characters. Characters like yuan, yun. Characters like yo. Characters like hi, and so on. Jiang Ran also opened his envelope, and inside was the character duan. Su Yang scratched his head, unable to figure out what these things were. It was Kobe who said, "This should be a sentence, broken down into individual characters. Everyone, bring all the characters over." At Kobe's call, everyone handed over the white papers in their hands. Soon, Kobe formed a sentence, "Stay away from Macedonia Island." What does this sentence mean? Stay away from Macedonia Island, what is there? Xiao Qiu was puzzled. Kobe looked left and right. This sentence is clearly incomplete. Let's see if there are any more envelopes. Just then, Xiao Peng retrieved 3 envelopes from the only empty, unoccupied seat in first class. Here. He opened the 3 envelopes, each containing a character. And the sentence was finally complete. Stay away from Macedonia Island. There is great danger there. When they saw this sentence, a sense of incredulity and bewilderment arose in everyone's hearts. Danger? Great danger? What kind of danger could that island possibly have? Su Yang, chewing gum he found from somewhere, said. The others were also very puzzled. Kobe said, "Just find the flight attendant who gave us the letters and ask him what this means." Su Yang nodded, then he found a flight attendant. It was the flight attendant he had been intimate with. He told this flight attendant about the flight attendant and the letters. Upon hearing this, the flight attendant frowned, took these items, and then went to find other flight attendants and the purser in charge of everything in the cabin. Soon, the purser on this plane learned about the incident. After asking the first-class passengers about the appearance of that flight attendant, she began to take action, preparing to bring that flight attendant over. The flight attendant was in charge of the economy class. After this flight attendant was brought over, the female flight attendant, in her 30s, sternly questioned the flight attendant, asking what he intended to do by sending these letters to the first-class passengers. Facing the flight attendant's questioning, he uncharacteristically remained silent. The flight attendant did not answer the question, remaining silent.
This was not only a problem of his own, but also a blatant challenge to a flight attendant's authority.
The flight attendant then began to issue verbal threats. Of course, the so-called verbal threats were nothing more than internal disciplinary actions for the flight attendant's behavior. For example, verbal or written warnings, grounding, self-criticism. Of course, these were still the lighter penalties. In severe cases, his career might be directly jeopardized. But the flight attendant simply refused to speak, maintaining his silence. Seeing that the flight attendant remained silent, the flight attendant was at a loss. After all, she had used every verbal threat imaginable. Yet, the other person completely ignored her. Of course, to take such action, the flight attendant must have already considered the corresponding consequences. The flight attendant finally had no choice but to apologize to Jiang Ran and the other first-class passengers. Then she had others take the flight attendant away. Immediately, as an apology, the flight attendant instructed the first-class flight attendants to immediately serve snacks and tea. Of course, after the recent wave of craft paper letters, the first-class passengers' minds were no longer on these delicious snacks and tea. They were all focused on the message, "Stay away from Macedonia Island. There is great danger there." "Kobe, what do you think?" Xiao Q asked Kobe at this moment. Kobe said, according to what the flight attendant and the other flight attendants just said. This flight attendant not only gave them to us, but also to all the other passengers in other cabins. As it stands, everyone in our first-class cabin is definitely going to Macedonia Island. As for whether anyone in other cabins is going, we don't know. So, it's not specifically targeting us. But whether or not it's intentionally targeting us, the question we face now is whether this statement is true or false, and are we still going to the island to play? Xiaopeng seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Xiao Q, "You think, could Macedonia Island really be dangerous?" After all, who would have thought that Alice's apartment was also full of murderous intent? Xiao Q narrowed his eyes and smacked his lips. At this moment, another male student among Su Yang's international student friends, wearing the disposable slippers provided on the plane. He yawned, stood up, and said, "All right, I was sleeping soundly, and now I've been woken up by this kind of thing because of you. It's one thing to wake me up, but you're actually still discussing whether what it says is true. Please, this must be fake. This kind of thing is clearly a business tactic. My dad also used a similar business tactic to ruin a tourist destination, saying the place was haunted. If you don't believe me, you can ask the flight attendants on this plane. They fly this route often and should know whether Macedonia Island is dangerous or not, and what it's like." Su Yang and the others thought it made sense. Therefore, Su Yang immediately called over a few of the first-class flight attendants. Sure enough, many flight attendants said they knew about Macedonia Island. But only 2 flight attendants had actually been there to play. And according to the testimony of these 2 flight attendants, Macedonia Island was a lot of fun, and the hotel service was excellent. As for danger, they didn't feel there was any danger, it was just a very normal tourist island. Upon hearing these words, Su Yang immediately laughed. "It seems just like my brother said, it's a tactic by a business competitor, aimed at ruining Macedonia Island." This matter was settled. As such, the first-class passengers immediately relaxed. They no longer took the flight attendant's letter seriously. Jiang Ran was the same. He also felt that Su Yang's England studying classmate was very right. It must just be a business tactic devised by a business competitor. And at this moment, Xiao Q and Kobe exchanged glances, and the 2 of them went to the restroom together. Inside the restroom, Xiao Q said, "Kobe, you must be thinking the same as me, that this shouldn't be a tactic concocted by a so-called business competitor, right?" Kobe was silent for a moment, then said, "To be honest, if I hadn't seen Jiang Ran on this plane, I would have thought this was a business tactic." Xiao Q said, "I know what you're thinking. According to our speculation, in Alice's apartment, besides unlucky people like us who signed agreements to enter, there are all kinds of perverted criminals. So, you think Jiang Ran is a perverted criminal?
Koubei said, Jiang Ran once saved you, and his overall demeanor doesn't seem like those perverted criminals, he's just like an ordinary person. Xiao Qiu frowned, then let's assume he's an unlucky person who signed an agreement to enter, just like us.
Then, what's the story behind him appearing on the same plane as us so coincidentally, going to the same destination?
Xiao Qiu and Koubei both felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. Actually, when they first met Jiang Ran in the first-class cabin of the plane, they had already had doubts in their hearts. How could it be such a coincidence? But they didn't take it too seriously, thinking it might really be fate. Especially Xiao Qiu, who had always remembered Jiang Ran's life-saving grace from back then. After all, back then, as they fled, only Jiang Ran opened the door, even though they had forced their way in. So, Xiao Qiu and Koubei didn't mention it to each other at the time, only thinking about this doubt in their hearts. Next, the two of them came out of the restroom. To verify some things, Xiao Qiu went to Jiang Ran's side and, pretending to chat, asked, By the way, Jiang Ran, I haven't asked you yet, how did you happen to choose this place to play, going to Macedonia Island on the same day as us?
Jiang Ran thought it was just casual conversation and said, Apartment welfare. Xiao Qiu was startled, apartment welfare? Can you elaborate? Jiang Ran said, not long after I moved into the apartment, I became an assistant administrator. Then, this apartment welfare was actually Administrator Xiao Zhang's.
He said it was a free annual apartment trip, and this time it's Macedonia Island, but he has bathophobia so
he gave it to me. Hey, why are you asking me such detailed questions? By the way, you asked me how I got there, I wanted to ask you how you got there?
Xiao Qiu said, I came from the Wangchuan grain pancake shop in the city. Koubei won the first prize.
It's a free trip. Jiang Ran was stunned, then smiled, what a coincidence.
I also won first prize at that pancake shop before. Xiao Qiu felt as if he had been struck by lightning upon hearing this. But he still pretended to be calm on the surface. So, what was your first prize?
Jiang Ran whispered, a set of Alice apartment rooms. So, otherwise, how do you think an ordinary person like me could have moved in? Xiao Qiu was completely dumbfounded at this point.
He returned to Koubei's side somewhat distractedly and told Koubei what had just happened. Both of them were smart people. Although they didn't know the truth, if Jiang Ran wasn't lying, then, all things considered, that pancake shop must have a problem.
Thinking about it now, when did domestic businesses become so conscientious? Looking back from now, it feels like everything is a trap.
Then, returning to this 7-day trip to Macedonia Island. Combining the 2 points, the Alice apartment that Jiang Ran won was a very ominous place.
Then, the 7-day trip to Macedonia Island that they won, wouldn't it also be a very ominous place? Wait, a 7-day trip to Macedonia Island? 7 days? Isn't that the same as the agreement we signed to move into Alice's apartment for 7 days?
At this point, the two of them increasingly felt that, as the flight attendant had said,
there was great danger on Macedonia Island, and it might be true.
The two of them went to the restroom again together.
Koubei said, it's still not too late to not go to Macedonia Island. Anyway, after getting off the plane, it's another island. Only then do we take a boat to Macedonia Island. Now, it depends on what Xiao Peng says.
Xiao Qiu said, if I tell Xiao Peng about this, he will definitely choose not to go. After all, everyone was quite scared in the apartment.
But this trip, it won't work. I also called Su Yang, and Su Yang called his classmates and friends. If I don't go halfway, what will Su Yang think? And if I tell him these truths? Will he believe me? Not at all. On the contrary, he'll think I'm messing with him halfway through.
I brought him here, so I must be responsible. Koubei leaned against the sink, contemplating for a long time. Then, he whispered to Xiao Qiu, perhaps our previous speculations were all wrong, and there's no danger on this trip.
Xiao Qiu remained silent. Koubei, of course, that's optimism. Even if I say there's no danger, you won't believe it. And even if there is danger, I don't think it will be greater than Alice's apartment. Think about it, Alice's apartment is a confined space. And that island is a tourist island. Besides us, there must be other tourists. With so many people,
generally speaking, it's not easy for things to go wrong.
More people bring a sense of security.
Xiaoqiu looked up and said, "How about this, Kobe? You tell Xiaopeng the truth later, and you two won't go. I'll accompany them alone. I called them, so I must be responsible for them." Xiaoqiu was a very good person, at least at this moment. He wasn't thinking of running away alone.
Kobe smiled. Do you think Xiaopeng and I are capable of doing something like that?
After all, we are partners who have faced life and death together.
As for, if there really is some danger on the island, to be honest, a person's life faces many dangers, and it's not something you can avoid. Just because you know about it. It's like, before I signed the agreement to enter Alice's apartment, I felt that apartment was not simple, but didn't I still go in?
Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, but still heading towards the tiger's den.
Life is like this, that's what makes it exciting. And if, after we land on the island, we might die there, then that's fate. I accept.
Xiaoqiu looked at Kobe in front of him, feeling that Kobe had a kind of radiance about him. A kind of open and honest radiance in the face of life and death. Kobe noticed that Xiaoqiu's gaze was off. He quickly coughed a few times. Of course, in the face of danger, one must try their best to live, not just wait for death.
Xiaoqiu smiled slightly. It's really good to know you.
As everyone knows, the restrooms on planes are not large. The economy class ones are the smallest, only accommodating one person, and two people would be crowded. While the first-class restrooms, although larger than those in economy class,
they can only accommodate 2 or 3 people.
Therefore, the longer the two of them stayed, the air between their mouths and noses was constantly circulating.
Both of them inexplicably felt that if this atmosphere continued, it would become a bit awkward.
Just then, someone knocked on the door, and that's when they finally ended the atmosphere that they didn't even know how to end.
It was Jiang Ran who knocked on the door. Jiang Ran saw the restroom door open. He had absolutely not expected that there would be not just one person inside, but 2. No? You two went to the toilet together?
If Jiang Ran hadn't had a stomach ache, he would have definitely asked them properly.
There's only one toilet in this restroom, how did you two use it?
The two of them were also a bit embarrassed. After they returned to their seats, they temporarily decided not to tell Xiaopeng about the matter. They thought that if something really happened on the island, they would tell him.
If nothing happened, they would treat it as a normal trip. Don't spoil Xiaopeng's mood.
Next, the plane journey was very normal, and there were no more unexpected incidents.
And Jiang Ran also discovered a characteristic of the first-class flight attendants.
That is, the service was truly impeccable. They would come up and ask passengers if they needed anything every now and then.
The passengers were getting a bit annoyed by the questioning. The plane arrived at its destination in the early hours of the next day, in the darkness.
Of course, the destination referred to here
is Wilson Island, one of the large island groups in the Pacific Ocean with an airport. After Jiang Ran and the other first-class passengers arrived at Wilson Island Airport, they met 2 greeters. These 2 greeters were specially arranged by Macedonia Island to be responsible for passengers traveling to Macedonia Island. Both greeters were young, in their 20s or 30s, dressed in black professional attire. One man and one woman, both white, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Both were above average in appearance. When Jiang Ran saw these 2 greeters, looking at the Chinese sign they were holding high in their hands, after knowing their identity, he felt that he was doomed. Because he couldn't speak a foreign language. He could only follow others like a headless fly, doing whatever they did. But to Jiang Ran's surprise, these 2 greeters could speak Chinese. And their Chinese was very fluent.
If you covered the faces of these 2 greeters, presumably no one would have thought that someone with such authentic Chinese would be a foreigner.
The 2 greeters successfully met Jiang Ran and the others.
Then they led them outside the airport and boarded a luxurious bus. They all headed to the hotel that had been arranged in advance.
The hotel was very luxurious, with a strong modern Western style. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Ran and the others each pulled their suitcases and received their hotel room cards from the greeters. Then, they received the following notice: the ship to Macedonia Island will depart in 3 days. Please, for these 3 days, temporarily stay at the hotel. Of course, if you wish to explore the current Wilson Island, you may, but please be mindful of the time so as not to miss the ship in 3 days. Otherwise, the next ship will be a long time from now. The two greeters left after announcing this. They had just left. Su Yang and the others, pulling their suitcases and carrying their bags, one by one, walked to their hotel rooms. Jiang Ran also followed behind them, as their rooms were all arranged on the same floor. Jiang Ran's hotel room was 1509 on the 15th floor. He swiped his room card, entered the hotel room, and inserted the room card into the power-saving slot under the light switch inside the door. Only then would the room have electricity. After inserting it, Jiang Ran turned on the light, and immediately, the room became brightly lit. Jiang Ran was able to see everything in the hotel room clearly. He briefly looked around the hotel room. He was very satisfied with this hotel room. Especially the balcony, which was very spacious, but because it was early morning and pitch black outside, he didn't know what the specific view was like. And throughout the entire room, what Jiang Ran was most satisfied with was the bed. When Jiang Ran lay on this bed, it was neither too soft nor too hard, extremely comfortable. And it was very large, allowing him to roll around freely. And while Jiang Ran was constantly rolling around on the bed, some people who owned black software received a message. Domestic. Binhai City. I am a hero, inside a room in Wang Baobao's villa. Wang Baobao was naked, sitting on the bed, playing with a mobile phone. He didn't know what he saw on his phone, but he was so excited that he ran out of the room. And after he got up, it could be seen that on the large bed where he had just sat, on the pink sheets was a snow-white, graceful body. It was obvious what had just happened. And this beautiful woman was not Wang Baobao's girlfriend, but just an unknown young model he had found domestically. Wang Baobao ran out of his room. Excitedly, he knocked on the door of the adjacent room. He knocked and shouted, "Something big has happened. Brother!" The door of the adjacent room was knocked many times before it finally opened. After it opened, what greeted him was the dark face of extremely rich young master Lin Feng. Damn it, I just finished. Do you know that with that knock, I almost went limp? Hearing this, Wang Baobao was very puzzled. No, are you that slow? You went into the room more than an hour before me? Lin Feng was a little impatient. Alright, Baobao, first tell me what big thing happened. Lin Feng deliberately changed the subject. Wang Baobao didn't care. Before speaking, he first stood on tiptoe, stretched his neck hard, looked over the head of the extremely rich young master, and saw a woman with an equally proud figure and beautiful face on the big bed in the room. That woman was not Lin Feng's girlfriend, Wang Zi, but also an unknown young model from China. In this world, if you have money, you can play with all kinds of beautiful women. But if you don't have money, you can only watch these people play with all kinds of beautiful women on your phone. Of course, in all likelihood, you won't even see it, because these people might not have a special hobby of filming videos. Wang Baobao immediately pulled Lin Feng, who was wrapped in a white bath towel, to another room. After closing the door, he held up his phone. Lin Feng didn't pay attention at first, but later, after clearly seeing what was on Wang Baobao's screen, his eyes widened. So, what was on Wang Baobao's phone? It was the main page of the black software interface, which had given Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream a prominent recommendation spot. Then, clicking on this recommendation, entering Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream, you could see the following situation. Special livestream to begin in 3 days, the slaughter of Asian Xiaobai little white mice, and criminals. Black software usually had this type of advertising recommendation slot. But let alone Lin Feng, even Wang Baobao had never seen Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream appear there. They thought that this livestream didn't appear because it wasn't necessary,
as its popularity was always number one.
As for this kind of live stream countdown, neither of them had ever seen it before.
Because in the previous rounds they had watched, there was never a broadcast countdown, they were all live, waiting for you to click in and watch. Therefore, this incident showed the importance of this special livestream.
And it wasn't just these two people.
Many people in China who owned black software, such as middle-aged uncle and domineering female CEO, as long as they picked up their phones at this time and clicked into black software, they would also see this matter. Similarly, Diamond Bachelor, who currently held the top spot on China's Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream win rate leaderboard, was not sleeping at this time and also saw this matter.
However, he was not very excited, he just hoped that Jiang Ran would die in this special livestream. Jiang Ran spent 3 days on Wilson Island. During these 3 days, he discovered one difference between this island and some tourist islands in China.
That is, the sex industry on this island in the Pacific Ocean is legal and compliant.
Moreover, there are many women working in this industry on the island, including East Asian, white, and black women.
And many of them are beautiful with good figures. Of course, the price for these is also high.
Jiang Ran had saved Xiao Qiu's life in Alice's apartment.
So when Xiao Qiu, Xiao Peng, and Kubei were following Su Yang and other international students around Wilson Island, he also followed.
It was also during this following. On the beach,
they saw a very stunning mixed-race girl. Her age was unknown, but her nationality was known to be Brazilian. It was said she was of 8-country mixed heritage. This mixed-race girl also did that kind of business. She was wearing a sexy bikini and sunbathing on the beach. When Su Yang saw this mixed-race girl, his eyes lit up. Then, this international student went up to chat and finally reached a deal for $300. After the deal was made, Jiang Ran always remembered that this guy just grinned at all of them and then left with the mixed-race girl.
Although he knew about Su Yang's way of interacting with his 2 girlfriends before. But seeing this kind of casual taking a girl away.
His 2 girlfriends, on the other hand, had no reaction.
Jiang Ran, and the 3 of them, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Peng, and Kubei, were all extremely puzzled. In contrast, Su Yang's fellow international student friends looked indifferent. They were used to it.
Of course, the sex industry is not just for male users, it's also for female users.
For example, the 4 female international students on Su Yang's side seemed to be having a wild time.
Of course, the madness was only temporary. Their main battlefield was Macedonia Island, not Wilson Island, where they only stayed for 3 days.
3 days later, at 7 in the morning,
a large number of tourists gathered at the Wilson Island pier. These tourists came from various countries, with different faces converging here. Under the guidance of the 2 airport greeters,
Jiang Ran and the others boarded the ship bound for Macedonia Island.
There were many tourists on this ship, in addition to Jiang Ran and the others.
The rest of the people were also going to Macedonia Island for sightseeing.
Because there were so many people, the ship was unusually lively. After boarding, after Jiang Ran had settled his luggage, he came to the ship's deck. Standing on the deck, he looked back, they were getting further and further from the pier.
Looking forward, in front was the endless blue sea. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but feel unusually relaxed.
Especially the salty sea breeze blowing on one's face, which added to the charm of the sea. While these people were enjoying the high-end services on the ship and the beautiful sea views, they had no idea that every move of the entire ship was being transmitted by countless cameras in every corner of the ship into the eyes of some people. Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream, the special livestream, had officially begun the moment Jiang Ran and his group boarded the ship.
Far away in China,
extremely rich young master Lin Feng and I Am a Hero Wang Baobao were in Wang Baobao's villa bedroom, watching the livestream on Wang Baobao's 24-inch screen, a computer monitor worth over 70,000. The two had been waiting for half an hour before the livestream started.
Finally, it had arrived. Xiao Hua's boyfriend must have been using the I Am a Hero Wang Baobao account,
because Lin Feng's account was still unable to log in.
After Xiao Hua's boyfriend entered the livestream,
He saw that the livestream's title was, Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives Livestream Asian Level China, Sakura Country, South Korea, Thailand, India, Russia. Xiaohua's boyfriend looked at these country names and guessed that these should be the Alice apartments from various participating countries for this special livestream. Immediately after seeing this, Xiaohua's boyfriend saw the number of viewers in the livestream. A terrifying 5 million online viewers. It seemed that all the Alice apartment livestreams from these countries had been temporarily merged. And one terrifying aspect of this merger was that the comments in the livestream were too fast, ridiculously fast. They scrolled by so quickly that a comment hadn't even been fully read before it was drowned in a sea of text. But soon, the terrifying speed of comments in the livestream inexplicably slowed down. I am a hero. Wang Baobao typed a Chinese phrase on the keyboard, hello everyone. Then, when he tried to comment again, he found that he had to wait 1 hour for the next comment. This made Wang Baobao exclaim in frustration. So, this was the reason why the comment speed had slowed down. Of course, there was more than that. There were many other changes to the livestream this time. Lin Feng and Wang Baobao discovered that Wang Baobao's username in the livestream had changed from just I am a hero to China, I am a hero. This was to differentiate which country each person was from. In addition, Xiaohua's boyfriend also discovered that in this livestream, everyone's comments were in Chinese characters. This was very strange. Even if some of the 5 million people knew Chinese, it couldn't be that all of them did, right? Therefore, Xiaohua's boyfriend guessed that it must have been done by the Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream. All languages were machine translated. For example, when Wang Baobao saw comments from people in other countries in his livestream, they were all in Chinese. And when a person from Sakura country watched their livestream, comments from people in other countries were all in Japanese. They were machine translated in advance. This way, it was great, there were no communication barriers. Of course, the 1 hour cooldown period after each comment was too frustrating. And there was more than that. In the livestream screen, Xiaohua's boyfriend remembered that every time a livestream started, the long-haired beautiful host was in a completely dark studio. But this time was different. At the beginning, the studio was still a studio. Behind her was a giant electronic screen. However, the number of hosts had changed to 6. That is, the host from each country's Alice apartment had come. And all 6 hosts were women. And they were all beautiful. Especially, their types and styles were all different. It was indeed pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Lin Feng and Wang Baobao were admiring the grace of the 6 beautiful hosts. And discussing the characteristics of beauties from each country. Just as they were discussing who they would choose if they had to pick one from these 6 beautiful hosts. Something they didn't expect suddenly happened. China's long-haired beautiful host suddenly spoke, officially starting this special livestream. This was faster than they had imagined. The long-haired beautiful host said, "Welcome, friends from all countries, to this Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream. This is a special livestream, Asian level. We hope everyone has an enjoyable viewing experience." The long-haired beautiful host's voice was melodious and beautiful. And after China's long-haired beautiful host finished speaking, next, it was the beautiful host from Sakura country's turn to continue speaking and hosting. This beautiful host from Sakura country had a ponytail and wore popular Sakura country makeup. She immediately started speaking in Japanese. Lin Feng and Wang Baobao naturally couldn't understand. But fortunately, there was machine-translated Chinese text below the livestream. The beautiful host from Sakura country said, "This livestream is a special livestream, Asian level. The countries include China, Sakura country, South Korea, Thailand, India, and Russia, 6 Asian countries. Special livestreams are not much different from regular livestreams. But there is one difference: the perverted criminals and perverted serial killers in special livestreams must kill a Xiaobai little white mice, during the livestream, otherwise, if they fail to complete it by the end of the special livestream, they will be executed." After the beautiful host from Sakura country finished, it was the turn of the beautiful host from South Korea. This beautiful host from South Korea was wearing a typical office secretary's professional outfit, a gray and black combination. Under her black long pencil skirt, a pair of beautiful legs, wrapped in black stockings, were incredibly slender. This secretary's outfit really highlighted her figure. Whether it was her full upper body or her slender lower body. Similarly, this beautiful host from South Korea had a delicate and pretty face that clearly showed signs of plastic surgery, very characteristic of South Korean beauties. Although she had plastic surgery, it didn't matter, as long as she was beautiful, who cared if she was artificial? And many white foreigners cannot distinguish between Chinese, Sakura country people, and South Koreans. But people from these three countries can distinguish themselves. Because their clothing, makeup, and styles are all different. There are very obvious differences. The beautiful host from South Korea now spoke. The location of this special livestream is Macedonia Island in the Pacific Ocean. This is an isolated island, far from other islands. The scenery on the island is beautiful. The Xiaobaishu, little white mice, will spend a wonderful 7 days. And 7 nights on this island. I truly envy them. And the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, participating in this special livestream are not ordinary Xiaobaishu, little white mice. They are all very powerful Xiaobaishu, little white mice, from the Alice apartments of the 6 countries who have passed 4 rounds. At that moment, looking at the computer screen, this beautiful host from South Korea kept saying Simida, Simida. Extremely rich young Master Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a smile on his lips. To be honest, I can't resist these South Korean beauties in secretary professional outfits. Seeing them just makes me want to conquer them. Wang Baobao also nodded, watching. Indeed, South Korean women have a kind of sexiness about them that really arouses men's desire to conquer. The beautiful host from South Korea paused after saying this. Next, it was the turn of the beautiful host from Thailand. For most Chinese people, the first impression of Thailand is transsexuals. Especially, among Thai transsexuals, there are quite a few with extremely high yen-ji that are even more alluring than many women. But few people know that many Thai women are actually quite beautiful. Especially, there are many mixed-race people in Thailand. For example, this beautiful host from Thailand is mixed race. The beautiful host from Thailand said in Thai, which sounded very funny to Chinese listeners. Next, I will introduce the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, of this special livestream. There are a total of 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, in this special livestream. Now, I will begin. Introducing the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, in no particular order. It seemed that to prevent conflicts among many livestream viewers who might feel that a specific country was being targeted due to early or late introductions of the Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Therefore, she specifically added this remark. Thailand's beautiful hostess, no. 1 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Zhang Ran, from China. Male, 23 years old. Before entering China's Alice apartment, he was an ordinary laborer. After entering, he became an apartment assistant administrator. Unlike most Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who sign agreements, he is an anomaly who entered the apartment differently. No. 2 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Fang Xiao, from China, male, 29 years old, unemployed, a retired boxer. The Thailand's beautiful hostess first introduced the 2 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, from China. After her introduction, the large electronic screen behind her played like a slideshow, continuously displaying photos of Zhang Ran and Fang Xiao. In the live stream room. Sakura country, Colonel Yamamoto, it's not easy. Our friendly neighbor China has finally produced 2 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who survived 4 rounds. It's really not easy. The live stream room seemed very considerate, having machine translated the usernames of everyone watching the live stream in advance. South Korea, I love Peiju Xian. Yes, it's really not easy. After all, normally, whether online or in reality, and in all walks of life, they seem like ghosts, omnipresent, but when it comes to a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor live game, we haven't seen their shadow for a long time. It's unclear if these two speak with this tone, or if the machine translation is inaccurate and problematic. It just feels like there's some sarcasm in their words. India, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get mad at them. What's not easy?
It's obvious that Chinese people are too useless. The population of their country is similar to ours, and they used to have the most people in the world, but how many Xiaobaishu, little white mice, have come out of our India who survived 4 rounds? What about them? Only 2 after all this time? It's hilarious. Russia is 0, that's a bit unfair. China's Alice apartment was the last one to be established in the world. It seems they've only gone through 28 rounds so far?
So, it's normal that only 2 have survived 4 rounds by now. Thailand Rama I, then that's not reasonable. Although our country's Alice apartment has only gone through over 300 rounds, by our 28th round, there were already more than 10 who had passed 4 rounds. A bunch of foreigners were speaking in the comments section. On the other hand, the usual chatterboxes from China were not speaking. It wasn't that they weren't speaking, it was mainly because everyone had a brain. After reading the comments from these foreigners, they suddenly had deep suspicions. Suspicions about what? For example, the middle-aged uncle and the domineering female CEO were wondering, was what that Thai guy said true or false? By their 28th round, had more than 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, passed 4 rounds? If this was true, it seemed China really couldn't compare? After all, at 28 rounds, they only had 2. At this moment, someone from China finally spoke. China Renjiashur no Hazila, alright, everyone, stop bragging. A true hero doesn't boast about past glories, don't constantly talk about the past. The performance in this special live broadcast is the main point. No one expected that Renjiashur no Hazila, who usually spoke like a novice in China, would speak with such maturity here. Of course, there were also those who refuted her. But, in the live stream screen, the Thailand's beautiful hostess had already started introducing the next Xiaobaishu, little white mice. No. 3 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Sakura country, male, 30 years old, Hashimoto Kazuo, a doctor. No. For Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Sakura country, male, 59 years old, Zhongxin Qingshi, a chef. No. 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, South Korea, male, 35 years old, Jin Zaibe, a fried chicken shop owner. No. 6 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Thailand, male, 29 years old, Wanala, a transgender worker. After introducing Wanala, the Thailand's beautiful hostess's eyes visibly curved, like crescent moons, as she smiled. So why did she smile? Of course, it wasn't mockery, transgender people are very common in Thailand. She smiled purely because she saw Wanala's photos, which were various candid and artistic photos displayed on the large electronic screen behind her. Her smile was a reaction to seeing a beautiful woman, despite her being transgender. And after Wanala's photos were revealed, they also surprised many foreigners in the live stream room who were not from Thailand. After all, many wealthy people in this live stream room have quite unique preferences. Transgender people as beautiful as her were definitely on their list. They wouldn't mind that she was transgender, a man who became a woman. That's not right, how could such a beautiful transgender person become a Xiaobaishu, little white mice? At this moment, someone from Sakura country suddenly asked, how much do your Thailand Alice apartment pay these Xiaobaishu, little white mice, for surviving one day? The meaning of this Sakura country person was simple. Such a beautiful transgender person wouldn't need to enter the dangerous Alice apartment, would she? She should be able to easily earn more money with her beauty than she would in the Alice apartment. A Thai person answered this question. In Thailand, it's about 45,000 Thai baht a day. 45,000 Thai baht is roughly 10,000 CNY. Considering Thailand's average monthly income, converted to CNY, it's around 2 to 3,000, or 3 to 4,000 CNY. 10,000 CNY a day is very attractive. But that's only for ordinary people. Not for such a beautiful transgender person. Because of the 1-hour speaking limit. So the Thai person who just answered about the monthly income couldn't speak anymore. The next person to speak was another Thai person. It's very simple why this transgender person named Wanala would stay in the Alice apartment to earn money. Although he became transgender and earns money with his beauty, he doesn't engage in sex work. Because of this, he offended a big shot in Thailand. That big shot, if he couldn't have her, would destroy her. Many money-making opportunities were taken away from him, so, you understand, right? An India person said, then you guys don't help him? So Chin Kulien. A Thai person, help? You're joking. First, helping him would mean making an enemy of the big shot who blacklisted him. Besides, wouldn't you want to try such a beautiful transgender person? These people in the comments section completely unmasked their true nature online. At this moment, the introduction of the Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, continued. However, the one introducing the Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, changed from the Thailand's beautiful hostess to one from India. India, a white race, although many of them have quite dark skin and face questioning, they are indeed a white race. India also produces beauties. But many beauties come from high castes. India is well known for its caste system, divided into Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, and Dalits. The strict hierarchy makes people feel despair. This India beautiful hostess had grand facial features, a head of big wavy hair, and although her facial skin was somewhat yellowish, completely different from the snowy white of the others. But overall, she was completely on par. This female hostess also appeared to be from a high caste. She began to continue introducing the Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice. The seventh Little White Mouse, India, male, 23 years old, Rajiv. His profession is a fruit vendor. The eighth Little White Mouse, India, male, 39 years old, Amir, his profession is a taxi driver. The number 9 White Mouse, Russia, female, Natasha, 20 years old, a university student. The 10th Little White Mouse, Russia, male, Roman, 21 years old, a university student. Finally, all 10 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, for this special livestream were introduced. On the electronic big screen, simple information and photos of everyone appeared, allowing everyone watching the livestream to take a careful look. Domestically, I am a hero. Wang Baobao scratched his head. Hey, Lin Feng, tell me, why are almost all of these 10 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, male? There's only one female? Extremely rich young master Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, in terms of physical aspects, females have a very significant disadvantage compared to males. And in the outside world, females can rely on their intelligence, but in Alice's apartment, relying solely on intelligence without certain physical conditions and means is indeed very difficult, especially when you are alone with a perverted criminal. Can you rely on the talk no jutsu from Naruto to reform and cleanse the other party, without needing to rely on force? I am a hero. Wang Baobao suddenly understood, and then he started talking about women again. This number 9 White Mouse, the Russian girl, Natasha, is really beautiful. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, Russia and the nearby Ukraine and Belarus, their countries' people easily produce beautiful women. Walking down the street, it feels like there are beautiful women everywhere. It's simply paradise, especially since there are fewer men in their countries, so men are simply ecstatic. While the Xiaohua's boyfriend were discussing women, the livestream screen switched from the Indian beautiful host to the Russian beautiful host. The Russian beautiful host had a mature and beautiful appearance. Her facial features were Li Ti, her eyes were sapphire, and she had smooth blonde hair. When she smiled, she looked like a doll. However, foreigners tend to mature early in appearance, so this Russian beautiful host's age should not be as old as imagined. The Russian beautiful host's red lips slightly parted. All 10 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, have now been introduced. The betting phase starts now, and the betting phase will last for half an hour. Please hurry. Additionally, for each bet, you can bet on a maximum of 3 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice. Just like the rounds in Alice's apartment, the betting phase is indispensable. The difference is that this special livestream allows betting on 3 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice. And the minimum betting amount is unlimited. Furthermore, the betting win rate is not calculated. Why is this? You'll know once the betting results are out. Domestically, Lin Feng asked Wang Baobao which 3 he would bet on.
Wang Baobao said that the two from China, Zhang Ran and Fang Xiao, must be bet on. As for the last spot, who to bet on? To be honest, both Lin Feng and Wang Baobao found the special livestream. They wondered if it was because too many Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, were participating. Therefore, the introduction of the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, was extremely simple. It was not like the usual ordinary rounds in Alice's apartment, where each Xiao Bai Shu, little white mouse, was introduced in quite detail. And there was even more detailed written information. Therefore, if you bet on Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, from other countries that you don't know much about, it's easy to suffer from decision paralysis. This should be a test of a person's first impression and discernment. To judge a person's potential by only looking at their simple information and photo. That's why it's not like the extensive introductions in China. Lin Feng said slowly. Wang Baobao nodded, then he bet 10 million CNY on Zhang Ran. Fang Xiao only bet 5 million CNY. The main reason was that in the 28th round, without Zhang Ran, Fang Xiao would have died. It was this incident that made Wang Baobao feel that Fang Xiao was not as capable as Zhang Ran. As for the last spot, he bet on the number 9 white mouse, Russia, the female university student, Natasha. He bet 5 million. Lin Feng asked him why he chose Natasha. Wang Baobao's reason was also very simple, because she was the only female among the 10 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. And she was also good-looking. Lin Feng was speechless after hearing that. Soon, the half-hour betting time ended. The host returned to the long-haired beautiful host from China. The long-haired beautiful host smiled slightly. A very dignified Chinese beauty. Her red lips slightly parted, emitting a heavenly voice. Betting has ended. Next, let's look at the betting situation for the 10 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. The betting amount for this round is in US dollar. Some people might be curious as to why, despite being an Asian level event, the settlement is in US dollar? It's very simple. Because in Asia, no one country yields to another. If CNY were used for settlement, Sakura country and South Korea, among others, would be the first to jump out and cause trouble. So, they simply used the most dominant international currency, US dollar. The long-haired beautiful host began to report. The first little white mouse, China, Zhang Ran, received a betting amount of 230 million US dollar. The second little white mouse, China, Fang Xiao, received a betting amount of 58.9 million US dollar. The third little white mouse, Sakura country, Hashimoto Kazuo, received a betting amount of 390 million US dollar. The fourth little white mouse, Sakura country, Zhongsun Qingshi, received a betting amount of 400 million US dollar. The fifth little white mouse, South Korea, Jin Zhaibei, received a betting amount of 670 million US dollar. The sixth little white mouse, Thailand, Wanala, received a betting amount of 300 million US dollar. The seventh little white mouse, India, Rajiv, received a betting amount of 256.7 million US dollar. The eighth little white mouse, India, Amir, received a betting amount of 500 million US dollar. The number 9 white mouse, Russia, Natasha, received a betting amount of 220 million US dollar. The 10th little white mouse, Russia, Roman, received a betting amount of 1 billion US dollar. From these betting results, it's clear that the neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream, with its more than 5 million wealthy viewers. With US dollar as the unit, the betting amount for any single Xiao Bai Shu, little white mouse, far exceeded that of individual national rounds. Among these 10 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, Fang Xiao had the lowest betting amount. The reason is also very simple. Zhang Ran and Fang Xiao were definitely bet on by those in the neighbors or better than distant relatives livestream from China. After all, there were 3 betting opportunities. And these people, especially the group that previously belonged to Fang Xiao's fans. After witnessing the incident between Fang Xiao and the old dog in the 28th round, they were extremely disappointed with Fang Xiao. After all, Fang Xiao's overall performance in that incident was too poor. If it weren't for Zhang Ran, he would have died. At the same time, many of these people were not brain-dead fans from fan circles, who, no matter what their idol did, would think their idol was the best and could do no wrong. These people in the Chinese livestream were very rational. Although they bet on Fang Xiao, the amount of money they bet was not high. All the large sums were bet on Zhang Ran, who had more hope. Besides them, Zhang Ran and Fang Xiao also received bets from people in other countries. However, this proportion was very small. The bulk of the bets still came from China. And the bulk of those bets were placed on Zhang Ran. That's why Fang Xiao's betting amount was so low. Even so, despite Zhang Ran having a much higher betting amount than Fang Xiao, he was still ranked third from the bottom among the 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice. In this special livestream, the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, with the highest betting amount was no. 10. Russia, Roman, $1 billion. A university student. Domestically. Wang Baobao controlled the mouse. He clicked on the table displayed in the livestream. He clicked on Xiaobaishu, little white mice, no. 10. Roman. He found that over 60% of the $1 billion bet was from people in Russia. As for the remaining nearly 40%, it was from people in several other countries. This proportion was quite high. After all, for Zhang Ran, nearly 90% of the betting amount was from people in China. This was very strange, because this university student named Roman, only the people from Russia knew his true situation. People from other countries had no idea. So, why were there so many foreigners betting on him? It's simple, as mentioned before. Based on the basic information of each Xiaobaishu, little white mice, as well as their various photos, people would judge this person. They would decide whether he was worth betting on, whether he was worth spending a lot of money on. So, how did Roman look? 1.85 m, despite being a university student, his physique was extremely robust. Among the 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, he was definitely the one who stood out. Therefore, he was able to receive such a large amount of betting money. Of course, as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. This Roman might look strong, but in reality, his overall ability might be useless. But, if you were betting, between the robust Azanox Roman and the drunkard Fang Xiao, whose face was deeply ravaged by alcohol and tobacco, if the two of them stood together, who would you bet on? At this moment, the long-haired beautiful host of China continued, the total betting amount for this special livestream is $4.0256 billion. If this number, without the decimals, were converted to CNY, it would be roughly multiplied by 7. That would be 28 billion CNY. This figure can already be said to be quite enormous. This is why, for special livestreams, each person in the livestream is allowed to bet on 3 Xiaobaishu, little white mice. This is the reason. It is to increase the total betting amount for each special livestream. If that's the case, then why only allow betting on 3? Wouldn't it be better to set more? No, in this situation, more is not necessarily better. A moment's thought makes it clear. It's a bit like the principle of scarcity. So, increasing the number of bets is not the real goal. What is the real goal? It's still about this money. Over 28 billion CNY. These are all cash flow, not so-called assets. All this money flows from the accounts of these livestream viewers to the power behind the Alice apartment. This money will only flow back from this account and be distributed after 7 days. It will be distributed to those who won their bets. And such a large sum of money, for 7 days, can be freely controlled by the power behind the apartment. Think about what the power behind the apartment can do with this money during those 7 days. And how much more money can it generate? In just 7 days, in the eyes of ordinary people, perhaps nothing much can be done. But in the eyes of some financial magnates, it's a lot that can be manipulated. Of course, this is not the focus. The focus is still the livestream. China's long-haired beautiful host continued to host the special livestream. Like the Alice apartment rules in each country, the final money will be distributed proportionally to those who won their bets, meaning those who bet on the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, that survived to the end. Currently, all procedures have been completed.
Next, the livestream officially begins.
Domestically.
Lin Feng and Wang Baobao saw that after China's long-haired beautiful host finished speaking, their computer screen switched from the 6 beautiful hosts to a huge ship. The ship was full of people. This scene stunned both Lin Feng and Wang Baobao. Especially when they then saw the ship sail to its destination, which was Macedonia Island. It must be said that the scenery of Macedonia Island should be very good. From the computer screen, it looked very impressive. Therefore, let alone the people who went to the site in real life. And, seeing the people from this ship, one by one, carrying their luggage, disembarking at the pier of Macedonia Island, the Xiaohua's boyfriend immediately stared at each other.
Wang Baobao said, "No way?
This special livestream only has 10 Xiaobai little white mice, but why are there so many people coming to this island to play?
Will this cause problems?
Not to mention the Alice apartments in other countries.
Just take China's Alice apartment.
It can almost be said that during the livestream, it is in a confined space.
There are very few unauthorized personnel.
Besides the Xiaobai little white mice, there are only those perverts.
But on this Macedonia Island, there are so many ordinary people? Will nothing really happen? Will there be a big mess?"
However, the Xiaohua's boyfriend felt that the special livestream might just be special in all aspects. Therefore, having so many unauthorized personnel was also a special point. Wang Baobao, at this moment, was controlling the mouse and suddenly discovered that there was also a chat room in the lower right corner of the livestream desktop. After clicking in, he found that this was China's own chat room for the neighbors or better than distant relatives livestream. After clicking in, he found that the usual talkative middle-aged uncle, domineering female CEO, and others were all speaking in this chat room. Of course, this chat room did not display the number of people, it was just a chat room. Presumably, other countries also had such individual national chat rooms. After Wang Baobao clicked in, he quickly told Lin Feng to look at the middle-aged uncle's comments.
"Middle-aged uncle, look quickly, that Indian is barking again."
In the livestream comments section. "Indian, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them. Last time the special livestream, the one our India participated in, we were the ones who laughed last. This time, if there are no surprises, it will still be us. After all, we have many people, and those who can break through are strong, even though these two are lowly low-caste." Someone from Sakura country replied to him, always bragging, "No brains."
Does this kind of thing rely on having many people? If you have many people, will your Xiaobai little white mice, that break through necessarily be the strongest? Then why, with your country's current world-leading population, don't we see you taking down the United States? And why is the United States Alice apartment the strongest and most perverted in the entire world? Someone from South Korea also said, "Exactly, if it really relied on numbers, then why has China only produced 2 who can participate in special livestreams so far?" Goodness, they kept arguing and it came back to China again.
At this moment, the middle-aged uncle couldn't take it anymore and directly started to spray on the spot, "You bunch of jerks, I wish you all encountered Jiang Ran's older and younger brothers."
Someone from Russia commented, "Jiang Ran's older and younger brothers, what are those? Are his older and younger brothers also on Macedonia Island?"
Those who are not in China's neighbors or better than distant relatives livestream naturally wouldn't know
the meaning of the middle-aged uncle's words. Jiang Ran's older and younger brothers, wasn't he referring to the personality that killed the clown that time?
At this moment, someone from Thailand spoke up, "All right everyone, stop arguing.
Our bickering is useless. Everything depends on the Xiaobai little white mice's performance. That's what truly matters."
Perhaps, everyone tacitly agreed with this statement. Subsequently, the chat area of the live broadcast room indeed saw much less verbal sparring.
Reality. Macedonia Island.
Jiang Ran dragged his suitcase and carried a large backpack. He followed the crowd, queuing to disembark. The moment he stepped onto the shore, he heard a voice in his mind, "Ding, a dangerous zone has been detected. Please leave the area as soon as possible, host." Points +5. Points +5, Jiang Ran had originally come for a happy vacation, but this system prompt completely bewildered him. What the heck?
Dangerous zone? Macedonia Island? What danger could there be on this tourist island? He couldn't understand.
But he immediately thought of Alice's apartment.
Yes, who would have thought that an entire Alice apartment would be full of dangerous individuals? Therefore, should Jiang Ren go onto the island or not? Are you kidding? Was he afraid? He could stay in Alice's apartment, so what could a mere island do? Could it really turn the world upside down? Moreover, he looked left and right. He found that there were so many people. With so many people, he felt completely safe. Thus, he cast the system's warning to the back of his mind and continued onto the island. Macedonia Island is a tropical island.
The scorching sun overhead, coupled with the constant pressure of the surrounding crowds, condensed the heat, making it impossible to dissipate. His body produced sweat faster than bullets were made. Each drop formed and then either slid down his skin or was absorbed by his clothes. I really want to jump into the ocean and cool off. At this moment, Jiang Ran was also incredibly hot. In front of him were Xiao Qiu, Su Yang, and the others. Even if Su Yang was a rich second-generation heir, he still had to obediently wait in line here. There were no special privileges. Therefore, he felt a bit more balanced. The pier of Macedonia Island was built very luxuriously. Grand, clean, and the concrete ground was perfectly even. There were many boats near the pier. Of course, most of them were yachts. They were the common white color. After queuing and disembarking, following the signs, they would arrive at a ticket gate. At the ticket gate, everyone had to hand over a ticket they had already purchased. This ticket was the island entrance ticket that Jiang Ran received in his express package. With this ticket, one could enjoy everything on the island for free. Jiang Ran naturally had one, it was in his express package. It seemed that everyone who came to this island had already purchased this ticket in advance. Of course, at least from Jiang Ran's perspective, he also saw many people who seemed not to have bought tickets in advance being pulled aside by staff members. Soon, it was Jiang Ran and his group's turn. Jiang Ran and his companions handed over their respective tickets, and after the island staff verified them, they were allowed to pass through. After passing through, they followed the signs at the pier and walked all the way. They arrived at a very large parking lot. There were many sightseeing tour buses in the parking lot. Each sightseeing tour bus would automatically drive to the hotel once it was full. Jiang Ran and his group happened to catch a sightseeing tour bus and rode together, heading to the hotel on the island first. Rajiv is the seventh little white mouse, from India, and is 23 years old this year. His skin is dark, and his build is the lean type. Before entering the India Alice apartment, he was a fruit vendor. Every day, he would sell fruit on the street. He had many siblings. Including him, there were 7 in total. His family was very poor. Therefore, the entire family lived in a dirty and chaotic slum. And this was why, after being approached by a middle-aged man, he signed an agreement with him and entered the India Alice apartment. The reason was that he wanted money. He was short on money. And this time, coming to Macedonia Island, even though he knew it was very dangerous, as long as he survived 7 days, the money he could earn daily would double. This was a huge temptation for him. Currently, he was pulling his suitcase, had passed the initial ticket check, and was now preparing to take a sightseeing tour bus to the hotel. Although Rajiv came from a slum, if you observe Rajiv carefully, you would notice that he dressed very fashionably, completely unlike a low-caste person from an India slum. His attire made him look entirely like a high-caste person. His outfit today consisted of a floral summer shirt on his upper body. It was very light and cool. On his lower body, he wore floral beach shorts. On his feet were a pair of Nike shoes. In addition to that, he also wore a pair of sunglasses on his face. Overall, he looked like an elite tourist. Of course, what was most striking was the suitcase he was pulling. The surface of this suitcase was a very beautiful light blue. Furthermore, the overall design of this suitcase was also very interesting. It looked simple in design but exuded a simple sense of luxury. This suitcase was from a very popular brand in India. Its price, if converted to CNY, was over 2,000. A suitcase costing over 2,000 CNY would not even be looked at by truly wealthy people. But for ordinary people, this was already very good. In India, carrying a suitcase of this brand was a sign of status. It proved that he was a wealthy person, not a poor wretch from the slums. The money he earned daily at the India Alice apartment, he did not use to support his family. Instead, he spent it all on himself. Why? Because he knew his family was a bunch of vampires. Moreover, this money was earned with his own life. So, why should he support his family? He wanted to spend it himself, he wanted to enjoy the life of a rich person. In fact, he felt that he was already a rich person now. Because the India Alice apartment he lived in was a high-end apartment, where wealthy people lived. And the money he earned daily, his daily expenses, were all in places where only wealthy people would spend. He felt that through his own efforts, he had already escaped his original social class. Currently, he was pulling his suitcase and boarded a sightseeing tour bus that was almost full. The driver of this sightseeing tour bus got down to check if it was full, or if it was nearly full and could depart. He checked and found that there was only one seat left to be full. He turned to go back to the driver's seat and start the car. Just then, a voice came from afar. "Wait for me. Wait for me." English, the driver turned his head when he heard the voice. He saw a young man dragging a suitcase, waving his right hand upwards continuously, and shouting at him. Seeing him, the driver waited there for the young man. 2 minutes later, the young man arrived at the sightseeing tour bus, panting. The driver saw him and said in English, "Get in." The young man quickly thanked him, then pulled his suitcase and got onto the sightseeing tour bus. The sightseeing tour buses on Macedonia Island had a canopy on top, and both sides were open. There was a large gap between the front and back seats, so luggage and other items could be placed there. As luck would have it, this young man sat in the very last row, right next to the seventh little white mouse, Rajiv. Rajiv was still wearing his sunglasses at this moment. He turned his head to look at the panting young man beside him. He noticed that this young man had an East Asian, yellow-skinned face. Although people from India are considered Caucasian, many Indian people have very dark skin. Conversely, East Asians, though called yellow-skinned, many people have very fair skin. For example, the person in front of him had very fair skin. "Hello, what country are you from?" "English," he asked. Because India was once colonized by England, many people in India can speak English. Including him, a poor boy from the slums. "Hello, I am Korean." In English, the Korean young man extended his hand. Rajiv lowered his head. Although he was wearing sunglasses, the Korean young man's hand was still visible, with its delicate and tender skin. Rajiv extended his right hand and shook his hand. The skin is very smooth." Then, Xiaohua's boyfriend separated their hands. Releasing his hand, Rajiv was still savoring the feeling of his right hand just now. As the saying goes, when people are well-fed and warm, they think of lustful desires. Rajiv was no exception and could not escape the law of this saying. After he became rich, he also indulged in a life of pleasure. However, even a life of pleasure was not as good as a special experience he once had. What kind of experience was that? It was very simple. He got on two brothers' truck to wholesale fruit. As a result, they met a South Korea male blogger on the way. Then they happily let this South Korea male blogger hitch a ride. They gave him water with sleeping pills. Next, what happened should be predictable. They had a friendly exchange with that South Korea male blogger. Then they left him on the side of the road. Although the South Korea male blogger reported it to the police afterward. They were taken away by the India police. But they were only apologized to and released without charge. So why did Rajiv feel that his experience in a life of pleasure was not as good as this one?
It's very simple. Although he thought he was a rich man, was he really a rich man?
The girls he played with after he got rich were still from the lower castes. No matter how he disguised himself, he was not from the upper castes. Because the lower castes and the upper castes are not the same race.
They can be distinguished at a glance. Even though he put on expensive clothes.
Therefore, he felt that his friendly exchange with that South Korea male blogger was a step towards becoming a real upper caste. After all, the lower castes cannot enjoy this kind of thing. And the Korean young man in front of him was even whiter and more delicate than that one. If only he could. At this moment, Rajiv closed his legs, and his body couldn't help but react. It was also at this time that the car quickly started. The scenery along the way to the hotel was still very good, but Rajiv was a little absent-minded. Because he had been staring at the swimsuit beauties of various countries and different skin colors on the road. Especially when he saw a few fair-skinned East Asian girls. Listening to them speak, they should be Chinese. Although he had never been in contact with Chinese people. But from online chats, he heard that Chinese girls especially like to find foreign men, no matter which country they are from. Therefore, they are called simple and easy to get girls, that is, easy girl. He wondered if he could get a Chinese girl as a girlfriend on this 7-day trip? Soon, the tour bus drove to a magnificent Western-style hotel, mainly white. After they all got off the bus, the tour bus drove away. Then they entered the hotel and, under the guidance of the hotel staff, came to the hotel front desk. They began to register their identity information and then collect their room cards. Rajiv and that Korean young man were in the second to last and last positions. After all, that's how the boarding order was. Soon, the people in front had completed their registration and received their hotel room cards. When it was Rajiv's turn, there was a problem. Mainly, Rajiv was told that his hotel room was not a single room, but a double room. And coincidentally, the other tourist in the double room was the Korean young man behind him. Therefore, the hotel front desk reminded Rajiv that if he was not satisfied, he could change it. Of course, because the rooms were tight, if he wanted to change, he would need to queue up and wait for an empty room. That would take some time. So, should he change rooms? Rajiv didn't intend to change in the first place, especially when he knew that the other guest was the Korean young man behind him. He didn't intend to change even more. Because he felt that the opportunity had come. A man-on-man opportunity. And the Korean young man behind him, after knowing about this, he didn't have any resistance, but was very happy, and stretched out one of his hands again, that is, his previous right hand. Rajiv also stretched out his previous right hand in the same way. He smiled, and could touch the feeling of that kind of skin again. At this time, neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream. The camera lens kept rotating to the scene of Rajiv at the hotel front desk. India, whoever mentions lizard again, I will get angry with him, excitedly typed on the keyboard. Everyone, if I think that are two people from India, who can survive to the end, then it is definitely this one, seventh little white mouse, Rajiv. As he finished speaking, someone from another country asked suspiciously, why? I see that the amount of money bet on the other one in your India is 500 million, which is half more than Rajiv, so why do you say that this one has a better chance? As everyone knows, the higher the amount of money bet, the stronger the strength and the more likely they are to live longer. So, what is the reason for this person to say this? But because of the 1-hour speech restriction, this person couldn't answer even if he wanted to. Back to reality. Rajiv and this Korean young man chatted and laughed, took the elevator, and came all the way to their hotel room. After they opened the door with their room card, a ray of light came towards them. Looking closely, it was the balcony facing them, with bright light directly projecting in, illuminating the entire hotel room. Wow, it's really beautiful. In English, Rajiv put his suitcase next to a table, then walked to the balcony and looked outside, unable to help but admire. At this time, the sea breeze blew, causing his pores to open all over his body, making him feel comfortable. He lowered his head slightly, concentrating, and looked into the distance. From his balcony, he could see many swimsuit beauties on the golden beach. He couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, ready to use his mobile phone to zoom in and capture the scene. It is worth mentioning that he was using Chinese Xiaomi mobile phone.
He held up his mobile phone and then opened the camera.
To his surprise, his camera. The phone screen should be facing outwards, but when he opened it, it was in selfie mode.
Yes, it was in selfie mode.
Ever since he moved into Alice's apartment, he had been looking for women to chat with online. He often takes selfies and stuff. Therefore, he was going to adjust the selfie. But it was at this time that he held up his mobile phone, his Xiaomi mobile phone. In selfie mode, besides himself, there was another person on the phone screen.
This other person must be that Korean young man.
There was nothing strange about this. Because there were only two of them in the hotel room, it was normal for another person to accidentally appear in the picture.
But what is extremely abnormal now is, even if he was in the picture, the Korean young man should be far away from him. Over there by the two beds in the room. But now, in the picture, the Korean young man appeared behind him. Silently.
Especially that face, which was no more than half a palm away from his face.
What is an accident?
An accident is a sudden, completely unexpected event.
In this world, various accidents happen every minute of every second.
For example, being hit by a car and dying while walking. Choking to death on a fishbone, and so on.
These are all considered accidents.
But if you think about these accidents carefully, they are actually caused by human factors. For example, the person hit by a car while walking was someone who regularly jaywalked. Therefore, it's not surprising if they were hit by a car one day. And the person who choked to death on a fishbone usually loved eating fish and often got choked, but never thought that this time it would cost them their life.
These are all human-caused accidents. In a novel, these are accidents with foreshadowing, making them less abrupt. So what is a truly terrifying accident? It's an accident not caused by the actions of the person experiencing it. For example, a few years ago there was news. A billionaire and his daughter, who had returned from studying abroad, were in a car when a piling machine at a construction site collapsed and crushed them to death. This kind of accident was completely not caused by the actions of the people involved. They maintained good habits when driving and so on. The accident was caused by that construction site habitually using unqualified piling machines and having inadequate safety inspection measures. In other words, even if that piling machine hadn't collapsed this time, that construction site would have had other problems sooner or later. Perhaps it would have been something else that led to other people's deaths. This is an accident caused by the actions of others, leaving the victims completely unprepared. Rajiv was using his Xiaomi phone in selfie mode at this moment. He saw the Korean young man appear silently behind him, and then the Korean young man pulled out a sharp dagger with his right hand. The moment the Korean young man discovered Rajiv, who had seen him through his phone's selfie mode, he instantly and without hesitation stabbed the dagger into Rajiv's left chest. Which is the location of the human heart. Rajiv reacted quickly, but unfortunately, it was too late.
The dagger was already deeply embedded in his heart. Then, he struggled to create distance from the Korean young man behind him. During the struggle, his phone also fell to the ground. He covered his heart with both hands, but he couldn't stop it. A large amount of red liquid gushed out from between his fingers at the location of his heart.
Help!
Rajiv turned and shouted towards the balcony outside,
wanting to call for help.
But the Korean young man rushed forward, stabbing the dagger in his right hand into Rajiv's neck, while his left hand tightly covered Rajiv's mouth, and then all the muscles in his body moved, exerting force, dragging the desperately struggling Rajiv backward.
Rajiv naturally couldn't just give up.
He opened his mouth directly and bit down hard on the Korean young man's left hand that was covering his mouth. And as soon as he bit down, he realized something was wrong. The sensation of biting down was so hard.
And so rough.
Furthermore, after he bit down, the hand barely reacted.
It still tightly covered his mouth, struggling against it.
Rajiv felt something was wrong and strained his eyeballs downward. As a result, he saw a terrifying scene. He saw that the Korean young man's left hand was incredibly rough, with terrifyingly thick calluses, and the skin of his palm seemed to have been scalded by boiling water.
It was twisted and deformed. Wait, was he hallucinating?
The Korean young man's palm was clearly fair and delicate. Plop! Plop! While he was thinking these things, the Korean young man's right hand was continuously stabbing the dagger into the front of his body,
making plopping sounds.
One blood hole after another was rapidly being created.
Thanks to this, Rajiv realized he wasn't hallucinating.
Instead, he remembered. The Korean young man had always used his right hand when shaking hands with him. The hand that was holding the dagger and stabbing him. That hand was fair and delicate, while his left hand was dirty and ugly.
He understood everything.
But realizing this now was too late. Because he was about to die. I was careless, Rajiv's last words in his heart were these.
So, based on the above, was Rajiv's death an accident? Was his death caused by his own factors? Or by the factors of others?
After killing Rajiv, the Korean young man looked down at Rajiv, who was lying in a pool of bright red blood, his eyes wide open in death, his body covered in blood. He just curled the corner of his mouth. His face filled with disdain. The neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream's broadcast screen had always been on Rajiv's side.
Everyone witnessed Rajiv's death process. Immediately, the livestream screen switched to the studio. It returned to the 6 beautiful, hot female hosts. The female host from India stepped forward and said, "This special livestream, with the death of the 7th little white mouse Rajiv, has had a total of $256.7 million in betting money, all of which has been transferred to the total prize pool." After she finished her announcement, the screen switched again, but this time it switched to other screens. Of course, in special livestreams, just like the livestreams in Alice's apartment, the viewers in the livestream room could switch cameras freely. At the same time, if an exciting scene occurred, the main camera would automatically switch.
And to be honest, Rajiv's death was quite unexpected. Not just for the already deceased Rajiv regarding his own death, but also for the over 5 million people in the livestream room. Apart from the people from China, people from several other countries had seen quite a few special livestreams. But the special livestreams they had seen didn't involve acting so quickly. Especially impersonating a tourist and being in the same room as the Xiaobai little white mice, with no prelude, directly making a move.
A person from Russia typed at this moment, "I've seen many special livestreams too."
Some special livestreams are set in small towns, some on islands, but no matter where, this beginning was too fast, so fast that I didn't expect it at all.
China's middle-aged uncle said, "Whether it's fast or not doesn't matter, I'm more curious about that lizard from India. Didn't he say Rajiv would survive until the end?"
China, I am a hero, Rajiv did survive until the end, his soul survived until the end. China, fairy sister, that's a brutal slap in the face. At this point, let alone still being under a 1-hour speech ban, even if he could speak, he wouldn't jump out. These people from China had not forgotten the Indian person named India. Whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry.
The time they mocked China as trash and useless.
Therefore, at this moment, with him being slapped in the face, many Chinese people jumped out to mock him sarcastically.
Of course, although that Indian lizard didn't jump out, other Indian people did speak.
Alright, what are you so proud of?
Be careful, the next Xiaobai little white mice, to die will be your two from China. He, really? I don't believe it.
Chinese and Indian people began to clash with words. If these conversations were posted online, and said to be conversations between the wealthy of various countries, many people probably wouldn't believe it.
After all, in their minds, shouldn't rich people be calm and not show their emotions?
How could they curse and argue with each other like ordinary people?
But actually, there's nothing to it. Even rich people are still people.
If one had experienced the early events of the domestic online mobile phone circles, they wouldn't find it surprising. After all, at that time, rival companies were idiots, and challenges to fight were endless. That Korean young man killed the 7th little white mouse, Rajiv. This sufficiently proves that this Korean young man is one of the perverted criminals, a perverted serial killer, arranged by the organizers on Macedonia Island. And, according to the rules, since this Korean young man has already killed one xiaobaishu, little white mice, he can completely rest for the next 7 days. In China, Wang Baobao, sitting in front of his computer, wanted to find out who this Korean young man was. He clicked on a button labeled information in the live stream room. He saw the information for the 10 xiaobaishu, little white mice. At the same time, new information appeared below the 10 xiaobaishu, little white mice. The information was about this Korean young man. The information is as follows: Lu Yongchun, male, 30 years old, South Korean perverted serial killer. Number of victims, at least 19 people. Targets, wealthy elderly living alone, prostitutes, intellectually disabled. Modus operandi, dismemberment and other methods, not limited. Motive, poor background, simple hatred of the rich, divorce, twisted psychology. Zhang Ran lives in 3003. Which is room number 3 on the 30th floor. Of course, he is not alone in a hotel room. Like Rajiv, he was also assigned a double room. Of course, he was luckier. His roommate in the double room was not a perverted serial killer. Instead, it was the 6th little white mouse, from Thailand, male, 29 years old, Wanala, a transvestite worker. After Zhang Ran had been in 3003 for about 10 minutes. The 6th little white mouse, Wanala, holding a room card and dragging a pink suitcase, entered 3003. The moment Zhang Ran first saw Wanala, he was stunned in the hotel room. First, he was amazed by Wanala's beauty. Secondly, he was very surprised, wondering if the hotel had made a mistake. Why was he sharing his room with a woman? When Zhang Ran picked up his room card at the hotel reception on the first floor, he had already been informed that there would be another guest sharing his double room. But he assumed it would be a man, and never expected it to be a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Hello. After Wanala came in, she chose the bed nearest the door, then greeted Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran thought she must be an ice beauty. The kind with absolutely no smile on her face. Hello, you speak Chinese? Zhang Ran returned the greeting, and at the same time asked this question. After all, Wanala's appearance clearly indicated she wasn't Chinese. She seemed to be from Southeast Asia, with a mixed-race look from that region. Yes, I am from Thailand. Wanala answered the question while opening her suitcase and tidying her belongings. Zhang Ran scratched his head. Then your Chinese is very good. Wanala replied, looking down, well, my job involves dealing with customers from many different countries, so mastering several foreign languages is a must. Zhang Ran said, oh. He couldn't help but praise how authentically this woman spoke Chinese, with almost no foreign accent. And then, Zhang Ran witnessed a scene that he would never forget. After Wanala finished tidying her things, immediately, she actually started changing her clothes right in front of him. Of course, the 2 pieces of clothing covering important parts of her body were not removed. But even so, it was enough to shock Zhang Ran. Because if it were a Chinese girl, she would never be so open. But this Thai woman in front of him was very generous, without any shyness. She completely treated Zhang Ran as if he wasn't there. Zhang Ran wanted to avert his gaze to show that he wasn't a pervert. But his gaze just wouldn't move. Only after Wanala had finished changing did Zhang Ran awkwardly look away. Then, after Wanala had changed her clothes, she left the room. Zhang Ran stayed in the hotel room by himself for a while. He also changed into a beach outfit. That is, a summer shirt, beach shorts, plus a pair of sandals. After getting ready, he left 3003. According to the map on each floor. He took the elevator to the 10th floor. The entire 10th floor offers a full-day buffet. Zhang Ran enjoyed a rich buffet there. Of course, he only ate meat. In particular, he ate Australian lobster there, which he had never tasted before. After eating, he checked the time on his phone. 1:32 p.m. He took the elevator to the first floor. Then he exited the first floor and began to enjoy a wonderful 7-day island tour. Of course, he didn't plan to do much on this day. He only intended to wander around and explore everything on the island. He first went to the beach. At this time, the beach was full of men and women in swimsuits. Especially young men and women. Many men with 8-pack abs, and women with hot figures. Walking on the soft golden beach. Jiang Ran also saw many children building their castles with sand. Seeing this, he couldn't help but remember. There was an episode in SpongeBob. SpongeBob and Patrick Star, on the beach, used sand to sculpt various things. They attacked each other, like fighting a war. Even fighter jets were sculpted. Of course, that was animation. This is reality. Such absurd things are impossible. Jiang Ran walked on the golden beach, then entered the cold seawater. Gradually, the sea water reached his knees, and he stopped. He looked around. There were many people playing in the sea by the shore. Not far in the distance, a few people were surfing with surfboards. Jiang Ran couldn't swim, so after soaking in the cold sea for a while, he returned to the beach. After returning, he continued walking along the beach. To his surprise, he actually saw a few old acquaintances. These old acquaintances were none other than Xiao Qiu and a few others. He walked over. Xiao Qiu and the others also noticed him. Jiang Ran asked them what they were preparing to do. Xiao Qiu pouted and said, Su Yang and his friends are going diving, and they're currently talking to the diving instructor. Jiang Ran looked over, and saw not far away. Su Yang and his 5 foreign friends were standing there. Su Yang and that male friend wore beach shorts on their lower bodies, and were shirtless on their upper bodies. The two of them must have worked out regularly, so they had good physiques. As for the other 4 girls. These 4 girls were all wearing sexy bikinis. Jiang Ran's gaze swept over them, and there was only one word, pale. Since he encountered acquaintances, Jiang Ran decided to stay here a bit longer. Then, a few minutes later, Su Yang's group seemed to have settled something. Su Yang and that male friend changed into wetsuits, oxygen tanks, and diving masks. They went into the sea with several male diving instructors to dive. And after Su Yang and his friend left to dive, the 4 girls walked towards Jiang Ran and his group. The 4 girls were very open, and Jiang Ran and the 3 of Xiao Qiu had nothing to shy away from. So they openly admired them. Of course, it was impossible to stare fixedly. That would seem a bit perverted. Aren't you going diving with Su Yang? When the 4 women arrived, Xiao Qiu was the first to ask. One of Su Yang's girlfriends, the girl with the pink wavy hair, smiled and said, "It's boring. It's not like we haven't dived before. We've done it countless times. Plus, diving requires changing clothes, which is too much of a hassle. Compared to that, we're more interested in taking beautiful photos." The 4 women smiled, took out their phones, found a spot with a nice view, and started taking pictures. Jiang Ran stayed there for another 10 minutes or so before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Su Yang and his friends surfacing from their dive. That fast? Xiao Pang looked surprised. What happened next surprised these people even more. After surfacing, Su Yang and his friends seemed to get into an argument with the diving instructors. Then, the 2 sides actually started fighting. Jiang Ran stared, stunned. He had no idea what was going on. The other 3 were also in the same state. Xiao Qiu was the quickest to react among them. He immediately ran over. When he ran, the others followed, including Jiang Ran. After they reached them, they immediately stepped forward to break up the fight. After breaking up the fight, they asked what had happened. Immediately, Su Yang recounted what had happened during the dive. It turned out that these diving instructors, after going underwater, suddenly asked Su Yang and his friend if they wanted to take photos. Su Yang asked if it was free. After all, they had bought tickets for Macedonia Island, and it said everything on the island was free. However, the diving instructors who accompanied them underwater said it wasn't free, it was $500 for 10 photos.
Although Su Yang was a rich second generation, he wasn't a pushover. He immediately refused.
His friend did the same.
As a result, Xiaohua's boyfriend was subjected to foul play by the diving instructors in the sea.
Things like pushing them down and removing their oxygen masks were all done. Finally, Su Yang agreed to take photos, and only after they took a set of pictures did they surface.
And after surfacing, these diving instructors never expected it. Su Yang and his friend were also tough characters.
They immediately went back on their word and directly started hitting people.
Xiao Q, don't stop me.
I'm going to beat these scoundrels to death. I've dived so many times abroad, and I've never encountered such unscrupulous merchants.
Su Yang still wanted to continue fighting at this point.
Xiao Q naturally refused.
He held him back firmly.
At this moment, the 4 girls also came over, and after learning the whole story, these girls immediately called the hotel. And seeing those girls call the hotel, the diving instructors immediately ran off into the distance. Xiaoping tried to stop them but couldn't. The diving instructors ran faster than anyone else.
Soon, the hotel staff arrived. Upon their arrival, Su Yang unleashed a torrent of abuse at the hotel staff. This included accusations that Macedonia Island was engaging in consumer fraud. And if one didn't consume, they would even endanger lives.
The hotel staff, who were being scolded, looked at each other, completely bewildered.
Until after listening to Xiao Q and the others' accounts,
a hotel staff member in his 30s quickly explained, "Then the diving instructors you encountered definitely aren't our hotel staff, or staff from the island. Look, our hotel and all the staff on the island, whether it's uniforms or diving suits, all have this golden peony pattern on the front. And we also have ID badges around our necks, with a QR code that can be scanned for verification."
Upon hearing this,
including Zhang Ran, these people then noticed that it seemed all the staff they had encountered since surfacing.
Although their uniforms were slightly different, there indeed seemed to be a golden peony pattern on the front of everyone's uniform.
Besides that, there were also ID badges.
The diving suits worn by those diving instructors indeed did not have a golden peony.
However, they did have ID badges. Su Yang, not believing it, used his phone to scan the QR code of one of the staff members in front of him.
He found that it really could scan something.
It was the basic information of this staff member.
Look, what scan will also specifically include our staff's anti-counterfeiting mark, which is the golden peony background.
So, those people you encountered are absolutely not our staff. Since we sell tickets here, everything inside will not be charged. Including diving photography, it's
all free.
So, if you encounter anyone charging on the island, they are definitely not our people.
Please call to report them.
Realizing they had made a huge mistake, Su Yang and his friend wished they could tear those diving instructors apart. After all, Xiaohua's boyfriend had truly almost been killed in the water.
Zhang Ran watched this scene without speaking.
He suddenly remembered that he had scrolled through Douyin and seemed to have come across a domestic tourist destination where such incidents frequently occurred.
Many who experienced it would post videos online, warning others to avoid it. The incident ended. Just as Zhang Ran was about to leave, the staff members suddenly pointed into the distance and said to Su Yang and the others, "There are professional diving instructors from the island over there. If you want to dive, you can go."
Everyone looked into the distance, vaguely seeing a few black specks. Su Yang threw the black diving mask in his hand onto the ground. "To hell with it, my mood is completely ruined today.
How can I still be in the mood to go diving?"
Su Yan looked around furiously, then his gaze fell on his 2 girlfriends. He walked over, grabbed the pale wrist of the girl with the pink wavy hair, and without saying anything else, pulled her towards the hotel. At this moment, Zhang Ran noticed that the girl with the pink wavy hair clearly had a look of panic on her pretty face, as if she was very afraid of what was to come.
Are these 2 really boyfriend and girlfriend?
This sentence was muttered by Zhang Ran to himself. But Xiaopeng said it directly, and his voice was not low. Yes, not only Zhang Ran, but Xiao Qiu and the others beside him also noticed it.
Then, the embarrassing thing was that Su Yang's friends hadn't left yet. However, those friends didn't seem to care.
Another one of Su Yang's girlfriends, the girl with long black straight hair and a sweet appearance, said, "Yes, they are boyfriend and girlfriend."
Didn't I say so on the plane before? Xiao Peng was very puzzled. Then why did she look so panicked when she just left?
The girl with long black straight hair and a sweet appearance crossed her arms, her expression cold, because Su Yang's preferences in that regard are too perverted.
So, let alone her, even I can't stand it.
The girl shook her head and sighed.
Can't stand it? Then why not just refuse?
Xiao Peng remained puzzled. The girl continued coldly, "You're overthinking it again, you simply can't refuse."
Kobe, beside them, said calmly, "It's a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship dynamic involving one male and two females.
From this relationship, it's clear that the two sides are not equal.
The male is superior to the females."
Hey, those reasons you mentioned on the plane earlier, about why you were willing to accept this relationship, were all lies, weren't they?
At the time, on the plane, Xiao Peng asked the two girls how they could accept this relationship. Two women sharing one man? The girls' answers at the time were also quite unexpected. Things like, life is about happiness, not being bound by traditional rules. But in the end, it was all a lie.
The girl with long black hair and a sweet face stared at Kobe and nodded, "Yes, the reasons on the plane were all lies."
Do you want to hear the real reason? The girl's current expression was completely different from her usual sweet demeanor. It was a striking contrast, almost like a demoness. "Of course I do."
Xiao Peng was the most excited, the one who wanted to hear it the most.
Because he really wanted to know the true reason why two women could accept sharing a boyfriend. The girl spread her hands. "Why did the two of us accept a shared boyfriend? It's simple, one word, money." Money? No, you students who can go abroad, you're still short on money?
Xiao Peng was confused. The girl with long black hair sneered, "Yes, a student like me who can go abroad naturally isn't short on money. In fact, my family used to be quite wealthy, of course, all the money came from my dad. Then, due to special circumstances with my dad, my family's financial source was cut off.
And then, I had no money.
After I had no money, I not only faced the problem of not being able to continue my studies in England, but I also had to go out and work, as even living expenses became an issue.
That's when Su Yang's importance emerged.
Su Yang and I were already boyfriend and girlfriend. Therefore, after something happened to my dad, he gave me money to help me continue my studies.
Then, something happened that I hadn't even realized. Originally, my and his status in this
relationship were equal, but subsequently, our statuses began a sharp decline. My status became lower and lower, while his became higher and higher. This led to me, who used to often get angry in front of him, now not only not daring to get angry or throw tantrums, but also having to consider and please him.
As for Lin Baiyu, she's similar to me.
Her family runs a company in China, and now the company is in trouble, relying entirely on Su Yang's father's company to survive. But Lin Baiyu is also somewhat different from me. Lin Baiyu originally had a boyfriend, but because Su Yang took a liking to her, there was no other way, unless she disregarded her family's company.
After all, Lin Baiyu, you wouldn't want your family's company to go bankrupt, would you? So, this is the real reason why the two of us are with him. Do you understand? Xiao Peng suddenly understood.
So, the reason Su Yang was able to juggle two relationships without capsizing was still because of money.
Kobe listened, then said calmly, "I see, that's nothing strange.
Before, I took a case from a rich woman who asked me to investigate evidence of her husband's infidelity. Later, I found out that her husband was keeping 3 beautiful women, and those 3 beautiful women even lived together.
Knowing of each other's existence, yet coexisting peacefully and harmoniously.
Of course, this wasn't because the rich woman's husband was so clever, but simply because of money, which made the 3 women willingly live together in peace. Throughout this process, Xiao Qiu had not expressed his
opinion until now.
He finally said, Su Yang has really changed.
He's completely different from how he was back then. Jiang Ran had been enjoying the gossip, unable to stop. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers away from their location, on another beach on the island. This area was sparsely populated. A figure was slowly walking along. This figure was indeed Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, no. 3. A Sakura Country national, 30-year-old Hashimoto Kazuo. Hashimoto Kazuo was a doctor. In Sakura Country, doctors are a high-paying profession. Under normal circumstances, who would give up a high-paying job to go to Alice's apartment? Well, his going to the Alice apartment in Sakura Country clearly indicated that something abnormal had happened to him. The abnormal situation was also quite simple. He had offended a professor in his hospital's department. Then he was demoted to a rural clinic in a remote village to work as a doctor. Those who have watched Sakura Country medical dramas, or that very popular bank employee drama, Hanzo wa Naoki, should understand his situation. Offended his superior, demoted to a remote area. You say resign? Yes, of course you can resign. But if resigning were such a good solution, why wouldn't those who were demoted take it? Basically, being demoted means that one's future life might be spent there forever. It's almost impossible to return to a big city hospital. In addition, after being demoted, salaries and other benefits were also heavily discounted. During that period, Hashimoto Kazuo fell into extreme internal turmoil. Then, because he was demoted, he had to leave the big city with his wife and son. To the place he was demoted to start his future work. But his wife refused. At the same time, she filed for divorce. Hashimoto Kazuo was stunned. His career was obstructed, but his wife didn't need to divorce him just because of that, did she? Later, he found out that his wife had already been cheating, and even his 5-year-old son wasn't his. Hashimoto Kazuo did not throw a fit or become furious like other men. Instead, he divorced his wife readily, and his son went with his wife. After the divorce, he began to recall the sweet times with his wife many years ago, and that sacred white wedding. And then he looked at his current solitary self. His career and family collapsed all at once. Such a blow. Few people can truly endure it. It's no exaggeration to say he was utterly despondent. Because of this, Hashimoto Kazuo later suffered from severe depression. Later, he simply resigned. After that, he lived as a shut-in, lying flat, in Sakura Country, a concept that took hold there first. Even later, his savings ran out. He then started doing odd jobs, part-time at convenience stores. Even later, fate took a turn. He met a 30-year-old man who signed an agreement with him to move into the Alice apartment in Sakura Country. After moving into the Alice apartment in Sakura Country. At first, like many Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, who moved into Alice apartment, he thought the place was haunted. Sakura Country is different from China. In China, talk of ghosts and gods is considered feudal superstition, and ghost films cannot be made for TV dramas and movies. Making ghost films is certainly possible, but in the end, it must be attributed to human action. However, Sakura Country does not have this restriction. Ghost films can be made freely. Therefore, many people here believe, but many also do not believe. But as a doctor, he was accustomed to life and death, so whether it was haunted or not didn't matter. But after he actually moved in, he realized that it was much more terrifying than being haunted. He didn't know if a ghost would want his life if it was haunted. But the people living there all wanted his life. As for why he didn't leave after moving in and gradually understanding the full scope of the Alice apartment in Sakura Country? It's simple, he got money every day. Additionally, Hashimoto Kazuo, the doctor, discovered that his depression gradually began to improve while he was staying in Alice's apartment. Of course, more importantly, by moving into Alice's apartment, he enjoyed it. The joy of fighting with people. Especially the feeling that if he lost, he would die. And his reason for signing the agreement and coming to Macedonia Island was very simple. He treated it entirely like leveling up in a game. If he succeeded, the money he received daily would double.
If he lost, he would get nothing, and perhaps even die.
But none of that mattered anymore. At this moment, Hashimoto Kazuo slowly exhaled towards the sun in the sky.
Then, he continued to walk step by step along the coastline. As he walked, he suddenly saw 3 small black dots ahead. When he got closer, he realized they were 3 people. Upon closer inspection, the 3 people seemed to be in trouble. One person was lying on the ground, while the other 2 were kneeling beside him. They were continuously performing CPR on the person lying on the ground. As a doctor, Hashimoto Kazuo had a sense of professional ethics. Therefore, he quickly ran over. When he arrived, he said, "Do you need help?" "I'm a doctor." Japanese, hearing the voice, an anxious young man's face looked up, and he also spoke in Japanese. "That's great. My girlfriend accidentally drowned. Please, hurry and save her." Japanese, Hashimoto Kazuo looked down. He saw that the person lying there was a woman, completely soaked. As the young man continuously performed CPR on her, the young woman lying there kept spitting out seawater from her mouth. "Let me perform CPR on her. Your movements are not standard. Not only will they be ineffective, but they might also worsen her condition." Japanese, Hashimoto Kazuo took over, continuing to perform CPR and artificial respiration on the drowned young woman. Hashimoto Kazuo was indeed a doctor. Soon, under his professional technique, the drowned young woman continuously spat out a large amount of seawater from her mouth. Her consciousness also gradually recovered. At this point, Hashimoto Kazuo stopped his actions and said with a smile, "Your girlfriend is fine now." Japanese, "Thank you. Thank you." Japanese, the young man quickly expressed his gratitude. His eyes were filled with tears, as if he was truly terrified of something happening to his girlfriend. And after his girlfriend woke up, he immediately embraced her. Tears flowed down his face as if they were free. "Oh, you're hurting me. Let me recover for a bit." Having just woken up and being tightly embraced, the drowned woman was a bit overwhelmed. The young man smiled, wiping his tears. "I was too nervous. By the way, Xiaoyan, what exactly happened to you underwater? Your swimming skills are even better than mine. How could you have drowned?" Hearing the name Xiaoyan, does it sound a bit familiar? That's right. The drowned young woman was Zhou Yan. And the 2 people next to her were her boyfriend Li Migua, and Li Migua's classmate Jimmy. Hearing this question, Zhou Yan's pretty face showed extreme terror. She quickly looked at her fair ankles, only to see 2 deep red marks there. It was clear that something had gripped her, leaving those marks. Someone. Or something else. I was about to go up for air, but when I swam up, something grabbed my foot. It dragged me down with all its might. Zhou Yan's voice was trembling as she spoke. It seemed she had truly experienced extreme terror. So much so that after she finished speaking, she immediately threw herself into her boyfriend's arms, burying her head deeply, and actually cried. Seeing his usually strong girlfriend in this state, Li Migua's heart was filled only with heartache. It turned out that these 3 people had arrived at Macedonia Island, checked into a good hotel. After that, they went out to play. All 3 of them enjoyed diving. But they didn't find a diving instructor to go with them, like Su Yang and the others. Instead, they dove on their own. Because all 3 were very confident in their swimming abilities. So, on Macedonia Island, the 3 of them got 3 pairs of flippers. And 3 diving masks. They went diving directly. As a result, this incident happened while diving. Fortunately, although Zhou Yan drowned, she was lucky enough to encounter a doctor. She was fine now. Currently, the beach where the 4 of them were staying had the sea on one side and dense green vegetation on the other. Without any of the 4 people knowing. Within the dense green vegetation, a pair of dangerous, dark eyes was quietly observing these 4 people from somewhere. At this moment, Hashimoto Kazuo, seeing that the person was fine, was preparing to leave. And it was at this moment. He had just stood up. Suddenly, his heart trembled. He quickly crouched down. He heard a whoosh, and an arrow flew over his head. Because Hashimoto Kazuo crouched down in time, the arrow did not hit him, but passed through the space where his head had been, flew past, and landed in the golden sand. The movement of this arrow startled the other three. The three followed Hashimoto Kazuo's gaze and saw the arrow. And after not being hit, Hashimoto Kazuo stood up again, looked left and right, and finally his gaze fell upon the dense green vegetation in front of him. But the area in front of him appeared normal on the surface. Who shot this arrow? Lightnovel walked towards the sandy beach, pulled out the arrow. He held it in his hand and examined it carefully. He found that the arrowhead was a metal arrowhead, very hard. If it had truly hit someone, that person would definitely be dead or injured. Well, his girlfriend had just drowned, and he didn't know if it was intentional or something else. And now someone was shooting arrows here? This arrow was probably meant for me, as it passed directly over my head. Japanese, Hashimoto Kazuo stepped forward and said. Lightnovel was very angry, no matter who this arrow was shot at. I will investigate this to the end. As the person who saved his girlfriend, this incident happened right before his eyes, and he certainly couldn't let it go. He had to find out who did this. Hashimoto Kazuo remained silent at this sight. Although he didn't know who did it. But he could roughly guess the purpose of doing so. I've never encountered such a direct method in Alice's apartment. Hashimoto Kazuo thought silently to himself. Jiang Ran had originally planned to continue exploring the island, but the scorching heat of Macedonia Island in the afternoon made it unbearable, so he could only give up. And the departure of Xiao Qiu's three companions, as well as Su Yang and Lin Baiyu, led to him also having no interest in staying, so they all returned to the hotel together. On the way back to the hotel, Jiang Ran passed by the Golden Beach and found that many people were still sunbathing. Upon closer inspection, they were all Caucasians. Caucasians seem to be different from East Asians. Not to mention other places, just in China, many consider fair skin beautiful. The saying goes, one fair covers three flaws. Everyone hopes their skin can be fairer. And those Caucasians, because their skin is naturally fair. What is too easily obtained is never cherished. Among these Caucasians, tanned, wheat-colored skin is very popular and considered beautiful. After Jiang Ran and the others returned to the hotel, Su Yang's exchange student classmates and friends returned to their own hotel rooms first. And Xiao Qiu's three companions decided to explore the hotel. At the same time, they invited Jiang Ran to join them. Jiang Ran graciously accepted. The hotel on Macedonia Island was called the Macedonia Hotel. It covered a vast area and had very high floors. Jiang Ran and his group were on the first floor, and Xiao Qiu was in the first floor lobby, looking at the floor map. They decided to go to the 9th floor first to have some fun. The 9th floor was the horror museum. The moment Xiao Qiu decided to go to the horror museum, Xiao Peng's expression immediately changed. If it was about seeing beautiful women, he would raise both hands in agreement. But if it was about seeing something terrifying and thrilling, he really wasn't interested. To put it bluntly, he was a little afraid of such things. Especially after the Alice apartment incident, it made his scalp tingle even more. And looking at Xiao Qiu and Kobe beside him, who were both in high spirits, Xiao Peng immediately turned his gaze to the fourth person who had just joined them, Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, do you want to go to this horror museum? Xiao Peng planned to win one over to create a 2-on-2 situation. However, he miscalculated. Jiang Ran said, let's go take a look, I'm quite curious too, even though I'm not particularly keen on or obsessed with scary things. Among these four people, Xiao Qiu studied criminal investigation, and Kobe was a detective. The things they usually encountered were easily linked to horror and the supernatural. So, both of them were quite interested in such things. No choice, it was currently 3 against 1, so Xiao Peng could only follow them. The hotel's elevators were numerous and felt very stable when riding them. The 4 people took the elevator to the 9th floor. Upon reaching the 9th floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, a terrifying and eerie atmosphere immediately enveloped them. After the 4 people exited the elevator, they looked around,
feeling inexplicably suppressed. This was because the decor of this place was very strange. It was all black, red, and other colors that created a terrifying atmosphere. Especially the floor. It was also made of ceramic tiles that were deliberately aged, with damage and cracks. After standing there for a while, the four people saw an entrance not far from them. On the poster in front of the entrance, the 5 large characters "Horror Museum" were written. These 5 characters were in an artistic, pure black font, giving a profound sense like a black hole. The 4 people arrived at the entrance. There were also more than a dozen people next to the museum entrance. Outside, there were coffee machines and other beverage machines, as well as tables, providing services for these people. At the entrance, there were also 2 staff members dressed as Western vampires. When they saw Jiang Ran and the other 3 preparing to enter the horror museum, they handed each of them a flyer. Jiang Ran was the first to receive a flyer. As soon as the flyer was in his hand, his brows furrowed. Because the overall style of this flyer was also of the horror and thriller type. So, what was written on this flyer? The content of the flyer was roughly this: there was a terrifying legend on Macedonia Island. Every time it came to the last day, a bloody butcher would descend upon Macedonia Island, harvesting the lives of everyone. Jiang Ran looked at the flyer. If it weren't for the eerily silent atmosphere around him, he would have almost laughed out loud. He didn't take the flyer seriously, only treating it as the horror museum creating an atmosphere. The 4 people, holding their flyers, entered the entrance. The beginning of the entrance was a very long corridor tunnel. Both sides of the corridor tunnel were filled with various realistic horror images. And accompanying each terrifying image was a long string of text. This text was in English, Chinese, Japanese, and other languages. Jiang Ran stopped to look at one of them, a very lifelike painting of a black-furred werewolf under a blood moon. And under this werewolf image was the following text: "Werewolves, creatures from Western legends." This should have been a legend, but in recent years, according to the testimonies of many eyewitnesses, werewolves seem to genuinely exist in this world. There was more text than this, but Jiang Ran only read these parts. Immediately, he looked at other images. He found that both sides of this tunnel corridor were filled with introductions to horror legends from all over the world and various supernatural events. Not to mention horror fans, even someone like Xiao Pang, who wasn't keen on horror and supernatural events, became curious looking at these. He watched with great interest. And just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind the 4 people. In the silent environment, someone suddenly spoke, which startled a few of them. "Hey, can you 4 move aside? You're blocking my spot." Japanese, Jiang Ran and the other 3 turned their heads and saw a man of 50 or 60 years old behind them, who had appeared at some unknown time. This man was not tall, less than 1.7 meters. But he looked quite strong. The few people looked at each other. Clearly, none of the 4 understood what the 50 or 60-year-old man was saying. "Sakura country person?" Jiang Ran was the first to ask. The 50 or 60-year-old man gave Jiang Ran a strange look. Then, in broken Chinese, he said, "Are you Hua country people?" Jiang Ran nodded, "Yes." After receiving an affirmative answer, the 50 or 60-year-old man scanned the faces of the 4 with an extremely hostile and resentful gaze. "How unlucky, I didn't expect to meet Hua country people here." What do you mean?" Xiao Pang immediately retorted. The 50 or 60-year-old Sakura countryman sneered, "It means exactly what it says, I find it unlucky." After speaking, without further interaction with Jiang Ran and the others, he pushed past them and disappeared into the tunnel corridor. Neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream. The main camera naturally turned to this side to record this scene, as the 2 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, met. Therefore, many people in the livestream saw it. So, many people from other countries were asking why the animosity between Hua country people and Sakura country people was always so strong. In the Hua country chat room of the livestream, for this question from people of other countries in the livestream, these Hua country people naturally knew the answer. Therefore, they were not discussing this question in their own chat room, but rather, "Fairy sister, who can tell me why Xiao Q, Xiao Pang, and Kobe are here?" Yes, everyone in the Hua Country chat room was full of questions. Why did the trio who escaped the Alice apartment fall into an even more sinister demon's den? How did they get here? No one knew. But these Hua Country people watching the livestream always felt that some earth-shattering big secret was hidden behind this. After Jiang Ran and the other three passed through the tunnel corridor, they finally arrived at the main body of the horror museum. Similar to the oppressive space after entering the 9th floor, the decor and design style here also made everyone uncomfortable, giving the feeling that something could suddenly appear from behind them. So, what exactly was inside the horror museum? Like an ordinary museum, for example, a cultural relics museum collects cultural relics from various dynasties. Of course, whether the cultural relics are real or fake is hard to say. The horror museum, like a cultural relics museum, is filled with things related to horror. Of course, the horror museum, like a cultural relics museum, has collections whose authenticity is unknown. Jiang Ran and his companions were now standing next to a glass display case, looking at what was supposedly the corpse of a lizard man inside the display case. Lizard man. According to various miscellaneous theories, it roughly means that these are a group of alien creatures who came to Blue Star from another planet. There is also a theory that lizard men are subterranean people, meaning the indigenous inhabitants of Blue Star. There is even a conspiracy theory that many high-ranking officials on Blue Star are currently lizard men, with the goal of controlling the entire world. Of course, there's something even more interesting. Everyone should have heard of the drink Monster Energy. Actually, the Monster Energy drink was developed by lizard men. It contains various energies that lizard men need to replenish. And to make it convenient for lizard men all over the world, a lizard man researched and created Monster Energy for this purpose. Staring at the lizardman's corpse, Jiang Ran found that the lizardman's corpse looked as if it were real. Lifelike. But upon closer inspection, it could be seen that certain parts of the lizardman's body seemed to be damaged. He stroked his chin, listening as Xiao Peng beside him suddenly asked, "Do you guys think there are really lizardmen in this world?" Jiang Ran, Xiao Qiu, and Kubei didn't answer. Because there was no way to answer. After all, no one had seen one with their own eyes. Therefore, you couldn't say whether it truly existed or not. And just at that moment, a man's voice suddenly rang out, "Lizard men are real." The four of them turned their heads. They saw a white man in his 40s slowly walking towards them. This white man was wearing a blue suit and high-quality black leather shoes. His golden hair was meticulously styled. He looked like a successful person. After this white man approached, he continued to speak to them in Chinese. "Now, there are lizard men everywhere around the world. They impersonate humans, attempting to replace them. I'll teach you how to tell if someone you know is a lizard man. First, when lizard men speak, they often can't control their tongues and will stick them out, just like real lizards. Second, a lizardman's pupils will subtly change, becoming vertical. Third, a lizardman's neck is abnormally swollen." Following these words, Jiang Ran put his left hand on his neck and rubbed it continuously, seeing that the other three were doing much the same. It seemed none of them fully believed this so-called lizard man theory. The 40-something-year-old white man also saw the expressions on the four people's faces. He smiled and spread his hands. "It's alright, many people don't believe it, but once you encounter them, you will." That white guy just now sounded like he was telling the truth. Even if there are lizardmen, aliens, and all sorts of other weird stuff in the world, does it affect my miserable life as a wage slave earning $3,000 a month after I graduate from university? After Jiang Ran and the other three separated from the white man, they continued to visit the horror museum. Xiao Peng was complaining about lizardmen just now. Jiang Ran listened and said, "It really doesn't affect it, but this is just a hobby. Just treat it as a curious anecdote." Xiao Peng nodded, yes. Just as they were discussing lizardmen, Xiao Qiu suddenly told Jiang Ran and the others to look ahead. The few of them looked up and saw many people queuing about 10 meters away from them. And the real reason Xiao Qiu told them to look ahead was that the 50 or 60-year-old Sakura countryman they had met earlier in the tunnel corridor was also there. What are they queuing up for there? The few of them quickly walked over. They found that what was making a lot of people queue up was actually a haunted house. On either side of the haunted house entrance stood two people dressed as Western Grim Reapers. These two Western Grim Reapers, along with the two people dressed as vampires at the museum entrance earlier, it could be noticed that even though they wore very realistic costumes, the outfits in front had golden peony patterns and also staff ID badges. Although this greatly ruined the atmosphere. Xiaopeng saw that the poster in front of the haunted house read, "Those who pass through the haunted house will receive a surprise gift package." When Xiaopeng saw there was a reward, he immediately pulled the other three, wanting to play together. The other three also did not refuse and all joined the queue there. They quickly reached the front of the line. The two staff members dressed as Grim Reapers at the entrance opened the old-fashioned large door. They let the four people go in together. After the four people went in, it would be 3 minutes before the next group of adventurers would be allowed into the haunted house. Before Jiang Ran and the other three entered, they saw the door open and looked inside, where the visibility was dim. After they entered, the door closed. The visibility became even darker, beyond description. They took out their phones and turned on their phone flashlights. The 4 phone flashlights immediately made the visibility much better. The terrifying atmosphere of the haunted house also lessened considerably. Immediately, the phone flashlight beams shone forward. They found there was only one path here. They followed this path forward. Zhang Ran shone his flashlight to the left and right. He found that the design style inside was like that of an abandoned villa from Western horror movies. The 4 walked forward for 5 minutes. Not to mention encountering anything terrifying, they didn't even encounter a haunted house NPC. Just as Xiaopeng finished complaining, "This haunted house isn't that great, is it?" As a result, they reached the end. There was no way forward. Yes, it seemed like there was no way forward, but in reality, there wasn't. After the few people got closer, they realized that in front of them, there were many wooden doors. Kubei was bold, counting from one side to the other. After counting, his voice clearly became a bit serious. "There are 50 doors on this wall. I tried over a dozen, and they all opened. The others should too. 50 doors on the entire wall in front, if it weren't for the poor visibility. This dense feeling, one look, and those with trypophobia would have an attack." It was only then that the 4 people began to feel that this haunted house had something to it. "So many doors, should we split up? Or go together?" Xiao Qiu asked the other 3. Xiaopeng said, "If we go together, it won't be interesting." Kubei said, "Alright, then you take one door by yourself, and the 3 of us take one door." Xiaopeng immediately frowned. "Forget it then." Immediately, the 4 of them chose a door closer to the middle and walked in. The person Jiang Ran and the other 3 encountered in the tunnel corridor earlier, who spoke impolitely, was Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, No. 4, Sakura Country, male, 59 years old, Zhongxin Qingshi, a chef. He had a betting amount of $400 million, which was much higher than Jiang Ran's $230 million. And before Jiang Ran and the other 3 entered the haunted house, Zhongxin Qingshi had already been inside for a quarter of an hour. So, why did Zhongxin Qingshi come to the horror museum and enter the haunted house? Was it because he was also a haunted house enthusiast? This was simply nonsense. He had no interest in horror, ghosts, or the supernatural. The reason he came here was that today, when he arrived at his hotel room, which was a single room, he found a piece of paper on the bed in his hotel room. On the paper was a message in English: "Every Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, has a special mission. Your special mission: go to the horror museum on the 9th floor of the hotel, and inside the haunted house, find a golden postcard in a box. Hold on to the golden postcard, and after 7 days, you will receive $1 million." Zhongxin Qingshi saw the blank paper and believed it was real, a special mission given to him by the apartment. So, would he accept it? He would definitely accept it. After all, why did he enter Alice's apartment? It must have been for money. In his youth, he was a cook. He was best at grilling fish. As a cook, his biggest dream was to open his own izakaya. Finally, this dream came true when he was 35 years old.
The dream was realized at 35, and it was shattered at 38. Due to poor management and other reasons, his first izakaya closed down. All the money he had earned from working before was lost. But he didn't give up, so he continued to work and save money. Finally, at the age of 47, with his savings and a loan, he opened his second izakaya. However, his bad luck led to it closing down again after only a year. This time, the closure hit him hard. Because the money he used to open the second izakaya included a loan. After that, he started working again, to make a living and repay the loan. Finally, at the age of 53, with an unpaid loan, he gambled his entire life. He borrowed from loan sharks. He started his third izakaya. As the saying goes, third time's the charm, and the third time, he succeeded. Not only did he pay off all his outstanding bank loans and private high-interest debts, he even had money to open branch stores. During that period, he was on top of the world. And in that same year, he kept several young women. There were not only Sakura country girls but also girls from China and Vietnam. He spent his days and nights in drunken revelry with these girls. Especially under the instigation of the Chinese girl he was keeping, he even picked up gambling. Gambling, it always ends with losing everything. He was no exception. He gambled away all his shops. And he incurred countless debts. And with this change in his circumstances, the girls he was keeping naturally packed their bags and ran off. As for his wife and son, they hadn't abandoned him after his two failed business ventures and had even encouraged him. But when his business, the izakaya, became a great success, and they saw his degradation, his wife and son were completely disappointed and had long since distanced themselves from him. At this point, he had nothing. He looked back and felt that it was all the fault of that Chinese girl. If it weren't for her, who led him to gambling, how could he have ended up like this today? Therefore, this was also why he intensely disliked Chinese people. Anyway, the rest of the story is self-evident. While he was working, a mysterious middle-aged man approached him. He gave him an agreement. An agreement to reside in Alice's apartment. Therefore, when Johnson Chinsher, in his hotel room, saw the paper about finding the golden postcard, he clearly understood. If he found the golden postcard and could get the $1 million, he would have the capital to start over. He wouldn't have to stay in Alice's apartment, working hard to earn money. Of course, he felt that this special mission was definitely not that simple, it would be very difficult. But it was worth taking a gamble. Johnson Chinsher chose door number 10 because 10 was his lucky number. Of course, this door number 10 was the one he counted as 10 from right to left. At this time, he was equipped with his own fruit phone and a sharp fruit knife stolen from the hotel kitchen. There was no other way. During airport security checks, no dangerous items like that could be brought onto the plane. Therefore, after arriving at Macedonia Island, all his equipment had to be sourced locally. Are haunted houses always this boring? What are those young people online always screaming about? Japanese, inside the haunted house. Johnson Chinsher used his phone's flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. So far, after entering door number 10, he had been following the path, and there were no forks in the road. And along the way, besides the truly pitch-black darkness and poor visibility, he felt inexplicably cold all over, unsure if it was due to air conditioning in the haunted house. As for anything else, there was nothing, and nothing had happened. And just as he finished complaining that haunted houses were so boring, sounds suddenly echoed around him. Wah! Ha ha! Wah ha, wah ha! Ha! An ethereal and quiet woman singing suddenly began. If there are horror movie enthusiasts, or those who like to watch horror movie explanations online, they would definitely not be unfamiliar with this music. This is a very classic horror music soundtrack, Shiver. Searching for horror music on Douyin will bring up a large number of similar soundtracks. And in this dark and quiet environment, such horror music suddenly appearing, unless you are truly brave, you would likely feel a little panicked. So, was Johnson Chinsher panicked? He was alright. He was indeed startled when he heard the sound. But after being startled, he quickly regained his composure. After all, in Alice's apartment in Sakura Country, he had counter-killed 2 perverted criminals. No matter what, his hands had been stained with blood. He wouldn't be afraid of a mere haunted house.
Especially since he enjoyed watching Sakura Country historical dramas.
Historical dramas, long-form historical dramas from Sakura Country.
For example, Dokugen Ryo Masamune, Takeda Shingen, Sanada Maru, Shinsengumi, etc.
These are all historical dramas. However, young people in Sakura Country don't like to watch them, while middle-aged and elderly people love them. And among the historical figures he liked in historical dramas, his favorite was Sanada Yukimura,
one of Sakura Country's 3 tragic heroes. During the summer siege of Osaka, he charged into Tokugawa Ieyasu's main camp, almost killing Ieyasu and changing. But ultimately, he didn't change it, and he himself died in that battle. This historical figure is quite similar to Zhao Yun from the Three Kingdoms period. But he certainly wasn't as fierce as Zhao Yun. After all, that fierce man, carrying Ado, could enter and exit 7 times and finally escape successfully. As for why he liked Sanada Yukimura, he definitely liked his bravery and his loyalty to Toyotomi Hideyoshi. He also didn't know if it was because he liked this historical figure. When he moved into Alice's apartment in Sakura Country, and gradually understood what the apartment contained, he didn't feel fear towards those perverted criminals or perverted serial killers. Because he felt that these so-called perverted criminals and perverted serial killers only seemed scary in times of peace. If they were placed in ancient wartime, such as the Warring States period of Sakura Country, whose hands, among the generals and soldiers, wouldn't have more blood on them than these foolish dogs? What did these people count for in front of those? Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. But I've been walking for so long? Where is the box containing the golden postcard? Why isn't there any hint? Japanese, he walked for another 5 minutes, and the horror music in his ears had already changed 3 times. And at this moment, he vaguely saw 2 figures in front. He walked over, and the 2 figures in front slowly turned towards him. Is that you guys? Japanese, as Jongsun Shinsher got closer, he realized it was a young couple from Sakura Country who had been a few places ahead of him in line. Both the boy and the girl in the Sakura Country couple were trembling uncontrollably. Their faces were extremely pale. Seeing Xiaohua's boyfriend in such a state, Jongsun Shinsher's thick eyebrows furrowed deeply. He felt extreme disdain. What's wrong with you two? How could you be this scared? Japanese, the girl in the couple was speechless, and the boy said, we just saw a white shadow flash into the right passage. Japanese, following the boy's words, Jongsun Shinsher walked forward with his phone and found a fork in the path ahead. After speaking, he prepared to walk into the right passage. After all, he had walked for so long without any clues. The sudden appearance of a white shadow, though he didn't know what it was better than nothing at all. Just as Jongsun Shinsher was about to enter the right passage, he felt something pulling him from behind. He turned his head and saw the boy. Uncle, take us with you? We're too scared. If you take us out, when we get the mysterious gift package, my girlfriend's share is yours. Japanese, his girlfriend also nodded repeatedly, yes, uncle, please. Japanese, seeing the young couple like this, Jongsun Shinsher spoke with a tone of disappointment. If all the young people in Sakura Country are like you, so scared in a haunted house, then I think this country is doomed. Japanese, with that, Jongsun Shinsher shook off Xiaohua's boyfriend and entered the right passage first. After he left the young couple, he was still muttering, no wonder they say the younger generation is a wasted generation. I've realized it today. Japanese, after he finished muttering, he suddenly heard a thwack. The sound was very close to him, originating extremely close to his left ear. So, why was it so close? Because something had just patted his left shoulder, making a thwack sound. This was not an illusion, he was certain it wasn't. As for whether the young couple had followed him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had been paying attention, and it was very quiet here, only his own footsteps, no one else's. So, what had patted his shoulder? He slowly turned around. Despite being fully mentally prepared, he was still startled. Behind him stood a person roughly his height. This should be a man. He was dressed in black. What was terrifying was that his face was extremely pale. His two eyeballs were very small, his nose was just a faint black, and his mouth was stretched open. The open mouth was full of sharp, triangular teeth like a shark's. Johnson Shingsher's breath hitched for a few seconds upon seeing the man. Then he suddenly threw his right fist, punching the man in the face. He punched a large hole directly into the man's face. But strangely, the man's face, despite having a large hole punched in it, did not bleed. Nor did he cry out in pain. Johnson Shingsher immediately withdrew his fist. The man floated lightly to the ground. As he fell, he swayed left and right before finally collapsing onto the ground, without stirring up a speck of dust. It turned out that this was not a real person, but merely a scary human-shaped object made from paper. Johnson Shingsher now used his phone's flashlight to shine upward, revealing a normal black ceiling. He didn't see anything strange. He then shone it to his left and right, and on the ground. There were no strings or anything he had imagined. All right, he admitted, he had underestimated this haunted house. This thing had indeed scared him. And a frightened Johnson Shingsher furiously stomped on the paper figure an unknown number of times to vent his anger. Only then did he finally feel relieved and leave the area. It seemed that after a great tribulation, good fortune was sure to follow. Perhaps it was also due to encountering this paper figure. Johnson Shingsher soon arrived at what looked like an end point. At the end was an iron door. The iron door looked incredibly mottled and covered in rust. Johnson Shingsher was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what was inside, it was at least better than constantly going in circles. He reached out his left hand, grabbed the rusty iron door handle, and pulled it back. The door opened. After the door opened, it was pitch black inside. He raised his phone's flashlight and shone it in. He found that it was a confined space inside. Perhaps because it was confined, after the door opened, an indescribable rusty smell emanated from within. But regardless of that, Johnson Shingsher was very excited now. Because in this small, confined room, he saw a black wooden box on a silver stainless steel table. If he guessed correctly, this should be the wooden box containing the golden postcard. Great, as long as he found this golden postcard, and waited for these 7 days to end, he would get $1 million. Then, he could restart his izakaya business. He rushed over excitedly. Arriving at the silver stainless steel table, he opened the black wooden box. After opening it, the light from his phone's flashlight shone inside. At the same time, the corner of his eye also caught Johnson Shingsher's face. His face, which had been full of excitement, and the smile that reached his ears, was visibly disappearing. Where's the golden postcard? After Johnson Shingsher opened the box, he found that there was no golden postcard inside at all. There was only a white piece of paper. On the white paper was an English sentence, "Fool, you've been tricked. There is no golden postcard at all." Johnson Shingsher actually couldn't speak English. Therefore, whether it was the white paper in the hotel or the white paper in front of him, he needed to take out his phone to take a picture and translate it. And after he used his phone to take a picture and translate it, and learned the result, he angrily tore up the white paper. Baka! Baka Yoru! Baka! He kept repeating words like idiot and go to hell. After repeating for about 2 minutes, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Was the white paper in his hotel room really left by the people behind the apartment? If it really was left by them, they wouldn't have done this to trick him. After all, having spent 4 rounds in Alice's apartment, he didn't think the people behind the apartment would use such deceptive tactics. But, if it wasn't left by them? Who else could it be? Just as he was agonizingly pondering, but getting no answer, his ears twitched slightly. Another strange sound entered his ears. This sound was a very fast, continuous buzzing sound. The sound came from behind him. The moment Johnson Shingsher turned around, he switched his phone from his right hand to his left, and then drew the fruit knife from his waist with his right hand. It seemed he was right-handed. And, after he turned around, the light from his phone's flashlight did not penetrate out of the small room. Because at the entrance of this small room, a figure stood. That figure blocked all the light, confining the light within the small, enclosed room. That figure was about 1.8 meters tall. He wore an ugly mask on his face. He was dressed in the standard attire of a pig butcher. In his hands was an oversized, black and red chainsaw, buzzing loudly. Its sharp saw blades seemed capable of cutting through anything. After this figure blocked the doorway, although he wore a mask and his face couldn't be seen, from his voice, it could be judged that he was a man. The man cackled with a mocking laugh. "Welcome to hell." English, Jongsun Chingshur had killed 2 perverted criminals in the Alice apartment in Sakura country. The first was a male homosexual killer. His modus operandi was to imprison men, and when he tired of them, he would kill them. The second was a cannibal. Intentionally misspelled, you understand. However, the feeling those 2 perverted criminals gave him was not as intense as the chainsaw killer in front of him. An intense sense of fatal danger. An intense aura of peril. Jongsun Chingshur had never played in a haunted house, so he didn't know that haunted houses would have NPCs. Of course, the one in front of him couldn't possibly be an NPC. After all, Jongsun Chingshur was a Xiaobai little white mice, who had cleared 4 rounds. Therefore, he gestured to the countless snow-white pieces of paper he had torn on the ground and said, in Japanese, "Did you do this?" While speaking, Jongsun Chingshur's 2 black eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was searching for a way out. But regrettably, this small, enclosed room was just as it had been when he first entered, completely visible at a glance. Only the door was the sole exit, and that door was now blocked. The chainsaw killer did not answer his question. Of course, even without an answer, Jongsun Chingshur could guess that the person in front of him was responsible. He thought that this might be the deadly crisis on this island. But why was this deadly crisis so much more lethal than the one he faced in the Alice apartment in Sakura country, as if there was no chance of survival at all? At this moment, the chainsaw killer swung his chainsaw and rushed over. Looking at that super long chainsaw, and then at the short fruit knife in his right hand, did Jongsun Chingshur still think he had hope of surviving? Even if he couldn't survive, he had to live. Just like the historical figure he admired, Sanada Yukimura, who made a desperate charge into Tokugawa Ieyasu's main camp. As long as he cut off Tokugawa Ieyasu's head, he would win. And he, too, would win if he could stab his fruit knife into the chainsaw killer's neck. What a pity, what a pity. In the era of cold weapons, a longer weapon was always stronger. Although swords are cool and elegant, but when ancient generals killed enemies, who did you ever see use a sword? Who used a sword with such flourish? Therefore, before Jongsun Chingshur could get close to the chainsaw killer's chainsaw had already struck Jongsun Chingshur's left shoulder. Instantly, there was a sizzling sound of bone rubbing against the metal saw blade. Red blood spurted out from that area. Jongsun Chingshur didn't turn his head to look at his left shoulder, which had been hit by the chainsaw. He didn't need to, because his left cheek was already covered in his own blood that had splattered onto his face. He let out a loud ah scream. He actually endured the intense, heart-wrenching pain and charged forward fiercely. Originally, the saw blade's tip had struck and cut into his shoulder, but with his fierce charge, the saw blade's end was now cutting his left shoulder. But fortunately, he had gotten close to the chainsaw killer, and although the fruit knife in his right hand couldn't stab into the person's neck in front of him, it could stab into his heart, which was the most lethal target he could hit from this distance. Jongsun Chingshur used all his strength to thrust the fruit knife, held in a reverse grip, towards the chainsaw killer's heart. The phone in his left hand had already fallen to the ground due to the pain. His phone was screened down, so the flashlight on the back of the phone was shining upwards on the ground, allowing people to clearly see the struggle between the two. In Japanese dai, Jongsun Chingshur's right hand plunged the fruit knife fiercely into the chainsaw killer's chest. However, the imagined scene of the blade tip, and even the blade itself, entering the heart did not happen. Instead, when the tip of the fruit knife struck the heart area, it made a zzz sound. It felt as if it had struck something very hard, like steel. Then, due to excessive force, an inertia occurred. The tip of the fruit knife slid downwards, drawing a line. This line carried intense sparks generated by metal friction. In Japanese, what? How is this possible?
Jongsun Shinsher refused to believe the scene before him. His two eyes bulged, staring fixedly at the chainsaw killer like a dead fish. The chainsaw killer merely smiled and flipped the chainsaw, no longer cutting Jongsun Shinsher's left shoulder, but instead cutting towards the more fragile neck, composed of flesh and no bone. Neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream. The livestream screen cut from Jongsun Shinsher and the chainsaw killer back to the studio. Inside the studio, the Sakura Country female host stepped forward and said, "Xiao Baishu no." For, Sakura Country's Jongsun Shinsher is dead. The $400 million wagered on him has all been transferred to the final prize pool. After Jongsun Shinsher was declared dead, a discussion erupted in the livestream. A South Korean said, "This 59-year-old grandpa, I actually think he wasn't going to live much longer anyway. After all, he's the oldest of these 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice." When people get older, their bodies weaken in all aspects. I just didn't expect him to be the second to die, and what a tragic death. Sakura, Colonel Yamamoto, what a bastard, why did that chainsaw killer cosplayer choose our Sakura Country Xiaobaishu, little white mice? If not for that, Jongsun Shinsher wouldn't have died. India, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll fight them, that's a ridiculous thing to say. If Jongsun Shinsher hadn't been greedy for that $1 million, he wouldn't have died. If anyone died unjustly, isn't Rajiv from our India more unjustly killed than this Jongsun Shinsher? Livestream China chat room. Middle-aged uncle, everyone, don't you think it's very strange? Ranjiashur no hazy la, strange about what? Middle-aged uncle, don't you feel that the two Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who died were very weak? They don't seem to be at the level of someone who passed 4 rounds, domineering female CEO, you can't say that. Maybe the opponents were too strong, making them seem weak by comparison. For example, if you play table tennis and you're your city's champion, but I ask you to play against the national team, you lose. But are you really weak? Actually, you're not weak, you're already very strong, but you met an opponent who was simply not on the same level. While these people in China were chatting, the livestream screen cut from the studio back to the small room where Jongsun Shinsher had died. A scene that none of these Chinese people had expected occurred. After killing Jongsun Shinsher, the chainsaw killer actually took off the ugly mask on his face. And beneath the mask was someone these Chinese people were all too familiar with. That was Administrator Xiao Zhang. Seeing Xiao Zhang's face, I am a hero immediately spoke, holy crap, so this business trip was to Macedonia Island? Inside the small room. After Administrator Xiao Zhang took off his mask, he stared at Jongsun Shinsher, whose head and body were separated on the ground. He stretched his limbs. A terrifying arc spread across his lips. Don't worry, you're not the last. Administrator Xiao Zhang was on a business trip at the time, which was actually to Macedonia Island to become one of the perverted criminals, a perverted serial killer. If according to the rules of the special live broadcast, his mission was already complete. For the next 7 days, he could completely act like an ordinary tourist and enjoy the sea. But, remember, Administrator Xiao Zhang is not an ordinary person who clocks in for work and plays games at home. He is a psychopath. Perhaps you want to ask, since Administrator Xiao Zhang is the chainsaw killer, then who was the chainsaw killer who was killed by the retired U.S. Special Forces soldier, Golden Beard, back then? The full story is like this. In China's Alice apartment, there is only one chainsaw killer. That is Administrator Xiao Zhang. Whenever the chainsaw killer appeared, it was him. Except for that one attack on Golden Beard. In that case, what exactly happened that time? It was like this. As the apartment administrator, he usually stayed in the management office, so he knew exactly who entered and exited the apartment. Therefore, when Golden Beard entered the apartment to find Oh Ying and the others, he wasn't oblivious. Since he saw it, he naturally had to conduct an investigation. He used his privileges as administrator and as a killer of Xiaobaishu, little white mice. So, after understanding everything clearly, he had a security guard from the security team replace him. Then, that poor security guard died, as the chainsaw killer. But it was fine. Administrator Xiao Zhang also contacted Old Dog to clean up the unfinished situation. Taking off his mask seemed to be for breathing fresh air. But the current small room was filled with the smell of Zhongxin Qingshir's blood. This means that Administrator Xiao Zhang's appearance of intoxicatingly breathing should have been him smelling the blood. He enjoyed it very much. Presumably, he had smelled enough, so he put his mask back on. He placed Zhongxin Qingshir's head, which had been cut off by the chainsaw, into a small box. Then, he dragged Zhongxin Qingshir's headless body with one hand and walked out of the small room. No one knew what Administrator Xiao Zhang was going to do. But as he dragged the body, a long trail of blood was left on the ground. No one gets to leave, including my dear colleague, Jiang Ran. Administrator Xiao Zhang hummed a death song continuously, disappearing step by step into the darkness. Inside the haunted house, Jiang Ran and the other three had already experienced the sudden terrifying music and paper figures that Zhongxin Qingshir encountered. When they first heard the terrifying music, the four of them didn't feel much. After all, there were many people. Therefore, the four of them even mocked that this haunted house was nothing special. After walking for so long, there was only one such show? But then, the paper figures patted their shoulders, all four of them simultaneously. The four of them no longer acted tough, especially after they examined the paper figures and the walls around where they stood. They simply couldn't figure out how these paper figures appeared or how they patted their shoulders. Xiao Peng was the most furious after being scared. After he realized that what scared them was a paper figure, he cursed loudly, then directly tore the paper figure's head and body with his hands. After tearing it, he threw it on the ground. After the paper figure incident, the several people didn't care and were about to leave, but a wicked wind blew from somewhere. The wicked wind flipped the paper figure on the ground. The paper figure in front of Jiang Ran and the other three was completely white, and its face was the same as the one Zhongxin Qingshir encountered. Therefore, when the paper figure was flipped, they glanced at its back and saw something. Immediately, the four people who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. They all gathered around the paper figure. Xiao Qiu even picked up the paper figure. Staring at the back of the paper figure, he muttered, "This should be a map. Is this circle our current location? What is this X? It's drawn like a treasure map. This checkmark should be the exit, right?" The several people looked at each other, wide-eyed. None of them had expected that there was a haunted house map on the back of this suddenly appearing paper figure. So, should we go directly to this exit, or to the location of this X? Jiang Ran asked at this moment. Xiao Peng excitedly said, "Of course, we go to the location of this X first. This is treasure." After discussing, the several people decided to go to the location of the X first to find the treasure. According to the map, they quickly found the location marked with an X in the maze-like haunted house. However, before arriving at this X location, they saw a long trail of blood being dragged on the ground. If this long trail of blood appeared elsewhere, it would be very strange and problematic. But here, it was a haunted house, so everything seemed perfectly reasonable. Jiang Ran and the other three followed the blood trail and the map to the source of the blood trail. In front of an iron door. The four people walked forward, and Xiao Qiu pulled open the iron door. The moment the iron door was pulled open, a strong smell of rusty blood immediately drilled into the nostrils of the four people. Stimulated by this bloody smell, the four people covered their noses with their left hands and aimed the flashlights on the back of their phones with their right hands into the space beyond the open door. It was a small, enclosed room. When the four lights shone in, it was a scene that none of them could have imagined. Inside the narrow space, it was like a bloody hell. The walls and floor were covered in blood, and there were also some unidentifiable flesh residues. Is this really where the treasure is? Xiao Peng stared at the scene before him, completely unable to believe it. Kubei pointed inside the small room and said, "Look, there's a box on that stainless steel table. The treasure might be there." Yes, the treasure might be there, but the problem now was, who would go get it?
It was covered in blood, and they didn't know what kind of blood it was. None of them wanted to get it on themselves. Xiao Qiu pushed Xiao Pang and laughed. Xiao Pang, you go. After all, you were the one who led us to find the treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pang's face darkened, but he couldn't help it, he had indeed led the way. He could only cover his nose and enter the small room. He walked very slowly, afraid that the fresh blood on the ground would splash onto his pants. When he reached the stainless steel table and was about to open the box, he fumbled for a tissue in his pocket. He fumbled, but there was none. Therefore, he could only find a clean spot on the box not contaminated by blood and push it open. He pressed down on the edge of the lid with 2 fingers, slowly pushing it upwards. As the lid lifted, the space inside the box was revealed to the public. When the lid was fully open, Xiao Pang stared into the box, lying for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he suddenly became furious and kicked the box over. The 3 people outside the door were startled by Xiao Qiu's movement. They rushed into the small room, regardless of the bloodstains inside. They stared at the overturned box on the ground and asked Xiao Pang what was wrong. Xiao Pang angrily pointed and said that there was nothing in the box, it was empty. This so-called treasure was purely a trick. The several people were stunned upon hearing this. Jiang Ran used his foot to flip the overturned box over and found that there was indeed nothing inside, it was empty. Xiao Pang, at this moment, walked out very angrily, shouting as he went, "Get out of the haunted house! Trash haunted house! Playing tricks on me? Hey, Kobe, what are you still looking at in that room? Aren't you coming?" Xiao Pang had already left, with Jiang Ran following behind. Xiao Qiu stepped 1 foot out of the small room and turned back to see Kobe staring at the wall. "Oh, coming." Kobe quickly caught up. As he passed Xiao Qiu, he whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "Those might be human blood." Hearing this, Xiao Qiu turned his head in surprise, not speaking, but his eyes seemed to ask, "Are you sure?" Kobe held up one hand, showing an 8. This indicated he was 80% certain. After that, the group followed the paper doll map and found the exit. The exit was still on the 9th floor, just on the other side of it. After they exited the haunted house, 2 staff members dressed as vampire hunters at the exit handed them large gift bags. 1 for each person. The large gift bag was a packaged gift. After opening it, inside were some small toys and figurines. For example, vampire figurines, zombie figurines, palm-sized peachwood swords, and so on. Xiao Pang looked at these, and his anger finally subsided a bit. When the 4 of them came out to get their gifts, there were already many people who had exited the haunted house early at the exit. Those who played with companions were all complaining that the haunted house wasn't scary at all. Aside from being dark, requiring a light source to see, and playing scary music, there was nothing else. The only thing that could be considered a game element was that the haunted house was like a maze. The 4 of them listened to these comments and realized that these people didn't seem to have encountered the paper doll that patted shoulders. After the 4 of them came out of the haunted house, they parted ways and returned to their respective hotel rooms. It was now exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Room 4212 was a single room. An India person lived inside. This India person was none other than Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, number 8, Amir. His invested amount was $500 million. So, why was his invested amount so high? For this special live broadcast, India had 2 Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice. One was the fruit vendor, Rajiv, who had already died. $256.7 million. The other was this person, $500 million. His invested amount, from the perspective of investment proportion, over 80% was invested by the wealthy people of India themselves. That meant the people in India's live broadcast rooms who knew Amir believed in his abilities. Their belief in him was higher compared to Rajiv. So, what abilities did Amir possess? From the brief information provided, he was just a taxi driver. Could it be that he was an illegal driver? A ruthless type of Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice? No, he was able to win such a large invested amount. purely because he was good at lying low and surviving. In the Alice apartment in India, through 4 rounds, he never once counter-killed a single perverted criminal or serial killer. After discovering the secret of the apartment, he simply goed in his own room. Actually, go is sometimes really useful. For example, when playing battle royale games. Many times, by going, you can make it to the top few places. Of course, the most popular battle royale games on mobile phones, like Peace Warmth, are all full of cheaters. If you're unlucky and encounter someone with wall hacks, they'll drive straight after you and take your life. But this was reality. Therefore, Amir actually managed to go until the end of 4 rounds. And after arriving at Macedonia Island, although Amir also really wanted to go out and play. But he felt there must be great danger here, so he decided to continue to use his go ability. The moment he received his hotel room card today. After a simple tidying of the room, he used a small cart at the hotel to push a lot of food and water. Anyway, it was free, and the hotel didn't care. He hoarded it all in his hotel room. Enough for him to eat and drink for more than 7 days without going out. After that, he also went to the duty-free shop, supermarket, etc., near the hotel. He bought a red American football uniform, exactly like the one worn by the American football zombie in Plants vs. Zombies. And a baseball bat. Although it was said that people who bought tickets could get everything for free on Macedonia Island. But the premise was not to take it off the island. If you took it off the island, you would have to pay, so what Amir paid was actually a deposit. When it was time to leave the island, if the items were returned without significant damage, the full amount would be refunded. And after doing all this, Amir returned to his hotel room. Upon returning, he even ridiculously piled all the movable items in the hotel room against the inside of the door, barricading it. This was a measure to prevent anyone from entering from the outside. After completing all this, he finally felt truly at ease and relaxed. For him, with this combination of actions, he would surely be able to easily get through 7 days. After all, he had been safe and sound for such a long time in the Alice apartment in India. But he had no idea that this place and the Alice apartment in some other countries were completely different in their approach. Wife, son, daughter, wait for me, I will soon have enough money to immigrate. Now, Amir was in his hotel room, murmuring to the blue sky and sea outside. Like many people who entered the Alice apartment, some discovered the apartment's trickery but still chose to stay, because they needed money. Amir needed money, a lot of money, why? Because he wanted to immigrate. He wanted to take his whole family to England. He felt that the living environment in India was no longer suitable for continued living. There were truly too many people, and many men were simply insane, so lustful that they wouldn't even spare a lizard. Therefore, in a place where even a lizard could be coveted, Amir worried about his wife and daughter every day. This was one reason he wanted to immigrate to England. The second reason was India's caste system. Although it was said on the surface that India's caste system had been legally abolished a long time ago. But honestly, was the caste system really gone? If it really was gone, he wouldn't be working so hard to take his whole family out of India. Currently, Amir lay on the soft bed, looking at a photo of his family of 4 on his phone. A happy smile he couldn't hide played on his lips. Just then, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. And a voice, "Sir, do you need special services?" English, from the sound, it was a young girl. Amir, lying on the bed, shouted towards the door, "No, thank you." English, Amir was very loyal to his wife. He would not do anything to betray his wife. After he replied that he didn't need special services, there was no further sound from outside, only the patter of footsteps walking away. Amir lay on the bed, eyes open, staring at the white ceiling. Perhaps it was the fatigue from several hours of boat travel earlier, or perhaps the mental and physical exhaustion from a series of moving food and water after arriving at the hotel, all for the sake of going. Amir now only felt his eyelids were so heavy, so weighty. He himself didn't know when, but he had actually fallen soundly asleep. After Amir fell asleep,
a figure appeared outside his room, number 4212. This figure pulled out a room card from his pocket. He pressed the room card against the sensor, but there was no reaction. It seemed Amir had deadbolted his hotel room door before falling asleep, which was why the spare room card couldn't open it. Even if it had opened, the figure would have faced two more problems. First, besides deadbolting the door, Amir had also engaged the security chain. Second, he had pushed a large pile of items against the door. At this very moment, every move of this person was clearly seen by the people in the neighbors or better than distant relatives livestream. The Chinese viewers in the livestream felt incredibly familiar with this scene. Because, how similar was this scene to the 28th round when Huang Kaiyu entered Zhang Ran's home? Now, it was like a reenactment, only the actors and the location were different. Given this, it was just unknown what the final outcome would be. Zhang Ran had successfully gotten through it and almost counter-killed, so now it was up to Amir. Meanwhile, the India people in the livestream seemed to have a lot of confidence in Amir. India, whoever mentions lizard again, I'm going to lose it. This person wanting to enter Amir's room is simply wishful thinking. Amir is a master of survival. A strong person who easily survived 4 rounds in our India's Alice apartment. Hey, let me see, oh my. As expected of Amir, not only is the door foolproof, but even the balcony is deadbolt. Invincible. There were only 2 entrances and exits to this hotel room. The first was the door. The second was the balcony. The balcony was an open-air balcony, and 2 huge glass sliding doors separated the open-air balcony from the room. And these 2 huge glass sliding doors were also deadbolt. It could be said that Amir seemed very safe. But was he truly safe? Watching the India, whoever mentions lizard again, I'm going to lose it in the livestream, many people from other countries remained silent. They just quietly waited for things to unfold. Of course, there were still some people who couldn't stand the silence and replied to him. Russia 0, the way of survival? Our Russia's Alice apartment once had Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, who played the way of survival, but some survived for a long time, while others didn't. Currently, we have one in Russia who has survived dozens of rounds. Yes, survival also depends on skill. Surviving 4 rounds seems okay, but only seems so. In the hotel, the figure, seeing the door couldn't be opened and he couldn't enter through it, changed locations. Amir was staying in 4212. The figure took out a room card and entered 4312, which was directly above the hotel room Amir was staying in. This room was unoccupied, and it was unknown how this figure had the room card for it, but he got in anyway. This figure had been carrying a black backpack the whole time. After entering, he pulled out a safety rope from his backpack, secured it in 4312, tied it to himself, and then easily descended from the 4312 balcony to the 4212 balcony. Once on the balcony, he tiptoed to the 2 large glass sliding doors. He tried to open them but they wouldn't budge, they must have been deadbolted from the inside. Seeing that he couldn't enter from here either, the figure stood there, seemingly deep in thought. Amir had developed a habit due to the India Alice apartment, he would wake up at the slightest disturbance. Furthermore, this was his first time on Macedonia Island, at this hotel. He wasn't used to the bed and pillow, so he woke up with a turn. And, as luck would have it, the side he turned to was facing the balcony. Because of this, after Amir opened his eyes, he immediately saw the figure on the balcony, which startled him and made him sit up instantly. After sitting up, Amir's face revealed a hint of tension and caution. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself. He realized the other person couldn't enter his room. So he relaxed a little. Then, he began to size up the person in front of him. The person in front of him was a white man, but he didn't know which country he was from. This person was very tall, 1.85 meters, looking strong and agile. He was approximately 40 years old. He had short, golden hair, which was very neat. Amir discovered the intruder, and the intruder naturally also noticed Amir was awake. Normally, people doing bad things would panic a little after being discovered. But this 40-year-old white man showed no panic after being discovered by Amir. Instead, he approached one of the two glass doors. Then, his face was still a very short distance from the glass, but not pressed against it. Afterward, his eyes stared intently at Amir behind the glass. Amir, being stared at by this man, couldn't help but nervously swallow a mouthful of saliva. Because the room was very quiet, the sound of his swallowing was very loud. Honestly, he had seen several perverted criminals in the India Alice apartment. Some of those perverted criminals wanted to attack him. Before attacking, some showed him terrifying smiles, and some made throat-slitting gestures. But today, this kind of person, just standing outside the glass, staring intently at him, with no special expression on his face, was something he encountered for the first time. Wait, that look? Amir suddenly recalled something in his mind. He had watched some wildlife documentaries on TV and his phone before. The white man's gaze, as he stared at him, gave him the feeling of those fierce tigers and lions staring at their prey before a hunt. Sharp, cold, focused. Amir felt his whole body couldn't move at this moment. He was forcibly fixed by the oppressive feeling in the white man's beast-like, top predator gaze. Fortunately, after only 2 minutes, the white man turned and left, climbing up the safety rope and disappearing from Amir's sight. Who? After the white man left, Amir, as if granted a great pardon, lay on the bed, panting wildly. And after that brief encounter, he felt as if his whole body was exhausted, even though not much had happened. He touched his forehead and found a large amount of sweat. His right palm was completely covered in it. Is that person targeting me? Amir began to feel fear in his heart. That person was definitely not a thief or anything like that. He was definitely that kind of person. So, what should he do now? Right, change rooms. I need to change rooms. Amir quickly used the hotel landline in his room to call the front desk. He submitted a request to change rooms. The front desk quickly approved it. They said it would be ready in half an hour and they would call him to notify him then. Half an hour. Amir's nerves were highly strung, and he put all his personal belongings, which he had already taken out, back into his suitcase. After tidying everything up, he changed into the red rugby uniform for which he had paid a deposit. Then he sat on the bed, anxiously waiting for the front desk's call. The wait was anxious. Every minute and second felt incredibly slow, with 1 minute seeming like a normal hour. It was unclear if Amir was lucky or not. The hotel front desk called in less than half an hour, saying it was ready. He was told to go downstairs to the first floor to get a new room card and then proceed to his new hotel room. Amir was overjoyed. He began to put all the items he had piled at the door back in their original places. Then, before removing the security chain and unlocking the door, he specifically observed the outside through the peephole to ensure it was safe, only then truly unlocking the two. Still uneasy, he then opened a wide crack in the door, sticking his head out to look left and right. The entire corridor was empty, incredibly silent. It was very safe. He quickly returned to the room, pulling his suitcase with his left hand and holding a metal baseball bat with his right. After opening the door and checking for safety again, he immediately rushed out of the hotel room like a madman. He didn't even care about the food and water he had brought into the hotel room, enough for 7 days. Soon, he arrived at the elevator entrance. He frantically pressed the elevator down button. From this action, it seemed Amir was overly anxious. Yes, even though Amir was fully armed now, he felt extremely unsafe deep down. The elevator quickly arrived at his floor, and the elevator door opened. It was empty inside. Amir took the elevator all the way to the first floor and obtained the room card for his new room at the hotel front desk. Even though his attire at the hotel front desk drew many curious glances, he didn't care much. After getting the room card, he took the elevator upstairs. He arrived at 5001. This was his new room. The moment he entered the new room and the door closed behind him, Amir collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He thought to himself, finally safe. I can finally relax. English, he lay on the cold floor for 5 minutes. Amir got up. After putting his suitcase away, he found the air conditioner remote control and turned on the air conditioner first. Then, he stood under the air conditioner vent, letting the cool air blow on him. He closed his eyes, enjoying the refreshing sensation of the cold air penetrating his skin. With his eyes closed, he said, "It's safe now, but not completely safe. I still need to get enough food and water for 7 days. Although it's troublesome, there's no other way. As for the things in the original room, I'll leave them to the staff. I won't go back." English, Amir certainly wouldn't go back. He was truly afraid of encountering that white man with the beastly gaze again.
There's a good saying, sometimes, what you think is safe is only what you think it is. The hotel room Amir was currently in was still a single room.
The hotel's bathroom and toilet were separate. One was on the left, the other on the right, just inside the door on both sides. While Amir was standing near the balcony, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner,
he completely failed to notice.
From the half-open bathroom door, a barefoot man emerged. This man was none other than the same white man, about 40 years old, from before. This white man was dressed in the same attire as before. The difference was that the black bag he had been carrying was gone. Instead, he had a quiver on his back, filled with arrows tipped with steel arrowheads, and in his hand was a military crossbow.
The white man's grip on the military crossbow was very standard, indicating professional training at a glance. The black military crossbow in his hand also had a scope. His right eye was currently looking through the scope. He aimed at Amir's left temple, which was facing him from the side.
Then, after aiming, with a whoosh, the arrow from the crossbow was fired. What followed was a scene that made one feel quite speechless. Amir clearly had not noticed the white man appearing in his room. But the moment the arrow was fired, Amir, who was still enjoying the air conditioning, suddenly opened his eyes, looked down to find his shoelace untied, and bent down to tie it. Because of this, the arrow missed Amir's head, where he had been standing.
One arrow directly pierced through one of the 2 glass doors.
Instantly, the sound of shattering glass startled Amir. He turned his head to look at the shattered, falling large pieces of glass, and quickly retreated to the left. By the time the glass fell and left large shards on the ground, Amir still hadn't figured out why the glass had shattered for no apparent reason. Because the arrow had shot through the glass door and flown out from the balcony. So he didn't know the glass shattered because of it. As for whether the arrow that flew out would hit innocent people, that was not something the archer needed to consider.
Damn it, I missed again.
English, seeing that his arrow had missed, the white man standing outside the bathroom cursed aloud.
Why did he say again?
Because today, the arrow he shot at Hashimoto Kazuo, the Sakura countryman, had also missed. Hashimoto Kazuo had also inexplicably dodged it by squatting down. The sudden sound of speaking startled Amir. He immediately looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw that there was suddenly another person in his room, and it was that white man, his face instantly turned pale in the blink of an eye. His dark skin, at this moment, instantly became white. You, how are you here? English, Amir, terrified, picked up the metal baseball bat from the bed, gripped it tightly with both hands, while continuously backing away, his eyes fixed on the white man before him with fear and vigilance. At the same time, he noticed the quiver on the white man's back. He also saw the white man take an arrow from his back and string his crossbow. After that first arrow missed, the white man did not seem to intend to fire a second arrow immediately. Instead, he very kindly answered Amir's question, "I was hiding in the bathroom before you even entered this room."
English, what? This, how is this possible?
English, Amir was completely incredulous.
You came in before I entered the room? How could you get in? Also, how did you know I changed rooms, and that it was this one? English, the white man said coldly, "Nothing is impossible.
On this island, so-called perverted criminals, perverted serial killers like me, English, can view the data of Yushaobaishu, little white mice, who landed on the island, and can mobilize many resources on the island to help us hunt Xiaobaishu, little white mice. English, this is much more advantageous than my previous conditions at Alice apartment. English, yes, these perverted criminals, perverted serial killers on this island, were much more comfortable than simply being in Alice's apartment. Because they could mobilize many resources to successfully hunt Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Therefore, the special live broadcast was extremely unfair and extremely cruel to the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. For example, this time, the white man was able to know Amir's request to change rooms in advance, and also enter his room in advance, waiting for him. This was a huge advantage. The white man then raised his crossbow again, aiming at Amir.
Amir kept backing away. If a third party were present, they would notice that Amir's legs and arms were trembling violently.
Especially his hands, gripping the baseball bat, which was shaking with exaggerated movements. He was scared. Because he knew that with just one arrow, he would likely lose his life. Although he hadn't used that crossbow before, he was 39 this year and had that much common sense.
Please, don't kill me, please don't kill me, okay?
English, I still have a wife and 2 children to support.
If I die, their future lives will be unimaginably terrible.
English, between resisting and begging for mercy, Amir chose to beg for mercy. This might be related to the fact that he merely survived, never having counter-killed any perverted criminal. But unfortunately, would begging for mercy be useful? Perhaps it would be useful in front of someone with a conscience, but it certainly wouldn't be useful in front of the person currently before him. Seeing that the white man in front of him did not lower the crossbow in his hand. Sweat poured from Amir's forehead like rain, beads of sweat pattering down his face, some dripping onto his clothes, others onto the balcony floor.
Please. I only came here to make money. To make enough money.
To take my wife and 2 children to immigrate to England, to give them a better life.
English, I'm really begging you.
Spare my life.
English, I see your age is similar to mine, you must also have a wife and children, right?
If you also have a wife and children, you should be able to understand that a family losing its father would be a disaster. English, Amir now knelt and continuously kowtowed to the white man in front of him. At the same time, his words attempted to play the empathy card. After all, he felt that the man in front of him was about the same age as him. Sure enough, the white man, who had shown no other reaction, suddenly reacted. He still did not lower the crossbow in his hand, but his mouth said, "Yes, I have a wife and a son." English, Amir heard this, felt there was hope, and frantically kowtowed and begged for mercy. But what the white man said next chilled his heart directly. "But, they are all dead, they died a long time ago."
English, and, they died because of you damn Asian devils.
English, after he finished speaking.
An arrow shot out with a whoosh. It aimed at Amir, who was kneeling on the ground.
Seeing this, Amir quickly rolled to the side. The arrow burst through the concrete of the balcony, only the fletching of the arrow was visible outside the concrete. As for the arrowhead and other parts, they had already penetrated the concrete. Amir was terrified of the arrow's power. If it hit him, even if it wasn't a vital spot, he would surely be seriously injured. And now, with this arrow fired, he immediately had to think about what to do before the next arrow. How to escape.
Oh, damn it.
If he had changed rooms earlier, he should have requested a room on the ground floor. In that case, he could have jumped from the balcony. But now, his new room was even higher than the previous one. A full 50 floors.
If he climbed out from the balcony and accidentally fell, he would absolutely die.
Since there was no way to escape, there was only one choice. That is, fight. Amir made up his mind. For himself, for his wife, for his son, for his daughter. He would fight. He roared, cheering himself on, turning his head to get up and prepare to fight the white man with the baseball bat in his hand. What he never expected was that just as he turned his head, an arrow shot over at the blink of an eye. At a speed he couldn't react to at all, one arrow pierced his head. And as that arrow pierced his head, it carried his head and body backward. Then, that arrow was deeply embedded in the concrete of the balcony. Amir's head was also carried along, pinned to it by this arrow. How could English, before Amir died, only disbelief filled his mind. Because he had never expected this third arrow to come so quickly. Clearly, before, when he watched the white man prepare the previous arrows, he was very slow. The preparation time was quite long. Amir died with his eyes wide open. Even in death, he didn't know that the military crossbow the white man was using was a repeating crossbow. As for why a total of 3 arrows were shot. The second arrow had a very long preparation time. That was because the white man did it on purpose. Even though there were still arrows in the quiver, he didn't use them, but instead took an arrow from the arrow bag on his back and loaded it in front of Amir. This was precisely to create a false impression for the other party, leading to a misjudgment. As for whether this misjudgment could be used later. Anyway, it was used today. After shooting Amir to death with an arrow, the white man did not collect Amir's body. Instead, he chose to turn and leave. Of course, when he left, the door had to be closed. As for why he didn't collect the body, it's because someone would collect it for him. That group of professional cleaners. And after Amir was confirmed to be truly dead. The India female host of The Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream announced Amir's death, and that his total bet amount of $500 million had all been transferred to the final prize pool. After the announcement. In the livestream, a group of India people went wild. Among them, the most boisterous was that lizard. India, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them, black box. Absolutely a black box. SB a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, SB Alice apartment, SB Macedonia Island. This is clearly targeting our India. 3 Shabai Shu, little white mice, died in one day, 2 of them from India. Isn't this blatant targeting? China's middle-aged uncle strongly countered, 3 died in one day, 2 of them from India, which only means that your 2 Shabai Shu, little white mice, in this special livestream are not good enough. That lizard from India couldn't speak for an hour after his comment. So other India people and the middle-aged uncle argued with each other. Not good enough? This is clearly a black box. In one day, 2 of our India Shabai Shu, little white mice, encountered perverted criminals. What about your 2 from China? They didn't encounter any even once. What is this if not a black box? It's clearly a deliberate elimination of our India. In fact, whether there was targeting or not, everyone in the entire livestream knew. They had watched countless rounds of livestreams and special livestreams at Alice apartment. This show was one that had absolutely no behind-the-scenes manipulation or deliberate targeting. These India people making such a fuss in the livestream today was purely due to their imbalance, feeling why their country's 2 Shabai Shu, little white mice, were so unlucky. They died so quickly. The livestream may have been noisy, but in reality, staff on the island had already entered the hotel room where Shabai Shu, little white mice, Amir died and began to collect his body. This group of professional cleaners was skilled at handling bodies. Of course, the final resting place for the bodies of those who died on the island was to be taken by boat, far from Macedonia Island, and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. After Jiang Ran finished with the haunted house, he parted ways with little Q and the other 2. Then, he returned to his hotel room, and when it was almost dinner time, he went to the 10th floor to enjoy the buffet. After that, he returned to his hotel room. He digested his food, played on his phone for a while, then followed a workout routine on his phone to exercise. After all that, he showered, got into bed, turned on the air conditioning, and played on his phone, enjoying a pleasant evening. As for going out at night? That was impossible. What would he do going out alone late at night? So, Jiang Ran lay in bed, scrolling through TikTok. He didn't know why, but recently on TikTok, a singing idol with the surname Wang had become quite controversial. It seemed many netizens were debating whether he went to that Berkeley school abroad to study music or excavators. Jiang Ran didn't know whether it was music or excavators. But he found these videos quite amusing. And before he scrolled himself to sleep, Wanala, the Thailand beauty in the bed next to his, still hadn't returned. Special live broadcast, Macedonia Island. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning.
On Macedonia Island, besides hotels, there were other facilities. For example, a water park. This water park had a large water slide as one of its attractions. This large water slide, when viewed from the ground, looking up, was incredibly long. It twisted and turned, designed to be very winding and complex, looking very thrilling and exciting at first glance. Furthermore, this water slide was completely enclosed. Outsiders couldn't see inside the slide, unlike open-air ones where you could see where the riders were. And what was strange about this water slide was that after the slide ended, the riders would be flushed into a large pool. Normally, this pool would be open air, and riders would exit from the pool. But here, the water slide's exit was sealed off. At this moment, standing beside this large pool, which was sealed off so that its interior couldn't be seen, was a white man in his 50s. At 50 years old, in ancient times, he would have been considered an elder. In the Qing dynasty, 50 was already old. Not to mention even earlier dynasties. But in the modern era of technological explosion, one is considered old only at 70 or 80. 50 is still prime age. Yet, despite being in his prime, this 50-year-old white man had a full head of short white hair. The white man's name was James Carter. He was one of the twisted criminals, a serial killer, on Macedonia Island for this event. And the adjacent water slide, which looked thrilling and fun, was his masterpiece. 172 people. James mumbled to himself, hands in his pockets, staring expressionlessly at his creation. This was the number of people who died on this water slide yesterday. So, you must be wondering, how can people die on a water slide? It's very simple. Many people have probably already guessed. It's by installing blades inside the enclosed slide. Many people have surely seen that movie from abroad. A water slide with cross-shaped blades installed. Honestly, it's terrifying, and that movie caused many people to develop a fear of enclosed water slides. It's better to be safe than sorry, fearing that one might encounter such a situation. And James was even more vicious than that movie. In that movie, out of 3 slide entrances, only one had cross-shaped blades. Here with James, there were 5 slide entrances, and every single one had blades. And they were star-shaped blades. Why star-shaped blades? To ensure no one escapes. Of course, there were indeed some who slipped through. So, he upgraded. Each slide entrance had a total of 3 blades in different positions. And it seemed to be James's twisted sense of humor. The 3 blades were in different positions. The first was a one-shaped blade. The second was a cross-shaped blade. The third was a star-shaped blade. The purpose of this seemed to be to give people a sense of hope after the thrill, only to then plunge them into despair. Imagine, you're on this slide, rushing down, and not long after, you see a huge, sharp one-shaped blade in front of you. What's your reaction? Certainly, terror and fear. But you're surprised to find that this one-shaped blade is vertical, and there's space on either side for you to pass through. You carefully pass through. At the same time, you feel lucky. But then, as you continue to slide, you encounter the second cross-shaped blade. You start to despair. How can you get past this? But you find that there seems to be a glimmer of hope. The cross-shaped blade is an X, and if you're careful, you can barely squeeze through the space at the very bottom. Your small stature is an advantage. Anyone slightly taller would get stuck and couldn't pass. Just as you get past this, your heart is filled with apprehension. Fearing there might be a third one. And then you actually see the third one. Then, you realize the third one is also a star-shaped blade. And the space is so small, can you still get through? But you don't give up. Your brain, in a moment of crisis, furiously churns with thoughts. Finally, you decide there's a space you can pass through, though you're not sure, but you can take a gamble. Therefore, you slowly and painstakingly control your body. You slowly approach, and just as you're about to try, you suddenly hear screams from behind you. You immediately realize with horror that you're not the only one on the water slide. 3 blades in different positions. Absolutely ensuring that no one slips through.
This is called, the net of heaven is vast, and nothing escapes it.
As for whether James was the originator of this type of slide with blades? Certainly not. He was also a latecomer. And he was inspired by that movie to become a latecomer.
James raised his left hand and looked at the watch on his left wrist.
The water park opens at 8 o'clock.
Which means there are still over 40 minutes.
He didn't do anything else.
He just went to the base of the high platform and walked up the constructed metal stairs to the platform.
The high platform was incredibly wide. 5 slide entrances were arranged in a row.
No one would have imagined that this massive slide would be a death trap. After James came up, he sat down on a plastic-backed chair on the high platform. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through it, and quietly waited for the water park's 8 o'clock opening time. Soon, 8 o'clock arrived, and the water park officially opened for business.
Large numbers of tourists entered the water park, beginning their day of revelry.
The water slide in the water park was equivalent to thrilling rides like roller coasters and pendulum rides in ordinary amusement parks. Therefore, naturally, many thrill-seeking men and women played on it.
Especially the young men and women.
Sure enough, not long after the water park opened, James already saw young men and women stepping onto the metal stairs.
First, there were 2 men and 2 women.
These 4 people were all Caucasians with blonde hair and blue eyes, but it was unclear which country they were from. As soon as these 4 came up, they said to James, who was sitting on a plastic bench, "Boss, is this water slide exciting?"
English is the most widely used language in the world.
There was no other way. At that time, England, the empire on which the sun never set, had colonies all over the world. Therefore, English was very widespread.
Of course it's exciting, look at that sign over there.
James pointed to a warning sign nearby. On the warning sign was a large red warning X symbol. Below the symbol was written, "Strictly forbidden for the timid, those with heart conditions, or other physical ailments." This sentence was not only in English but also had other translations like Chinese and Japanese.
It was to accommodate tourists from different countries.
After seeing it, the 2 men and 2 women all smiled cheerfully.
"It's fine, we're in great shape."
The 2 young men patted their strong chests at James.
James glanced at them.
The 2 men had distinct 8-pack abs on their upper bodies, while the 2 women were wearing yellow and green bikinis. If you're sure you want to play, you'll also need to sign a waiver."
James glanced at them and pulled out 4 waivers from a nearby metal cabinet.
The 4 people took the waivers and glanced at them. Simply put, it stated that they confirmed their good health, willingly chose to play on this water slide, and would bear any negative consequences themselves. All 4 of them signed the waivers directly.
After signing,
James then had them put their phones in a basket, to be retrieved after they finished.
After all this was done,
James waved his hand, revealing a brilliant smile. "Well then, let's begin, warriors."
These 2 men and 2 women were 2 couples.
One of the men said to the other man, "Hey, Tom, it's agreed, whoever reaches the finish line first, after the trip is over and we go back, the loser will help the winner write their thesis."
Jerry, don't worry, I'm definitely not going to lose.
The other man was very confident. It turned out that these 2 couples were university students, both facing the torment of graduation theses. Therefore, they made this their wager for a fun gamble. Of these 2 couples, one chose the number 1 slide entrance, and the other chose number 2.
They both sat at the entrance.
The girlfriend sat in front of the boyfriend, and the boyfriend sat behind, embracing his girlfriend's slender waist.
"Hey, boss, can you help us count down? Count from 1 to 3, and when you say 3,
Tom, we'll slide down together." James heard Jerry's words and didn't expect to be involved.
However, he was very happy to help.
So, he helped count, and when he called out the number 3,
the 2 couples slid down together.
People who had played similar water slides before had made such comments. When playing this, there is a great sense of insecurity because the back is not close to the slide, creating a terrifying vacuum sensation. Then, in the middle, you try to slow down the descent with your hands and feet.
But the surroundings are too slippery. It's impossible to slow down. After playing once, I'll never play a second time in my life. For other water slides, that last sentence might be nonsense. But for James's water slide, it was absolutely true. After playing it once, you would definitely not play a second time. Because the first time you play, you directly lose your life. Inside slide number 1. So exciting! Tom and his girlfriend, their bodies following the current, under the force of gravity, were rapidly sliding down inside the slide.
Soon, they slid to the first one-shaped blade. When they were still 5 meters from the one-shaped blade, Tom and his girlfriend noticed the one-shaped blade not far ahead.
The moment they saw the blade, Tom and his girlfriend were both very confused. What was that thing in front? Tom laughed loudly. Could it be an obstacle?
The two of them laughed as they slid past. They didn't even try to avoid the one-shaped blade in front. They crashed straight into it. It was this collision.
Tom's girlfriend in front was directly sliced in half from the front.
And the moment his girlfriend was cut open, blood splattered onto Tom's body. Tom was horrified to find his girlfriend in front of him turn into 2 bloody halves in his arms. Before he could even react, he too was cut in half by that one-shaped blade, and then, his 2 halves continued to slide down rapidly. On the other side, Jerry and his girlfriend also reached the first one-shaped blade. When they saw this blade, Jerry and his girlfriend instantly screamed in terror.
"Jerry! Is that a blade?"
his girlfriend said, quickly using her hands and feet, trying to brace herself against the inside of the slide, hoping to slow down. Jerry couldn't be sure, but he felt like that thing was indeed a blade.
"Don't be scared, baby. Slow down and go through that side.
There's plenty of space there." From this perspective, Jerry was much stronger than Tom. After all, Tom didn't even recognize the blade at first, thinking it was a deliberately placed obstacle. In the face of crisis, Jerry's mental and physical strength exploded. Holding his girlfriend, the two worked together and passed through one side of the one-shaped blade. After they passed, Jerry instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily that blade was vertical, and there was a lot of space on both sides. If it were a cross-shaped blade like in that movie, then we'd really be done for. Jerry and his girlfriend immediately understood the reason for the one-shaped blade. It was because they had seen that horror movie about a water slide with blades.
Damn it! Is that boss crazy? When I get out of here, I'm definitely going to complain about him.
Jerry, having narrowly escaped death, furiously cursed the boss, because if they had hit that blade just now, they would have been dead for sure.
And his girlfriend said, "Jerry, do you think it's possible that thing isn't a real blade? But plastic? Or rubber? A deliberately set obstacle?"
Jerry continued to curse, "That's even more impossible. There would never be obstacles set inside a slide like this.
And even if it's not metal, just plastic or rubber, hitting it at this speed would definitely cause an accident." His girlfriend continued, "Then could it be that the boss didn't do it? But someone else?"
Jerry stopped to think at this point, that, you have a point, it's possible it wasn't the boss, but someone else deliberately did it, but whether it was the boss or not, I'm going to cause him trouble when I get out. Just as Jerry finished speaking, after the two rounded a corner, a scene that made their scalps tingle appeared. They saw a cross-shaped blade, exactly like the one in that movie, appear. That cross-shaped blade, like in the movie, was X-shaped.
No.
The two saw the cross-shaped blade.
They immediately panicked.
Because at first glance, it seemed like there was no space for them to pass through unharmed.
The two quickly used their hands and feet, trying to slow down.
But for some reason, at this moment, the water flow in their slide channel suddenly increased. The two were completely unable to control themselves and rushed towards the cross-shaped blade.
Instantly,
Jerry and his girlfriend, one after the other, were cut and died beneath the blade. Large amounts of blood flowed down, carrying various parts of their mutilated bodies. These two couples were naturally not the only victims today.
After them, more than 20 people had already signed the disclaimer and successively played on the slide. And without exception, all of these people also died inside the slide. Soon, the slide welcomed the next wave of people. This wave of people consisted of 2 men and 2 women, who also appeared to be couples. However, these couples were different from the first 2 couples who were guests today. They were East Asians, and from their language, James felt they should be Chinese. These 2 Chinese couples held their phones, ready to talk to him. James told them about the precautions, the sign, and the need to sign a disclaimer. After hearing this, these 2 couples were about to sign the agreement and play, but at that moment, a voice suddenly came from the direction of the stairs. These 2 couples instantly stopped their movements and looked towards the stairs. Standing there was a handsome Chinese boy. The boy had his hands on his hips, looking surprised. Oh, isn't this Xiao Hua and Wang Ju? What a coincidence! After Xiao Peng came up the stairs, he saw the person in front of him and started speaking in a sarcastic tone. The person in front of him was Xiao Peng, and these 2 couples were none other than Xiao Peng's ex-girlfriend Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua's boyfriend, Wang Ju, and Wang Ju's boyfriend. You might ask, why didn't Xiao Peng see them on his flight? It's normal, their tickets were not on the same flight as his at the time. It was 1 day later than Xiao Peng's. Fang Xiao was also like this, his ticket was also 1 day later than Zhang Ran's, coincidentally on the same flight as Xiao Hua and her group. But everyone arrived at Macedonia Island on the same date. Because they all took a steamboat 3 days after Zhang Ran and his group arrived at the island with an airport. Xiao Hua and the others also didn't expect to meet again here by such a coincidence. Xiao Hua didn't say anything, instead, her boyfriend spoke up. Her boyfriend and Wang Ju's boyfriend did not know Xiao Peng initially. After the pancake shop incident, the 2 boys also realized that their relationship was not that simple, it was more than just acquaintances. Therefore, they inquired. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything, she directly said that Xiao Peng was her ex-boyfriend, and they used to get along very well, but Xiao Peng, out of vanity, chose another rich girl, who was Xiao Nua. Xiao Hua's boyfriend was very shocked after learning about this, and then he promised Xiao Hua that he would never do something as unethical as Xiao Peng, abandoning his girlfriend for money. And now, he met Xiao Peng again, and Xiao Peng's expression and tone were just like that day at the pancake shop. Xiao Hua's boyfriend resolutely chose to come out and protect his girlfriend. He pointed at Xiao Peng and said, "Xiao Peng, right? I know you are my girlfriend Xiao Hua's ex-boyfriend, but since you are an ex-boyfriend, please speak to my girlfriend properly, don't be sarcastic, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Xiao Peng was suddenly spoken to by Xiao Hua's boyfriend like that. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded with a half-smile, all right, I won't be sarcastic anymore. Xiao Hua, you really found a good boyfriend. So manly. Despite promising not to be sarcastic, Xiao Peng's tone still revealed a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Hua's boyfriend wanted to say something else, but Xiao Hua held him back. Xiao Peng looked at the 4 people, walked over, and lowered his head, saying, "Do I need to sign anything to play this?" James didn't understand Chinese, so he used his phone to translate and communicate with Xiao Peng. And during the communication with Xiao Peng, Xiao Hua and the other 3 had already signed the disclaimer. After signing the agreement, they prepared to play on the water slide. They chose slide entrances number 1 and 2. Just at this moment, James stopped them and suggested that entrances 4 and 5 were more suitable for 2 people to slide together. So, Xiao Hua and her boyfriend chose number 4, while Wang Ju and her boyfriend chose number 5. Their sitting posture was the same as the first 2 white couples. The girl sat in front, and the boy sat behind, both holding on tightly. Then, with preparations complete, Xiao Hua and the other 3 pushed forward, and with the current, they began to descend rapidly. Xiao Peng had actually been secretly observing Xiao Hua. After he finished signing the disclaimer, he also prepared to enter slide entrance number 4, where Xiao Hua and her boyfriend were. And just as he was sitting at slide entrance number 4, with both hands firmly gripping the sides, ready to be rushed into the slide by the seawater drawn from the park as soon as he let go, he didn't know if it was the rapid heartbeat in his left chest due to the nervousness of about to play on the water slide, or the rapid heartbeat caused by a sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis.
Xiaoping only felt the rushing sound of water in his ears, which inexplicably made him feel flustered.
Forget it, I won't play for now.
He didn't know what was going on. Xiaoping himself wasn't sure, but he always felt that something bad would happen if he played on this slide. He started to back out, preparing to hold on with both hands and move his butt backward. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a large pair of hands press on his back. He turned his head and saw from the corner of his eye that it was James, the owner of this water slide. Then, before he could react, James pushed him down with both hands.
Inside slide number 5.
Wang Ju and her boyfriend were in an incredibly joyful mood, laughing as they slid down the slide. Both of them were so stimulated by the thrill of the slide that all their pores expanded, giving them a feeling of life burning. And very quickly, their feeling of life burning stopped. Because after they passed a bend, they entered a long straight section. At the end of the long straight section, a one-shaped blade appeared. The blade was very large, inserted at the very top and very bottom of the slide. The blade glinted in the countless white waters. The seawater seemed to be constantly sharpening the blade, making it even more lethal. The two suddenly saw such a thing appear inside the slide and didn't realize what it was. It wasn't until they got closer that they realized it seemed to be a blade? Stop! Stop! Hurry and stop! Wang Ju was sitting in front of her boyfriend, so she was much more in danger than him. She and her boyfriend, upon seeing the one-shaped blade, were terrified and wanted to stop sliding, but the more anxious they became, the faster they slid. They were about to approach the one-shaped blade. Wang Ju's boyfriend, behind her, stared at Wang Ju, and then at the blade in front. As if he had discovered something. He made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and forcefully pushed his girlfriend forward. Wang Ju was already desperately trying to stop sliding, especially as they got closer and closer. She saw what looked like blood on the blade, which made her even more terrified. But what she never expected was that her boyfriend, at this critical moment, actually pushed her from behind. It was this push that caused Wang Ju's body to lose balance, and she crashed sideways into the vertical one-shaped blade. Instantly, the blade cut into Wang Ju's abdomen, but perhaps because the impact was not too great, Wang Ju was not cut in half by the blade. Instead, she was impaled on the blade. A heart-wrenching scream of agony. Wang Ju's screams at this moment were brought on by intense physical pain and the fear of death. Save me! Save me! Wang Ju's body was stuck there. Because of this, Wang Ju's boyfriend could use her body as a fleshy barrier, allowing him to slide down successfully from the empty space on one side of the one-shaped blade. Seeing Wang Ju's boyfriend successfully escape, she desperately pleaded for help. Even though her collision was Wang Ju's boyfriend's doing. But for now, she had to save her own life first. However, Wang Ju's boyfriend didn't reply to her at all. There was only the joy of surviving a disaster on his face. Of course, he did turn his head and glance at Wang Ju. But that glance was filled with a sense of narrow escape. Carried by the current, Wang Ju could only watch as Wang Ju's boyfriend drifted further and further away. No! No! Wang Ju still couldn't believe everything that was happening to her. She thought it was a dream. Definitely a dream. She'd be fine once she woke up. But the blood on her body, and her stomach, were almost severed by that blade. At this point, Wang Ju could only cry out in anguish, screaming for help, hoping someone would come to save her. To save her life, she not only yelled for help in Chinese but also in English, "Help! Help!" But inside this enclosed water slide, who would know she was screaming for help? "Whoa whoa!" Wang Ju cried. She suddenly thought of the tall boy. If the tall boy had been behind her just now, he would absolutely not have used her as a human shield. Absolutely not. But now, thinking of the tall boy, it was already too late. Damn it, luckily I'm smart. I used that foolish woman as a scapegoat. Otherwise, I would have died there too. Wang Ju's boyfriend was flowing downstream, and at this moment, all the water around him was crimson. All the water flowing down from above carried Wang Ju's blood.
Despite being inside the slide, sweat dripped uncontrollably from Wang Ju's boyfriend's forehead.
He kept congratulating himself for being smart and decisive. To be honest, if it hadn't been Wang Ju in front of him earlier, but rather the goddess he had always liked, he might not have done such a thing. After all, he couldn't bear to. But Wang Ju was different. Even though she was Wang Ju's boyfriend's girlfriend. But he and Wang Ju were only together for fun. He planned to break up with her once he got tired of her. Therefore, in that situation, he could do it. I wonder who was so heartless as to install blades in the slide. After sliding for a while, Wang Ju's boyfriend decided that once he got out, he would definitely find whoever did such a wicked thing and settle the score. As for Wang Ju's fate at that time, could she be saved? To be honest, he hoped Wang Ju would die there, because if she didn't die there, and was rescued, what if she told people that he pushed her? Wouldn't that be terrible? He didn't know if that would count as intentional homicide. He felt it probably wouldn't. After all, he didn't put that blade there. Just as he was thinking this, he passed through several corners. This was a series of continuous rotating turns. The distance between the curves was not far. At this moment, Wang Ju's boyfriend saw a protruding point in the pipe ahead. After getting closer, he found it was a single handrail. He was very curious about the meaning of this thing appearing here. But after he passed this corner, his eyes were on the next turn, and he knew what the meaning of that single handrail was. Because as he approached the next turn, he found that at the curve, there was an X-shaped blade. Wang Ju's boyfriend's eyes instantly widened more than anyone else's. Before he could even react, he had already collided with the blade. Suddenly, a scene of gore. Inside slide no. 4. Xiaohua and Xiaohua's boyfriend slid happily for a while, then also saw a one-shaped blade standing not far in front of them. The two were also terrified when they saw that thing. But Xiaohua, after all, had experienced a brief, thrilling journey in the Alice apartment. As the saying goes, people teaching people doesn't always work, but experience teaching people works every time. Having experienced the brief and thrilling journey in the Alice apartment, Xiaohua's psychological resilience was somewhat stronger than that of ordinary people. Therefore, when facing the one-shaped blade that was getting closer and closer, he felt that this one-shaped blade was like the young black man chasing them with a chainsaw. There must be a chance to survive. The spaces on both sides are very wide. Xiaohua saw at a glance that the space to the left and right of the blade was very wide, and they should be able to pass through carefully. However, in this enclosed, super slick, circular slide, with water constantly pushing from behind, even if the spaces on both sides were wide, passing through without hitting the blade and without injury would be difficult. It also required something else, luck. Whether doing big things or small things, luck is needed. Take an example from Sakura country, the Warring States period. Their Warring States period was during the Ming dynasty in China. At that time, the Tiger of Kai Takeda Shingen, together with other forces, formed the Nobunaga encirclement. They prepared to eliminate Oda Nobunaga. This situation was definitely not good news for Oda Nobunaga, who was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Especially Takeda Shingen's terrifying military strength made him very wary. But just as he was about to face the Tiger of Kai, Takeda Shingen withdrew his troops. Why? This is a historical mystery. Some say Takeda Shingen died of illness just before the confrontation, others say he was accidentally shot by a musketeer under Tokugawa Ieyasu. But no matter what, Takeda Shingen withdrew his troops. Oda Nobunaga was overjoyed. After all, one less force, and the strongest one at that, was going to gang up on him. The crisis was averted. Then, several years later, an even more coincidental event occurred. The Dragon of Ekigo, Yusuji Kenshin, defeated Oda Nobunaga's 50,000-strong army with his 20,000-strong army in the Battle of Tadarigawa. Afterward, he even planned to mobilize other daimyo in the Kanto region to form a large army and subjugate Oda Nobunaga. As a result, just before the expedition, he also died of illness. He collapsed in the toilet from a cerebral hemorrhage. Therefore, the attack plan came to nothing.
Without even fighting, two major threats had died. It must be said that this was the great luck of Oda Nobunaga. Of course, great luck did not stay with Oda Nobunaga for long. His luck ran out, causing him to die in a Hanoji barbecue party. Betrayed by his subordinate Akechi Mitsuhide. Such examples of luck are countless. Too many. Therefore, luck truly exists. Xiaohua and Xiaohua's boyfriend were apparently quite lucky. Although both of them hit the blade, they didn't hit the front edge of the blade, but rather parts of their arms, legs, and bodies hit the sides of the blade. But no matter what, the two successfully passed through. After passing through, both of them were still shaken. They were breathing heavily. The subsequent sliding was no longer filled with the happy shouts of before. Of course, their hearts were still beating so fast. It's just that the reason for the rapid beating was different. Before, it was happy excitement. Now, it was terrifying excitement. And just as the two hadn't fully recovered, they entered a long tunnel and saw the cross-shaped blade at the end of the tunnel. The moment Xiaohua and her boyfriend saw the cross-shaped blades, their first thought was, "We're doomed, we're dead." But, crises always come with solutions. Just like when you're bitten by a snake, there's always an antidote within 7 steps. Xiaohua's boyfriend found that not far ahead, there seemed to be protruding handles. Several of them. Xiaohua's boyfriend controlled his body, slightly slowing his slide. When he drifted there, he grabbed a handle with one hand. He controlled his body to stop drifting backward, preventing him from hitting those deadly cross-shaped blades. Although they were temporarily safe, Xiaohua's boyfriend was still incredibly terrified. Xiaohua looked at her boyfriend, asking if he had his phone on him. Her boyfriend shook his head. Hadn't all their phones been handed over to the boss earlier? Who plays these water attractions with a phone? Help! Help! Xiaohua despaired, only able to scream for help until her throat was raw. At this moment, Xiao Peng was drifting, his heart pounding with fear. Because before going on the slide, a bad premonition had stopped him from playing. He hadn't wanted to play at all, but that white boss had pushed him down. And though he hadn't seen the white boss's face when he turned his head, the feeling the boss gave him at that moment was extremely dangerous. Just like Sumi back then. Therefore, he played on this slide with his heart pounding. But now that he thought about it, a slide shouldn't be dangerous, right? He couldn't possibly have a heart attack from the thrill of a slide and die, could he? No way, he was young and healthy, with no heart problems. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the first one-shaped blade. When Xiao Peng saw the one-shaped blade, he froze. Then he started cursing loudly, his body like a toad, wanting to go back up the way he had slid down. But, he was lucky to even be able to control his body to slow down. If he could go back, he'd truly be a superhero. Soon, Xiao Peng realized this situation. To be honest, he was still a little panicked. But, having experienced Alice's apartment for so long, his mental fortitude had improved by an immeasurable amount. Soon, he noticed that the one-shaped blade had a lot of space on either side. If he was careful, he should be able to get through. Therefore, he tried his best to control his body and the speed of his descent. Although his arms and other parts bumped, he at least passed through successfully. Damn it, this was definitely that boss's doing. Is that boss a perverted serial killer? Unlike the others, Xiao Peng immediately concluded it was the boss's doing. Because the feeling he got when the boss pushed him, it was absolutely right. And as he continued to slide down, he suddenly remembered that Xiaohua and her boyfriend had gone down this slide before him. So what about them? Soon, he saw Xiaohua and her boyfriend. And when Xiaohua and her boyfriend saw someone coming down from above, they screamed in terror. Because the slide's pipe was only so big, unless it was a child, any adult coming down would hit one of them, and if they didn't hold onto the handles tightly, they would fall straight down, and once they fell, they would definitely die. Xiao Peng realized the two people below were Xiaohua and her boyfriend. But Xiaohua and her boyfriend, due to their viewing angle, hadn't yet realized that the person coming down was Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng saw that these two people were miraculously fixed inside the slide.
He was very surprised, and soon, he discovered the secret to how Xiaohua's boyfriend was fixed there. At the same time, he saw the cross-shaped blades at the end of this section.
Damn it! There's more? Xiao Pang wasn't stupid either.
As he passed Xiaohua and her boyfriend, who were fixed in the slide, he spread his arms and legs in advance, using them as a speed bump.
The speed bump tactic was very successful. Xiao Pang clung tightly to Xiaohua's boyfriend, stuck in the middle.
But he knew this wasn't a sustainable situation. If another person came from above, he would surely be hit and fall down with them.
At this moment, Xiaohua's boyfriend's other hand, not holding the handle, was pushing away Xiao Pang, who was gripping his arm. Xiao Pang, seeing this, was greatly alarmed. What the hell, do you want me to die?
At this, Xiaohua's boyfriend sneered. Haha, I'm not that malicious, it's just that, in this situation, it's like a clay Buddha crossing a river, we can barely save ourselves. After saying this, he quickly shouted to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, don't let him grab us. This is just adding an extra burden and draining our energy. Xiaohua heard this and hesitated, but, if we don't let him grab us, he'll die. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true feelings. Xiao Pang and Xiaohua, who had previously disliked each other, now saw Xiaohua worried about Xiao Pang's safety. This was something Xiao Pang hadn't expected. Xiaohua's boyfriend listened and anxiously tempted her. Xiaohua, think carefully, how long can we hold on here?
If we can't hold on and drift down, we're dead.
Have you ever thought that if someone hits the cross-shaped blades first, he'll be a human cushion, and even if we fall down, the damage won't be as great? Xiaohua was enlightened by these words, but she still said, we should still be able to.
Hold on. We didn't come alone. Wang Ju and her boyfriend are here too. When they finish and realize we haven't come out, they'll definitely come to save us.
Xiaohua's boyfriend anxiously said, what if Wang Ju and her boyfriend slide also as blades, just like ours? Xiaohua fell silent. Now, Xiao Pang, having been shaken off by Xiaohua's boyfriend, held onto Xiaohua's two slender legs. Through her constantly trembling legs, Xiao Pang knew that if he didn't let go, Xiaohua would soon be unable to hold on. After all, as a girl, she didn't have that much strength and couldn't bear the weight of two people. Therefore, he looked down and saw 3 more handles below. He gritted his teeth and let go of Xiaohua's legs. He drifted down and, narrowly, grabbed a handle. Like the 2 people above, he was temporarily fixed inside the slide. He was safe for now. Xiao Pang let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked ahead. He checked the cross-shaped blades to see if there was enough space for one person to pass through. But, upon closer inspection, he didn't think so. The space was too small, only a child could pass.
Xiao Q. Kubei. Come save me.
Xiao Pang cried, his eyes red, shouting internally. Where were Xiao Q and Kubei? Why did only Xiao Pang come to play the water slide? This is what happened. The 3 of them had breakfast on the 10th floor in the morning and then went out to play. At Xiao Pang's suggestion, the 3 of them went to the island's water park. After playing several water attractions, Xiao Pang said he wanted to go on the water slide. He asked if the other 2 wanted to go. Both Xiao Q and Kubei shook their heads, refusing. Therefore, only Xiao Pang went alone. It was fortunate that only Xiao Pang went alone, otherwise, there was a real fear of a total party wipe. After Xiao Pang left, Xiao Q and Kubei wandered around the water park, eventually arriving at the water slide area. At this moment, Xiaohua's boyfriend stood on the ground beneath the water slide, looking at the entire massive, winding, and enclosed water slide. Xiao Q exclaimed, this is definitely going to be thrilling. Then, his gaze followed, and his attention was entirely focused on the end of the water slide's 5 lanes. The end was a large pool. However, this large pool was sealed off. Xiao Q walked around the sealed, rectangular pool, circling it once. He discovered a problem. Kubei, haven't you noticed there's no exit? If there's no exit, after the slide ends and everyone slides into this spot, how are they supposed to get out? At Xiao Q's words, Kubei also realized, and so he carefully walked around it once. He truly didn't see any door or exit. Xiao Hua's boyfriend exchanged glances, both feeling that this water slide exuded an immense strangeness. Yes, under normal circumstances, after a slide ends, players are flushed out into an open area. It's rare for the end to be sealed like this. Especially when it's sealed without even a door. The exit couldn't be at the top, could it? But this thing was several meters high, and there were no ladders to climb up. This water slide, could there be something wrong with it? Xiao Qiu rubbed his chin, a growing sense of unease in his heart. He turned to Kobe and said, "Kobe, have you seen that movie from abroad where there were razor blades in the water slide?" Kobe nodded. "I haven't seen the whole thing, but I've seen explanations of it on TikTok." At this point, both knew what the other was thinking. The next second, Xiao Hua's boyfriend anxiously put all his strength into running towards the high platform where the water slide began. Xiao Hua's boyfriend had suspected whether Macedonia Island had problems even when they were on the plane. Now, had they finally encountered a problem? Please don't let it be like that movie. Xiao Qiu prayed inwardly. After Xiao Hua's boyfriend ascended the metal stairs to the high platform, they found two Sakura country girls in swimsuits entering slide number 1. And a middle-aged uncle, who seemed to be the owner, sat on a bench, expressionlessly watching this scene. The middle-aged uncle noticed Xiao Qiu and Kobe, who had arrived out of breath. He thought Xiao Hua's boyfriend were also there to play. So, he pointed to the sign. Xiao Hua's boyfriend looked at the sign and found it was just the usual warnings found at other thrilling attractions, prohibiting people with heart conditions or poor health from playing. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's boyfriend watched as the owner took out 2 sheets of paper from a cabinet. He handed them the papers along with a pen. Xiao Qiu wasn't there to play. He refused the items offered by the middle-aged uncle, James. He pulled out his phone, opened the translation app, and asked James if he had seen a handsome Chinese man, in his 20s, come to play. James scratched his head, pretending to be confused, and explained that there were several Chinese men who fit that description. Xiao Qiu. No need to ask. Xiao Peng's phone is here. At that moment, Kobe found Xiao Peng's phone in a basket nearby. Xiao Peng's phone was still easy to recognize. It was an expensive Apple phone, which Xiao Nuo had bought for him. Of course, many people abroad use Apple phones, but Kobe recognized it because Xiao Peng's phone case was quite distinctive. His phone case had a pattern of a blonde swimsuit beauty on it. Seeing Xiao Peng's phone here, Xiao Qiu truly didn't need to ask. Xiao Peng had already gone down. Xiao Qiu was somewhat dazed, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit agitated. Afterward, he continued to use his phone translator to converse with James. "Boss, why is the exit below sealed?" "Oh, you mean that. Isn't it normal for it to be sealed?" "English, alright, then let me ask you, if your exit is sealed, why isn't there even a door? How are players supposed to get out after finishing the slide?" These words seemed to hit James's weak spot directly. James sat there, expressionless. "You motherfucker." At this point, Xiao Qiu seemed to have already figured out why there was no door to the large pool at the exit. Because there was no need, everyone who finished the water slide was already dead. Xiao Qiu, enraged, cursed at this moment, veins throbbing on his forehead. He grabbed James, who was still sitting on the plastic bench, and roared, "You bastard. I'll let you go down and play on your slide now." Xiao Qiu felt in his heart that Xiao Peng was already dead. Although he didn't know how Xiao Peng died, he was certain he was dead. He was blinded by anger, wanting to make this dog of an owner go down and play too. But he clearly underestimated one thing. That was, he couldn't beat this owner. Some cartoons are very unreasonable. A weak person is caught by a strong person. Then, for some reason, the weak person is enraged or something. In a fit of anger, they defeat the strong person. In reality, in extreme emotional states like anger, there is indeed a boost to fighting power. But if the strength difference between the two sides is too great, it's best to pray for good fortune. Xiao Qiu and James were currently at this stage. Although it's said that fists fear the young, Xiao Qiu was much younger than James. But don't forget that James was a serial killer, and Xiao Qiu was no match for him. Soon, Xiao Qiu, who originally wanted to push this owner, James, down to play, almost got pushed down himself. If Kobe hadn't seen the bad situation and joined the fight, making it a 2-on-1, Xiao Qiu probably would have really gone down. Even with 2 against 1, Xiao Hua's boyfriend barely held their own. Of course, after James was discovered, he didn't seem to want to stay there either. He shook off Xiao Hua's boyfriend and, before going downstairs, said to Xiao Qiu and Kobe, "There are 5 slide entrances, 4 and 5 both have handles. Your friend is in slide number 4. If he's lucky, he might not be dead yet." English, mumbling unintelligibly, Xiao Hua's boyfriend didn't understand what James said. Xiao Qiu got up, wanting to chase after him, but Kobe stopped him. The meaning was that saving Xiao Pang was the priority now. As for that person, even if they caught him, they couldn't beat him. Yes, saving Xiao Pang was the priority now, but how were they supposed to save him? Were they supposed to go in too? Call the hotel. Let them come. Xiao Qiu felt that this was the only way to save someone, a complete act of desperation. This anxious scene of Xiao Hua's boyfriend was, unbeknownst to them, clearly seen by all the viewers in the livestream. Many people from other countries in the livestream certainly didn't know Xiao Qiu and Kobe, but through their performance, they all praised them highly. Russia's Zero, actually, these kinds of people are more interesting than Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice. I remember 2 months ago, when our Russia's Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, participated in a European-level special live broadcast, there was a very smart ordinary person, just like these two, who knew nothing, but was terrifyingly strong and managed to kill 3 serial killers. China. Middle-aged uncle, European-level special live broadcast? No, why can your Russia participate in both Asian and European ones? Due to the 1-hour speaking limit, another person from Russia replied. Although much of our territory is in Asia, strictly speaking, we are considered a European country. So initially, we could only participate in the European ones. But later, the power behind the apartment, for reasons unknown, allowed our Russia to participate in both European and Asian. Once, besides Little Q on the high platform in Kobe, the people in the livestream could actually see what was happening inside the slide. Yes, there were cameras inside the slide as well. However, they were all various high-precision and sophisticated cameras, super secretive. The kind ordinary people would never understand. Because of this, the people in the livestream were watching as if it were a movie. They watched as men and women playing on the water slide faced the judgment of the blades. Currently, in the China chat room of the livestream, domineering female CEO, I wonder if Xiao Pang can hold on. I actually don't really want him to die, because if he dies, there'll be one less source of entertainment. Middle-aged uncle, it's hard to say if he'll die. If Little Q and Kobe rescue him in time, he should be able to survive. Inside slide no. 4. I can't hold on much longer. Xiao Hua was a girl after all, and the kind who never exercised. Actually, even if he were a boy, facing this situation wouldn't make much difference. Because nowadays, whether boys or girls, from a young age, they are pressed against desks, becoming nearsighted. Exercising? There's no time for that at all. And so it was. In this very slippery slide, with constant water currents impacting it, after grabbing a handle with one hand, they had to rely entirely on the strength of that one arm. Xiao Hua wanted to grab the handle with both hands. But the handle was too small, only allowing one hand to grip it. She also wanted to switch hands, but given the current situation, she didn't have the ability to do so. She herself wasn't sure how long she had been holding on, hanging there. She only felt her arm aching and swollen. And several joints were hurting badly, such as her wrist, elbow, and right shoulder. Besides that, her palm was numb from being gripped for too long, causing sharp pain. She was about to give up. Therefore, she wanted to reach out her left hand and have her Wang Ju's boyfriend give her a boost. Xiao Hua's boyfriend looked at Xiao Hua's outstretched left hand. He also extended his empty left hand and took Xiao Hua's left hand. At the same time, he said, "No, this will work, Xiao Hua. Later, I'll brace my legs against the side of the slide on your side. You use my legs as a brace to switch the right hand holding the handle to your left hand.
Once you're done, grab my hand, and I'll switch hands too. Otherwise, if we continue like this, neither of us will be able to hold on. Okay, you do it. Xiaohua didn't think, she said without hesitation. Xiaohua's boyfriend exerted force with his legs, and also with his waist and abdomen. He tried many times, constantly swinging, and finally braced his legs against Xiaohua's thigh area. Quick! Xiaohua's boyfriend said anxiously, I can't maintain this position for long either. Xiaohua nodded, pulled her legs up, curled them, and braced them against her Wangju's boyfriend's legs. Then, she looked up, and her left hand began to reach for her right hand. Just as she was about to reach the right hand handle, a left thumb inserted into the handle's gap, her right hand let go, allowing her left hand, the other 4 fingers, and the back of her palm to all enter the handle. At this moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiaohua's boyfriend's legs suddenly went slack downwards. Originally, the 90-degree right angle formed by his body and legs turned into 180 degrees. This was nothing. He was fine, but Xiaohua was in trouble. Since she hadn't completed the hand switch, her body's center of gravity was entirely supported by her Wangju's boyfriend's legs. Now, the leg support was gone. Relying solely on the thumb that had been inserted into the handle in advance, she was completely unable to support the weight of her entire body. In terror, Xiaohua fell straight down. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiaohua's human body would collide with the metal blades. Let's see who was harder. But an accident still occurred. The moment she fell, Xiaopeng desperately caught Xiaohua. After being caught by a force, Xiaohua subconsciously clung tightly to that force. Only after everything was stable did she realize that her legs and feet were wrapped around Xiaopeng's body. Xiaopeng and Xiaohua, this former couple, no, it should be former couple. Before, Xiaohua saved Xiaopeng, now, Xiaopeng saved Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. I accidentally lost my grip just now. At this moment, Xiaohua's boyfriend, who was in the position above, looked extremely anxious. Xiaohua, now pressed tightly against Xiaopeng, felt a little embarrassed. Her cheeks were even a bit flushed. When she heard her current Wangju's boyfriend's words, she looked up and said, It's okay, you didn't do it on purpose. Haha, Xiaohua, you stupid woman, you didn't do it on purpose? Your Wangju's boyfriend clearly let go of his legs on purpose just now, making you fall. If you don't believe me, I'll send you up there now. You go to your Wangju's boyfriend and let him support you? Xiaopeng's lips curved upwards, a look of extreme disdain and a cold sneer. The slide was only so big, and the distance between them was very close. Therefore, Xiaohua's boyfriend also heard Xiaopeng's words. However, he actually didn't refute them. If this had happened before playing the slide, Xiaohua would definitely have argued with Xiaopeng again. But now, Xiaopeng had saved her, and she felt embarrassed. Yet, she still felt that what Xiaopeng said was wrong. Therefore, she looked up, her hopeful eyes fixed on her Wangju's boyfriend above. Darling, pull me up. Xiaohua tried to reach out one hand upwards. At their current position, if Xiaohua's boyfriend extended his foot, Xiaohua could grab it. But not only did he not extend it, he even pulled it back, clearly not wanting Xiaohua to come up. And his face at this moment became extremely cold. At this point, all the truth was revealed. Xiaohua had no choice but to believe that what Xiaopeng said was true. But why? Xiaopeng said, Do you believe it now? I saw it clearly from below. If your Wangju's boyfriend really couldn't hold on, the speed at which his legs released would at least be a gradual loss of support, not like just now, dropping instantly. So, your Wangju's boyfriend did it on purpose. As for why, you'll have to ask him. Xiaohua's bewildered gaze turned towards her Wangju's boyfriend. Xiaohua's boyfriend sneered, Since things have come to this, I won't pretend anymore. That's right, I did it on purpose just now. I deliberately let you fall. If possible, I would have knocked Xiaopeng down with you, so that there would be 2 human cushions on the crossblades. If I couldn't hold on and slid down, it wouldn't cost me my life. Hearing her Wangju's boyfriend's confession, Xiaohua was confused and shocked. Why? I'm your girlfriend? You treat me like this? Xiaohua's boyfriend said. No, Xiaohua, are you stupid? In this kind of life or death crisis, even if you were my wife, I would decisively abandon you. After all, your life is your own, not abandoning it would be the problem, wouldn't it? And Xiaohua's boyfriend's gaze became very annoyed at this point.
You, this woman, have been with me for some time, but you're clearly a slut, yet you never wanted to sleep with me.
I found it very strange. Until that day, at the pancake shop, I met your ex-boyfriend Xiao Pang, and then I understood old flames never die.
Some people might argue, but their feelings remain deep in their hearts.
Xiaohua's boyfriend said, so, I deliberately loosened my leg, wanting you and your ex-boyfriend to become a pair of doomed lovers, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. However, even if it didn't work, it's close. After all, your ex-boyfriend Xiao Pang's one hand has to support the weight of two people. How long can he last? At this point, Xiaohua's boyfriend turned his attention to Xiao Pang and said, Hey, Xiao Pang, I advise you to quickly shake Xiaohua off. Otherwise, you're really going to die with her.
Xiaohua's boyfriend laughed loudly. Xiao Pang, however, was unmoved. Instead, he held Xiaohua, who was clinging to him, even tighter. Looking at the twisted, bulging veins on Xiao Pang's right arm, he knew Xiao Pang was also reaching his limit.
Xiaohua was about to cry. She didn't want to die, especially not this way, but if she continued to hold Xiao Pang, both of them would die here. What if I let go? Xiaohua's heart wavered. Just then, the three people inside the slide all noticed that the water flowing down from above in the slide gradually diminished until it completely disappeared. This phenomenon left all three of them unsure of what had happened. Immediately after, a slight tremor was felt. They seemed to hear a buzzing sound.
Soon, a knocking sound on the slide came from behind Xiao Pang.
Xiao Pang knew someone was coming to rescue him.
So he told Xiaohua, who was on him, to quickly knock on that spot.
Sure enough, her knock was a response. Soon, the three trapped people discovered that above them, not far from Xiaohua's boyfriend's head, two chainsaw blades pierced through the slide. Immediately after, the slide was cut through. A burst of intense sunlight scattered down from above. It made all three of them close their eyes, it was dazzling. Soon, from the cut-open passage, they heard a group of chattering voices. It was 10 minutes later when the three were rescued. Xiao Pang, who had been rescued, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, continuously. And his eyes were filled with tears. Xiaohua and her boyfriend were much the same. Both lay on the ground, gasping for breath. After all, inside the slide, what tested them was not only physical strength but also psychological endurance. What if one didn't hold on tight, or ran out of strength? One would fall and die. Xiao Qiu and Kubei stood beside Xiao Pang. They had already seen what the inside of several slides looked like. It was just like the movie they had seen. No, it was even more twisted than that movie. Of course, besides them, there were also a bunch of staff members whose clothes had golden peonies on them. As soon as these people arrived, they used plastic fences to enclose the entire water slide. After that, they began rescuing the people inside the slide. Unfortunately, out of the entire water slide's 5 lanes, only 3 people survived. As for the rest who entered the slide, all of them died. To be honest, Xiao Qiu and Kubei initially followed the staff, cutting the slide, but they didn't see Xiao Pang for a long time, only some fragments of bodies. Their hearts were clenched until they followed the staff to the 4th slide. They found Xiao Pang, and Xiao Qiu secretly wiped away tears. As for Kubei, he also let out a big sigh of relief. Of course, what these two didn't expect was that inside the slide, Xiaohua and her boyfriend were also there. And when they were rescued, Xiao Pang and Xiaohua were actually hugging each other. Xiaohua had rested by then, she stood up, supporting herself with her hands. She looked around, lost and helpless, wanting to see that familiar figure. But there was none. Xiao Qiu, have you seen Wang Ju? Xiaohua asked anxiously. Xiao Qiu shook her head and sighed helplessly.
only 3 of you who played on the slide survived, the rest are all dead. Xiao Hua, this. How is this possible? Xiao question see for yourself, the entire slide has been divided into sections. If Wang Ju were still alive, she would have appeared here by now. Xiao Hua plopped down onto the ground. Xiao Qiu told her, the staff are currently cutting open the sealed house at the end. If nothing goes wrong, the bodies of the people who died inside the slide are all there. If you're not afraid, you can go and look. Xiao Hua stared blankly for a long while, then, like a zombie, she got up and walked in that direction. Xiao Qiu, Kobe, and Xiao Pang, who had also rested, stood up and walked over there. And Xiao Hua's boyfriend, who had been rescued, did the same. He wanted to see if Wang Ju's boyfriend was really dead. Wang Ju's boyfriend was his friend. Initially, Wang Ju's boyfriend met Wang Ju first, then introduced him to Wang Ju, and Wang Ju then introduced him to Xiao Hua. That's how he started dating Xiao Hua. However, with what happened today, he and Xiao Hua were definitely over. These people arrived at the sealed large pool, where staff members were smashing the wall with hammers and other tools. Soon, with each hammer blow, the bricks began to be dislodged. The dislodged bricks allowed the air inside to circulate with the air outside. And just a tiny bit of smell emanating from inside made the people gathered there cover their noses. When a door large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through was forcibly smashed open. The bloody smell that wafted out directly caused Xiao Hua and others outside to squat on the ground, some dry heaving, some throwing up. There were also many staff members among them. Although Xiao Qiu and Kobe also felt like throwing up, they held it in, covering their noses with one hand. They entered this sealed place with the staff. Of course, it was very dark inside, and there couldn't be any electric lights. So the staff used their mobile phone flashlights and various palm-sized flashlights to illuminate the situation inside. It was pretty much as Xiao Qiu had initially thought. The end of the slide was a large pool. As for the 4 sides of the pool, they were brick walls, tightly sealed. At this moment, flashlight beams flickered across the large pool. It should have been a clear blue water. But now, it was like the blood pools described in some fantasy immortal hero novels. As far as the eye could see, it was all deep red. Moreover, on the deep red water surface, there were many pale, mangled bodies and severed limbs floating. White bones, light pink cross-sections, and many unknown yellow parts. Like small boats, floating in a sea of blood. It made people's scalps tingle and sent shivers down their spines. How many people had died, after all? It was unclear how many had died in total. Because Jane seemed to clean the blood pool at the end every day. Therefore, when the staff retrieved all the bodies and fragments from the blood pool, approximately 39 bodies were pieced together. In just a short period, not even a full morning, this water slide had killed a bunch of people who had lived and grown for at least 20 years. Xiao Hua searched among them and found a corpse that had lost one lower leg, one arm, still had its head, but had several large knife wounds on its body, with its internal organs clearly visible. She didn't care how terrifying this corpse was. She just lay on it and cried bitterly. Yes, this was Wang Ju's body. Xiao Hua was crying very sadly, her voice loud. Although Wang Ju's corpse was now contaminated and dirty with blood and other people's body parts. But Xiao Hua didn't care at all. It was clear that Xiao Hua's boyfriend were truly good sisters. The kind with a very strong bond. As for Xiao Hua's boyfriend, he looked at the gruesome corpse of his friend, Wang Ju's boyfriend. He wasn't as exaggerated as Xiao Hua, but he also let out a deep sigh from his mouth. At this moment, a staff member wearing a golden peony pattern gathered Little Q, Xiao Pang, Kobe, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua's boyfriend together. After they were gathered, the staff member with the golden peony pattern smiled and said to the 5 of them, "I'm very sorry that such an incident occurred on the island, causing you all to be startled." Little Q was very angry because he recognized the person in front of him. Wasn't he the leading man among the hotel staff members that Su Yang called when he encountered the diving instructor? Little Q said, "You remember me, right? Before, someone impersonated a diving instructor and almost killed my friend in the water, and I didn't say anything.
Now, your water park has had such an incident, with blades in the water slide? Are you making a movie? Or what do you intend to do? That perverted boss, that kind of perverted serial killer, how could you let him set up a water slide here? Little Q was furious because his best friend Xiaopeng almost died. So he seemed to have lost his mind. Hee, it's our mistake, so we need to compensate for it. Here, take these. The leading man had several other staff members bring some paper and pens. He handed them to Little Q and the others. They took them and saw that it was an agreement. A non-disclosure agreement. Little Q and the others looked at the agreement's content while listening to the leading man slowly say, "This is a non-disclosure agreement. Please be sure to sign it and keep what happened today a secret, do not disclose it. Of course, there will definitely be benefits. Each of you will receive $10,000 US. $10,000 US is equivalent to 70,000 CNY. Little Q finished reading the agreement and was about to tear up the non-disclosure agreement. Kobe stopped him and whispered in his ear, in a voice like a mosquito, "Wake up already? You've lost your mind." Besides these words, Kobe also gripped Little Q's wrist with extreme force. He used the pain to awaken him, to bring him to a clear state. And seeing Little Q calm down, Kobe finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as Kobe sighed in relief, another person stood up and started acting crazy. "No, so many people died, my good friend, and his girlfriend, they all died. You only want us to keep it a secret with a mere $10,000 US? Are you trying to brush us off like beggars? And I almost died. Died here? And you only give 10,000? What kind of international joke is this? Hush money must be determined by the magnitude of the secret." Xiaohua's boyfriend, in any case, felt that this hush money was too little. The leading man turned his head, smiling ambiguously. "Oh? Is that so? Then how much hush money do you want?" Xiaohua's boyfriend gritted his teeth and held up a finger, "At least $1 million US for each of us." Xiaohua's boyfriend felt that with such a major incident on this tourist island, so many people dead, and he himself almost dying, asking for this money was justified. As for why he immediately asked for such a high amount? If he were in China, he definitely wouldn't dare to ask for so much. He understood the compensation in China too well. But abroad was different. Not long ago, he had just seen news of a 6-year-old American boy who accidentally swallowed an air conditioner remote control battery. And then was able to claim $40 million US in compensation. Therefore, his request for $1 million US was not excessive at all, right? Of course, even if it wasn't that high, he could slowly bargain. The leading man said at this point, $1 million US? Do the rest of you also want this amount? He scanned Little Q and the others. Kobe stepped forward and said, "No need, $10,000 US per person is enough for us, we don't need that much." Hearing this, Xiaohua's boyfriend frowned, feeling very annoyed. Good heavens, these people were just like those scoundrels in China. He was trying to get benefits for them, but these people, instead of trying to get more, were easily dismissed by the capitalists. How could Xiaohua's boyfriend know the real reason why Kobe and the others didn't ask for an exorbitant amount? Xiaohua's boyfriend felt that it seemed his $1 million US would be heavily discounted. But to his surprise, the leading man actually agreed. He would receive $1 million US, while the others would receive $10,000 US. As long as this non-disclosure agreement was signed, the money would be yours. In this situation, whether you wanted the money or not, you had to sign this non-disclosure agreement. Little Q, Xiaopeng, Kobe, and even Xiaohua all signed. Because of the slight incident, Xiaopeng and Xiaohua's relationship had clearly reconciled. Therefore, compared to the $1 million US her current boyfriend proposed, although she was tempted, she still chose to take the $10,000 US along with Xiaopeng and the others. After the non-disclosure agreement was signed, Xiaohua's boyfriend asked when the money would be deposited. Xiaohua's boyfriend was already impatient. He never thought his luck would be so good.
He won the first prize at the pancake shop and came to this island to play. Although he lost a friend, he got rich.
Awesome!
And this fortune was not small, a full $1 million, which is 7 million CNY.
What is the concept of 7 million CNY?
If you're not extravagant, you can lay flat for a lifetime.
Many people online have gone crazy, thinking 7 million is nothing.
But if you ask them to pull out 70,000 in real life, they'll shake their heads and say they don't have money. As for when the money would be deposited, the leading man said that the money would be in their accounts within 3 days of their departure from Macedonia Island. At the same time, he asked several people for their bank card accounts and contact information.
Xiaohua's boyfriend naturally wasn't afraid that these people wouldn't pay and would renege.
After all, with such a large tourist island, the monk can run, but the temple cannot. These people were then invited out of here by the leading man. And as soon as they stepped out of the makeshift fence,
Xiaohua's boyfriend reached out to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, are you willing to come with me?
Xiaohua looked at her boyfriend's hand and snorted coldly, "Sorry, our relationship ended the moment you intentionally tried to kill me." Seeing this, Xiaohua's boyfriend didn't try to keep her, only sneered. Anyway, once he had $1 million, he would be considered to have some assets. At that time, he'd buy a car worth several $100,000, and pretty girls like Xiaohua, he could pick up easily. Some people might think a car worth several $100,000 is nothing, saying you need a car worth over $1 million, several million, to pick up girls. This is just like those who think 7 million is nothing, having gone crazy from what they see online. If you actually drive a car worth several $100,000, it's still easy to pick up girls.
You'll understand if you experience it yourself. This is not nonsense. Of course, the premise is not in a big city.
Xiaohua's boyfriend walked away, full of vigor and high spirits. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiu, Xiaopeng, Koubei, and Xiaohua remained there, not having left yet. The group turned to look back, but due to most of the slides being dismantled and a fence blocking the view, only the highest platform was visible. They then looked left, right, and into the distance. They noticed that many people were still playing on other facilities in the water park. They didn't take what happened here seriously. Of course, these people didn't know. If they knew that so many people had died on this water slide, they would probably have been scared away, each running faster than the other. The four of them quickly composed themselves and started heading back to the hotel. On the way back to the hotel, Xiaopeng suddenly said, "If my brother, who is currently in jail, knew Wang Ju was dead, he would probably be very sad."
However, Wang Ju deserved it. Who told her to abandon my brother? I bet she, and her boyfriend, were just like you and your boyfriend, Xiaohua, in the slide. Xiaopeng's words were still venomous towards Wang Ju. Even though Wang Ju was already dead, a sense of schadenfreude could still be read in his words. Xiaohua, who had hoped for a reconciliation with Xiaopeng after this incident, heard his words. She didn't retort, seemingly unable to find anything to say, but she was angry, and she stomped ahead by herself in a huff. Is Xiaohua angry again? Damn it, if I hadn't saved her in the slide, she would be dead. Of course, she did save me too. Xiaopeng muttered as he watched Xiaohua leave in a huff. Koubei said, "She probably had a really good relationship with Wang Ju, Xiaopeng. If you still want to reconcile with her, talk less about Wang Ju's matters." Xiaopeng scoffed, "Who wants to reconcile with her?" Xiaopeng said this, but it was clear he didn't mean it. There was a strange look on his face. "Oh, right, Xiaoqiu, why aren't you saying anything?" Xiaopeng was surprised to find his good friend so quiet. Xiaoqiu sighed, "Xiaopeng, later, the three of us will go to your hotel room. I have something to tell you." Xiaopeng scratched his head, "What is it?" "Can't you say it here?" Xiao questioned no. The three of them quickly returned to the hotel. They arrived at Xiaopeng's single room. Once inside the single room, Xiaopeng carelessly lay on the bed, seemingly to enjoy the peace after escaping death in the slide. He turned to look at Xiaoqiu, who was standing by, and said, "Go on, what do you have to tell me? If you're going to confess your feelings to me, allow me to refuse. I'm not into guys."
Normally, when he made such a joke, the old Xiao Qiu would have smiled. But now, he noticed that this one didn't even smile, his face remained solemn. It was as if something very serious had happened. Xiao Peng was startled and immediately sat up from the bed, urging Xiao Qiu to speak quickly, whether it was good news or bad news, to just say it, he could accept it. However, what he never expected was this: Xiao Qiu's opening line, "Xiao Peng, I'm sorry," left him stunned.
"No, I don't have a girlfriend for you to snatch right now, do I? You haven't fallen for Xiao Hua, have you?"
Usually, when a brother apologizes to you, starting with "I'm sorry" or something similar, there's a very high possibility that he got together with your girlfriend and cheated on you. Xiao Qiu remained heavy-hearted. "No, how could I do such a thing?
The "I'm sorry" I'm talking about is, I've been hiding something from you since we got on the plane."
Xiao Peng was even more confused.
It wasn't that he had fallen for Xiao Hua, but he was hiding something? What could it be?
Just as Xiao Peng was racking his brain, Xiao Peng heard Xiao Qiu tell him about the things he and Koubei had speculated about Macedonia Island on the plane. After listening, Xiao Peng, who had been smiling, suddenly darkened.
He lunged from the bedside to Xiao Qiu, grabbing his collar tightly. "Damn it! Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? Do you know that if I had died in that slide today, I would have died without ever knowing this?"
Facing such anger, Xiao Qiu said, "So, hit me."
"I'm sorry." Xiao Peng ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it.
He stared at Xiao Qiu's guilt-ridden face with full fury for a long time. Then, he sighed deeply, released Xiao Qiu's collar, and sat on the bed, head down.
Koubei said at this moment, "Don't blame him.
I also agreed to the idea of not telling you. The main reason was, if we were wrong in our guesses, we were afraid it would ruin your enjoyment of the trip."
"If anyone is to blame, blame me."
Xiao Peng first stared at Xiao Qiu's face for a while, then at Koubei's face for a while. Then he lowered his head and pondered for nearly 10 minutes. Only then did he say, "Forget it, you also wanted me to enjoy this trip." After all, knowing about that matter, it wouldn't be as carefree and happy as before.
"However, in the future, don't hide anything from me. If it happens again, we really won't be friends."
Xiao Qiu was still very remorseful. "Thank you for forgiving me, but I'm still sorry, because you almost died." Xiao Peng looked at Xiao Qiu and said, "Alright, it's all in the past, and you also made up for it by saving me in time. More importantly, I chose to go on that water slide myself. Also, what you don't know is that I was already sitting at the slide entrance, but suddenly a bad premonition popped into my head, and I decided not to play.
But that damn boss suddenly pushed me down."
Xiao Qiu and Koubei were both stunned. Subsequently, the three of them exchanged information about what had happened, gaining a complete understanding of each other's situations. Afterward, the three began to discuss what to do next.
Xiao Peng said, "So what do we do next? Leave this island? I was lucky today and wasn't killed."
"According to your deductions, there might be other hidden dangers on this island.
So, let's leave quickly. I don't want any free travel." "Is free travel more important, or is life more important?"
Xiao Peng felt that even if he stayed here, he wouldn't be in the mood to play.
What if he accidentally got into trouble while playing on the island sometime?
He was lucky this time, but he wouldn't be next time. "Yes, we definitely have to go, but Xiao Qiu's friends." Koubei was still worried that Xiao Qiu cared too much about those friends. Even on the plane, it was Xiao Qiu's excessive concern for those friends that made him choose to hide it from Xiao Peng and continue the trip. "I'll go find them and explain this matter. If they decide not to leave after I explain it this time and choose to stay here, then we'll leave."
Xiao Qiu made up his mind. This was the only way.
If he continued to stay here, he really didn't know who would be the next to encounter danger.
"We'll go with you too.
After all, if you go alone, they probably won't believe you,"
Xiao Peng said.
Soon, the three of them arrived at the door of Su Yang's hotel room. Before they even knocked, they saw a hot white girl walk out of Su Yang's hotel room. No need to look, it was another one of Su Yang's clucking girls. Su Yang was staying in a single room. When the three of them entered the room the moment the white girl left, Su Yang was seen leaning against the headboard, half naked, with his lower body covered by a white quilt. The room temperature was very low. Looking up, the air conditioning was set to 16 degrees. Su Yang was a little surprised to see the three of them suddenly enter, and he whistled, asking what brought them to him. Xiaoqiu decided to get straight to the point and state their purpose directly. Su Yang, we have to end this trip. It's best to leave here today or tomorrow. Su Yang, who had just enjoyed the sweet service of the white girl, immediately lost the smile on his face. His eye twitched. Brother, are you kidding me? This joke isn't funny at all. Xiao questioned. I'm not kidding. You don't know, Xiaopeng almost died today. Hearing this, Su Yang's gaze shifted to Xiaopeng, who, not having changed his clothes yet, indeed looked a bit disheveled. But he still didn't believe it. Xiaoqiu said, there's a water park on the island, and in the water park, there's an attraction called the water slide. The owner of that water slide is a deranged pervert. He put razor blades in the slide, and dozens of people died just today. Xiaopeng went to play today too and almost died in there. Now that owner has run away, and the staff are cleaning up the mess. Xiaoqiu only dared to say this much. As for anything more, he didn't dare to speak at all. Su Yang listened, his brows tightly furrowed. But this isn't a reason for us to cut our trip short, is it? After all, there are so many tourists on the island, and it's just one water slide with one pervert. It's an individual act, nothing to be afraid of. Xiaoqiu said, Su Yang, don't worry about all that. Trust me, take your friends and come with me. We're childhood friends, I'd never betray you. This island is really dangerous. Xiaoqiu's gaze was anxious and fervent. It was so intense that it was unbearable. You told me to come to Macedonia Island, and now, less than 2 days later, you're saying we have to leave. Alright, let's go then. You go find out how to leave, and I'll go convince my classmates and friends. Su Yang compromised. The speed of his compromise surprised not only Xiaoqiu but also the other two. After all, if they were Su Yang, the reasons Xiaoqiu gave for leaving were inexplicable and insufficient. According to their guess, it would probably take a lot of effort to convince him. They didn't expect it to be so easy? Thus, the three who had convinced Su Yang left his room to find island staff. They inquired about leaving by boat earlier. They first went to the front desk on the first floor. Of course, the front desk couldn't handle such matters, but they could provide contact information for relevant personnel. Soon, Xiaoqiu and the other two found out that for specific related matters, they needed to go to the pier to find the person in charge there. Therefore, the three of them took a lot of effort to go to the pier. They asked the staff at the pier and met the relevant person in charge in an office at the pier. The plump white person in charge, however, chuckled and said in English, I'm sorry, we do not allow tourists to leave the island at will, you must wait for the next ferry. Xiaoqiu asked him when the next ferry would arrive. The plump white person in charge said that, not counting these 2 days, there were still 5 days. 5 days was enough time for many things to happen. The three of them absolutely did not want to stay there any longer. Therefore, Xiaoqiu pointed out the window at the many white yachts at the pier. He asked if those could take them off the island. The plump white person in charge said that those things didn't have that much fuel. The fuel for tourists riding yachts was fixed each time and was not enough to reach the island from which their ferry departed. They could only go around Macedonia Island. Xiaoqiu said they were willing to pay for fuel. The plump white person in charge continued to explain in English that the island's fuel was not for sale. At this point, the few of them were disheartened, feeling there was no hope of leaving. At this moment, Xiaopeng used his phone to translate. According to you, if a tourist on the island needs medical attention, do they still have to wait for the ferry 5 days later? The plump white person in charge explained with a smile. We have a dedicated infirmary on the island with excellent doctors and nurses who can handle many emergencies. As for truly serious situations, we have helicopters on the island to take people off the island. He seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the few people. The plump white person in charge smiled and said, however, we will only transport people in critical condition by helicopter, others should not even think about it. As for whether a situation is critical, we have professional doctors to make that judgment.
What does whether a situation is critical mean?
Xiao Qiu thought to himself, even if someone died, these scoundrels on the island would probably still say the situation wasn't critical.
The three of them walked out of the pier office building.
After leaving, they looked at each other. They felt they had truly entered a den of dragons and a tiger's lair. Easy to come, but impossible to leave.
They couldn't possibly get a small wooden boat and go out to sea, could they?
Lest they end up stranded on some unknown deserted island.
Becoming Robinson Crusoe.
The three of them returned to the hotel and went straight to Su Yang's hotel room.
Upon entering, they found that Su Yang was still lying on the bed, just as he was before they left. It was as if Su Yang hadn't moved at all.
Seeing the few people arrive, Su Yang caught his room key card that the three handed to him.
He said with a smile, "How did it go? Can we go out to sea?"
The three shook their heads, then repeated what the plump white person in charge had said.
Su Yang laughed loudly upon hearing this. All right, just stay here obediently. Isn't it quite enjoyable here? As for danger? What danger? If the three of you are bored out of your minds, I can treat each of you to a girl.
Hearing this, Xiao Qiu raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, Su Yang, earlier when we split up, you went to convince your classmates and friends to leave with us.
Did you not go at all?
Su Yang nodded, very clever, you guessed correctly. Xiao Qiu was even more puzzled. Then if we could leave here at any time, would you really have planned to go with us?
Su Yang said, you don't need to answer that question. The premise is that you can't leave.
And the even earlier premise is that I already knew you could only leave here when the next ferry arrived. With that said, Xiao Qiu and the other two instantly understood why Su Yang had so easily agreed to them earlier, saying he would convince his classmates
and friends to leave together.
It turned out he already knew it would be difficult to leave.
How did you know it wouldn't be easy to leave here? Xiao Qiu asked. Su Yang yawned, it's simple.
The white girl who was with me for over an hour when you arrived told me. She said that everything on this island was good, but the most inconvenient thing was that leaving the island was troublesome. You had to wait for the ferry that comes once every 7 days. The three had nothing to say, and of course, they also declined Su Yang's invitation to eat cluck-cluckta. The three arrived at Xiao Peng's room.
They didn't know what to do now.
Therefore, Xiao Peng said he would take a shower first, and they could take their time thinking. Neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream. The main camera of the livestream was not on these three, Xiao Qiu. However, those people in Huagui in the livestream all adjusted their livestream cameras to them. They watched their operations during this period.
Huagui chat room.
Middle-aged uncle, still very smart, actually saw the crisis of Macedonia Island, so he wanted to leave, but unfortunately couldn't.
Domineering female CEO, this might be the difference between a special livestream and an ordinary livestream.
When Xiao Qiu's three were at Alice's apartment, they could still escape with Mike's help, but now, unless they can fly, they can't get out of this island. They all have to wait for the ship after the special livestream ends. Fairy sister, actually, the three of them don't need to panic.
After all, they are not Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. They are just ordinary tourists, and there are so many ordinary tourists.
The last time on the water slide, Xiao Peng was just unlucky, so even if they can't get out, it's nothing.
After all, there are people to share the danger. Little Ant, not necessarily.
The main thing is that this is a special livestream, and we are all watching it for the first time, so we have no experience and don't know what other monstrous things will happen in a special livestream.
I am a hero, we can only wait for what happens next.
Xiao Peng finished his shower, wrapped in a white towel around his lower body, came out, and asked the other two if they had discussed and decided what to do.
The two nodded.
The final discussion result was also very simple, they could only continue to stay here. After all, they couldn't get out. However, what was different from before was that they had to be careful. Xiao Peng was not surprised by this result. After all, although he felt that these two people were much smarter than him, they were still human. As long as they were human,
there would be difficulties they couldn't overcome and solutions they couldn't think of. After James fought with Xiao Qiu and Kubei at the water park, he escaped from the water park. After escaping from the water park, he returned to the hotel. Yes, he also had his own room here. As for whether he was afraid of being caught by the hotel staff while staying here? After all, such a big incident had occurred, and he had been exposed. Heh, the entire Macedonia island was a chessboard. Understood? Unless he directly encountered the two Huagua people who fought with him, otherwise, he would be like any other ordinary tourist. Who would catch him? At this moment, he was on the large white bed in his hotel room. On the white bedsheet were a pile of photos of various colors, as well as some documents. Almost all of these photos were of men, with only a small handful of women. If anyone from the livestream saw this scene, they would say, "Aren't these the photos of the 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice?" And what about the documents next to those photos? They were the of each Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Of course, for a perverted criminal and serial killer like James, who was arranged on Macedonia Island. The information he had was the introduction given by the beautiful hostesses that those people in the livestream heard. And the final betting amount for each Xiaobaishu, little white mice. As for the rest, there were also things like which Xiaobaishu, little white mice, lived on which floor and in which room. There was nothing else. Of course, James also had a major right, which was that he could ask the island's staff to provide convenience and cooperate with him. For example, to get a spare room card for a Xiaobaishu, little white mice. In less than 2 days, James, despite using the water slide to kill many people, didn't get a single Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Therefore, he still needed to act and kill a Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Otherwise, after 7 days, he would be the one to die. And the current problem was, which one should he choose to kill? He took out his phone. Someone had been sending him text messages. The content of the messages was also very simple. It was to inform him that certain Xiaobaishu, little white mice, had already died. Out of 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, 3 had already died. There were still 7 he could choose from. So, who to choose? I'll choose this number 1. He and the 2 who fought with me are both Huagua people, and their ages are also similar. At 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Ran was in his room, enjoying the air conditioning and playing on his phone. Because it was too hot outside now, he planned to go out and play around 5 or 6 in the evening. He heard there was a water park on the island, so he could go check it out. Zhang Ran woke up late at around 10 a.m. because he overslept that morning. Looking at his phone, he found that Xiao Qiu and his friends had said they were going to the water park early in the morning and asked if he wanted to go. He didn't reply at the time. So, he definitely couldn't go now. After all, the time had already passed. So he planned to go by himself around 5 or 6 in the evening. He was still squatting here, enjoying the air conditioning. Just as he was surfing the internet, and Douyin was inexplicably dominated by various netizens imitating the male idol who graduated from Berkeley with funny things. A knock on the door sounded. He flipped off the bed, put on the hotel's disposable white slippers. As Zhang Ran approached the door, he asked, "Who is it? What do you want?" An English sentence came from outside. He didn't understand it, so he opened the door. After opening the door, a middle-aged white man stood outside. He looked about 40 or 50 years old, with a full head of white hair, which made him look older than his actual age. This middle-aged white man was wearing a black uniform with a golden peony pattern on the front. A work ID was hanging on his chest. He clearly looked like an island staff member. Since he couldn't speak English, Zhang Ran had already taken out his phone and opened the translation app. "Hello, do you need me for something?" "Hello, mister." "Zhang Ran, I am a staff member on the island. My name is James." "English, oh, James?" Having personally witnessed Su Yang and his friend being scammed by those fake diving instructors. So Zhang Ran smiled apologetically and used his phone to scan the QR code on James's work ID. Then, it appeared on his phone.
the employee information of the person in front of him.
Name, James Carter. Gender, male. Age, 50. Position, water slide manager. And there was also the most important golden peony background, this anti-counterfeiting mark,
confirming that the person in front of him was indeed a staff member.
Jiang Ran, who had been somewhat vigilant, immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. James, do you need me for something?"
James said, "Oh, we have a water park here, and I am the manager of the water slide.
We have just built a new water slide and are looking for lucky guests to try it out.
After trying it out and giving suggestions, we will provide prizes."
Mr. Jiang Ran, are you willing to join? English, Jiang Ran was surprised to hear that such a thing existed. Try out the water slide and get prizes? That was great. It would be foolish not to play. Okay, I'm willing. When do we go? Jiang Ran asked, somewhat impatiently. James said, 7 p.m., I'll come find you. With that, James nodded and took his leave.
After departing, James, with his back to Jiang Ran, could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth. The smile on his face turned into a sinister grin. This James was, naturally, the perverted criminal James.
It certainly wasn't a case of having the same name. You might wonder how he got the staff uniform and ID card? As mentioned before, he could manipulate many things. Getting these was very simple.
Therefore, getting these was, of course, to kill Jiang Ran. Once Jiang Ran was dead, he would open other water attractions and continue to kill tourists on the island.
Soon, the time came to 7 p.m. The sun on Macedonia Island had not yet set. This caused the entire Macedonia Island to be enveloped in golden sunlight. James appeared outside Jiang Ran's hotel room and took Jiang Ran away. Jiang Ran was currently wearing a white short-sleeved shirt on his upper body and black beach shorts on his lower body. On his feet were a pair of black slippers. In his right hand was his phone. He followed James out of the hotel. Soon, they arrived at the water park where Xiao Qiu and the others had been during the day. The moment they entered the water park, Jiang Ran asked James, very puzzled, "Strange, why is the water park so quiet? Are there no other people?"
James smiled and replied, "The water park already stopped operating at 6 o'clock.
Jiang Ran, then can I still test that newly developed water slide?
James nodded, "Of course, you can." As they walked, Jiang Ran saw a water attraction blocked by a simple fence and saw
the high platform. Jiang Ran asked James what this was.
James told him that this was the original water slide. Due to its age, it temporarily needed to be re-maintained.
Jiang Ran nodded.
Then, following James, they arrived at a very secluded corner of the water park.
In that corner,
a small water slide was in operation. From Jiang Ran's perspective, he could see quite a few people at the slide's starting platform,
heads bobbing.
Besides that, at the end point, he could also see people finishing the slide, climbing out of the pool soaking wet,
with laughter and joy.
This water slide had been there for a long time. It should be said it was a backup. And because of this backup slide was much smaller in scale than the original water slide, its curves and length were all shorter. Of course, its playability was naturally greatly reduced.
No, for a water slide that's going to kill you, what playability are you still considering? James led Jiang Ran up to the high platform.
Then, James prepared to cut in line with Jiang Ran.
Jiang Ran wondered if cutting in line wasn't quite right. Would the others be willing?
After all, there were more than a dozen people already queuing on the high platform. But at this moment, these people in line heard the two talking and all voluntarily gave way to Jiang Ran, letting him go first. Among those queuing was also a Hua country person, who said, "You go first."
To be honest, we don't really dare to play, it's too thrilling. Since that was the case, Jiang Ran had no reason to refuse.
Before Jiang Ran was about to go on the slide, James only asked him to place his phone in a basket on the high platform.
As for warning signs and self-responsibility disclaimers, there were none at all. After Jiang Ran handed over his phone, he was ready to play. This water slide only had 2 slide entrances. Originally, Jiang Ran chose entrance number 1. However, James told him to choose number 2. He said that number 2 was more thrilling than number 1, and there would be more prizes after coming out. Jiang Ran nodded in agreement. Then, Jiang Ran sat down at slide entrance number 2. Instantly, the seawater flowing from the entrance already wet his backside. After getting wet, Jiang Ran pushed hard to both sides with his hands, exerted force forward with his body, and went down. At this moment, inside the live broadcast room, there was a burst of laughter and joy. "Asan, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them, haha, it's finally Hua Country's turn. Shiva has eyes. And this Hua Country person named Jiang Ran is so stupid. He fell for it so easily. Sakura, Colonel Yamamoto, indeed, he's going to die so easily, even simpler than the 3 Xiaobai little white mice, who already died. He has no vigilance at all, and I thought the 2 Xiaobai that Hua Country finally managed to send were very excellent. Han, I love Pei Zhu Xian, excellent my foot, he's a useless person. The others at least were killed by hand, but this one is being killed by a slide. Big Mao, 0, I just checked the internal monitoring of the slide, and it's the same as the slide during the day. This Jiang Ran is dead for sure. Tai Rama he's definitely dead for sure, unless you're a superhero, otherwise, who can come out alive from a situation where 3 blades are set up, each one more perverted than the last? People from other countries were very happy to see that Hua Country was about to lose a Xiaobai Shu. And at this time, the Hua Country people in the live broadcast room said nothing. Why didn't they say anything? Because they also had no confidence that Jiang Ran could come out alive. Live broadcast room, Hua Country chat room. I am a hero, everyone, Jiang Ran has already gone in. Do you think Jiang Ran can come out alive? Although this was just text, one could feel I am a hero's hands trembling as he typed. Middle-aged uncle, although I think he can come out, that's just what I think, what I dream. Domineering female CEO, he's dead for sure, even if his other personalities come out, it's useless. After all, he's also a person, flesh and blood, how could he block those sharp metal blades? Fairy sister, yes, and he's all alone. No one knows he came here, and no one will save him. A situation like Xiao Qiu saving Xiao Pang absolutely cannot happen. Little dragon girl, it's terrible, I bet 20 million CNY on Jiang Ran, is it all going to be gone just like that? Little ant, what are you talking about? I bet 30 million CNY. My heart is bleeding now. At present, it wasn't just the people in the live broadcast room. In the studio, the 6 beautiful hosts from various countries were also talking. Each of them wore the latest communication translation earphones in one ear, so they could chat freely with other foreigners. The Sakura Country beautiful host hugged the long-haired beautiful host from Hua Country from behind. The two seemed to have known each other before, and their relationship looked very good. The Sakura Country beautiful host, holding the long-haired beautiful host from Hua Country tightly from behind, whispered in her ear, "Little cutie, your country's Xiaobai Shu is going to die. Once he dies, there will only be one left named Fang Xiao, whose betting amount is still the lowest in the entire venue. It seems that by the end of this live broadcast, there will be no share for you." The long-haired beautiful host turned her head and smiled slightly. That may not be the case. As for the other beautiful hosts, they were also watching the live broadcast, but they had seen too many deaths of Xiao Bai Shu. Unless it was someone they were very familiar with, otherwise, in their eyes, death caused no ripple. After Jiang Ran entered No. 2. James then had everyone else on the platform leave. It turned out these people were all actors. All were staff members disguised as tourists. Upon receiving the order, these staff members disguised as tourists quickly left. Therefore, in a short time, this corner, which originally belonged to the water park and was deserted, became even more silent and empty. Only 2 living people remained. Oh, no, it should be only one left. James was leaning against the platform at this moment. He looked down at the 2 slide chutes. These 2 slide chutes. No. One was normal. For the sake of the act, they certainly couldn't let the staff members acting as actors die inside. As for the setup of No. 2, it was the same as the water slide from the daytime.
A single line blade, a cross blade, and finally a star-shaped blade. As soon as someone entered, it would send him directly to meet the King of Hell.
Utterly joyful.
James pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. He hadn't smoked in a long time. Today, he would indulge a little and have a cigarette.
Inside the slide.
After Jiang Ran entered the slide, his body rapidly descended in the slide, propelled by the strong water current and gravity.
This exhilarating feeling made him shout out loud.
And very quickly, his loud shouts of changed in meaning, even though they were still the same sounds.
But the meaning was completely different.
Initially, it was joy and excitement, until he saw a single line blade not far ahead, and his shouts turned into fear.
What? What is that?
Many people, upon seeing a single line blade in the slide, couldn't initially discern what it was.
But human instinct told them all.
Whatever that thing was, it was best not to get close to it until they knew for sure.
Jiang Ran certainly thought the same. Especially as system prompts kept appearing in his mind. Ding! Host detected to be in a fatal crisis. Points plus 10. Points plus 10.
A fatal crisis had even appeared. Jiang Ran felt that the thing in front of him must be the very thing he imagined in his mind, a blade.
What? Unlucky. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Jiang Ran flailed his limbs wildly, trying to slow down his speed in the slide. He imagined himself as an octopus, using his super strong suckers to cling on.
But unfortunately, he wasn't.
Especially since the water from above kept gushing down and hitting his body inside the slide, and the slide was really slippery. His attempt to slow down could only slow him down a little. And as time passed, he was getting closer and closer to that single line blade.
He was about to crash into it.
At this moment, in the A Distant Relative is not as good as a Close Neighbor Asian Edition livestream.
Many people in the livestream were in extreme revelry, celebrating the impending death of the 4th Xiaobai Shu, Little White Mice. The lizard from India even commented, "It's open for business. It's open for business. It's open for business."
This is the first time Huagua has participated in a special livestream, and the first Xiaobai Shu, Little White Mice, to die.
Watching these people revel.
Many Huagua people in the livestream were very confused.
No, is it necessary to celebrate with such revelry? Is the hatred between everyone that great? However, if these people were happy, the Huagua people were certainly not. Because everyone had bet on Jiang Ran, especially no one had expected that Jiang Ran, who could be called a demon king in Alice's apartment, would actually die here.
I am a hero commented in the Huagua chat room. The main thing is that this slide is a death trap.
A real death trap. It's completely unlike what Jiang Ran faced before. Everyone thought Jiang Ran was going to die. But was Jiang Ran really going to die? India,
whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them, was sitting comfortably in his chair, which cost over $200,000, leisurely drinking a bottle of mineral water worth over $100. This mineral water was imported into their country from abroad.
As for why you don't drink tap water?
Although the tap water supply in the wealthy areas of their India was completely different from the tap water supply in the slums and other places where the poor lived.
But he still wouldn't drink it.
In his opinion, drinking that stuff was simply chronic poisoning.
Huagua people, you always mock our Ganges water online, but now don't you also have people in one of your cities drinking poop water?
English, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them, was only in his 30s this year. Therefore, someone of this age could not possibly not be online. And not only was he online, but he was also a frequent internet surfer. He naturally knew about the recent events in Huagua. When he saw this, he held his stomach and laughed loudly. Especially, after seeing that incident, he was about to watch a show by Shu, Little White Mice, from Manhwa die in the livestream. It was truly a double blessing. He celebrated by drinking several sips of mineral water to moisten his throat. His mood was excited. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen, ready to enjoy the scene of Jiang Ran being cut in half by the single-line blade. Previously, people from other countries, especially Manhwa, complained that the two Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, from their country died so early because their own skill level was too low. But look at Jiang Ran from your country? Isn't it the same? He was so easily tricked into playing on the slide. And then, a single-line blade that many ordinary people could pass. Yet Jiang Ran couldn't pass it and was about to crash into it. He was just a useless Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, in the 4th round. There was one last sip left of the mineral water, which cost over $100 per bottle. Whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them, tilted his head back and drank it down. Of course, as he drank, his eyes remained on the screen. Then, after that last sip of mineral water reached his mouth, the next second, he suddenly spat it out. It all sprayed onto the computer screen in front of him. Perhaps it was fate, there was water on the screen and water outside the screen. So, why did he spit out that mouthful of water? It was simple, he saw such a scene Jiang Ran crashing into the single-line blade. As a result, he seemed to be stuck there. He didn't see his body cut in half, nor did he see even a speck of crimson. Whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them, thought he was seeing things. Then, he saw the close-up shot provided by the livestream. Jiang Ran was facing the single-line blade head-on, with his legs spread apart. His two hands were gripping both sides of the blade, one above and one below. His 10 fingers were tightly pinching both sides of the blade. The prominent veins and bulging muscles on his hands and arms were clearly visible. Furthermore, the veins on Jiang Ran's forehead were also bulging, and he was gritting his teeth. It was evident from his face that his entire body was exerting force. Is this still a human? This was typed by a Thailand person in the livestream. As he typed this sentence, the water continuously gushing down from above the slide impacted Jiang Ran's body, yet it couldn't move him an inch. The live stream exploded. Despite the restriction of 1 FA-yin per person in the live stream, and a 1-hour limit, the FA-yin area of the live stream was a continuous stream of various FA-yins, dazzling the eyes. Oh my god, how did he do that? Even with excellent physical fitness, it would be incredibly difficult, wouldn't it? Is this perhaps the legendary Manhwa Kung Fu? Mom, I feel like I'm dreaming. Upstairs, I don't feel like I'm dreaming, I thought I was watching a movie with that double bone dragon. Come on, this scene is explosive, very high energy. Such a fast descent speed, and with the constant impact of water flow from behind, to be able to hold onto both sides of the blade with his hands, saving himself. Even if this were in a double bone dragon movie, I'd think it was bullshit. Yes, I feel the same way, but this is a fact. In the FAN area, people from various countries were all shocked by this scene. Because no one expected that Jiang Ran not only didn't die but also temporarily escaped the crisis with completely unexpected methods. At this moment, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll argue with him in real life. He rubbed his eyes frantically, wondering if he was dreaming. After confirming it wasn't a dream and everything before him was real, he immediately typed, "Haha, this Manhwa Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, is somewhat beyond my expectations, but it's nothing great. Even so, how long can he last? If he can't last, he'll still die." Although this lizard's words were unpleasant, he was speaking the truth. In the current situation, even if he temporarily saved his life, he would eventually give up, and then he would still die. Manhwa chat room. Middle-aged uncle, it's over. It's over. Even if Jiang Ran couldn't hold on to the first one-shaped blade, I thought with his abilities, he could at most pass through from the sides, but what about the subsequent cross-shaped blades and asterisk-shaped blades? I checked the camera, and the blade configuration inside this slide is the same as the one Xiaoping played on during the day.
He absolutely can't get past those two later ones. With Jiang Ran's physique. Jiang Ran gave them a surprise, hope, but after the hope came despair. Because they felt that Jiang Ran was only temporarily safe, and it was likely he would still fall here next. At this moment, I am a hero spoke, the one controlling Jiang Ran's body right now should be a certain sub-personality. After all, the main personality is too weak. Now it all depends on the abilities of that sub-personality. Maybe he will bring us a miracle. Other Huagua people looked at the fans in the chat room and didn't express their own opinions. Mainly because they felt that a miracle could only happen if there was fertile ground for it. How could Jiang Ran create one? Unless he was Iron Man. Punching through the blade in front. Yes, sometimes, under various conditions, it simply doesn't allow people to create miracles. But if a miracle could be defined, it wouldn't be called a miracle. At this moment, Jiang Ran was in the slide. His two dangling feet suddenly exerted force, bracing against the left and right sides of the slide's interior. Then, with his right hand, his 10 fingers gripping the sides of the blade. He first pulled it out, relying entirely on his left hand for support. Afterward, the withdrawn right hand quickly braced against the blue interior of the slide below. Next, with his right hand secured, it was his left hand's turn. His left hand performed the same action, pulling away from the sides of the blade. Then quickly placed it on the inner wall of the slide below. He maintained this single movement. Immediately, an even more jaw-dropping action appeared. Jiang Ran, maintaining this posture, slowly moved backward, towards where he came from. He shifted backward. When he was a certain distance from the blade, Jiang Ran coordinated his hands and feet, flipping his body over. His back, which was previously facing down, was now facing up. His face, which was originally facing forward, was now facing backward, towards where he had slid down from above. Jiang Ran now had both feet braced against the left and right inner walls of the slide. His hands were spread open, pressing tightly against the lower inner wall of the slide. Afterward, in a posture that defied human common sense and science, like a gecko, he started crawling back up. Initially, he crawled slowly, but then his speed became faster and faster. This scene truly stunned all the wealthy, wicked people in the livestream. If gripping the blade earlier already seemed inhuman, then this current scene was absolutely beyond human capability. Big Mouth Zero, is this a human? Sakura, Colonel Yamamoto, so it wasn't my eyes that were the problem. You all saw it too? Han, I love Pei Zhuxian, Superman? Tai Rama I must be dreaming. These few people who had previously mocked Huagua were all so shocked by Jiang Ran's current situation that they were speechless. Let alone everyone else. Even Lizard, from Asan, after recovering, wanted to type a rebuttal or complain, but looking at Jiang Ran's situation, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Should he say there was something wrong with the slide? That this slide wasn't slippery at all? So he could climb up? Joking, how could that be? So how exactly did he do it? Not to mention these people, even the Huagua people in the livestream who knew Jiang Ran didn't understand how he did it. How difficult is it to go back up a water slide? Extremely difficult. From the tourists who died under the water slide blades during the day. You can tell. They couldn't even control their bodies to slow down their descent. Let alone climb back up the way they came? This is simply not something a human can do. If the difficulty of the former, controlling body descent speed, was SSS, then returning the way he came would be SSSSSSSS. It was also because it was impossible, so these people never thought Jiang Ran would overcome this ordeal in such a way. It's nothing that these people watching the live stream didn't think of it. Only one person, not thinking of this, would cause big trouble. That is James. James was currently smoking on the high platform, his gaze fixed on the large pool not far below. He was waiting for Jiang Ran's body to slide down. But after waiting for so long, let alone a body sliding down, it seemed there wasn't even a drop of red blood. That's strange, there are no handholds in this slide, are there? Why did James put handholds in slides 4 and 5 during the day? It was a twisted pleasure. Simply letting people be cut to death by blades, adding a little hope, would make it taste better. A pure, unadulterated despair easily gets boring. But this backup one didn't have handholds. Therefore, why, after so long, had no body parts come out yet? James was getting restless. He prepared to descend the high platform and go look at the large pool. He had just stepped onto the metal stairs when he heard a slapping sound coming from behind him. He turned his head in confusion, thinking it might be the sound of water. He turned to look, and the water was normal, wasn't it? It was flowing smoothly. He turned back, ignoring these things. His left foot had just stepped out. The slapping sound became more urgent, and he heard it more clearly. This time he was sure he hadn't misheard. He turned his head sharply and saw Jiang Ran, like a gecko, crawling out of the slide's interior. James initially only saw Jiang Ran's head emerge from the corner at the slide's entrance. He didn't react at all at the time. It wasn't until most of Jiang Ran's body, after his head, was fully revealed. James's first reaction was this guy possessed by an evil spirit? Otherwise, how did he climb up? James's stunned, statue-like body remained motionless, watching Jiang Ran emerge completely unharmed from the number 2 slide entrance. After coming out, he stretched and stood in place. Although he was soaked, it didn't diminish the crisp, agile feeling Jiang Ran gave off. James's eyes were wide, still unable to accept the reality. Hey, you're pretty amazing, aren't you? They put razor blades in the slide, and you're not afraid of a knife cutting your butt? The Jiang Ran who had emerged this time was the blue-haired Jiang Ran, who had appeared several times before. He was the one who had brutally beaten the 301 old man and killed the old corpse salvager. Blue-haired Jiang Ran ran his hands through his black hair, combing all his wet hair, which was plastered to his scalp, straight back with both hands. He aimed to create a slicked-back style. Of course, he wasn't doing this because he liked the hairstyle, but simply to keep his bangs from obstructing his vision. How did you get out? James's gaze gradually turned cold. Blue-haired Jiang Ran didn't understand English. Of course, he didn't want to understand. At this moment, blue-haired Jiang Ran strode towards James and said, "Since you're the one who made this water slide, I'll send you down to play in it right now." Blue-haired Jiang Ran was actually considered one of Jiang Ran's most harmless sub-personalities. Unless the other party intended to kill him, he would almost never resort to lethal force. As blue-haired Jiang Ran walked forward, James made an unexpected move. That was to flee. He probably felt that this guy, who could climb out of the slide, was an unnatural being he couldn't contend with, so he ran. Watching James's frantic and disheveled escape down the stairs, blue-haired Jiang Ran said with extreme disdain, "Where can you run to, no matter how far you run?" He picked up the phone that Jiang Ran had placed in the basket before going down the slide, put it in his pants pocket, and then walked down unhurriedly. Blue-haired Jiang Ran chased James all the way. Although James tried to shake him off several times along the way, after multiple attempts, he realized he couldn't get rid of the guy behind him. The two were chasing each other from the water park. The direction they exited the water park was a sparsely populated area of the island. James, for some unknown reason, didn't run towards crowded places but instead ran towards less populated areas. At this moment, the live stream viewers were amused watching the two chase each other. Finally, this special broadcast began. The 3 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who had already died were all easily killed by perverted criminals and serial killers. There was no excitement at all. Now, finally, something interesting had appeared. Now it was the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, chasing the perverted criminal. This kind of scene, whether in Alice's apartment or a special broadcast, especially a special broadcast, was definitely a rare occurrence. Oh my god, what the hell is wrong with this James? He's actually being chased and beaten by this Huagua Xiaobaishu, little white mice? What a waste! How were you chosen? Watching the Huagua Xiaobaishu, little white mice, display such power, the lizard brother from India felt extremely unbalanced. But no matter how much anger he expressed in the livestream, it was useless.
because James in reality couldn't hear him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care at all. Blue-haired Jiang ran at full speed, maintaining a certain distance as he pursued James. It was evident that he was deliberately controlling his speed. As for why he was deliberately controlling his speed, there was something that puzzled him. That was, why did this 50-year-old white man named James, who designed the slide blade killing method, not trigger any danger warning when Jiang Ran first saw him in the hotel room? Yes, Jiang Ran had encountered James, disguised as a staff member, in the hotel room. James had triggered no danger warning whatsoever. It was for this reason that Jiang Ran, after checking the staff member's identity, followed him to the slide. If he had received a danger warning, Jiang Ran would have seriously reconsidered. Therefore, blue-haired Jiang Ran wondered if that blade water slide was really created by this guy in front of him. Perhaps it wasn't him, maybe he was just a minor player? Unconsciously, the two had run into a jungle on Macedonia Island. When they reached an open clearing in the jungle, James, about 10 meters ahead, suddenly stopped. Seeing this, blue-haired Jiang Ran didn't stop but prepared to go up and directly grab the guy. However, at that very moment, a metal arrow suddenly shot out from the jungle to blue-haired Jiang Ran's left. This arrow was an ambush. If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it. But blue-haired Jiang Ran was not an ordinary person, he easily dodged it with just a sidestep. In the gap of dodging, he glanced at James ahead out of the corner of his eye and saw that James had started running again. Therefore, he quickly went to chase. But what infuriated him was that as soon as he took a step forward, another arrow shot towards him. He had no choice but to stop and dodge this arrow. By the time he had dodged it, blue-haired Jiang Ran angrily realized that James had just entered a dense green forest. Therefore, he prepared to pursue again. But this time, the arrows came again. And it was 5 arrows in a row. It seemed the archer, after firing the arrows, was also preparing to flee. Blue-haired Jiang Ran, although he dodged these 5 arrows, it was not easy. The main reason was that his current body was too weak. By the time he had dodged them and ran to where James had last been, the guy was long gone. Silently, blue-haired Jiang Ran's face was terrifyingly grim. The corner of his left eye was twitching and contorting violently. It was somewhat horrifying. James ran all the way until he reached a small wooden cabin in the middle of the jungle. Only then did he stop to rest, gasping for air. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As he was bent over, catching his breath and wiping sweat from his forehead, a rustling sound suddenly came from in front of him. He looked up. It was a tall man, 1.85 meters tall, with short golden hair, holding a black military crossbow, and a quiver full of arrows on his back, walking towards him. "Thank you, Mark, you saved my life." This 1.85 meter tall man was named Mark, the one who had killed the Xiaobai little white mice, Amir. "You're welcome, I just happened to be passing by. By the way, the person chasing you, he looks a bit like Xiaobai little white mice, number 1, is that right?" "Yes, it's Xiaobai little white mice, number 1, Jiang Ran." "He's a Huagua person. How did he end up chasing you? Were you exposed? Is that why you're being chased? But that shouldn't be the case, should it? If he entered the slide, he definitely would have died, but if he didn't go in, how would he know that the slide was a trap? Could it be that his friend went in and died? But that's even less likely, as a Xiaobai little white mice, he should have come alone." Watching Mark unable to figure out the truth, James said with a look of horror, "You might not believe it, but he didn't die after entering the slide." "Mark, that's impossible. Unless he's Superman. Otherwise, a mere mortal would definitely be cut to death by the blades inside." James said, "He escaped in a way none of us could have imagined. He came back the way he went in, he climbed out." "Returned the same way? Climbed out? How is this possible?" Mark was somewhat disbelieving. Because he couldn't imagine such a powerful existence among the Xiaobai little white mice. James said, "It's a fact that happened right before my eyes, I'm not lying. So, when I saw him come out, I ran straight away. If he had caught me, my fate might have been the same as those who died."
After calming down, Mark said, "Since that's the case, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to hunt other Xiaobaishu, little white mice?" James said, "Yes, I definitely have to hunt them. Otherwise, I'll be dead in 7 days, unless you can kill all the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, this time." Mark said, "I'm not familiar with those other people, so I don't know what they're thinking. But no matter what, you should kill one Xiaobaishu, little white mice, first." James said, "Yes." Mark said, "Do you need my help? Consider it repaying your kindness from last time." James said, "Thank you then, but which one should we hunt?" Mark said, "Number 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, the South Korean, the one named Jin Zaibe." James nodded. Then he followed Mark out of the small cabin in the woods, beginning his plan to hunt the number 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Jin Zaibe. And about 10 minutes after they left, a person emerged from the dense forest on the other side. It was none other than blue-haired Jiangran. He had tracked James here by following the footprints and other traces he left in the jungle. After he came out, he looked around and saw no one, only a small house. It was built of wood. He went to the window of the small wooden house and found that the window was locked from the inside, and the curtains obscured everything inside. He then went to the door and found a lock on it. Blue-haired Jiangran said nothing, directly kicking it. Because the door lock was of good quality. So blue-haired Jiangran had to kick twice before he could kick the door open. After kicking it open, he walked in and pulled back the curtains on the windows inside the house, allowing the faint light of the evening to penetrate. A quick glance around confirmed that someone must live here. It wasn't abandoned. There was a bed in the room, and the quilt and other items on it were clean. In addition, on one wall of the room, which was painted stark white, many photos were pasted. These photos were of 3 people. A family of 3. This family of 3 all had typical Caucasian features. The male head of the household was very tall, with short blonde hair, exuding an air of capability. The female head of the household, though not exceptionally beautiful, had a good figure and gave off a sunny, gentle impression. As for the child, he was a little boy. He looked about 4 or 5 years old. Quite cute. This photo wall was filled with pictures of these 3 people. There were individual photos, such as the male head of the household alone, and also photos of the female head of the household holding the child. Of course, there were also individual photos of the female head of the household and the child. As blue-haired Jiangran looked, his brows suddenly furrowed. Because he saw such a photo. The heads of the female head of the household and the 4 or 5-year-old child were impaled on separate bamboo poles, which were simultaneously stuck in the ground. The ashen faces of the female head of the household and the child were filled with the fear, panic, terror, helplessness, and pleading emotions of their last moments alive. And next to the 2 bamboo poles, there was also a group of people taking pictures, giving peace signs with both hands. Blue-haired Jiangran leaned closer, squinting carefully. Although the photo was old, it was still faintly discernible. This group of people, radiating brilliant smiles and posing with 2 human heads, were almost all of Asian descent. After blue-haired Jiangran finished looking at this photo, he shifted his gaze to a newspaper on a desk inside the room. This newspaper also looked very old. It had already turned yellow. It was all in English, which blue-haired Jiangran couldn't understand. Therefore, he could only take out his phone to translate it. As for why he wanted to know what was written in this newspaper, it was because the newspaper contained a photo of the male head of the household from the picture on the wall. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Blue-haired Jiangran finished reading the contents of the newspaper. It was roughly like this: the male head of the household in the photo was a U.S. soldier. He usually stayed in the barracks. His wife was a full-time housewife who took care of their son. In the neighborhood where his family lived, there was a group composed almost entirely of Asians. That group worshipped an evil god named Helios. They claimed that if 999 mothers and their children were offered as sacrifices, this evil god could be resurrected. Coincidentally, the female head of the household and her son were targeted. The final outcome was as shown in the photo on the wall. When the male head of the household returned home on leave, he found his wife and child missing, then reported it to the police, and those people were found. Those people were arrested, but a few of the leaders, being wealthy families, obtained psychiatric evaluations, proving they were mentally ill, and thus remained at large. Their punishment was neither light nor severe. Later, when this U.S. soldier saw that the law couldn't touch them, he rushed into their homes with a gun and shot dead all of them, as well as everyone else who was at home at the time. Finally, this U.S. soldier was arrested anyway. He was sentenced to death. After reading this, blue-haired Jiang Ran said, rather speechlessly, "No, this isn't the person named James, is it? This person's name is Mark. Did he get plastic surgery? Even if he did, his height isn't the same." Blue-haired Jiang Ran left the house. He continued his search for James. Special live broadcast, Day 2, past 9 p.m. The 5th floor of the Macedonia Island Hotel. An entire floor was dedicated to gambling. Tourists who loved to gamble were reveling there all night. Number 5 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Jin Zaibai, had been there since shortly after landing on the island, striving to become a gambling master. Number 5 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Jin Zaibai, a South Korean, 35 years old, had a betting amount of $670 million. He was very similar to the previous Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, from Sakura country, the 59-year-old Jongsun Qingshi. Jongsun Qingshi ran an izakaya. And he ran a fried chicken shop. Both of them ended up staying long-term at Alice's apartment to earn money because they had gambled everything away. However, although the two were very similar, there were still some differences. Jongsun Qingshi became addicted to gambling after he became wealthy. After that, he lost everything to gambling. After being found and signing an agreement to enter Alice's apartment, he quit gambling. And he earned money to make a comeback. But Jin Zaibai was completely different. His fried chicken shop was left to him by his parents, who passed away unexpectedly. Jin Zaibai had been addicted to gambling since university, starting with online gambling, and later feeling that online gambling was boring, he began gambling in real life. Gambling, everyone who gambles is a loser. Jin Zaibai was no exception. He gambled for years, losing everything he had. He was even deeply in debt, yet still wanted to borrow money to gamble. Finally, he ran out of money. He was approached by a young man and moved into Alice's apartment. After moving into Alice's apartment, all the money he earned was also thrown into gambling. At this moment, Jin Zaibai, on the 5th floor, looked at the last bit of chips in his right hand. He decided to make one last bet. He had experienced this kind of situation many times before. Sometimes, if he won the last bet, he could still turn the tables. But sometimes, if he lost, there would be no more opportunities. In such situations, he usually lost more than he won. Despite this, Jin Zaibai did not give up this time. He prayed to God that he would win this hand, but unfortunately, he couldn't even win this simple game of big or small. He was furious. After losing, he suppressed his temper and went to a restroom on this floor. Inside the restroom, the decor was very luxurious. The space was also very large, and the white color made it look very clean. He turned on the faucet and continuously splashed cold water on his hot, red face. Jin Zaibai couldn't remember how much cold water he used to cool down the temperature on his face and his agitated, troubled heart. After cooling down, he looked up and stared at himself in the mirror. At 35 years old, he was originally still considered young. But looking at his face, ravaged by gambling and drowning his sorrows in alcohol and cigarettes, he looked exactly like someone in his late 40s. No, I must turn the tables. Taking out an iPhone, Jin Zaibai saw that it was past 9 in the evening, and in less than 3 hours, his $10,000 for today would be credited. Alright, I'll stay here for a while longer and watch others gamble. As Jin Zaibai was thinking this, he noticed that a door opened from the squatting toilet on the left. A tall, 1.85 m, short-haired blonde white man walked out. Jin Zaibai looked at this white man inside in his heart, thinking these white men were truly sons of bitches, how could every single one of them be so tall? South Korea is different from China. South Korean men, without exception, have to serve in the military. Even male idol celebrities cannot escape it. Therefore, it was even more so for an ordinary person like Jin Zaibai. And when he was serving in the military, he had once entered the US military base in South Korea. There, he saw many American soldiers, each of them tall and burly, much taller and stronger than South Korean soldiers like them. To be honest, Jin Zaibai thought that if it were ancient times, in a melee battle, if he saw such tall and burly enemies, he would definitely be scared. But now it was different. Now it was all about thermal weapons. With guns and cannons, a tall physique gradually lost its advantage. To put it bluntly, even a child with a gun could take down several adults. Of course, in modern warfare, if a melee or close-quarters combat occurred, it would still depend on one's physical fitness and combat skills. After washing his face with cold water, Jin Zaibai was about to go out, watch others gamble, and wait for the time. But at this moment, the tall white man who had come to his side earlier, who was washing his hands at a sink next to him. Just as he turned to leave, this short-haired blonde white man suddenly attacked him. The attack was very simple. This short-haired blonde white man directly used his height advantage to wrap his two arms around Jin Zaibei's neck. Normally, if an ordinary person was attacked from behind and had their neck choked by someone 1.85 meters tall, they would basically be unable to fight back, but Jin Zaibai was not an ordinary person. He had, after all, passed 4 rounds as a Xiaobai little white mice, in the Alice apartment of Han Country. He was a man with a betting amount as high as $670 million. Of course, one crucial point about such a high amount being invested in him was that he was the only South Korean Xiaobai little white mice, in this special live broadcast. So, South Korean users in the live broadcast room would definitely give him one of their 3 betting opportunities, but if Jin Zaibei's strength was mediocre. If he had only barely passed 4 rounds and came to participate in the special live broadcast, he would not have received such a high betting amount from these South Koreans in the live broadcast room. So, where did Jin Zaibei's true strength lie? Don't forget what was said earlier about South Korean men. They basically all have to serve in the military, and Jin Zaibai also served in the military, and during his service, his biggest characteristic was close-quarters combat. During Jin Zaibei's service, his various achievements, such as shooting and long-distance assaults, could be described as unremarkable. At best, he was at a passing level. But this guy's combat skills were like a window opened for him by God, meaning he was born with his talent points maxed out. Just relying on his combat skills, let alone among the new recruits at the time, even among a group of veteran soldiers. This guy was the one who took the lead. Although he had not been a soldier for a long time, and he was now 35 years old, his body's instincts and muscle memory were still there. The 1.85 meter, short-haired blonde white man who was choking him from behind was directly thrown to the ground by a shoulder throw. After being thrown to the ground, Jin Zaibai cursed at the white man lying on the ground. Of course, he cursed in English. They were all simple cursing words like "fuck your mother." Cursing wasn't enough, Jin Zaibai was also preparing to kick him. But at this moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his lower back. An extreme sense of paralysis swept through his entire body. Suddenly, Jin Zaibai felt completely powerless. He stumbled and fell to the ground, and just before he passed out, he saw another white man behind him, who had appeared at some point, holding a black taser. Jin Zaibai closed his eyes with extreme unwillingness. "Are you alright, Mark?" "I'm fine, I just didn't expect the Xiaobai little white mice, to be so ruthless, even I was shoulder thrown by him." These two were none other than James and Mark. Mark said he would help James hunt the Xiaobai little white mice, Jin Zaibai. And so, after they found Jin Zaibai, they discovered he had been gambling on the 5th floor. There were too many people here, so they had no opportunity to act. Therefore, they had been waiting for an opportunity. James said that people have 3 urgent needs. Jin Zaibai would definitely go to the restroom, so the two of them had been waiting in the restroom and finally caught him after 9 p.m. Here? Or somewhere else? Mark closed and locked the door of their men's restroom to prevent other unauthorized people from entering. "Take him to my water slide. Otherwise, wouldn't I have brought my large suitcase for nothing?" Mark watched James pull a very large white suitcase out of the stall. He was a little confused. You've killed far more people than I have. The number of people who die on your waterslide in a day might be more than I've killed in my entire life, but why do you always refuse to kill people with your own hands? James didn't answer the question, only saying to quickly put Jean Zaibe inside. The two then proceeded to put Jean Zaibe into a large white suitcase, with one person in front and the other behind, pulling the suitcase out of the floor. Of course, their somewhat strange behavior of pulling a large suitcase was noticed by some people on that floor, but none of them took it too seriously. The two successfully pulled the large suitcase downstairs. Once downstairs, the two pulled the suitcase all the way to the water park. They arrived at the water slide in the corner of the water park. James turned on the lights here, and instantly the area around the water slide was brightly lit. Immediately after, the two of them, on the ground, first opened the suitcase. After opening it, Jean Zaibe was still unconscious. The two then found a rope from somewhere and tied Jean Zaibe securely from head to toe. Once tied, Mark carried Jean Zaibe up the metal stairs to the high platform. The entrances to Slide No. 1 and Slide No. 2 were still working, with a continuous flow of water. Next, the two placed Jean Zaibe at the entrance of Slide No. 2, ready to send him down at any moment. Then they untied all the ropes on him. After untying him, James used a bucket of cold water and gave the unconscious Jean Zaibe an ice bucket challenge. This ice bucket challenge was indeed invigorating. Jean Zaibe was directly woken up by the cold water. After waking up, Jean Zaibe found that the two people who had attacked him earlier were now standing beside him. A hint of terror flashed in his eyes. Then he felt the wetness on his backside. He realized he was no longer in the hotel bathroom. Instead, he seemed to be on a water slide. Who are you? What exactly do you want to do? Korean, because of the sudden attack earlier, plus just waking up now, his mind hadn't fully recovered. So, he asked a question that didn't need to be asked. James said, "Good luck." English, Jean Zaibe still understood this simple English sentence. It was at this point that he fully woke up. He had come to Macedonia Island after signing an agreement. He wasn't here to gamble. After arriving here yesterday, he immediately went gambling and completely forgot about this matter. In addition, he was overly confident in his fighting skills. So, he didn't take such matters seriously at all. As a result, he suffered a great loss now. Let go of me. Korean, Jean Zaibe had already guessed the true identities of the two people beside him, so he was resisting at this moment. But James and Mark were prepared for this. When he showed signs of resistance, they pushed him forward with force, and quickly. He disappeared into Slide No. 2. Inside the slide. Jean Zaibe guessed that these two people were like the perverted criminals and serial killers he encountered at Alice's apartment of Han Country. They were also here to kill him. But what he couldn't understand was, weren't these two supposed to kill him? What were they doing pushing him into this slide now? Did they want him to be scared to death by the thrill of the water slide? Soon, Jean Zaibe also understood what these two people were going to do by putting him in the water slide. Because he had already seen the first vertical one-shaped blade. Aish! He cursed loudly. Controlling the speed of his body's descent, he then agilely turned around. He wanted to return the way he came, to climb back up. But he ultimately didn't have the ability of blue-haired Jiang Ran. He couldn't climb up at all, it was too slippery, and there was a constant rush of water. Soon, he climbed less than a meter, made a mistake, and fell directly down. However, it was also his fate not to die, and he indeed had some ability. He narrowly, yet dangerously, dodged the first one-shaped blade. Of course, the way he dodged it was also very simple. He slid through the spaces on both sides. No! I have to go up. Korean, Jean Zaibe was extremely anxious at this moment. Even though he had just overcome a crisis. But he felt that there should be other dangers inside this slide.
Otherwise, for such a simple and easy-to-pass blade, those two people would have no need to push him down. Of course, there was another possibility. That is, the waterslide indeed only had this one danger, and those two people had already reached the end of the waterslide. They were waiting for him to slide out, and then deliver a fatal blow. But wouldn't such an action be like wasting effort? Why make it so complicated? If it were an ordinary person's thinking, it would indeed be so. But Jean Zibei had survived 4 rounds at Alice's apartment of Han Country and had seen many psychologically twisted individuals. Some psychopaths indeed enjoy tormenting people. Giving people hope, then giving them despair. They just don't kill you, but slowly torture you. Perhaps those two people were also like that? Jean Zibei now had very little physical strength left. Mainly, since landing on the island yesterday, he had eaten a little something, then stayed in the casino on the 5th floor of the hotel, gambling continuously, without sleeping, and without eating or drinking much, until he was attacked. And now, after all the tossing and turning, he felt extremely exhausted. Especially the rumbling of his stomach and the feeling of hunger and thirst made him very uncomfortable. Because of this, Jean Zibei was again careless at this moment, and his body uncontrollably slid down rapidly. Soon he slid to a place and saw a cross-shaped blade ahead. There were no handholds inside this slide, so Jean Zibei could be said to be certainly dead. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. Of course, in the face of death, Jean Zibei's instinct for survival exploded, but the explosion was useless. He ultimately couldn't control the speed of his body's descent and crashed into the cross-shaped blade. Live broadcast room. The scene shifted to the studio. The South Korea female host announced Jean Zibei's death and that his wagered amount of $670 million would all be transferred to the final prize pool. With Jean Zibei's death, these South Korea wealthy individuals in the live broadcast room were in an uproar, because Jean Zibei was the only South Korean in this special broadcast. Of course, the uproar was one thing, but the host's job didn't concern them. The beautiful female host from South Korea, dressed in a secretary's outfit, continued to say, currently, out of 10 Xiaobai little white mice, 4 have died. 6 are alive. The 6 are, no. 1 Jiangran, no. 2 Fang Xiao, no. 3 Hashimoto Kazuo, no. 6 Wanala, no. 9 Natasha, and no. 10 Roman. China chat room in the live broadcast. Middle-aged uncle, the special broadcast is indeed very different from the broadcast at Alice's apartment. If it were at Alice's apartment, in just 2 days, nearly half of the Xiaobai little white mice, would not have died. Fairy sister, yes, and these perverted criminals and serial killers in this special broadcast are also different from those in Alice's apartment. The efficiency here is too high. It feels like they kill just to kill, not caring if you are their preferred hunting target. At the water slide. Standing on the high platform, looking at the large pool illuminated by lights. The large pool, originally blue and clear, was suddenly contaminated by a streak of fresh blood flowing out from inside the slide. James breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jean Zibei wasn't like that Huagua person, Jiang Ran, who could return the way he came from inside the slide. And then, he saw a few pieces of body fragments that had been flushed out into the large pool. James was completely relieved. Mark, seeing this scene, also nodded and then said, since he's dead, I'm not needed anymore, so I'll be leaving now. Oh, and James, be careful tomorrow. Before descending the metal stairs, Mark suddenly turned back and instructed. James, all right. About 10 minutes after Mark left, James was still standing on the high platform. He leaned against the railing of the high platform, with a cigarette held between his index and middle fingers of his right hand. He was exhaling smoke. It was past 10 o'clock at night now. The hotel on Macedonia Island was surely still bustling, but their water park had long been deserted, incredibly silent. It was no exaggeration to say that the water park at night could now be used as a filming location for horror or supernatural films. And it was in this quiet environment. Suddenly, a series of footsteps ascending the stairs emerged, making James's heart skip a beat. The footsteps grew closer to him.
And clearer. He listened carefully. The footsteps were steady, one by one. James was still smoking, leaning quietly against the railing, and as time passed, he saw the xiaobaishu, little white mice, he had failed to kill earlier at around 7 p.m., reappear. A look of solemnity flashed in James's eyes. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He said in a cold tone, "How did you know I was here?" The blue-haired Jiang Ran was the one who came up the metal stairs. After exiting the jungle, blue-haired Jiang Ran wanted to find James, but he realized it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, an impossible task. Therefore, he directly staked out the water slide, hoping to wait for the rabbit to come to him. As it turned out, he didn't expect that after feeding mosquitoes there for a long time, he actually caught the rabbit. "I don't understand your gibberish. But I refuse to believe you can escape my grasp." Blue-haired Jiang Ran stopped 2 meters in front of James, extended his right hand, and made a clawing motion. James smiled at Jiang Ran at this moment, and the next second, he threw the cigarette butt in his hand towards Jiang Ran. Immediately, he plunged into slide no. 1. Yes, upon hearing the footsteps, James's first reaction was that someone had arrived. As for why he didn't think it was a ghost? That's laughable. If it were really haunted, he should have been killed by a ghost long ago. After all, the number of souls lost just yesterday alone was almost 200. And he thought it was a person, but he didn't immediately run to the stairs to take advantage of the high ground, to prevent the person below from easily coming up. The reason was that he had already planned his escape route. Blue-haired Jiang Ran watched James slide away. His eye twitched. This time, he wasn't as leisurely as he had been a few hours earlier. Instead, he quickly descended the stairs, preparing to run to the end of the slide to intercept him. After all, he had failed to show off last time, and if James escaped again this time, he felt he would be laughed to death by others when he returned to the inner world. As for why he didn't choose to follow him down the slide? Forget it, he didn't know what exactly was inside slide no. 1. What if there were retractable blades? James passed through safely, and then he straightened the blades for him. At that point, he would have to crawl out. That previous maneuver of crawling out of the slide, do you think it was an easy feat for his current body? Blue-haired Jiang Ran was, after all, a step too late. By the time he descended the metal stairs and was still more than 10 meters from the large pool, he already saw James, soaking wet, quickly rushing from the large pool towards the edge of the pool. After James had reached the edge of the pool, he even looked back at blue-haired Jiang Ran, then continued to run away. Blue-haired Jiang Ran pursued him all the way, realizing that James, ahead of him, seemed to be running in the same direction as last time. Again? Blue-haired Jiang Ran was furious. As for James, his expression was grim, yet a hint of surprise was revealed within the grimness. During the previous chase, it was past 7 p.m., the sun had not yet set, and visibility was still good. But now? It was past 10 o'clock at night, and the sky was already pitch black. The entire water park, and its surroundings, except for the water slide area he had lit up, were all shrouded in darkness. If he blends into the darkness, can you catch him? Ha, you'd be lucky if you could even keep up with him. After all, you, this xiaobaishu, little white mice, have only been on this island for 2 days. And him? He's been on this island for a month. And even if he had just arrived, and you had just arrived, neither of you would be familiar with it. But have you considered? He runs away, just randomly running. He goes wherever he goes. But you? Can you? The difficulty is not ordinary. Goodbye, Huagua person. James muttered to himself. Since he started killing, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult opponent. It truly left a deep impression on him, and moreover, it made him want to avoid him. You are the first, Jiang Ran, and for that, you should be proud. At the same time, James had already killed one xiaobaishu, little white mice, in this special live broadcast, so the mission was considered complete. Therefore, for the next few days, he planned to act as an ordinary tourist, blending into the crowd, and had no intention of doing anything with the waterslide anymore.
Unless Jiang Ran died or Jiang Ran left here. Blue-haired Jiang Ran was naturally well aware of the current situation. Especially, he also understood that at this time, with everything around them being pitch black, if James were to escape into the dark environment, he would be humiliated again. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Blue-haired Jiang Ran, gathering his breath, lightened his body. His arms spread open. Somewhat like Emperor Jiajing's lines, his form like a crane, 2 scriptures beneath 1,000 pines. Bye-bye. James laughed heartily. At this very moment, only one step remained before the darkness ahead. With just one more step, he could completely shake off Jiang Ran. Therefore, he excitedly said goodbye. But just at that moment, with a thud, the sudden, intense pain in his back made James's body, which was heading towards the darkness, lurch forward, resulting in a faceplant. James grimaced, feeling as if his back had been struck by something very heavy. But he couldn't dwell on that now. He got up again, wanting to step into the darkness. The result was another thud. This time, it was a heart-wrenching pain from the back of his head. And this pain, still in the back of his head, completely forced James to lie on the ground for a long while. James clutched the back of his head. He felt as if his brain had been violently impacted. It hurt, it throbbed, it ached. What's more, he felt his mind was a chaotic mess, unable to think at all. Even more ridiculously, he had already felt the large bump that had just risen on the back of his head. He clutched his head, curled up on the ground, his gaze searching his surroundings, wanting to see what had hit him. He then saw 2 sneakers with a check mark, sitting quietly on the ground. It's shoes? Shoes can hit me like this? James couldn't believe it, and soon, he saw the owner of those shoes. He came to the shoes, and in less than 5 seconds, put them on. Then, the tips of the shoes pointed towards him. James's gaze slowly moved upwards, seeing the face of the Chinese youth. Give up, don't try to run, you can't escape. To force me to use a hidden weapon, you are the first one. Blue-haired Jiang Ran wouldn't have used this method if he really couldn't catch up. Using his shoes as a projectile, this was simply an insult to him. Blue-haired Jiang Ran grabbed the back-aching James. James was pulled up by blue-haired Jiang Ran. Despite the intense pain in 2 places on his body, he still resisted. However, this resistance was worse than no resistance. It was simply a brutal beating from blue-haired Jiang Ran, leaving him bruised and swollen, and only becoming compliant once he lost the ability to resist. Soon, blue-haired Jiang Ran escorted James to the high platform of the water slide. Go play in your number 2. If you can come out of it alive, I'll let bygones be bygones. Although he didn't understand what blue-haired Jiang Ran was saying, James, being pushed, knew that this guy wanted him to enter number 2. James certainly wasn't willing. After all, he knew too well that if he really went into number 2, he would be dead for sure. But if he didn't go in, he estimated that the guy in front of him would forcibly beat him to death. What should he do? James was truly annoyed, because at this moment, he realized the importance of language. He and this person had a language barrier. He couldn't even use words to do anything. Moreover, this guy probably didn't even intend to talk to him. It seems, I can only go all out. James's heart hardened. He walked towards the number 2 slide, limping. Just as he was half a meter away from the number 2 slide, about to enter it, he suddenly turned around and, with lightning speed, crashed into Jiang Ran, who was standing behind him. From such a high platform, as long as Jiang Ran was knocked off, such a fall would definitely leave him crippled if not dead. Even if he wasn't knocked down, at least he would be knocked over. He would buy himself some time and then sneak into the number 1 slide. Then he would escape. Anyway, it was better than doing nothing. But James thought too simply. According to the mindset of an ordinary person, James would definitely be a serial killer. After all, he had killed many people. Although he didn't kill them with his own hands, he was responsible for their deaths. And what about the blue-haired Jiang Ran in front of him? If killing many people counts as a serial killer?
Does he count? A cornered beast still fights, utterly ridiculous.
Facing James's sudden outburst of resistance, blue-haired Jiang Ran seemed to have anticipated it, lashing out with his right leg. This kick directly sent James flying to the ground, wailing incessantly. Afterwards, blue-haired Jiang Ran twisted his neck and extended his right hand. James watched as the right hand got closer and closer to him, his vision making the palm appear larger and larger. James was lifted up. He was being steadily moved into the number 2 slide. Although he resisted and struggled again, it was futile. James could only watch helplessly as he entered the number 2 slide headfirst. A force pushed him from his back.
He instantly slid down, disappearing at the entrance.
This was James's first time on a slide with blades. Unlike the tourists who were unaware of the blades on the water slide, he knew what was waiting for him ahead. Therefore, he was even more terrified. His fear could no longer be expressed through shouts. Soon, James reached the first one-shaped blade. Compared to those tourists who could still dodge the one-shaped blade, James, perhaps, was truly scared out of his wits. As he passed through, he accidentally got his right arm severed by a blade. Instantly, blood burst from the severed arm, staining the slide walls he passed.
And then he reached the second set of cross-shaped blades.
Upon seeing the cross-shaped blades he had set up, James finally understood how those tourists felt when they saw this thing.
He shrieked in terror, "Ah ah!"
His body was segmented by the cross-shaped blades. James's death was unexpected by the wealthy individuals from various countries who were watching the live broadcast.
They had all thought James was safe, but they hadn't expected Jiang Ran to be lying in wait, ambushing James here, and this Jiang Ran was also very cunning, only making his move after Mark had left. Of course, these people also didn't expect that just as James was about to escape into the darkness, he was interrupted by 2 shoes.
Big Mao Zero. Anyway,
this is the first instance of a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, fighting back in this special live broadcast.
It can also be considered as revenge for that South Korea Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, Jin Zaibai. South Korea, I love Pei Zhu Xian, hee, who cares about his help with revenge?
As if taking revenge means that Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, Jin Zaibai can come back to life? Sakura, Colonel Yamamoto, this is why you South Korea don't understand gratitude.
Others helped you take revenge.
Moreover, this Jiang Ran really has some skills. James, despite being close, was beaten black and blue by him, completely unable to fight back.
Asan, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them. Oh come on, Jin Zaibai could easily handle James's level, it's just that he was ambushed in the restroom. If Jin Zaibai was replaced by Jiang Ran at that time, Jiang Ran would also have fallen.
China middle-aged uncle, you damn Asan, why can't you admit that others are very strong? Jiang Ran can climb out of the slide, can Jin Zaibai? This is an absolute difference.
The live broadcast room started arguing again.
Domestically.
Extremely rich young Master Lin Feng and I am a hero Wang Baobao watched these people argue in the live broadcast room. They were a bit speechless. Mainly, this multi-country live broadcast room could start arguing at the drop of a hat.
It was too frequent.
I am a hero Wang Baobao did not join the battle, but instead checked the personal information about James provided by the live broadcast room.
After reading James's personal information,
Lin Feng and Wang Baobao also understood why James insisted on taking Jin Zaibai to the water slide to kill him.
James is from Maple Leaf Country,
the neighboring country next to the United States. James had a daughter who suffered from congenital heart disease since childhood, and her brain wasn't very bright either. Her IQ was much lower than children her age. She was often bullied by other children her age whom she knew.
Until one day,
while James was at work, he received news of his daughter's death. His daughter had been invited to an amusement park by several of her male and female classmates.
She was then tricked into riding a roller coaster. How could his daughter, with congenital heart disease, ride such a thrilling and exciting attraction?
So, as expected, after his daughter rode the roller coaster, she suffered a sudden heart attack and passed away due to insufficient rescue efforts. Of course, in the end, the male and female classmates who tricked his daughter into riding the roller coaster were all sentenced to prison. But because they were all minors, and these classmates claimed they didn't know that someone with heart disease couldn't ride a roller coaster and that it wasn't intentional, among other factors. This resulted in the individuals only being sentenced to just over 2 years. James was naturally dissatisfied with this verdict. But after trying for a while, he found it was futile. James and his wife loved their daughter very much, and because of this, even though they knew their daughter was not well physically or mentally, they devoted themselves entirely to her. They did not have another child. Therefore, after their daughter's accident, James's wife was depressed all day. James thought of his daughter, then looked at his wife in this state. He was also extremely distressed. But he still had to comfort his wife, telling her that everything would pass. His wife, comforted by James, gradually improved her mood over time. Then the two of them decided to have another child, but to their surprise, it was another daughter. His wife felt that this must be their eldest daughter reincarnated. Subsequently, his wife's thoughts were all on their younger daughter, and she gradually became less affected by the death of their eldest daughter, only becoming sad again when she was idle and saw photos of their eldest daughter. Days passed by like this. Everyone who knew James and his wife, and knew of their eldest daughter's death, thought that the matter had finally settled. But it hadn't. Although James comforted his wife, telling her that everything was in the past, to look forward, to live a good new life, and that their daughter in heaven wouldn't want her to cry all day, he himself fell into a psychological entanglement. He comforted his wife to come out of the shadows, but he himself remained deeply mired in them. Gradually, a terrible revenge plan began to form in his mind. Shortly after his eldest daughter's accident, James resigned from his current job. He applied and became a maintenance worker at the amusement park where his eldest daughter died. After the 2-year prison sentence ended, the male and female classmates who had caused his daughter's death came out and happily resumed their normal lives. And they often came to this amusement park to play. Every time James saw these classmates, looking at the smiles on their faces, hatred grew in his heart. Why? You killed his daughter, yet you can be so at peace? As if you've completely forgotten? James discovered that these male and female classmates particularly enjoyed the thrilling and exciting attractions at the amusement park, such as roller coasters and giant pendulum rides. And as a maintenance worker there, he tampered directly with the roller coaster. When those male and female classmates were riding the roller coaster together, the roller coaster had an accident. As they were riding, they were directly thrown from their seats. When they fell to the ground, the sight was truly tragic, and they died instantly. After the incident, James was naturally called in for investigation by the Maple Leaf Country Police. After all, given the circumstances, he was too much of a suspect. But James's tampering was very subtle at first, and the Maple Leaf Country Police had no way to deal with him due to insufficient evidence. He could only be released without charge. And James, released without charge, after dealing with the enemies who killed his daughter, lived a stable life with his wife for a period. Later, James told his wife that he would be away on a business trip for a while. His wife didn't think much of it. Subsequently, during James's business trip, amusement parks in many parts of Maple Leaf Country successively experienced accidents. Although accidents happen everywhere, wasn't the incidence of amusement park accidents too high recently? And every time James returned home, he would hear his wife talking about news of recent amusement park accidents in the country. Especially because of this, Maple Leaf Country even saw protests, saying that safety measures at amusement parks everywhere were inadequate. Accidents were happening frequently. Also because of this, all amusement parks in Maple Leaf Country began to strengthen safety measures. Then, after all this, there were no more accidents at amusement parks. But then, water parks in Maple Leaf Country began to frequently experience accidents. The third-ranked detective in Maple Leaf Country is an eccentric. Many detectives are only motivated by profit. No money, no work. After all, you reap what you sow. But this young man, the third-ranked detective in Maple Leaf Country, was not like that at all. He didn't like money, he only liked investigating things that interested him. Like the frequent accidents at amusement parks and water parks this time. It was also because of the intervention of this third-ranked detective that James ultimately ended up in prison. Blue-haired Jiang Ran saw the corpse sprayed out from the large pool, he smiled, then turned and walked down the metal stairs from the high platform. After reaching the ground, he walked towards the hotel. He checked the time, it was already 11 p.m. By the time he arrived at the hotel entrance, it was already 11:30 p.m., yet at this hour, the hotel entrance was still extremely lively. Here. As blue-haired Jiang Ran had just entered the hotel premises, a young Chinese-looking staff member speaking Chinese handed blue-haired Jiang Ran a flyer. Blue-haired Jiang Ran looked down and saw that the flyer stated that tomorrow would be the Macedonian Ghost Festival. The Macedonian Ghost Festival is said to be very similar to Halloween, with everyone wearing various strange costumes. Blue-haired Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention to the flyer he received, but as he was looking at it, he realized he was being led by this young staff member to two young female staff members. As soon as the two young female staff members saw blue-haired Jiang Ran, they directly pulled out a new, transparent plastic-wrapped garment from a box behind them and handed it to blue-haired Jiang Ran. This transparent plastic package also had a label, written in English, werewolf. Immediately after, the person who brought blue-haired Jiang Ran over said to him, "This is a werewolf costume. If you would honor us, you can wear this costume out tomorrow." Blue-haired Jiang Ran uttered a few O's. He left the man and turned to return to the hotel. Blue-haired Jiang Ran was now carrying this item, wanting to take the elevator back to his room. But he saw that all the elevators on the first floor were in use. Finally, he waited until one arrived. He got into this elevator, pressed the 30th floor, and the 30th floor button changed from no color to glowing green at the bottom. Of course, there was another Chinese man also waiting for the elevator with him on the first floor. He was going to the 39th floor. The elevator started from the first floor, then suddenly stopped on the second floor. The elevator door opened, and a young Chinese boy walked in. The elevator doors closed and it began to ascend. The Chinese boy pressed the button for the 25th floor. Leaning in the corner of the elevator, arms crossed, blue-haired Jiang Ran seemed lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time passed, blue-haired Jiang Ran glanced at the current floor display in the elevator. It was only the 9th floor? Is this elevator a shoddy product? How could it still be only the 9th floor after so long? It's even worse than those in old residential areas? Blue-haired Jiang Ran looked down and realized it wasn't the elevator's problem. It was the problem of the person inside the elevator. He saw the little boy had lit up every floor button in the elevator. And he wasn't done just lighting them up. After lighting them, he'd turn them off, then light them up again. Blue-haired Jiang Ran's mouth twisted to the right as he spoke. "Little friend, how did your dad raise you? Pressing elevator buttons randomly? Doing such an unethical thing?" The little boy didn't turn around, completely ignoring blue-haired Jiang Ran, as if disdainful. Meanwhile, the Chinese man who had come up from the first floor with blue-haired Jiang Ran suddenly turned around, with a rather intimidating expression. "I am his dad. Do you have a problem with me?" Blue-haired Jiang Ran was genuinely startled by this. "No, you two came from different floors, one from the first, one from the second. One is going to 39, the other to 25. You say you're his dad?" "Haha, the 25th floor is my wife's hotel room. We've been in a Cold War recently, so we're in separate rooms. Is that not allowed?" This Chinese man was very aggressive. Blue-haired Jiang Ran chuckled. "Sure, of course it's allowed. Since you two are so mischievous, I'll be mischievous once too. I want to congratulate your wife." The Chinese man frowned. "Congratulate my wife on what? Kid? Are you looking for a beating?" Blue-haired Jiang Ran tilted his head and chuckled. "Congratulate your wife on getting a new husband and a new son very soon." The elevator then went smoothly all the way to the 30th floor. The elevator doors on the 30th floor opened. Blue-haired Jiang Ran stepped out.
And after blue-haired Jiang Ran stepped out, before the elevator doors closed, he saw that inside the elevator at that moment, there were two bodies, one large and one small, lying within. Their deaths weren't too gruesome, their necks were just dangling. The angle of the dangle was somewhat chilling. Although blue-haired Jiang Ran had come out for the first time and fought with 301 old man, even calling him an ambulance, that didn't mean he was a good person. Compared to some of his sub-personalities, he did indeed appear harmless. Back in 3003, the Thailand woman, Wanala, still hadn't returned. He didn't know if she had left yesterday and hadn't returned at all, or if she had secretly come back. But blue-haired Jiang Ran didn't care about any of that. He searched through the room. He found a blank piece of paper and a pen. Then, he started writing something furiously on the paper. As he was writing, he suddenly lost control of his body and collapsed onto the bed. He fell unconscious. By the time he woke up again, it was 10 minutes later. Where am I? Jiang Ran woke up groggily, looking at the surroundings, which seemed to be his own hotel room. That's strange, shouldn't I be on my way to play on the water slide? Jiang Ran's current memory only went up to him going to the water park with James to experience the water slide. As for anything else, there was nothing. Because of this, Jiang Ran habitually had a sudden realization in his mind. Oh, I understand, I must have encountered danger again, and a sub-personality came out again? But that's not right. What kind of danger could there be playing on a water slide? That staff member named James didn't give any danger warnings? Just as he was wondering about this, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper by the bed. He picked up the paper and saw that it wasn't his handwriting, it must have been left for him by someone else. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed someone else. His own sub-personality. The first line of the paper began with great flair. Damn you, Jiang Ran, you make us come out every day to solve all sorts of crises for you, treating us like your toilet paper every single day. Jiang Ran scratched his head innocently, then smiled innocently. He couldn't be blamed for this, could he? He continued reading the letter. That James guy is an extremely dangerous individual. He's the one who's messing with you. You should really think about why your thing doesn't work on him. The content of this paper ended here. Jiang Ran wasn't sure which of his sub-personalities had left it for him. But the content left for him was worth pondering. Especially the last sentence. Why didn't that thing work on him? Was it referring to the danger warning system? Why didn't it give a danger warning for James, this dangerous person? Jiang Ran thought this sub-personality was quite good, even specifically reminding him of this matter. Of course, he also didn't understand it. Therefore, he sat on the bed and called out to the system in his mind. The system quickly responded. Jiang Ran took the opportunity to ask this question: why was there no danger warning for James? The system replied, Host, the danger warning system's danger warning notifications are divided into 3 levels. Currently at level 1, it can only give danger warnings for dangerous individuals who have personally killed someone. And James has never personally killed anyone. For this type, a danger warning cannot be given temporarily, the level needs to be upgraded. Jiang Ran was stunned and continued to converse with the system in his mind. No, then why have you never mentioned this before? Ding. Detected that the host has never asked. Jiang Ran was speechless. If I knew, would I not ask? Forget it, system, please introduce all 3 levels of the danger warning to me. System, Level 1, warns against dangerous individuals who have personally killed someone, as well as dangerous locations. Level 2, warns against dangerous individuals like James, who haven't personally killed anyone but use many things to commit murder. Because you haven't reached Level 2, even if James has murderous intent towards you, there will be no danger warning. Jiang Ran, how does James kill people? System, killing by waterslide, inserting blades. Jiang Ran, then I'm curious, if he personally pushed someone down a slide, would That count as him personally killing them?
System, no, it's the blades in the slide that kill people.
Jiang ran. What if he pushed someone off a building, and that person died from the fall? Would that count as him personally killing them?
System, no, the person pushed off the building died from attacking the concrete themselves.
Jiang Ran was completely bewildered.
No, your system's logic is flawed.
By that reasoning, if I held a knife and used it to hack someone to death, it wouldn't count as personally killing them? It would be the knife that killed them?
System, you personally used the knife to hack them, so it counts as you personally.
Jiang Ran, then if I threw the knife I was holding, and it killed someone, would that count as me personally?
System, no. Jiang Ran fell silent. Suddenly, he felt like this system was crazy.
In the end, it only counted if he personally used his hands, or used his hands to wield a weapon to kill someone? And why had the system never mentioned such important information before? Jiang Ran, continue introducing Level 3.
Level 3 is the final level, capable of warning against all dangers.
Jiang Ran, I don't understand, give me an example. System, anything dangerous will be warned against.
For example, at level 1, after the host lands on an island, it will only indicate that the place is dangerous, points +5, but it won't specifically indicate where on the island the danger is.
But at level 3, it will indicate exactly where on the island is dangerous. For example, if the host approaches that blade slide, he will be warned of danger. And the host can also use points to inquire about the dangerous situation.
For example, if the host uses 1000 points to inquire about the water slide once, he will find out about the blades in the water slide.
Jiang Ran finally understood after hearing all this.
He sighed deeply. Then he said in his mind, okay, then help me upgrade the danger warning level. There was no other way, he could only upgrade. If he didn't upgrade, Jiang Ran was afraid he would encounter someone like James again in the future. Reporting to host, upgrading the danger warning notification to level 2 requires 10 million points.
Jiang Ran continued his mental conversation. How many points do I have now?
Detecting host's points are sufficient for upgrade.
Would you like to upgrade?
Upgrade. Ding, congratulations host, danger warning notification has been upgraded to level 2.
Would host like to begin upgrading to level 3?
Upgrading to level 3 requires 100 million points.
100 million points? How many points do I have left now?
Ding, host used 10 million points, and still has over 18 million points left.
Then these points aren't enough, are they? Can I get a loan? Jiang Ran tried. System, no. Jiang Ran sighed.
Since that was the case, he could only upgrade to level 2 for now. At this moment, in the live broadcast room. Previously, the main camera of the live broadcast room had been on blue-haired Jiang Ran returning to the hotel. Naturally, they saw blue-haired Jiang Ran kill the father and son in the elevator with whom he had an argument. Generally speaking, if normal people had an argument with someone, at most, it would be an argument, or if it got out of hand, a physical fight. But to kill someone over a small argument, only a pure psychopath could do that, right? If they didn't know this guy was a Xiaobai little white mice, they would have thought he was a psychopathic serial killer. And it was because of this. That lizard from India posted a long string of text in the live broadcast room. The meaning was simple. He strongly suspected that this Jiang Ran from the Chinese Alice apartment was definitely a psychopathic criminal, a psychopathic serial killer, disguised as a Xiaobai little white mice, deliberately mixed into the team. As for evidence, those two father and son he had argued with were the best evidence. Actually, it wasn't just the lizard from India. Many people from several other countries also seriously suspected whether China's Alice apartment operated in this manner. After all, in their impression, Xiaobai little white mice, should be ordinary people from all walks of life who are short on money. But Jiang Ran's performance, it was too cruel. Of course, despite their questions, no one behind the Alice apartment answered them. Even the few beautiful hosts turned a blind eye. Then the live stream continued. they saw blue-haired Jiang Ran return to the apartment and write a letter on a blank piece of paper. Then he suddenly fainted. Immediately after, he suddenly woke up, read the letter, and stared blankly. No, is this guy mentally ill? Writing letters to himself and scolding himself? These people were completely baffled. It wasn't until the middle-aged uncle from China spoke, you guessed it, Jiang Ran really is mentally ill. He suffers from severe dissociative identity disorder. The extremely cruel Jiang Ran you saw before is one of his subpersonalities. Upon receiving the explanation, these people suddenly understood. Of course, in the livestream, some people were very curious about, James, this guy is an extremely dangerous individual. He's the one messing with you. You should think carefully about why your thing doesn't work on him. They wondered, what thing was being referred to that didn't work on him? Of course, more people didn't take this seriously, because the words of a mentally ill person have no reference value. Now, the god of time has brought the time on Macedonia Island to midnight. This was the very beginning of the third day since Jiang Ran and his companions arrived on Macedonia Island. It was also the Macedonian Ghost Festival. And at this very beginning stage, the hotel staff closed the hotel doors and locked them from the inside. They didn't care about the tourists who had entered. One male tourist and his female companion had been playing outside until this hour before returning. They were only about 10 meters from entering the hotel when they saw the door suddenly close. They didn't take it seriously, but when they saw the tourists in front of them trying to enter the hotel knocking and unable to get in, they realized something might be wrong. Hey, what's going on with your hotel? Why is the door closed? The male tourist yelled at a staff member who was distributing Macedonian Ghost Festival costumes. The staff member smiled, this door is experiencing some malfunction and is currently under repair, so if you want to enter or exit the hotel, please use the windows. Many windows on the first floor are open. The male tourist was puzzled, you have such a big hotel, don't tell me there's only one main entrance? What about the back door? Are all the other doors under repair? The staff member said with a smile, yes, they are all under repair. All our doors use the same security system, and now the system has inexplicably broken down. The male tourist cursed, is that such a coincidence? The staff member still maintained a smile, yes, it's that much of a coincidence. What a crappy place. The male tourist wanted to say more, but his female companion pulled him, telling him to stop talking and to climb through the window with the others. Just as they were about to leave, the previous staff member handed them 2 sets of costumes. The male tourist was very impatient. He asked what these things were. The staff member said that today was the Macedonian Ghost Festival. These were the ghost costumes prepared for them. The male tourist disdainfully took the 2 sets of clothes. He handed them to his female companion. Then he followed the other tourists and climbed through the window into the hotel. Soon after entering the hotel, the 2 saw a person walk past them, dressed in a butcher's costume, with an ugly mask on his face, and holding an oversized black and red chainsaw. The male tourist watched this person walk past him. He burst out laughing, haha, what kind of Macedonian ghost festival? Does someone actually treat it like Halloween? Even the chainsaw killer is out? These words were clearly heard by the chainsaw killer, who stopped, turned his head, and looked at the male tourist. The chilling gaze from beneath his ugly mask made people feel uneasy. To be honest, the male tourist was somewhat scared, but to avoid losing face in front of his female companion, he puffed out his chest defiantly. Instead, his female companion quickly bowed her head and apologized profusely. Then she anxiously pulled the male tourist away. The male tourist immediately felt he had lost face, so as he was being pulled away, he still stubbornly wanted to look back. But he found that the chainsaw killer had already walked away. Heh, if you hadn't pulled me away, I would have stood there. What could he have done to me? The male tourist, after being pulled away, said defiantly to his female companion. His female companion outwardly said, the less trouble, the better. But inwardly, she was extremely disdainful of this male tourist. She swore she would never accept his confession. Xiaohua's boyfriend had come on a company team-building trip. The male tourist had always had a crush on her, but she had never accepted him. He was on probation. And the incident that just happened instantly ended the probation period. At this moment, even though it was already 12 a.m., the Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream still had an online audience of millions. Cherry Blossom, Colonel Yamamoto, this Macedonian ghost festival must have been organized by a few perverted criminals and serial killers on the island. Each special livestream is at a random location. As for the perverted criminals and serial killers at the location, some are like James, who have been in this place for a long time. Others are like Administrator Xiao Zhang, who are transferred. Those who are transferred, after the 7 days end, can voluntarily stay or return to their original Alice apartment. But whether you stay or not, each location of such special livestreams will form a situation similar to the aristocratic families and powerful clans of ancient feudal dynasties. Of course, this is not the literal meaning being conveyed here. Rather, the atmosphere of each special livestream location will be extremely different, influenced by the will of the perverted criminals and serial killers who have stayed at that location the longest. For example, the rule of the special livestream is that each of these perverted criminals on the island must kill one Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Of course, they can also kill none, provided that all Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in this special livestream die. From this point, these locations have extremely large differences. For example, in a special livestream, there is an island called Hell Island. The atmosphere there is, all Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, will be killed, and they will all be killed on the first day. Another example is, there is a small town called Eisen Town. The atmosphere in Eisen Town is, all Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, will be killed, but they will all be tortured to death both mentally and physically by the perverted criminals and serial killers in that town, through various man-made supernatural events. Of course, there are also normal ones. Lijia Village, this place, is full of perverted criminals and serial killers. They clock in and out, killing one Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, each, never more. So, why do they seem like aristocratic families? Take Administrator Xiao Zhang as an example. Administrator Xiao Zhang likes to kill all Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, but when he went to Lijia Village, this place, he tried to team up with other perverted criminals to kill them all, but these people completely ignored him. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it himself. They wouldn't care about him, nor would they cooperate with him. To give another example, Administrator Xiao Zhang is a good person who clocks in and out. But he was transferred to Hell Island, where all Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, are killed on the first day. He was coerced by the veteran perverted criminals and serial killers on that Hell Island. He had to join them. They had to kill all Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, on the first day according to their wishes. And, you still had to obey their commands. But Administrator Xiao Zhang refused. Then you're finished. Before the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, die, they will definitely use you as a sacrifice. As for Macedonia Island, this is a relatively new live broadcast location in special broadcasts. The style is quite mixed, some like to clock in and out, some like to kill everyone, and some prefer alternative methods, so there is no unified approach. That's why Colonel Yamamoto of Sakura said that this ghost festival was organized by a few perverted criminals and serial killers. As for their purpose, millions of people in the live broadcast room, besides those from China, have seen many special broadcasts. But this was their first special broadcast on Macedonia Island. Therefore, they couldn't figure out what those guys who organized this ghost festival really wanted to do. However, no matter what they do, it will definitely be unfavorable for the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Han, I love Pei Zhu Xian. To be honest, I don't even know how many perverted criminals and serial killers are currently on this island. Even though people in the live broadcast room can freely switch the cameras all over the island. But just like in Alice's apartment, they are too lazy to constantly switch cameras. Or there are just too many cameras. Especially since this island has more cameras than any apartment. After all, the island's scope is too large. And only when the perverted criminals on the island appear can they see information about these guys in the live broadcast room. Otherwise, the apartment would not provide it to them in advance. So, they have no idea how many perverted criminals and serial killers will team up and act together for this ghost festival. The person the male tourist and his female companion encountered, who was cosplaying as the chainsaw killer, was Administrator Xiao Zhang. After Administrator Xiao Zhang parted ways with those two people, he took the elevator. It would be a long time before the elevator reached his destination floor. At this moment, he placed his black and red oversized chainsaw aside, leaning it against the elevator wall. He stood in the corner of the elevator, pulling a white paper from his pocket. On the white paper were several names. First and foremost, the 6 remaining Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice Jiangran, Fang Xiao, Hashimoto Kazuo, Wanala, Natasha, Roman. Jiangran was placed first, not only because he was Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, no. 1. But also because Administrator Xiao Zhan felt Jiangran was the most dangerous Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, here. Even though, among the 6 remaining, Roman had the highest amount, $1 billion. But he still believed Jiangran was the most dangerous. Of course, the few guys who teamed up with him to organize this ghost festival. They didn't think so, they believed Roman was the most dangerous. They always determined the danger level of the Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, based on the betting amount, although not necessarily accurate, it was absolutely reliable. Furthermore, Jiangran's betting amount among the 10 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, was third from the bottom. So, only Administrator Xiao Zhang took Jiangran seriously. Thus, the goals for this ghost festival are as follows. All 6 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, will be sent to their end. Roman, this Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, will be dealt with later, by multiple people. However, before going to deal with these Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Administrator Xiao Zhang, the chainsaw killer, still had 3 people to deal with first. Although the 3 people were not on the list, they were in his heart. Administrator Xiao Zhang arrived on the 32nd floor. He arrived in front of room 3209. At this time, one side of the corridor was transparent glass, outside was a pitch-black sky, and the hotel lights. On the other side was a whole row of rooms. In front of room 3209, he stood for about 5 seconds. Immediately, he pulled out a spare room card from his pocket, swiped it open the door, entered, and then gently closed the door. As Administrator Xiao Zhang entered this room, an eye from a corner not far from 3209 stared intently at this scene. What the hell? Why is that guy here too? And he entered my room? Xiao Qiu was full of horror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He was hiding in the corner, watching this scene. Originally, at this time, past 12 a.m. According to his biological clock, he should have been sleeping in bed by now. But he didn't know if it was because of the failure of today's island departure plan and Xiaopeng almost dying that he was troubled. So he couldn't sleep. He simply got up, got dressed, went to the 10th floor buffet restaurant, drank a few cups of hot milk to soothe himself. He even brought one with him. As a result, when he went upstairs and turned the corner, he saw a guy with a chainsaw, swiping a room card, and entering his room. At this time, the cup of hot milk he was holding in his right hand spilled all over the floor due to his trembling hands from fright. But he didn't have time to clean it up. He quickly ran from the corner towards other elevators, while simultaneously sending messages and calling Xiaopeng and Koubei. He told them to meet first in Xiaopeng's room, put on all their gear. There was an extremely important matter to discuss. Xiao Qiu's hands were trembling now. Perhaps he was too excited to see an old friend. Soon, he took the elevator to Xiaopeng's room. He knocked on the door. Inside, they were very cautious and didn't speak. He said, "It's me, Xiao Qiu." Then the door opened. After it opened, Xiao Qiu found that Koubei was already fully dressed and had arrived at Xiaopeng's place before him. What happened? Koubei's face was serious. From Xiao Qiu's anxious voice when he sent messages and called, he concluded that something big had definitely happened. Xiao Qiu looked at Xiaopeng, who was still wearing pajamas, and quickly said, "Xiaopeng, change your clothes quickly. Damn it, that chainsaw killer from Alice's apartment is here too."
and he even entered my room. Upon hearing this, Xiao Peng and Kubei's hearts both sank. Kubei quickly stood up. Tell me that?
Xiao Qiu said, I couldn't sleep past 12 a.m., so I went to the 10th floor to drink a few cups of hot milk. When I was carrying a cup back, as soon as I reached the corner, I saw the chainsaw killer enter my room with a room card. After Xiao Qiu finished confiding in them, he suddenly realized that his palms were very sticky. It felt like cola had gotten on his hands, leaving that sticky residue.
It was all sticky. But this wasn't cola, it was sweat.
His right hand reached for his forehead again. In the air-conditioned space, he wiped his forehead and found it covered in sweat. Xiao Peng at this moment had stripped down to just his underwear.
He quickly said, Xiao Qiu, are you sure the chainsaw killer is the one from Alice's apartment? Could it be another one? After all, who knows how many people worldwide have seen the movie Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Xiao Qiu's eye twitched. I wouldn't be mistaken. That chainsaw killer chased Kubei and me once during the welcoming party. After that, the three of us were saved by Mike, then chased again. I absolutely wouldn't mistake him, even if he turned to ash, I wouldn't mistake him. Xiao Peng scoffed, bragging. If he really turned to ash, I don't believe you'd still recognize him. Xiao questioned. Looking at the panicked Xiao Qiu, Kubei, though he had only heard about it and not experienced it firsthand, he also said, that was close. If you, Xiao Qiu, hadn't been unable to sleep and gone out for hot milk, but had stayed in your room, whether you were awake or not, you would have been dead. Xiao Qiu nodded. If the chainsaw killer had entered his room and he had still been there, he really couldn't think of any way he could have defeated a perverted serial killer wielding an oversized chainsaw. Xiao Peng finally put on his clothes. He anxiously said, so what do we do now? Where do we go? Damn it, I'm really afraid that guy is blocking my door right now. Xiao Qiu shook his head, probably not. My room is on the bottom floor, then Kubei's, and finally yours. That chainsaw killer, after not finding me in my room, will definitely go to Kubei's, who is closer, and then to yours. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested meeting here first. After he finished speaking, the three of them, with a tacit understanding, started moving. They left Xiao Peng's hotel room. After leaving, they took the stairs and went up 5 floors higher than Xiao Peng's floor. They stayed in the stairwell. Xiao Qiu leaned against the wall and said with a sigh, I'm lucky, and you two are lucky too. Xiao Peng, you're always staying up late at night, chatting with women online anyway. Kubei, you also often stay up late, watching all sorts of horror and supernatural stuff. If one of us three had gone to bed early, I'm afraid we really would have been in trouble. Listening to the sigh, Xiao Peng always felt that Xiao Qiu's sigh about him made him seem very lecherous. But he couldn't find any reason to refute him at the moment. He returned to the main topic, where do we go now? Are we going to stay here all the time? Can we go back to the hotel room? Kubei said, now it's not a matter of whether we can go back or not. The problem now is that he has targeted the three of us. Even if we escape this time, there will be a next time. Can you guarantee that we will be this lucky every time? If this time, he went to me and you first, instead of Xiao Qiu, we too would definitely be hacked to death by his chainsaw. At this moment, a rare glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Qiu's eyes. Let's just... He made a throat-slitting gesture. Kubei agreed after a moment of thought. Anyway, it wasn't like they hadn't killed anyone before, they had already had a precedent when the three of them killed the dogman. So the two of them looked at Xiao Peng simultaneously. Xiao Peng let out a deep breath from his throat. The breath was thick and turbid. He sat down on the ground, feeling very helpless. He complained incessantly, damn it, if it were more than 10 years ago, when I was a child, I would never have imagined that I would kill people in the future. But there's no other way. At this, all three agreed. Xiao Qiu then said, besides the three of us, we also need to find helpers. Kubei's eyes were strange, Su Yang in them? Xiao Qiu shook his head, it's Jiang Ran. It was now 1:09 a.m. on the third day. A man with an Asian, yellow-skinned face appeared outside Jiang Ran's room 3003.
On the surveillance footage, the man was seen pulling out a room card from his right pocket. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the man's right hand had very delicate skin, not like a man's hand. The man held the room card in his right hand and swiped it. The card beeped, and under normal circumstances, the door would have opened. But when he tried to push it, it didn't open. The man tried once and then stopped trying. He just mumbled to himself, "Is it the same as that Indian guy Mark killed? Korean, then." The man with the Asian, yellow-skinned face disappeared from there. When he reappeared, he was already at 3103. Which was the room directly above 3003. This room was empty. The Asian man with the yellow-skinned face turned on the light. After turning on the light, it could be seen that the yellow-skinned man now had a black backpack on his back. He set down the black backpack, took out a wide, orange safety rope from inside, tied it around his waist, and secured it to the bathroom doorframe in that room. After that, he put the backpack back on. He went to the room's balcony. Then he flipped over and climbed out onto the balcony. Using the descent, he agilely dropped down to the open-air balcony of Jiang Ran's room, 3003. When he reached the balcony, he found that standing in this position, looking into the room, it was pitch black. Jiang Ran inside must have already fallen asleep. At this moment, he walked forward. Following his memory, he fumbled for the two glass doors. He wanted to pull them open and enter the room. But after several attempts, he found they wouldn't open. It really is like that Indian, Amir? Korean, he gave a cold laugh. He put down his backpack without hesitation. From his backpack, he pulled out a hammer with a black iron head and a wooden handle. Then, gripping the hammer tightly, he aimed at the glass without hesitation and smashed it fiercely. Instantly, the glass shattered, creating a hole. And the sound of the smashing glass instantly woke Jiang Ran. What happened? After Jiang Ran was startled awake, it was pitch black all around. He fumbled for the bedside lamp on the hotel room's nightstand and turned it on. Visibility increased. He looked around and saw a dark figure on the balcony. By the time he observed this dark figure, another bang immediately came from that direction. Jiang Ran quickly pulled out his phone and shined its flashlight. He saw a young man with an Asian, yellow-skinned face, carrying a backpack, with a sinister and cold expression. He was using a hammer to smash his locked glass door. What the hell? Again? Is this never-ending? Jiang Ran looked at this scene and immediately recalled the young man wearing a purple Lightning YMI uniform outside his window at Alice's apartment. How similar were the situations then and now? Am I made of mud? Both of you come to bully me? If I hadn't been careful, and habitually locked it like I did at Alice's apartment, would I have already been touched by you at my bedside and died now? Alright, you guys are forcing me. Don't blame me for being heartless. Jiang Ran got out of bed in a rage, not even bothering to put on his slippers. He immediately reached under the bed. He fumbled a few times with both hands but found nothing. Damn it! I forgot this isn't my own apartment. Jiang Ran didn't find the fire axe and immediately lost all confidence. He grabbed his phone and ran towards the room door. A wise man knows when to retreat. Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best. Given how the man was smashing the window, Jiang Ran could have easily escaped through the door and called for help. But he had trapped himself. Why? Because he had locked the door from the inside. He wasn't very familiar with this door, and it had taken him some effort to lock it earlier. Therefore, unlocking it this time would take even more time. So, just as he had finished unlocking it and was about to pull the door open and run, the dark figure that had already entered his room lunged at him. Help! Subpersonalities! Come out quickly! Watching the dark figure lunge, Jiang Ran screamed for help, hoping he would be saved by his subpersonalities. But alas, as the dark figure drew closer, he was still just himself. No other choice, he had to rely on himself? I'll fight. Wahahaha,
Oh my god. I wonder if anyone knows of Crazy Dogfist Shunhegao. Attacking while screaming wildly. If you treat him as a joke, then you will truly become the joke. Because this martial arts school's disciples have actual kill records. Jiang Ran was currently using Crazy Dogfist. However, his Crazy Dogfist only had the form, not the spirit. He let out a wild roar and kicked at the dark figure. The dark figure opposite him was, of course, the South Korean serial killer, Lu Yongchun. Lu Yongchun felt no pressure at all about killing Jiang Ran, this Xiaobaishu, little white mice. But now, he was feeling pressure. Mainly because it was his first time encountering such a boisterous opponent. And the opponent's loud shouts were not out of fear, but an indescribable confidence. Especially, this sudden kick was so fast. This kick was really quite fast. So, Lu Yongchun directly used the knife he had used to kill Rajiv, the fruit vendor from India, and plunged it directly into the calf of the kicking leg. Upon hearing a scream of "ah ah," Lu Yongchun immediately understood that the person's earlier bluster was all a bluff. It seems he's just a fraud. That Chinese man Xiao Zhang even said this Jiang Ran was the most abnormal of the 10 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, and told all of us to gather and attack together. Korean, through this brief exchange, Lu Yongchun had figured out Jiang Ran's true capabilities. Therefore, gripping the weapon in his right hand, he thrust forward even more forcefully. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran's swinging leg was stabbed. It hurt so much. But Jiang Ran wasn't easily intimidated. He knew that in this situation, the more he cowered, the faster he would die. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave one wins. Even if he died, he would bite off a piece of the opponent. Therefore, he acted as if his right leg had never been stabbed, and, risking his life, lunged at Lu Yongchun. The two men's second confrontation. The weapon in Lu Yongchun's hand instantly cut Jiang Ran's left arm, and his face was also struck hard by Jiang Ran's fist. The two temporarily separated. And after temporarily separating, they both relied on the bedside lamp Jiang Ran had turned on earlier. Carefully observing each other. Lu Yongchun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth at this moment. He smiled. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. Quite fierce, wasn't he? And Jiang Ran, looking at his left arm, which was bleeding profusely from the cut. Then looking at the cold gleam of the dagger in his opponent's hand. He thought to himself, this won't do, I'm at a disadvantage without a weapon. Therefore, he constantly scanned left and right with his eyes, trying to find something that could be used as a weapon. But unfortunately, there was nothing. Hey, are you from South Korea? Jiang Ran yelled at the person in front. Lu Yongchun didn't understand Chinese and didn't respond. He was just waiting for the right moment. And just then, he noticed that Jiang Ran's eyes, which had been fixed on him, were now staring behind him. Especially, Jiang Ran's eyes revealed a subtle hint of fear. In addition, he noticed that Jiang Ran's rosy complexion was gradually being replaced by a pale one. Lu Yongchun's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if there was something behind him. So, he immediately turned around, simultaneously slashing his right-hand dagger fiercely backward. He didn't care what was behind him, he just wanted to strike first. But after turning and striking at nothing, he found nothing behind him. Could it be the balcony? He quickly looked, and the balcony was as silent as death. Idiot, you fell for it. Jiang Ran took advantage of this moment, directly opened the door, and bolted out. Although it said that in a narrow path, the brave one wins, Jiang Ran still felt that if he could run, he should. Wait until he's cornered with nowhere to run, then he'll be brave. After he opened the door, the hallway outside was an infinite source of vitality in his eyes. After exiting, there were two paths. Left and right. Jiang Ran chose to run to the left, remembering that it was closest to the stairs. But when he heard a whoosh behind him, he quickly crouched down, covering his head. At the same time, he looked back and saw Lu Yongchun running out the door, while throwing the dagger in his hand at him like a dart. The throw, of course, missed. Instead, the dagger flew out of the hallway window, which was not closed. Jiang Ran was overjoyed. Without the dagger, even if he didn't run, he wouldn't be afraid of this person, right?
But what he never expected was that besides the dagger, Lu Yongchun also had the hammer he had used to smash the glass earlier. Scared, Jiang Ran ran to the left side of the hallway.
This time, Lu Yongchun was smarter.
Another flying hammer, but this time it wasn't aimed at Jiang Ran's upper body, but his lower body, his thigh.
This flying hammer directly knocked the running Jiang Ran to the ground. His right calf had already been stabbed. Now his left thigh was also hit with such force. He grimaced in pain, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help!" Lu Yongchun was also enraged at this moment. He really hadn't expected killing this Xiaobai little white mice, Jiang Ran, to be so troublesome. Especially if it attracted other people who liked to meddle, that would be bad. Aish, are people really coming?
Korean, when he was still 3 meters away from Jiang Ran.
Lu Yongchun saw 2 young men appear in front of Jiang Ran.
Those 2 young men seemed to know Jiang Ran, anxiously ran to him, and helped him up.
Then, they chattered, not knowing what they were saying.
Although he didn't know what they were saying, seeing Jiang Ran constantly pointing at him, he could guess about 70 to 80% of it.
You're really lucky.
Korean, Lu Yongchun felt that he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Ran today.
So, he turned and ran.
And as soon as he turned around, before he could react, a cloud of white powder sprayed at him. He didn't know what these white powders were, but a lot of them got into his eyes. He immediately felt his eyes burning with pain, like they were on fire, as if he was going blind.
It hurt so much.
Korean, Lu Yongchun clutched his eyes with both hands, writhing on the ground in pain.
A coughing sound emerged from the white powder. You too, aren't you going to come help?
The 2 young men Lu Yongchun saw both had Chinese faces. As for the person who ambushed him from behind with a fire extinguisher, he also had a Chinese face, and with his full beard, he was the spitting image of Xiao Zhangfei. The 3 of them now stood before Lu Yongchun, who was lying on the ground.
One person controlled his hands, another his legs.
As for the third, he pulled out a dirty rag from who knows where and stuffed it into Lu Yongchun's mouth, preventing the guy from screaming and shouting any further. Then, the 3 of them worked together to drag him into Jiang Ran's room.
Jiang Ran was currently limping, clutching his thigh. He walked back to his room.
Once the door was closed, he looked at the 3 people who had already restrained Lu Yongchun and said excitedly, "Thank you so much.
Little Q, Xiaopeng, and Koubei." The 3 were indeed the Little Q trio. Little Q, while pressing down on Lu Yongchun's hands, turned back and said, "It's nothing, we were coming to find you anyway, we didn't expect something like this to happen." The 3 of them also hadn't expected that, while looking for Jiang Ran to collaborate, they would coincidentally run into Jiang Ran also facing a crisis.
Xiaopeng, pressing down on Lu Yongchun's wildly struggling legs, said with some effort, "Alright, you guys, stop being so wishy-washy. Quickly, tell us, what should we do with this person? I can't hold on much longer.
Kill him or what?" Little Q looked at Koubei. Koubei pulled out his phone and aimed it at Lu Yongchun's thrashing face. He wanted to see if there was any information about this person online.
And he actually found some.
This guy is a South Korean serial killer. He specializes in killing wealthy elderly people, women, children, and mentally disabled people who live alone. Hearing this, Jiang Ran was startled. What? Then why would he want to kill me? I'm not old, a woman, or a child. Could it be that he took me for a mentally disabled person? Xiaopeng nodded. It's possible. Jiang Ran? Xiaopeng, you guys hurry up and decide. What exactly should we do with this guy?
Little Q said, "Just throw him off this building, smash him to death."
Jiang Ran stopped him. Wait, shouldn't we call the police? Hand him over to the police?
After he finished speaking, Little Q and Koubei both looked at him in surprise.
They were probably thinking, "No, bro, are you kidding?" But Jiang Ran looked very serious. Little Q said somewhat urgently, "Alright, Jiang Ran, stop joking." Jiang Ran said seriously, "I'm not joking." Little Q said speechlessly, Where would there be police on this island? If you hand him over to the staff on the island, he'll definitely be fine. So we definitely have to kill him, and besides, with someone like him, we're ridding the world of a menace. Jiang Ran was stunned. He said, even if we kill him, we don't have to throw him directly downstairs, right? That's too obvious, isn't it? When they investigate, they'll find us. How about we throw him into the ocean to feed the sharks? Little Q waved his hand. No need, absolutely no need. Alright, Jiang Ran, you just watch from the side. The three of us will handle it. We can't waste any more time on this guy, we have more important things to do. The three of them together controlled Lu Yongchun and brought him to a hallway window on this floor, which was the 30th floor. With a combined pull, they flung Lu Yongchun out. And not long after he was flung out, a deep thud was heard. The three knew that the guy had been thrown to his death. They all leaned their heads out to look down. But because the floor was too high, and that area was too dark, it being late at night. Therefore, they didn't know the tragic state of his death. Lu Yongchun, many people might not know, was actually known as South Korea's #1 chainsaw killer. However, this #1 was clearly too easily defeated, to have died just like that. It seems 3 heads are better than 1, and that's no empty saying. After completing this task, the 3 returned to Jiang Ran's hotel room. Jiang Ran was still a bit stunned. Little Q grabbed him and said, Jiang Ran, do you know your current situation? Jiang Ran shook his head. Little question, this Macedonia island is very dangerous, do you know that? Jiang Ran nodded. The danger warning system's continuous +5 points had already alerted him to this. Little Q breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Jiang Ran wasn't completely clueless. He said, Jiang Ran, we came to find you to collaborate. On this island, there's a chainsaw killer who wants to kill the 3 of us. Of course, we're not sure if that chainsaw killer will target you. However, you being inexplicably attacked by this South Korean chainsaw killer named Lu Yongchun today should make you realize that you're not safe. After all, with so many tourists, why would this person single you out? Also, Xiaopeng, next to me, remembers, yesterday morning, we sent you a message asking if you wanted to go to the water park, and thankfully you didn't go. Do you know? Xiaopeng almost died there. There's a water slide there. The owner of that slide is a white man in his 40s or 50s. That guy is a chainsaw killer. He actually installed blades in the water slide. I know, what I'm saying sounds incredible. You might not believe it. But it's all true. Little Q's mouth was like a machine gun, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Continuous. Jiang Ran had no reaction at first, but when he heard about the water slide, his expression clearly changed. What did that white owner you mentioned look like? Jiang Ran asked. Little Q described the person's appearance. Jiang Ran asked if that person was named James? Xiaopeng and the other 2 all shook their heads, indicating they didn't know the owner's name. They asked Jiang Ran if his reaction meant he had also encountered him. Jiang Ran couldn't say, because his memory from that time only extended to going to the water park with James midway. He had no other memories. Therefore, he said, I also encountered him. At that time, it must have been the white owner you mentioned, James, who disguised himself as a staff member, and his badge even had an anti-counterfeit mark, and he came to me saying there were prizes for playing the water slide. The 3 exchanged glances, and Little Q said, we didn't expect that bastard to target you as well. But looking at you, you probably didn't go on that slide, otherwise you definitely wouldn't have made it out. So, Jiang Ran, are you willing to cooperate with us? Jiang Ran thought about it. He had just come for a free trip and had already encountered 2 deadly crises. If he didn't cooperate with them, he might encounter a 3rd. Alright, then let's cooperate. The 3 of them were delighted to hear that Jiang Ran had agreed. After all, there is strength in numbers. Good, now let's talk about my plan. After agreeing to cooperate, Xiao Qiu couldn't wait to share his plan. At this moment, Jiang Ran suddenly raised his hand. Xiao Qiu asked him what was wrong.
Jiang Ran pointed to his scratched arm and his still bleeding, stabbed calf.
He said, "Before we talk about the plan, can you take me to the infirmary to get bandaged first?" The four of them then left Jiang Ran's hotel room.
The three of them helped Jiang Ran, carefully taking the elevator down to the first floor. However, when they reached the first floor, they found that the hotel's main entrance was closed. The only way in or out was through an open window on the first floor. This made Jiang Ran, who was injured, complain bitterly, since none of them had been to the island's infirmary before. So, a few of them even asked a female staff member at the front desk for directions. After that, the four of them left the hotel. They found the infirmary not far from the hotel. They took Jiang Ran to see the island's doctor and nurses, who began treatment and bandaging. The chainsaw killer, Administrator Xiao Zhang, entered Xiao Qiu's room with his chainsaw and let out a sinister laugh. He was ready to unleash a bloody massacre with his chainsaw.
However, after turning on the light, he found the room empty. Administrator Xiao Zhang checked everywhere, inside and out, and indeed, there was no one in the room.
Therefore, he could only take the elevator upstairs to Kubei's room.
When he arrived at Kubei's room, it was also empty. Administrator Xiao Zhang felt that things were not so simple.
So, he finally went to Xiao Peng's room, which was on the highest floor among the three rooms. However, the room was still empty. Looking at the messy state of Xiao Peng's room and feeling the cold temperature, it proved that the air conditioning had just been turned off not long ago. There wasn't that stuffy feeling that comes from being closed for a long time. He also pulled back the comforter on the bed and felt the sheets. The slight warmth on his hand confirmed that Xiao Peng had indeed left not long ago.
Where did these three go in the middle of the night? And so coincidentally, they left just before I arrived? Administrator Xiao Zhang didn't foolishly go looking for the three of them.
Instead, he went to the hotel's monitoring room. Based on his privilege as a psychopathic criminal and psychopathic serial killer, he temporarily sent all the staff in the monitoring room out. He sat alone in the monitoring room, moving the mouse with his right hand, and began to check the surveillance footage.
The surveillance administrator Xiao Zhang could access was the hotel's regular surveillance.
It was not the various types of island surveillance that people in the live broadcast room could see. He adjusted the corridor surveillance for Xiao Qiu's floor. This position allowed him to see what was happening outside Xiao Qiu's hotel room. He moved forward, centering on the time he entered Xiao Qiu's room. He found that half an hour ago, Xiao Qiu had left his room. Following his departure, Administrator Xiao Zhang continuously adjusted the surveillance footage. He saw Xiao Qiu go to the 10th floor to drink hot milk. He fast-forwarded the time. Then, he saw Xiao Qiu, carrying a cup of hot milk, return to his floor.
Administrator Xiao Zhang looked at the current surveillance time, his brows furrowed.
Because he saw that after Xiao Qiu returned to this floor, he suddenly stopped at the corner. As if he saw something terrifying, the cup of hot milk in his hand dropped and spilled all over the floor. Immediately after, he saw Xiao Qiu run away. Such good luck?
He just happened to run into me when I entered his room?
Administrator Xiao Zhang felt that if he had returned a little earlier or a little later,
Xiao Qiu would have been dead. People with too much luck will eventually run out of it.
He continued to adjust the surveillance footage. He saw Xiao Qiu send messages and make calls on his phone before taking the elevator. Then, he saw him go to Xiao Peng's room. Not long after, he saw Xiao Qiu, Xiao Peng, and Kubei all leave Xiao Peng's room. This did not surprise him much.
Administrator Xiao Zhang continued to watch.
He found that these three people, carefully, first went to another floor to discuss something, and then went to the 30th floor.
Administrator Xiao Zhang remembered that Jiang Ran seemed to be staying on this floor. What are they trying to do?
Immediately, Administrator Xiao Zhang saw in the corridor on the 30th floor. Jiang Ran suddenly fled his room, and another person rushed out of the room, chasing him closely.
And then, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng came out from the front.
Koubei used a flamethrower to ambush the person chasing Jiang Ran from behind.
Administrator Xiao Zhang zoomed in the camera. Although it wasn't particularly clear, it was high-definition quality. When he saw the true face of this person, he scoffed, "Stupid South Korean," even called the #1 psychopathic serial killer in South Korea, but in the end, he was thrown down by Xiao Q and the other two, and fell to his death. I told you people not to go after Jiangran first, but you weren't killed by Jiangran, instead, you died at the hands of 3 pawns. What a pig. Then, Administrator Xiao Zhang continued to check the surveillance. He saw the 4 of them deal with that guy, enter and leave the room, and then leave the hotel. He didn't know where they went, but it looked like they had gone to the island's infirmary. Are these 4 people mixed up together? Good, they can all die. After being bandaged at the infirmary, Jiang Ran was helped along by the others. They did not return to the hotel but went to some of the supporting facilities near the hotel, such as supermarkets, various duty-free shops, and the like. They wanted to see if these places sold chainsaws. The chainsaw killer's most terrifying weapon was his chainsaw, so these people planned to use the enemy's methods against him. They wanted to fight back with chainsaws. But unfortunately, these supermarkets and duty-free shops did not sell chainsaws, entrenching shovels, or similar items. It made sense, this was a tourist destination, how could they sell such things to you? But these people did not give up, they planned to keep looking. They believed that some of the staff on the island responsible for landscaping should have chainsaws, entrenching shovels, and the like. Of course, they were also discussing other plans. For example, Xiaopeng suggested digging a large pit in one place to lure the chainsaw killer into the trap. But this plan, to be honest, would be very difficult to implement successfully. Just as the group was wandering around the supporting facilities near the hotel like headless chickens, Xiaopeng's phone suddenly rang. Xiaopeng took out his phone, didn't unlock it, just looked at the screen, and found that Xiao Hua had sent him a message using green bubble. This girl, not sleeping at this hour? Could it be that she's scared and wants me to go be with her? Xiaopeng somewhat casually unlocked his phone. Xiao Q and Koubei were helping Jiang Ran in front. However, after walking for a while, they realized that Xiaopeng, who was looking at his phone, hadn't caught up, so the 3 of them stopped. Xiao Q looked back. He found Xiaopeng standing still. The light from his phone screen reflected on his face, making his face appear dark. Xiao Q's heart sank. Could something have happened? Sure enough, Xiaopeng walked towards them, step by step, with a heavy expression. His voice was somewhat choked and urgent as he said this, "Xiao Hua has been captured by the chainsaw killer." The message Xiao Hua sent to Xiaopeng via green bubble was as follows. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo of Xiao Hua, tied backward to a chair, her mouth taped shut with clear tape, unable to speak. At the same time, her beautiful face was incredibly pale. The fear in her eyes was far more convincing than many actors could portray. Following this photo was a text message. Within 15 minutes of receiving this message, get to the ghost house in the horror museum on the 9th floor. She's in the ghost house. If you don't want your ex-girlfriend to die, hurry over. Otherwise, when the time is up, I will directly chop her to death with a chainsaw. The message ended there. The other 3 people were all stunned upon seeing the message, completely unexpected that the chainsaw killer would actually capture Xiao Hua to force them to appear. The chainsaw killer probably couldn't find anyone in our 3 rooms, so instead of continuing to search for us, he decided to force us to meet him directly. Xiao Q analyzed at this moment. No, I'm going to save Xiao Hua. Xiao Peng said this and immediately got up and ran. But just as he was about to run, Xiao Q grabbed him. Xiao Q urgently said, "This is a trap. You can't go. We haven't prepared anything, going now is certain death." Xiao Peng's face was full of anxiety. "I know it's a trap. But 15 minutes, there are only 15 minutes left. If we don't get there when the time is up, she will die. She will be killed." Xiao Q. This isn't one of those stupid TV shows. Movies. Where the protagonist and his important companions don't die. That's a real-life psychopath. If we're late, Xiao Hua will definitely die. Absolutely. Xiao Peng's determined eyes seemed to tell Xiao Qiu that he was definitely going.
After Xiao Peng finished speaking, he prepared to rush out and head to the 9th floor of the hotel.
Xiao Qiu hugged him tightly. You'll die. You're going empty-handed right now.
You'll die.
Let's prepare first. Then go.
Xiao Peng didn't know where he got the strength, but he threw Xiao Qiu to the ground. Then his eyes turned red.
Xiao Hua was caught because of me. If we wait until we're ready, time will run out.
This is sacrificing Xiao Hua's life.
I know there's a high probability I'll fall there if I go now.
But if Xiao Hua dies because I didn't go in time, even if I avenge her later, my heart will never be at peace in this life. Xiao Qiu had no choice with Xiao Peng. If Kubei, who was also present, had joined in holding Xiao Peng back, they might have been able to stop him.
However, he didn't do that.
Because he knew that if he were Xiao Peng, and his father was captured, he would go, even if he knew it meant death.
Kubei just hadn't expected Xiao Peng's feelings for Xiao Hua to be so deep. The intense argument they had at the pancake shop, was that actually because both of them cared too much about each other? Could that be why they argued so fiercely? At this moment, he called out, Xiao Peng. Since you insist on going now, take this fruit knife with you. Kubei pulled a fruit knife from somewhere on his person.
Xiao Peng turned around, gripped the fruit knife, hid it in his sleeve, and disappeared in a flash. Watching Xiao Peng's disappearing back, Xiao Qiu got up from the ground and said, sometimes, I wish he could be more cold-blooded, but that's impossible.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be the Xiao Peng I know. Kubei nodded. Let's not talk about Xiao Peng for now, let's talk about this. It's clearly a blatant trap. The chainsaw killer is waiting for us.
Even if Xiao Peng finds Xiao Hua on time, I'm afraid he'll only find Xiao Hua's corpse. Xiao Qiu said, alright, we need to hurry and catch up too. If Xiao Peng goes alone, he's sure to die. The three of us need to stick together, we absolutely cannot end up like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa. After speaking, Xiao Qiu then said to Jiang Ran, your injuries are quite serious, so you shouldn't go for now. If all three of us die. Honestly, if in the end, you can find our 3 bodies, please bring them back to our families.
Thank you. Jiang Ran anxiously said, what are you talking about?
My arm was only scratched, and my calf was only stabbed once.
They're all bandaged now. You saved me once, and now that you're in trouble, should I just stand by and watch?
To show that he was perfectly fine, Jiang Ran even jumped several times in place, demonstrating that he was alright.
Xiao Qiu was a little moved. Thank you, Jiang Ran, I'm glad to know you. Kubei didn't say anything, but he was also somewhat emotional beside them.
As the saying goes, true friendship is seen in adversity.
Not everyone is like Jiang Ran.
Most people, knowing there's danger ahead, would rather run 100,000 miles away.
Moreover, Jiang Ran was injured right now. Alright, let's go quickly. Don't let it really turn into the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa. The injured Jiang Ran actually took the lead. Xiao Qiu and Kubei quickly followed. 9th floor, Horror Museum.
Xiao Peng gripped the fruit knife in his right hand, his left hand holding his phone for illumination and to check the time. The Horror Museum on the 9th floor was almost deserted now, as it was 1 or 2 in the morning. But the twilight lights were still on.
Xiao Peng followed his memory from last time. He ran into the Horror Museum on the 9th floor. Humans truly are creatures that can be swayed by emotions.
Normally, if you asked Xiao Peng to come to the Horror Museum at 1 or 2 in the morning, he would definitely not have the guts to come. Even if he did, he would be timid, taking 1 step and looking back 3 times. But now, he was like a fearless warrior, charging headlong. Soon, he entered the Horror Museum.
To his surprise, there were still people inside the Horror Museum.
He saw someone looking at an exhibit. Xiao Peng had no time to think about these things, he took large strides, flying across the smooth-tiled floor. Several times, he almost fell because the floor was too slippery and he was running too fast. Finally, he reached the entrance of the ghost house. Neither the ghost house nor the Horror Museum had staff guarding them at the moment.
Xiao Peng went straight ahead and pushed open the creaking door.
The moment the door opened, a cold gust of wind swept over him, messing up his bangs.
Xiao Hua! You have to wait for me.
Xiao Peng's eyes were brimming with tears. Just as Xiao Qiu had worried and panicked about Xiao Peng dying on the water slide, Xiao Peng felt the same way about Xiao Hua's current situation. Because Xiao Hua was implicated because of him. If it weren't for him, Xiao Hua wouldn't have been kidnapped. After rushing into the ghost house, Xiao Peng held his phone in his left hand the whole way, using its flashlight to illuminate the path ahead, and continued to sprint. He finally reached those dozens of doors. He chose the same door he had chosen last time. And rushed in. Xiao Peng probably guessed where Xiao Hua was being held. Because in the background of Xiao Hua's photo, there was a stainless steel table and a wooden box. This was the small room they had found during their treasure hunt last time. Xiao Peng ran through the ghost house, following his memory from last time. As he ran, he kept looking at his phone, his teeth chattering so hard in his mouth they almost fell out. No time, almost out of time. The terrifying music started again, just like last time, but it couldn't affect Xiao Peng's determination to save Xiao Hua. Finally, he saw the rusted iron door of that small room. The iron door was tightly shut. Xiao Peng didn't care if there were traps or anything else there. He rushed over, delivered a flying kick, and kicked open the iron door. As he kicked it open, he also shouted, "Xiao Hua!" The iron door, kicked open, made a loud bang as it hit the wall, followed by another heavy thud, echoing in the silent environment. At this moment, Xiao Peng, who had kicked open the iron door, slipped and fell forward, face first. But he didn't care about that, nor did he care about the red liquid that caused him to fall. And the liquid that got on him. He saw a pair of feet directly in front of his vision. The hope in his upward-gazing eyes was shattered the next moment. He saw that what was tied up was a headless corpse. Blood gurgled from the severed neck, like a spring. No! No! No, no, no! Xiao Peng screamed hysterically at the sight. He braced himself on the ground with his hands and feet. He didn't care about the red blood staining the ground in front of him. He watched the scene in agony, his eyes filled with tears. "Xiao Hua, I'm the one who harmed you." The corpse in front of him was dressed exactly like Xiao Hua in the photo taken by the chainsaw killer. Xiao Peng stared blankly, his eyes full of tears. Subconsciously, he lowered his head, searching for something. Then, his gaze fell upon a wooden box on the stainless steel table behind Xiao Hua. A bad premonition made his heart pound. He stepped forward and opened the wooden box. Inside the wooden box, a delicate, terror-stricken, fear-marinated female head lay quietly, her eyes wide open, staring at Xiao Peng who had opened the box. Xiao Peng wasn't afraid. He cradled Xiao Hua's head in his arms. He slumped to the ground, leaning against the wall. He burst into tears. Xiao Peng couldn't deny that he was handsome and a bit of a playboy. But he wasn't completely terrible to his girlfriends. For example, when Xiao Nua was killed by the dogman, he was willing to risk his life for her revenge. When Xiao Hua was captured because of him, he was also willing to risk his life to save her. But the time limit hadn't passed, so why was Xiao Hua killed? Just then, heavy footsteps sounded from outside the small room. Xiao Peng stopped crying and turned his head to look. He saw the chainsaw killer holding an oversized black and red chainsaw. Xiao Peng looked at his phone. He gritted his teeth and said to the person in front of him, "You broke your word. I wasn't late. Why did you kill Xiao Hua?" The chainsaw killer's mask this time seemed much larger, unlike the previous ones that clung tightly to his face. But it was still ugly. He sneered, letting out a sinister laugh, deliberately making his voice hoarse. "Broke my word? Haha, I'm just someone who breaks his word." He continued, "There's a popular Ming Dynasty drama recently. In it, Emperor Jiajing said a line to Emperor Wanli. Anything anyone promises you doesn't count. Only what you can decide for yourself counts. Haven't you heard that?" Xiao Peng stood up, his right hand tightly gripping the fruit knife Kobe had given him. "Breaking your word is breaking your word, don't make other excuses."
The chainsaw killer pulled the chainsaw in his hand. Haha, alright. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you something. After I sent you that message using this girl, Xiaohua's phone, I killed her. Of course, before killing her, I also told her why I was going to kill her. And guess what? When she found out it was because of you, she had no complaints, and even begged me to let you go when you arrived. What a good person. The chainsaw word, accompanied by a treacherous laugh. Xiao Peng could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. At this moment, he had lost all reason. He charged directly at the chainsaw killer in front of him. This scene had happened before, and in the same location. Only that time, the protagonists were the Xiaobai Shu, Little White Mice, and Zhongxin Qingshi. Zhongxin Qingshi, holding a fruit knife, fought for himself, while Xiao Peng was fighting to avenge Xiaohua. But unfortunately, the fruit knife in his hand was too short. However, he was still very clever. He realized that this small room was entirely lit by his phone's flashlight. He wanted to kill the person in front of him, and he needed to be in darkness to do so. That way, he could fish in troubled waters. So he directly turned off his phone's flashlight, then violently threw his phone forward. Then he charged over. The chainsaw killer didn't dodge at all, letting the phone hit him in the chest. Afterward, in the pitch-black environment, he somehow, with surprising accuracy, used the chainsaw to directly cleave Xiao Peng's raised right hand, which was holding the fruit knife. Instantly, the part of Xiao Peng's right hand was cut off by the chainsaw. Blood gushed out. Xiao Peng, whose right hand had been severed, let out an instant wah as he cried out in pain. But he only cried out once before enduring the pain and continuing to lunge forward. Even though his weapon was gone, he still had his mouth and his other hand. But in the darkness, the chainsaw killer, with another saw, accurately cut into Xiao Peng's left shoulder. Then, it moved downwards, through his chest, and into his abdomen. When the chainsaw reached his abdomen, he forcefully thrust it forward. In an instant, Xiao Peng's internal organs were churned into a bloody mess. In Xiao Peng's current state, even if he received immediate medical attention, he wouldn't survive, because all his internal organs were destroyed. Xiao Peng? An angry roar, accompanied by several lights and rapid footsteps, suddenly appeared. The chainsaw killer, holding the chainsaw, turned around. As a result, a cloud of white powder sprayed onto his face. It was Xiao Q. Xiao Q was currently holding a fire extinguisher. To avoid a futile rescue attempt, Xiao Q had to catch up with Xiao Peng as quickly as possible. Because of this, he couldn't make thorough preparations, so he simply grabbed a fire extinguisher, which were plentiful on every floor, to use as a weapon. Xiao Q had strapped his phone to his chest, with the back facing outwards, using it as a flashlight. It was like Ultraman's timer. Therefore, he saw Xiao Peng's horrific state from behind, the gruesome cuts made by the chainsaw. Xiao Peng was truly dead, dead on this Macedonia island. Xiao Q felt that it shouldn't have been him who died, but himself. Why, because of Su Yang and the others, did he not refuse the danger earlier? Not go to that island? Why? I want you to pay for Xiao Peng's life. Human eyes are the most important. Once humans lose their eyes, they lose their ability to care for themselves. Losing ears and a mouth, one can still be self-sufficient. Therefore, Xiao Q sprayed the white powder from the fire extinguisher into the chainsaw killer's eyes. This was to directly disable the chainsaw killer's most important part. But what was strange was that the chainsaw killer, who had been sprayed, seemed completely unaffected, raising his chainsaw and cleaving it onto the fire extinguisher Xiao Q was holding. The moment the chainsaw touched the fire extinguisher, Xiao Q, unable to hold it and also not expecting it, let go directly. After he let go, he saw the chainsaw killer, all in white, burst out of the white powder, brandishing the chainsaw like the Grim Reaper with a scythe. Xiao Q! Run! Kobe, behind Xiao Q, directly threw the red fire extinguisher in his hand forward with all his might. It smashed towards the chainsaw killer.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, he pulled Xiao Qiu and ran backward.
Jiang Ran was still behind them.
Jiang Ran was stunned by the situation in front of him. How could they be defeated so quickly, right after the initial contact? He also carried a fire extinguisher, and the moment Xiao Qiu and Kubei ran past him, he also threw it fiercely towards the chainsaw killer.
Then he ran away.
The chainsaw killer was hit by 2 fire extinguishers in a row, which slowed him down. Therefore, he was delayed in his pursuit for a while. The 3 of them, Jiang Ran, Xiao Qiu, and Kubei, were running for their lives. As they ran, Xiao Qiu's tears kept streaming down his face and falling behind him.
As the 3 ran, they suddenly heard Kubei scream. Jiang Ran and Xiao Qiu, who were ahead, instantly turned around and saw an arrow piercing through Kubei's left arm, stuck there. Blood dripped from the arrow. Where did the arrow come from?
Jiang Ran seemed to have discovered something, pointing behind them and saying, "Run." Behind them, a tall white man with short golden hair rushed out. The white man held a black military crossbow in his hand.
"Run!" Kubei pulled out a ball-like object from his pocket.
He smashed it on the ground, and instantly a large cloud of white mist obscured the vision of the person behind them.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 3 of them ran wildly, going wherever they could in this maze-like haunted house.
Finally, the 3 of them reached a fork in the road.
Jiang Ran, let's split up and run.
That way, the chances of survival are higher,
Xiao Qiu said to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran nodded and went into the left path.
Xiao Qiu went into the right path, and Kubei also followed Xiao Qiu into the right path. At such a moment of life and death crisis,
Kubei's choice clearly leaned towards following the more familiar Xiao Qiu.
The golden-haired white man who suddenly appeared was Mark.
Mark also arrived at the fork in the road.
He wasn't sure which path the 3 had taken,
but he entered the left one, chasing Jiang Ran.
Soon after, the chainsaw killer also arrived at this fork. He just glanced at it, and then, following the bloodstains on the ground, pursued them to the right.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How did we come here and immediately lose so badly?
Jiang Ran, who had run into the left passage, never expected that the 3 of them, each holding a fire extinguisher, thought they had victory in their grasp. It was like using a fire extinguisher against that South Korea perverted serial killer.
As a result, they couldn't even suppress the chainsaw killer.
Jiang Ran noticed that Xiao Qiu had been spraying the chainsaw killer with a fire extinguisher for so long.
The chainsaw killer didn't seem to be affected at all. Is it because he's wearing a mask?
Or was he already prepared?
Jiang Ran shook his head, pushing that thought aside.
The problem to focus on now was that, besides the chainsaw killer, they were also being pursued by a short, golden-haired white man suddenly appearing, armed with a military crossbow. This was truly like encountering a fierce tiger on a cliff, certain death.
I wonder how Xiao Pang is, but he's probably in grave danger too.
Jiang Ran, because he was standing at the very back at the time, didn't see Xiao Pang, who had reached the destination before them. But he felt that since the chainsaw killer could turn to deal with them, it proved that Xiao Pang was probably also dead.
Jiang Ran felt a little dazed.
He moved his legs, striding forward. He recalled that Xiao Pang was a living person just 10 or 20 minutes ago, but now, he might already be dead, a corpse. Jiang Ran would no longer be able to see him alive in certain places. Although he hadn't known Xiao Pang for long, Jiang Ran hoped that he wasn't dead.
Still alive. I wonder if anyone is chasing me from behind. Jiang Ran suddenly stopped and looked behind him.
Behind him was pitch black. When he turned around, the phone flashlight strapped to his chest
dispelled the darkness. The darkness behind him was silent, as if no one was chasing him.
Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. His pounding heart temporarily calmed down. His heartbeat gradually slowed from its rapid pace.
And so it was. The adrenaline from being chased also gradually faded.
As a result, his body began to feel tired, fatigued, and sore.
Mental and physical exhaustion instantly overwhelmed him. Jiang Ran sat down with a thud. He lowered his head, panting heavily. The wounds on his body, which had been inflicted by that stick, referring to the South Korean killer, not long ago and bandaged. The white gauze began to show red, with blood seeping out. Is it because of the intense exercise just now? Jiang Ran stared at his bandaged thigh and arm. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition that he would die here? Just at this moment. Ding! Host detected to be in imminent fatal danger. Points plus 10. Points plus. This notification sound suddenly appeared in his mind, and Jiang Ran shivered. Although he didn't see where the enemy was, he was already preparing to get up. Because such notification sounds often meant that danger had arrived. If he didn't prepare and just stayed here, he would surely die. And he had just gotten up. An arrow suddenly flew out from the pitch-black left side. Without him knowing, it instantly struck his left forearm. This? Jiang Ran had just gotten up when his arm was shot with an arrow. Jiang Ran knew that the one chasing him should be the white man who suddenly appeared with the military crossbow. However, he couldn't understand how the other party could accurately hit him in such a dark environment. Is it my phone strapped to my chest? Jiang Ran realized. He heard urgent footsteps coming from the left. He quickly took off the phone from his chest, turned off the flashlight function, and Jiang Ran was instantly swallowed by darkness. Everything in front of him was pitch black. He ran to the right. He suddenly thought that his footsteps might also expose him. In a few seconds, he took off his sneakers. This was the fastest he had ever taken off his shoes in his life, without even untying the laces. Fortunately, he usually didn't like to tie or untie shoelaces, he would force his feet in if he could. At this moment, the phone flashlight was off, and his shoes were off. In that case, he should be able to avoid that white man for now, right? He was still uneasy, so he directly ran in an S shape. Just when Jiang Ran thought everything was foolproof, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. But he didn't stop running. Instead, he reached for his left chest. He felt a long object, stuck in his chest. When he felt this, the greatest sorrow was a heart that had died. His heart had been shot by an arrow. He knew he was dead. All the strength in his body was instantly drained. His blood seemed to have stopped flowing. Immediately after, with a thud, his entire body fell to the ground. He struggled a few times, then became completely still. Mark caught up. He clearly saw Jiang Ran's fallen body. There was an instrument-like object on his face. It was a night vision device. It was also because he was wearing night vision goggles that Jiang Ran's previous actions of turning off his phone flashlight, taking off his shoes, and S-shaped movements. In front of him, they were like a clown trying hard to perform, making him laugh. Mark was very vigilant. Although he saw that one of his arrows had struck Jiang Ran's left arm, and another arrow had struck Jiang Ran's heart, piercing through it. This situation could be said to be certain death. But he still approached cautiously, step by step. Until his hand was on Jiang Ran's arrow-struck chest, and one foot was on Jiang Ran's stomach, pulling out the arrow. The moment it was pulled out, blood gushed out. It gushed for a while, then weakened, and began to well up. When the arrow was pulled out, Jiang Ran's body remained motionless. Only the shaking caused by Mark pulling the arrow. Afterward, Mark stared at Jiang Ran's wide-open, unseeing eyes. The despair revealed in his eyes seemed to overflow. Mark then placed his hand under Jiang Ran's nose, then his neck, and finally his chest. He then stood up and slowly uttered a sentence. When I was chasing James before, he dodged so many of my arrows, but now he was easily killed by 2 of my arrows. These 2 instances are completely unlike one person. Mark was quite puzzled, but now looking at Jiang Ran's dead body, his body temperature had already started to drop. He no longer thought about this problem and stepped directly over the corpse. He began to continue cooperating with the chainsaw killer to hunt down the remaining 2 who were not Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. After Mark left, Jiang Ran's body still lay there quietly. In the live broadcast room,
countless eyes were watching this scene through the secret cameras inside the haunted house. "Asan, whoever mentions lizard again, I'll get angry with them. This time, it's really open for business." Huagua has finally eliminated one Xiaobaishu, little white mice. But it's not enough that other Xiaobaishu, little white mice, named Fang Xiao should also be sent away quickly. Sakura, Colonel Yamamoto, it's a bit surprising to me. This time, when he encountered danger, where was his powerful secondary personality? Did it not have time to emerge? If that secondary personality had emerged, I think there would have been hope for survival, especially since it managed to climb out of the waterslide. Han, I love Pei Zhuxian, it's right that he couldn't come out. Do you think this is a novel, where he can come out in time every time? Tide Rama, I agree, and even if Jiang Ran, this mentally ill person's other secondary personality, had emerged, he wouldn't have survived. After all, this environment is unfavorable to him and favorable to Mark. Mark has night vision goggles, his advantage is too great. While these people in the live broadcast room were intensely discussing, the scene switched to the studio. Huagua's long-haired beautiful host announced Jiang Ran's death. No. One Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Jiang Ran has died. The betting amount of $230 million has all been transferred to the final prize pool. After the announcement, the long-haired beautiful host seemed a bit dazed. She was the host in Huagua during the first round after the Alice apartment was established. She had seen many Xiaobaishu, little white mice. So far, the ones who gave her different feelings were Fang Xiao at the very beginning and Jiang Ran later on. Especially Jiang Ran, if it weren't for him, Fang Xiao would have died in the 28th round. As a result, could Jiang Ran, who saved Fang Xiao, only go this far? Huagua chat room and the live broadcast. I am a hero, Jiang Ran isn't dead, is he? As long as he can wake up, that announcement of death can still be retracted. This guy is an unkillable cockroach. In the Alice apartment, he was shot in the head by Wang Nuli, the kite killer, and didn't die. Afterward, he was strangled to suffocation by Robert, one of the world's top 10 serial killers, and still didn't die. So, he can still wake up. Middle-aged uncle sighed and typed, I am a hero, wake up. This time, it's different from the previous situations in the Alice apartment. This time, Jiang Ran was directly shot through the heart with an arrow. He can't live anymore. And do you think if he were still alive, that guy named Mark wouldn't have finished him off? Instead, he just left? Domineering female CEO, although I really don't want to face reality, I also want to say that Jiang Ran is dead. It's his secondary personality's fault for not coming out in time. This time, it's really over. His heart was directly shot through, giving no chance for regret. Compared to the tens of millions of CNY I bet, it's gone, and I don't feel anything, but Jiang Ran's death leaves me feeling empty inside. Fairy sister, this time, it's not just Jiang Ran who died. Didn't you also see? Xiao Hua was killed, and Xiao Pang, who went to save her, also died. Then Jiang Ran died, and it will soon be Xiao Qiu and Koubei's turn. This special live broadcast is killing all the people from the previous rounds of our Huagua Alice apartment. For these people in Huagua, many of the fun things were gone. Especially, they were thinking that if Jiang Ran died, Fang Xiao probably wouldn't escape either and would die in a few days. After all, Fang Xiao's brain had been poisoned silly by alcohol. The Huagua chat room was unusually quiet for a while. Few people spoke. Perhaps it was because it was early morning, and many people were asleep? On Xiao Qiu and Koubei's side, Koubei didn't dare to pull out the arrow in his left arm. If he pulled it out, the blood loss would be even more severe. He could only cover it. He watched the blood constantly dripping from the wound on his arm onto the ground as they walked, guiding the person behind them. He said, Xiao Qiu, if we reach the next fork in the road, let's split up. Koubei's words revealed a sense of calm. Xiao Qiu's eyes were very red. Why? Xiao Pang is already gone. Do you want to leave me too? Koubei suddenly stopped and pointed behind him. Look, following these blood trails, they will catch up sooner or later. Xiao questioned that won't do either. I won't abandon you.
After speaking, neither of them noticed that in the darkness, a sharp arrow suddenly appeared. An arrow struck Kobe in the stomach. Carried by the immense force of the arrow, Kobe immediately fell to the ground. Xiaoqiu watched in horror as the flashlight from his phone on his chest illuminated Kobe's stomach. He saw that Kobe's stomach had a large piece of flesh directly torn apart by the arrow. A large amount of fresh blood quickly covered that area of Kobe's stomach. Xiaoqiu wanted to help Kobe up, but Kobe pushed him hard. "Run, you! What are you still dawdling for? They've caught up." No, I can't leave you behind."
The successive deaths of his friends had already thrown this university student, who studied criminal investigation and wanted to become a criminal police officer in the future, into disarray. He was completely at a loss. He could no longer remain calm to think and make the optimal decision. He only wanted to survive with Kobe now. Kobe slapped Xiaoqiu across the face, roaring in anger, trying to wake Xiaoqiu up. "Xiaoqiu! Xiao Pang is already dead. In my current state, I've also been claimed by death. But you're fine. You have to get out. You have to get out and survive. Avenge us. If you also fall here, then no one will avenge us. I beg you. Can you clear your head?" Scolded by these words, Xiaoqiu's mind cleared a little. He understood Kobe's words. He also understood that Kobe was telling him not to be emotional, because if he stayed, everyone would die together. It was unnecessary. Only by one person surviving could they be avenged. Xiaoqiu also knew this, but he simply didn't want to abandon Kobe, both physically and mentally. It was like Xiao Pang, knowing that Xiao Hua's capture was a trap, still plunged in without hesitation. "Goodbye, Kobe." Xiaoqiu stood up, his eyes filled with tears. He turned his body and ran forward with large strides. Kobe lay on the ground in pain, watching Xiaoqiu disappear into the darkness ahead. A hint of relief appeared on his pain-twisted face. At least one person is still alive. He closed his eyes, waiting for death. And just then, he seemed to sense something and suddenly struggled to raise his head, like a turtle sticking out its head, opening his eyes to look forward. He saw that Xiaoqiu, who had already left, was actually retreating step by step from the darkness, returning to him. He tilted his head in confusion. Immediately, he saw that in front of the increasingly retreating Xiaoqiu, a white man with short golden hair, holding a crossbow and aiming at him, was approaching. At this point, Kobe's heart died. He understood that all of them were going to die here. The buzzing sound of a chainsaw rang out at this moment. The chainsaw killer also chased after them. He carried a large, black and red chainsaw, and when he saw Kobe lying on the ground, and Xiaoqiu being controlled by the crossbow, he burst into laughter. After laughing, he walked to within a meter of Kobe and Xiaoqiu. He stopped, and his voice was no longer feigned as hoarse and cold, but revealed its original tone. "Long time no see, Xiaoqiu, Kobe. Last time you two escaped from the apartment. You were lucky. This time, you won't have that chance." Hearing this voice, Xiao Hua's boyfriend felt it sounded familiar, but couldn't recall where they had heard it before. Kobe, lying on the ground, stared at the chainsaw killer with wide eyes and a cold smile. "You're truly sick, chasing us all the way here." The chainsaw killer waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand, it's not that I chased you. It's that I was supposed to be here. I didn't know you would appear here. That's what I didn't expect." Kobe kept his eyes open and continued, "Heh, I always said I have terrible luck. How could I win the first prize at a pancake shop and come to this island to play? So it was all planned, luring us to the island." The chainsaw killer laughed. "Heh, how you came here, I'm not sure." After he finished speaking, Xiaoqiu, who had been forced back against the wall by the black military crossbow, turned to the chainsaw killer and exclaimed, "I finally remembered where I heard that voice. Your administrator Xiao Zhang?" The chainsaw killer laughed heartily. "You guessed right, it's me. It's a pity, there's no reward for guessing correctly. Not only is there no reward, but you will all die here."
Xiao Qiu and Koubei fell silent. The chainsaw killer continued, Xiao Qiu, Koubei, I was an administrator at Alice Apartment when it was first created. Among so many Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, who signed agreements and moved into Alice Apartment, you two are definitely among the smart ones, and your luck is also very good. You were both locked up by Sumi, and there was even a mic to rescue you, and in the end, you were still able to escape from me. I originally thought I wouldn't have the chance to meet you again. Unexpectedly, life is full of surprises. However, to be honest, I thought there would be a dragon-tiger struggle between us, but the result. Xiao Qiu and Koubei remained silent. The chainsaw killer continued, you two, and Xiao Pang, do you know where you lost? You three, you could say you're the three musketeers. You have intelligence and luck. For example, I went to Xiao Qiu's room in the middle of the night, but who knew he happened to want a drink and went to the 10th floor. And when he returned, he happened to see me entering his house. Because of this, the three of you ran away together. That's luck, unbelievably good, I'm even jealous. But your intelligence and luck were all dragged down by so-called friendship and love, they were completely held back. I'm telling you, and the deceased Xiao Pang. If it were me, even if the enemy captured my parents and threatened to kill them in a few minutes if I didn't comply, I wouldn't fall for it. You just value friendship and love too much. So much so that you should have guessed this was a trap, but you still came unprepared to your deaths. I can imagine Xiao Pang. Because of Xiao Hua, because of his love for her, came over recklessly, fearing he would arrive too late and she would be killed by me. What about you? You wanted to prepare well, but you were afraid that if you came too late, Xiao Pang would enter the dragon's den alone and be killed by me. You were also dragged down by this. It's so effective, this trick. However, it wouldn't work on someone who disowns their family. Of course, there are too few people as loyal as you, who knowingly walk into danger. A whole lot of gibberish. Xiao Qiu and Koubei remained silent. Koubei closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, don't say so much, you're the victor anyway. After speaking, his closed eyes suddenly opened again, as if he had remembered something, oh, right, Xiao Zhang, I'm going to die anyway. Before I die, I want to know two things. The chainsaw killer cackled coldly, for other Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, I wouldn't even bother, but you two make me feel that life is very interesting. Alright, ask away. Koubei, my father also signed an agreement and entered Alice Apartment. I want to know if he died? Administrator Xiao Zhang said, your father? Let me think. Oh, he looks quite like you, and has the same surname Ku. He died. Upon learning of his father's death, Koubei's heart finally died. He asked, how did he die? The chainsaw killer said, of course, he was killed. Koubei asked, who killed him? The chainsaw killer, whoever he came in looking for, that's who killed him. Koubei frowned. His father, at the time, had accepted Bai Zai's commission to investigate his sister's disappearance, thus entering Alice Apartment. Therefore, his father came in looking for Bai Zai's sister. In that case, did Bai Zai's sister kill his father? Why would she kill my father? The chainsaw killer said, is that your second question? Koubei nodded, if I don't know the truth, I won't rest in peace. The chainsaw killer said, why would she kill the person who came looking for her? It's simple, she's insane, her mind is no longer normal. Koubei completely closed his eyes, indicating his readiness to embrace death. The chainsaw killer then looked at Xiao Qiu, I'll also give you the chance to ask me questions, so you can leave in peace. Xiao Qiu sighed deeply at the dark ceiling above him, Xiao Pang is already dead, Koubei will be soon, and so will I. So, do I still need to ask so-called questions to satisfy my curiosity? The chainsaw killer shook his head, don't say that, such an opportunity is very rare. Ask, I will tell you everything I know, unless it's something I don't know myself. Xiao Qiu suddenly stared at the chainsaw killer, as if trying to see through him. Alright, I want to ask you, Xiao Zhang, about your origins and story. Koubei and I speculate that Alice Apartment is full of perverted criminals and serial killers, but I can't find any information about you online. I want to hear your story.
The chainsaw killer let out several chilling laughs. Alright, I'll satisfy your curiosity. My full name is Zhang Yi. I was born into a well-off family, quite wealthy. So I never had to worry about food or drink since I was little. My parents are both writers. And both write horror, suspense, and supernatural genres. I don't know if it's because of their influence. I've been interested in these things since I was a child. I watched classic horror films like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre during kindergarten, and I often re-watched it later. It was also the first horror film my parents let me watch. They made me watch it alone to cultivate my courage. My life was always happy until my 5th year of elementary school. That year, my parents went on a trip, and the plane they were on crashed. They both died. Suddenly, I lost my parents. Do you know what losing parents means to a child who is only in 5th grade? It means utter devastation. The chainsaw killer's voice gradually became crazed and icy. Xiao Qiu heard him say, "You're luckier than others. At least your parents were rich. Even though they're gone, the inheritance they left you should be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life." The chainsaw killer sneered, Xiao Qiu, this is where your naivety lies, and it's also why you value disgusting things like friendship too much. Haven't you heard the saying, an innocent man is guilty only for the treasure he possesses? If I had been an adult when my parents died, I would have been able to keep the money they left me. But I was only in 5th grade, a primary school student. Everything they left me was snatched away by my grandparents. And my uncles. It's truly ironic. I was born into wealth, but after my parents' accident, I almost starved to death, especially since I still had so many uncles and grandparents. The chainsaw killer behind the mask, administrator Xiao Zhang, we don't know what expression he had when he said this, but it must have been distorted. He continued, later, my life was very hard. However, under those conditions, I still managed to get into a top-tier university. I think I'm a genius. Just like Xiao Yan from Battle Through the Heavens. His voice had a hint of joy at this point, but then it took a sharp turn. After that, I finished university, graduated, and worked at a foreign company. Through a colleague's introduction, I met a girl. That girl was about my age and was a piano teacher. We got along well and quickly became a couple. I thought we would get married, but later, I gradually realized she was hiding something from me. Later, during a discreet following, I saw her get into a black Maybach after work one morning. I knew the middle-aged man driving the black Maybach. He was the parent of a girl she taught. That day, I followed them and found that they first went to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Shortly after dinner, Xiaohua's boyfriend walked hand-in-hand, window shopping. Finally, I personally witnessed them entering a hotel together. I discovered her secret, and we had a huge fight. In the end, she unilaterally broke up with me. During the time I was broken up with, I would often secretly go to her workplace and see her get into that black Maybach. That period was exceptionally painful for me. I was heartbroken and drank every day. Of course, you might think I'm a bit strange. I actually like to watch horror movies when my emotions are unusually volatile. One day I cried. I can't remember which day it was, but anyway, I cried while watching the first horror movie I ever saw, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't know what was wrong with me, but I felt like I really envied him. It was also then that I thought of my long-dead parents and my wealthy family from childhood. After my girlfriend dumped me, I went to my grandparents' house and my uncle's houses, and I found that they all drove cars worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. Especially one red Ferrari. That was a car my father bought with his manuscript fees when he was young. That car was originally mine, it should have been my inheritance. But now it's occupied by my cousin. And looking at that car, I thought, if I were driving a red Ferrari, my girlfriend probably wouldn't have gotten into that black Maybach, right? The chainsaw killer brandished his unactivated chainsaw. The chainsaw made a swishing sound in the air. I don't know if he was insane. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, my girlfriend, the middle-aged man driving the black Maybach, his wife, and their only daughter.
My grandparents. My 3 uncles, including their entire families. Ha 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 ha. They're all dead. I killed them all. It feels great, so great. The taste of revenge is wonderful. Simply ineffable. The feeling of killing, the hot blood splattering on my face. Their fearful pleas before they died. It makes my blood boil. The chainsaw killer was probably truly insane at this point. He pulled the cord on the black and red large chainsaw. He swung it directly at Kobe's head on the ground. Instantly, a terribly shrill scream came from Kobe's mouth. But very quickly, he fell silent. Kobe. Xiao Qiu's eyes were bloodshot. He lunged to leap up, but Mark, who had been watching him, directly shot an arrow from his crossbow, hitting him in the heart and pinning him to the wall. Blood flowed from Xiao Qiu's heart. So this was death. Before he died, Xiao Qiu's heart was still filled with pain. Still blaming himself. He wasn't afraid of losing his own life here. But he was afraid for Xiao Pang and Kobe. He had harmed Xiao Pang, harmed Kobe. It was him, it was all him. It was all his fault. He should have ignored Su Yang and the others back then. No, that's not right, he shouldn't have invited Su Yang in the first place, using that one remaining free slot, to Macedonia Island. The former Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Xiao Qiu and Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Kobe did not die in Alice's apartment, but instead died on the special live broadcast of Macedonia Island. It seems that all survivors who had signed the agreement and entered Alice's apartment in the past are still under the apartment's hand. After the death of Xiao Qiu and Kobe, this haunted house passage gradually began to be filled with a thick smell of blood. The chainsaw killer then asked Mark, there should still be a Jiangran in the haunted house. Let's go kill him together. Mark had been listening to the chainsaw killer jabbering a lot of incomprehensible words with these 2 people earlier. Of course, he didn't care what they said. He waved his hand at the chainsaw killer. No need, Jiangran is already dead. Upon hearing this, the chainsaw killer stopped his advancing steps. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head in disbelief. Dead? It seems you've learned to joke. Mark said, he really is dead. When I was pursuing, I first pursued Jiang Ran, and after killing him, I continued to pursue these 2. The chainsaw killer's voice trembled slightly. Really dead? How did you kill him? Mark gestured to the military crossbow in his hand. One arrow hit his left arm, and another arrow directly exploded his heart. That's it? That's it, it's that simple. I remember you told us that this Jiang Ran was not as simple as he seemed, and was the most difficult of the 10 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, to deal with. You suggested we deal with him last. I admit he does have some skill. I've dealt with him before, and his combat skills are very good. But overall, his level is just SOSO. Moreover, he should have a fatal weakness. The chainsaw killer was puzzled. What fatal weakness? The chainsaw killer, who was Jiang Ran's superior in the apartment, hadn't discovered a weakness in so long, and you found one in such a short time? Mark, he seems to be very bad at fighting in the dark. The darkness affected his vision, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take his life with just 2 arrows.